This young man was a villain from the very beginning. Since the moment he was born, Honggu was determined to become the ultimate martial arts master at any cost. However, every time Donggu reached new heights, a guy named Shuang would suddenly pop up and drag him down to his demise in a frustrating manner. The cycle kept repeating, and now it was Jungga's sixth reincarnation. Everything seemed normal at present in this life. Junggu arrived in the modern world and had a cute little brother. His mother was carrying the baby while grumbling on her way to pick up Donggu from preschool. Where could that kid have gone? I clearly arrived right after preschool let out. Suddenly, an urgent announcement about a rift opening near the Goku-dong intersection came through, right where Donggu's mother was standing. As soon as they heard that an 8th level demon had burst out, everyone present panicked and ran for shelter, waiting for the Supernatural Association to deal with it. But at that moment, Donggu's mother was only worried about him, insisting on searching for Dong. The tall building in front of her collapsed right before her eyes. A second later, a deafening roar echoed, and debris flew everywhere. A dragon flapped its massive wings, rising from the wreckage, ready to begin its hunt. After the recent impact, countless civilians were injured, except for Donggu's mother, which I still can't understand. She held her child tightly to her chest, her body etching all over, yet she murmured, "Donggu must be found." With that, Donggu's mother collapsed again, still unable to locate him. A young man suddenly appeared, carrying a huge backpack on his back. Everyone was overjoyed, as if they had seen a glimmer of hope at the gates of hell. "A superhuman has arrived to save us." The superhuman grimaced, shouting that they were ruining his cool debut moment. "I did not come here to save you losers." The group froze, their eyes twitching. "But you are a superhuman." "Yeah. But I did not come here to save you," the superhuman said as he pulled out his backpack, which was like a vacuum cleaner, sucking up all the money around him. It turned out that the demon had just robbed a bank, and all the cash was flying straight into his bag. "Seriously? You are using your powers to steal money? Do you know how much I contribute to the superhuman fund?" The superhuman shouted to restore order, then buried the unfortunate characters under a pile of rubble. With a heavy bag of money on his back, he turned around with a smirk and said, "Do you think we superhumans drink plain water to fight monsters?" Just when they thought they would be saved, they ended up facing a scumbag. Everyone felt their blood boiling. Not only that, but the superhuman was also determined to eliminate all of them to cover his tracks, ensuring no one would know he stole the money if they all disappeared. A cruel glint flashed in his eyes after he wiped out his kind. "Wait for me to handle that lizard first. Then it will be your turn. Then I will still be hailed as a great hero, and I will pocket a bunch of cash too." Heh. The superhuman's grin widened to his ears at the thought of a bright future. Suddenly, a cold, childlike voice spoke up steadily. "But that is if you are still alive." Little Donggu stood casually in front of the superhuman, hands in his pockets. He thought it was some crazy guy challenging him, but it turned out to be just a kid. The special ability user chuckled. "This little brat. Do you really think a level 8 beast can kill me?" Donggu felt helpless against this fool's ignorance. "That monster is not a level 8 beast, is it?" His face went stiff as the massive figure loomed over him. The 8-headed dragon stood right behind the special ability user, exhaling a scent of hell. At that moment, the user finally panicked, realizing this creature was at least level 6. At this point, the unit reported an update to confirm that the monster appearing was indeed level 6. A loud explosion covered the buildings in black dust. Once the dust settled, only the twisted corpse of the nasty special ability user remained. The monster roared, contrasting sharply with the tiny figure of Donggu, which was no bigger than its toe. Donggu shot a cold, sharp gaze at the monster, commanding it, "You are crossing the line now, but more importantly, that pig dragon will definitely startle your mother and sister." The dragon, of course, had no idea what Donggu was saying. It swung its clawed hand closer to him. Unfazed, Donggu took a stance and delivered a punch that pierced through the gigantic monster's body. It may be a powerful beast here, but in front of a martial arts master who has reincarnated 6 times like him, it was just a large lizard. Flesh and blood from the dragon rained down like a storm, marking the ground. Even though he had trained hard, he was still only at level 2, and his speed was too slow, making Donggu a bit anxious. But one thing he was sure of was that in this life, he would become the king of the world. Humanity's evolution began 30 years ago when, for some reason, people were granted attributes like spiritual strength. Nations plunged into research and concluded that all humans were bestowed with different attributes. To achieve their goals, countries began studying how to control the attributes given to humans, and the first to discover this method was the United States. However, this method was considered top secret. Nations worldwide had also been and were pushing research on these attributes to compete. After 20 years of human evolution, the gates began to open. Monsters of unknown origin kept appearing. The monsters stepping out of the gates resisted all damage from human military weapons. Only those with attributes could fight them. At this moment, on the battlefield with the level 6 dragon, team leader Uni Park Sung Ocho was wondering how a human could crush a level 6 monster with just one strike. After checking all the security cameras within a 5-kilometer radius, Sunggo found nothing unusual apart from the shaking. A kid capable of crushing a level 6 monster must definitely be the monster, not that gecko. Come on, a blonde kid in the distance waved at X Sungung. He walked away while sighing. Donggu growing up will definitely not be an ordinary person. And the kid walking with Sung H is not either. Both monsters appeared in the same era. Where will this world go? 5 lifetimes have passed. But I can't forget his name. Sin Rong. If he continues to be reborn, he will still cycle through life with you and destroy your life again. Sin Rong will still sacrifice to kill. Always the one who gets defeated in the most ridiculous way. But not this lifetime. Donggu will make him pay for everything he endured in the last 5 lifetimes. Hadung. Your mother's loud voice calls your name, pulling Donggu back to the present as he is in a virtual reality game. Your mom rushes into Junga's room with a racket. How many times have I told you? Is there a clear time for playing? It is barely morning. And you are already glued to your game. Donggu explains he is practicing skills to level up, but his mom is fuming with anger. Practicing to level up? Do you think your mom is a child? Donggu chuckles and waves his hand, saying he won't play anymore. His mom looks down coldly. Really? Promise me. Donggu nods. But his mom moves closer, her gaze fierce and intimidating, making him sweat. Once everything is settled, Donggu's mom finally feels at ease to go outside, reminding him to hurry and eat breakfast before school. In his past life, Donggu learned the ruthless way to kill, torturing them without batting an eye, making him stronger. But in this life, just a glance from his mom makes Donggu obediently listen. Every morning, he sits patiently waiting for her to feed him bite by bite. Strangely, Donggu does not hate this food, perhaps because it is cooked by his mom's own hands. At kindergarten, the kids are whispering to each other about something. Are you really going to do it? Of course, but I am afraid of Kang Chun. Are you sure you can take down Donggu? The little guy Kang Chun clenches his fists, confidently showing off his personality. Who do you think I am? I am the heir of the Golden River clan, one of the 8 strongest clans. The 2 boys with him nod, but their judging eyes are obvious. Who says Kang Chun always loses to Donggu in every challenge? Kang Chun, though embarrassed, is sure he won't fail this time, because he just picked up the clan's secret technique from his dad to convince the 2 younger ones to join him in sacrifice. And Kang Chun demonstrates that technique. He stomps his foot down hard, then throws a super strong punch at the ancient tree behind him. The tree does not break but explodes in an instant. The 2 little boys cheer and shout. Kang Chun is so cool. I have to admit you are the king of the school now. Kang Chun proudly wipes his nose. The title of heir of the Golden River clan is not just a name. Thinking of Jungle, Kang Chun gets even angrier. Who says he always snatches Hara from Kang Chun? Therefore, he can't let Jung go. The 2 twin boys look at each other nervously. But are you sure Donggu will show up? Hi. Donggu's cold. Even tone echoes. Donggu's timely appearance startles the 3 boys. Kang Chun shrinks back cautiously, not understanding why Donggu accepted his challenge so easily. Aren't you afraid after witnessing Kang Chun's thunderous punch technique just now? But in Kang Chun's eyes, Donggu is just trying to act cool in front of everyone. Who does not know that Kang Chun is the boss around here? Anyway, it does not matter anymore. Kang Chun is confident he has the trump card in his hands. No matter what plans Donggu has, he won't be able to defeat Kang Chun. At the Golden River Villa, Junggu stands alone, while Kang Chun raises his glass surrounded by classmates. Thank you all for coming to my party. Here, you can eat as much as you want. The classmates cheer in unison, wishing Kang Chun a happy birthday. Truly, a rich hip. He lacks nothing but generosity. Junggu stands at a distance, his expression detached from the crowd. At that moment, a girl with golden hair and a sunny smile appears, holding a bouquet of fresh flowers. Junggu recognizes Hera. He had seen her on television, and she seems to be a famous star. Kang Chun rushes over with eyes sparkling like a puppy, seeing his master come back from afar. Donggu watches this scene helplessly, thinking that the kid can't even tell boys from girls. Yet he is so reckless. Kang Chun blushes with joy as he receives the flower from Hera. After exchanging a couple of sentences, Hara notices Junggu from afar and initiates a conversation. Oh Jung, you came too? I heard you are the best in class at that VAR assassin game. Hara's friendly attitude and stories make Kang Chun burn with jealousy, and he suddenly yells out loudly, Hey Dung, stay away from Hara. At this moment, in the Golden River's main room, Liho chuckles upon hearing that Kang Chun threw a birthday party for himself. Just yesterday, he was begging his father to teach him the family's secret technique to defeat someone. Lying to himself, this kid, hearing Liho's words. The Kim family manager reminds him respectfully, don't he hold grudges against the kids? Sir, let the boy do what he wants. At least on his birthday, Liho waves his hand, signaling not to scold him anymore. In Gon, he changes the subject, asking Hoguk if he remembers that cracked core. Hoguk nods but does not understand why Wan is asking. It is just a tool to assist with the appearance of the gates, although it is also a precious item that can only be obtained by defeating demons. It is a very expensive item. And it is something you like. Right. Hugaka's words make one jump. He pulls back to the main topic. That cracked core is clearly not an ordinary core. It is a cursed core. Everyone who has held that item has been erased from this world along with their families. So what? Hu asks back, sensing Wan's concern. And he smiles confidently. Do you think I am someone who can easily be cursed? As soon as he finishes speaking, a loud crash and tremor like an earthquake leaves both men stunned. Below, a large hole in the wall was just made by Kang Chun. And the one among the debris is none other than Deng Go. Kang Chun proudly stands in front, enjoying the cheers and the achievements on his birthday. Kang Chun really defeated Deng Go. How cool. Kang Chun turns back, flashing his signature golden smile at Hara. Are you okay? Don't be scared. I will protect you from Hara. Who sighed, thinking it was all fine, even though she was never afraid and had not lost yet. What are you talking about? Didn't I just defeat Deng Go? He will take a few hours to wake up. Hara's eyes sparkled with a confident smile, sure of her victory, asking if Kang Chun wanted to bet with her. Kang Chun suddenly remembered those eyes. Hara's eyes were the eyes of a deity, able to see the state of others. Considered a unique trait. Kang Chun panicked, turned around, and bumped into Deng Go's motionless red eyes right behind him. Kang Chun jumped as if he had seen a ghost. Deng Go tilted his head and smiled lightly. Consider this a birthday gift from me. Do you like it? Kang Chun twitched at the corner of his mouth. Meanwhile, Deng Go thought the kid would love it, but Kang Chun still had to pay the price for challenging Deng Go. Now it is my turn. Deng Go wore a chilling smile with his blood-red eye charging toward Kang Chun, so the kid would not dare challenge him again. Deng Go's hand grabbed Kang Chun's face. Kang Chun panicked, shouting for him to stop. The noise echoed once again. Hogak laughed, saying, "Are they fighting again?" In the meantime, Onin was anxious as Hogak seemed unconcerned for Kang Chun. But Hogak was also curious about who his son's opponent was after Kang Chun learned that secret skill. Onin was more interested in that cursed core. He did not know what Hogak planned to do with it. Stop whining. Just drop it, Hogak shouted back, thinking that would silence him. But the guy's words pierced through Hogak's tiny heart. Or do you not know how dangerous that cursed core is? Seeing Hogak silent, Onin understood right away. If others found out, it would be truly embarrassing. This is no joke. Hogak argued, raising his voice. I do not understand why Onin has to make a big deal out of this. But according to the investigation, that cursed core should have belonged to Kim Tik-shu, the former president of the Eunuchs Association. That monster, it belonged to him. Hogak questioned Onin, wanting to confirm that 2 years ago, the Tik-shu family was killed by monsters from the portal. He stepped through that portal himself and got this core, but only a select few could possess that cursed core. All of them and their families were wiped out. That is why people call it the cursed cracked core. Do you think you can defeat him? Onin's question was indeed tough. Hogak did not want to give up easily, even though the outcome was clear before him. Quan frowned. You will die before you have the chance to show your strength. Are you sure you still want to keep that after knowing this? Giek scratched his head and chuckled. But I think I might have lost that cracked core. Quan, the model, had to swear for the first time at the carelessness of his boss. Meanwhile, down in the hall, his classmates were also in shock. Unexpectedly, Junggu was pushed back by Kang Chun after that hit. Hara sensed that Kang Chun's energy had changed. The strange light made Hara terrified and sobbing. She immediately signaled her classmates to run away before Kang Chun lost control. Outside the entrance of Golden River, the captain followed Junggo's trail to this spot. He noticed Junggo's kindergarten uniform, along with his path. Sung-hak guessed that he was the third son of Leichu. Kang Chun. This was the only place capable of nurturing a monster like that. Sung-hak needed to confirm whether Chun was really that monster. The kid sensed the threat and quickly ran outside, while Kang Chun was floating inside. It felt like he had grown 2 horns and a tiny tail. Hara desperately tried to convince Kang Chun to come back, but his face began to twist grotesquely. Hara was so scared that she could not move. Deng-gu also realized Hara could use her mystical eyes to sense hidden dangers. If that is the case, she would be a problem for his future. At this moment, Kang Chun no longer looked like a normal child. His voice was raspy and unsettling. I will kill anyone who dares to stand in my way, Hara shouted, signaling Deng-gu to run. Immediately, a powerful punch struck Hara's cheek, sending her flying, lying on the ground, blood flowing from her mouth. Her only thought was wishing her parents would come or, at least someone would show up. Kang Chun moved closer to her. But at the last moment, he was thrown away, just as Hara lost consciousness. The one who appeared was none other than Deng-gu. He excitedly lunged forward, landing a strong punch on Kang Chun's face, hard enough to wipe out the second personality that had just emerged. Kang Chun gradually regained consciousness. The words of He code in his head. You did wrong. You need to do better to be worthy of inheriting Golden River. At least you have to be as strong as your brother. That day, Kang Chun brought home the gold cup after winning the martial arts competition in kindergarten. Thinking he would be praised by his father, unexpectedly, Gyeki yelled at Kang Chun. Don't get cocky just because you achieved a little success. In an instant, Kang Chun's eyes welled with tears from feeling wronged, but in the end, Itsing still placed a hand on Kang Chun's head, praising him. From then on, Kang Chun wanted to be praised even more. That dark atmosphere returned. This time, Kang Chun's inner voice rang out. I have to defeat you to get more praise from my dad. With that, Kang Chun got punched, making him stagger. He was sent flying again before he could even get up. Dungo laughed in Kang Chun's face. Is that all you have got? Kang Chun struggled to stand up, seeming to regain his senses. Dungo squinted and sneered. Stop whining. Because you are just a weakling, so weaklings are not allowed to complain. Kang Chun repeated Dungo's words, and suddenly appeared in front of Dungo. Kang Chun delivered a kick to Dungo's face, sending him flying and flipping several times. Kang Chun exuded that dark energy again, his voice gradually changing. You are right. The weaker ones have no right to speak. Do they? While the two kindergarten kids were nearly killing each other downstairs, the two uncles were frantically looking for the cursed core in the room. I can't believe how careless Heichoksof could be to lose something so dangerous. Bucklow shouted. Find it. Hurry up. While searching for HG-Rex, he was curious about how someone as powerful as Chairman Kim Taek-soo could fall victim to that damn curse. From what I know, that stone will control the soul of anyone who touches it. Just like Kang Chun's current state of madness. Those cursed will have their souls manipulated, creating a new uncontrollable demon. Kang Chun now seemed to completely overpower Dung. He felt exhilarated to madness after landing a punch on Junggu. How does it feel to be hit by a weakling like me? Dungu. Kang Chun had always wanted to defeat Dungo because he hated his fake, handsome face. At that moment, Kang Chun entered his father's study. A seductive voice emanating from the cracked purple stone attracted him. Try touching it, and I will give you the strongest power. The smile on Kang Chun's twisted face was enough to send chills down one's spine. Now he had only one goal: to defeat Dungu and make his father proud. Dungu, meanwhile, wore a more sinister smile. His whole body shook with laughter. Are you having fun? Or are you just pretending to be strong? That remark crushed Kang Chun's self-esteem. He lunged forward, but Dungu dodged and used a hair-pulling skill. As Kang Chun stumbled, he slammed his face straight into the wall. The wall cracked like a spider web, but it did not knock Kang Chun out. Instead, it drove him even crazier. Damn it. You bug, how dare you? Dungu recognized the cracked stone, a type of parasite living on others. Shut up. Kang Chun swung his hand to counterattack but was caught by Dungu. What kind of face is Kang Chun making right now? Before he could recover, Dungu kicked again, smashing Kang Chun's face against the wall. Kang Chun's voice came out in a whimper. What the hell? A kid like you is really a monster. Dungu gradually approached Kang Chun with a true villain's expression. Yet the cursed core could not defeat Dungu, even when it coordinated with Kang Chun's body. It needed a better body. Wait. What are you kids doing? Just then, Sung-ho walked in, looking at Dungu with disbelief. Is that kid named Kang Chun? Kang Chun suddenly rushed to hug Sung-ho. Confused, Sung-Chu did not understand what was happening and suddenly screamed. His body felt torn apart, and just seconds later, his eyes transformed as if he had become someone else. The cracked stone took over Sung-Chu's body, grinning as he held his face. Ha! Dungu. Now you are definitely dead. Wait. What are you doing? This time the question came from Ho Joksha. He saw Kang Chun lying on the ground, bloodied, and his face turned stiff. Yaeka looked at Sung, who was now possessed by the cracked stone. Realizing he was the one who harmed Kang Chun, Sung-Ho frowned. Can't you see I am really uncomfortable right now? You disappeared just when I was still giving you a chance. Flu flipped the evil mode on, his rebellious eyes burning with fury, streaked with blood. Are you mad? I feel just as uncomfortable as you do. And unleashed a golden wave technique, rushing towards Sung-Chu quickly and powerfully like a tsunami crashing down on him. Sung-Ho clutched his left arm tightly, cursing under his breath. You bastard. I won't forgive you. A dark shadow suddenly loomed over Sung-Ho, stood tall in front of Sung-Gi, raining down thousands of punches that felt like tons of weight on him. The cracked stone had to leap out to find a way to survive. Trong immediately signaled Hkufre to retrieve it quickly. Yugupsi jokingly extended his hand. All right. Stop whining, but be quicker. Grab the cracked core in your hand. Trong panicked and shouted. Kid. That thing is really dangerous. We need to put it somewhere safe right now. But Dungu did not listen, his face showing a sinister expression. Goodbye. The stone sweated, sweetly promising to give Dungu the strongest power if he spared it. Dungu chuckled. This was the funniest thing he had heard in 5 lifetimes. In an instant, Dungu crushed the stone into pieces, reducing it to mere dust. The two uncles yelled out in unison. What a waste! The incident finally came to an end. Golden River must clean up this horrific feast immediately. In Wanian, he treated Kang Chun while asking if he remembered what happened yesterday. Kang Chun's eyes welled up with tears. He could not remember anything, except for a few minutes at the beginning when the birthday party was about to start. Just as he suspected, Kang Chun's soul was cursed by that cracked stone. But right now, Kang Chun only cared about his birthday party. After today, his classmates would be scared and not want to play with him anymore. Even though he remembered nothing, Kang Chun still knew that he and Junggu had fought. But it was all Junggu remixing Kang Chun. A loud noise erupted from upstairs. Kang Chun panicked, fearing that the stone would show up with another version. At that moment, a young man in Golden River attire was blown away before Jung, kneeling in front of Hu Gas in shame. Forgive me, my dear aunt. Gieke approached Dungo. Just as he thought, he was the one who defeated Kang Chun at the birthday party. Dungo looked at Hu Kai with a scrutinizing gaze. Are you accusing me? Initially, Ajagek thought that Songkova was the one cursed by the cracked stone. But then he realized his own son was also under its control, meaning Kang Chun had fought someone before Xung Echer arrived. That is why He Gekse wanted to test his other son. Kang Hein, although he was said to have extraordinary talent at just 15 years old, he still fell under Dungu's hands. Akia recalled Dungu's sinister smile, as if he had found his kindred spirit. I like that laugh. Why do not we practice a bit? Dungu chuckled. Ajagwas was more stubborn and interesting than he thought. Kang Hein immediately stopped him. I do not think we should. Dungu is Kang Chun's friend. Gixi did not care. Just wanted to know what Dungu thought. Chuang Hian hoped Dungu would refuse, or else he would be dead. But Dungu was crazier than he expected. For you, this is just like a free practice opportunity. Gixi laughed loudly, his voice rising with excitement. I really like your answer. The most important thing in a fight is strength and courage. Having strength without courage is a waste, and courage without strength is foolish. So a truly strong person is one who possesses strength and has the courage to master it. Dungu finally understood why he found H-Gage interesting. He was a simple thinker but very wise. Gege asked Dungu if he was scared of him as an opponent. Hearing no reply from Dung, his face twisted into a gorilla-like grin. Are you worried about my strength? Dungu seemed to read Agacha's mind, responding while throwing a punch. Dungu ducked to avoid the blow, but a series of punches followed. Although Ajafike was as big as a gorilla, his speed was unmatched. Dungo had nowhere to dodge. Geki noticed the opening and delivered a powerful punch straight to his soft stomach. Kang Chun and the others were sprinting to stop Ajrex. He did not understand why He Gyeokcho wanted to test the strength of a 7-year-old kid. Suddenly, something protruded from the wall in front of them, blocking their path. Kang Chun recognized that the person lying on the ground with wide eyes was his father. The officer panicked and called 119. The wall had been broken with a large hole. 10 years passed. A teenager's voice echoed. Hasn't it been 10 years already since I made a hole in this wall? Now I am a 17-year-old teenager, with mischief clearly etched on my face. Dung-gu touched the wall, looking nostalgic, when another teenage voice spoke up. Hey Dung, what are you doing? Dung-good. It has been 10 years and this hole still is not fixed. Kang Chun scratched his head. It is because your stubborn dad does not want to fix it. Right. Why should it be fixed? That is exactly Chi's default response. He sees it as a mark of his first failure. Dungu did not understand why that failure was something to be proud of. Gixa waved his hand, proud that his first failure was at the hands of a 7-year-old kid. But it was okay because it was too epic. Although he admitted it, he still needed to test it again. Gexake said as he lunged forward, throwing a thunderous punch down at him, which he dodged to avoid being smashed like the worst floor in the world. Gideki laughed heartily. Ha! You taught me this new move. Dungu felt a sense of deja vu. This was like someone he had met in a past life. If past lives repeat, then nothing is impossible. But even so, it did not matter, because no one can defeat Dungo. In this life, he will do what he wants and enjoy it. Cattle and bulls fight, and each dies. Kang Chun, in despair, shouted from the side, Stop it. You are going to die. Aish. Apologize and call back the thunder immediately. Kang Chun collapsed after almost becoming a delicious roasted human. Dad, can you please stop using that trick all the time? Xe was excited like a kid with a new toy. He did not expect it to be that strong. Meanwhile, he stepped in to praise Ashoka's powerful and beautiful technique. But it can't be used here regardless. The treasury is running low because of the house repairs. Dungu scratched his head, recalling how much damage he had to compensate for before. In won, with 10 fingers, he said. 10 billion. What the hell? That is so much. Dungu remembered it was just a little. But Wan's memory is no joke. He could even list the bills from 10 years ago. 10 years ago. The cracked stone that Jungu crushed into pieces was sold to someone else for 10 billion. Now he wonders where to find 10 billion. Every year they have to pay 300 million just to keep this villa tidy. Dong-gu gritted his teeth. He barely made 300 million from side jobs. And he did not expect it to be this expensive. Hideki laughed loudly and slung his arm around the two. Come on. That is the past. We have to live for the future. In the midst of this atmosphere, a childish voice rang out, "My dear brother." Dong-gu was startled when a kid rushed in to hug him. "Hoojin, you are my brother. Who taught you that?" "The youngest daughter of Igeksh." She pointed at the person who spoiled her, none other than her goofy dad. Akie had already chosen Dong-gu as his son-in-law. Although Hoojin is a bit small, in a few years, she could become your wife. Junggu did not expect Fei to do this with his own daughter. "It means I have to wait another 10 years. Gyakusei said with half-closed eyes. "Remember to treat Hoojin well. Your uncle and her mother are close friends. So her mom won't object." Junggu was speechless. No wonder those two get along so well. They both enjoy selling out their kids. If He does not object, then let us seal the deal. Our family just gained another member. Plus, the son-in-law defeated the head of the Golden River. "You are not my son-in-law," Jung said as he picked up Hen, ignoring Hevgek's pleading from behind. Despite Igek's carefree nature, he still had plans in mind. Hoojin could be the hope of the Golden River clan. Even though Afgefi knew him beforehand, there was still an invisible distance with Junggu. "You have to grow up quickly. Losing a son-in-law would be the end for your dad." Hoojin naively agreed. She was just helpless. Why did you get involved with such a dysfunctional family? The next day at school, Akang-chun really asked Dong-gu if he intended to marry his sister for real. Dong-gu bluntly refused. Akang-chun moved on and asked about Dong-gu's interest in learning magic. He did not understand why Dong-gu was exploring magic to become a world dominator. Dong-gu specialized in sword techniques but found it a bit inconvenient. So why learn something else? Dong-gu chuckled. If he is learning sword techniques, does that mean he has to carry a sword all the time in this life? Junggu must become stronger because he never knows when that Sinrian will return. The college is a government-funded institution aimed at training individuals with special attributes and nurturing talented potentials. Here, they learn survival skills and combat techniques based on individual abilities. At the same time, this school also incorporates an educational system like other schools. To enter UNIC is, of course, essential. The acceptance rate is usually 1 in 100. Kang-chun did not expect so many people to show up for the exam. A group of enthusiastic girls rushed towards the two of them. It is Min-jun from Red Ice. And Big Bro Kang Min-ho too. And Kang-chun felt embarrassed. Turning red, even though I am as handsome as Kang Min-ho. You guys do not need to act like this. A dissatisfied voice rang out. Can you move out of the way? A young man with blonde hair and piercings asked. There is also a crew following them like a list stars. Making their presence known, the crowd went wild. It is Jun and Min-ho. Two handsome guys are right in front of us. While these two fools are blocking the way of the stars, Min-ho pushed Kang-chun against the nearby light pole. Kang-chun held his face in mockery. What? Move aside. You are surprisingly weak. Just as Kang-chun was about to retaliate, some girls yelled at him. Because of you, we can't get close to him. With a face like that, who would want to look at you? Kang-chun's little heart shattered. The heir of the Golden River family could not accept being called ugly. Suddenly, Min-ho was thrown out of the crowd, landing face down on the ground. The girls screamed, calling for their oppa. What are you doing here? Fat boy, long time no see. Right. Kang-chun, a bald guy with a scar down his left eye, led his followers over. Kang-chun frowned. Recognizing Pai-ho, he puffed out his chest as if his dad was number one. Remember me, I am Biku from Break Tiger. Kang-chun rolled up his sleeves, ready to fight at the sight of Kiho. Luckily, Dong-gu intervened just in time. Kang-chun did not need to act. Those crazy girls were already getting involved. Hurry up and apologize to my oppa. Kiho frowned. Apologize. The girls pointed to Min-ho in the distance, their eyes wide open as if they were about to pop out. Quickly apologize properly. Two people came to help Min-ho up. He was breathing heavily, clutching his stomach. Kaiho was surrounded by the girls' arms, and spring rain was pouring down. Apologize. Hurry up, this crazy guy. Kaiho scratched his head, pretending to be obedient, but a moment later his face twisted into a sly grin. Everyone wants me to give them an apple. Ah, here it is. He suddenly reached out, causing the girls to flinch. In Kiho's hand, a cloud of green smoke gradually formed into a fresh, crunchy green apple. Kiho tossed it to a girl nearby, and she along with others gathered to see what this apple was about. The next moment, the apple exploded, releasing a strange gas that enveloped them. The girls hugged each other, coughing and crying, while Kiek smirked. What is wrong? This is my gift. Why is everyone making that face? The gang of followers laughed at the scene. The girls begged Kiech for help, but he grabbed the nearest girl's hair, his eyes flashing with bloodlust. What is it? Don't you like my gift? Kang-chun could not take it anymore and charged at Kie. Kiech suddenly jumped up, spread his legs, and blocked Kang-chun's punch with a kick. Kang-chun, I see you are becoming more like your dad every day. Kang Chun gritted his teeth. He could not stand seeing this Kieko bully the normal civilians with his tricks. A group of boys gathered, recognizing Kang Chun and Kai, and pulled out their phones to livestream. Are we about to witness a battle between the hares of Golden River and Break Tiger? Jungwoo also found the battle between the hares interesting. He guessed Kang Chun would be able to hold his own against Kieo. The guy did not seem that impressive. Meanwhile, Kang Chun was still arguing with him, questioning why he used poison on ordinary girls. Akia laughed shamelessly. Poison? Do you have proof? If you do not believe me, just look behind you. The girls suddenly felt fine again. The discomfort had disappeared. Kia raised an eyebrow, taunting Kang Chun. Calm down.
Kid.
I was just teaching that famous powerhouse a little lesson. Then he loudly asked the kids in the distance if he was right or wrong. The boys exchanged glances. Kang Minho, who coughed, was quite the bully at school, looking down on others when he was high. Donggu instantly had a different view of Kyo. He switched personalities in an instant. Definitely a very cunning guy. Kang Chun yelled loudly at the group of boys. What? You guys are still siding with that Ki Eiko after everything? Of course. You are. Kaita lunged forward, stretching his hand out like a snake's mouth. Kang Chun was startled for a moment but quickly grabbed his arm, his other hand tightly clutching Ki-hoo's neck. The girls, feeling normal again, cheered for Kang Chun. Teach him a lesson. Kang Chun squeezed Ki-hoo's neck. He dared to attack so suddenly, clearly wanting to start a fight. Akia gripped Kang Chun's arm tightly. His face contorted as he struggled to breathe. Kang Chun looked pleased. Are you planning to use that poison again? But it seems you do not know how to fight. Do you? Cave said something ambiguous. His arm suddenly tightened. Donghu recognized that move when suddenly a teacher rushed over to disperse the crowd. Why are you kids fighting at the school gate? Disperse quickly. Kang Chun let go. This is not over between you and me. Scared? Fat boy, Kiek said and led his followers away. The teacher yelled at the onlookers to go home. Junggu and Kang Chun went to grab a soda, but Kang Chun did all the talking. Today does not seem too good. Dunggo's comment made Kang Chun choke on his drink. Kang Chun realized that if the teacher had not shown up, things would have gotten bloody. But according to Donggu, from the beginning, Kang Chun had already been provoked. And on the first day of school, he left a bad impression on the teacher. But right now, if that Pio touches him for a few more seconds, he is done for. Kang Chun was confused. He did not think Kiho was that formidable. Donggu suddenly grabbed Kang Chun's hand, startling him.
Wait.
What are you doing? I like girls. On Kang Chun's wrist, there were still marks from Kiho's hand. Junggu was taken aback, squeezing the can in his hand tightly. Could that Kiho also be a reincarnated person? Junggu remembered his fifth life in a battle, where Donggo effortlessly overwhelmed others with just a sword. If he had 7 more people, he could sleep soundly tonight. No need to sleep tonight. Donggo stopped in front of a confusing scene. A madman had bound all the remaining people under the tree, a sinister smile on his face. Because I will kill all of them. A girl cried for help as he tightly covered her mouth. Sorry, but your face is too cute for me to let you go. Absorb. As he finished speaking, the girl's face melted as if being sucked in. The force so strong that Donggo had to cover his face. The unfortunate souls seemed to have their life force drained by the long-haired guy, their screams slowly fading. After the noise died down, he breathed heavily. Delicious. Are you wondering why I did not kill each one? Because this feeling is much better. Remembering that twisted, creepy face made Donggo wary. That madman had caused him a lot of trouble. But in the end, he died under Donggo's sword. Just a moment of negligence, and he would have been the one lying down. However, the guy said something before dying that Dong could not forget. Don't be arrogant. If I absorb enough people, I would not have failed. Junggo recalled that absorption skill. It was the final state that could only be achieved by absorbing the power of 10,000 people. That guy had only absorbed 3,000 people and was already so strong. He even left behind a message. If there is a next life, he will definitely absorb 10,000 people and tear them apart to prevent future danger. Donggu needs to investigate if that Kyo is a reincarnated person. Just then, Kang Chun ran up to ask Donggo what the mark from that coup was. Before Donggu could answer, the loudspeaker announced, the students are gathering in the hall to line up. Donggu reminded Kang Chun that it was his turn to enter the exam room. Watching his back leave, Donggu was not sure whether to say anything since he was not certain himself. In the mixed math, physics, and chemistry class, Professor Richard had just finished writing on the large board. He remembered that a student once asked why magic students needed to learn all those formulas. But those were the essential subjects to understand what magic truly was. As Professor Richard finished speaking, the students groaned. It is too difficult. Professor, we do not understand. A guy knocked on the door to announce that it was time for the students to line up. The hall was crowded, and while he was standing there alone, that Kyo came over to strike up a conversation. Jungwoo did not expect him to also register for the magic department. This is definitely your chance to learn about him after the test. Ki thought Donggu would go with Kang Chun. He thought he could control Kang Chun just by using him. Can you help me call Kang Chun out after the test ends? Donggu asked back. Why should I do that? Ki seemed unprepared for Donggu's response. While his followers were already irritated with Donggu, Ki slapped Donggu's face, his sharp eyes looking ready to strike. If you want to study in peace, you would better talk to me nicely. A girl shouted from nearby. What are you guys doing? Planning to bully someone. Excite. Who else is it now? The girl bowed her head at a 90-degree angle to introduce herself. I am Young. I have applied to the magic department. So what? Crazy girl. Kia got angry, his gaze as cold as a disciplinary teacher's. He did not like the idea of bullying one of Caillou's students. Ki's face twitched. He hated long-windedness. Asking Yundong what she wanted. Yundong pointed at Donggu. Apologized to him now. Donggu was shocked for the first time in 6 lifetimes. A henchman with rolled-up sleeves stepped forward, wanting to teach Yundong a lesson. Yundong was not afraid of anyone. She opened a magic circle. The guy who just charged at her hit an invisible barrier and was immediately thrown back, crashing into a wall 10 meters away. Jungwoo was increasingly impressed by this girl's abilities. The crowd gasped in awe at her display. Keek stepped forward, now understanding why Yundong dared to stand up. A little talent. And now she thinks she is special. Yundong still patiently demanded Q apologize. But he was growing more obstinate. You guys sure love to provoke. If you want me to apologize, come here and face me. Donggu suddenly spoke up. You would better not ignore him. Ki's face twisted as Donggu ordered him. Donggu did not back down, staring him right in the eye. Kiek suddenly stood frozen. Trembling, the henchmen saw their boss standing still and urged him to act quickly. Keek shouted, "It is too noisy. What are you waiting for?" Kehi did not understand why he suddenly felt queasy, his stomach churning, his face contorted in discomfort. Meanwhile, Donggu wore a sly smile. Who knew what trick he was planning next? Yundong poured more oil on the fire. Is it really that hard for him to apologize? If he had just apologized, this would have been over by now. Ki cursed under his breath, feeling extremely uncomfortable. At that moment, he needed someone to vent his frustration on. Ki charged at Yundong. The henchmen were cheering. Great. Beat him up. Get revenge for us. Ki kick but could not get past Yundong's defense. Everyone covered their noses, grimacing. What the hell is that? It stinks so bad. K grimaced and held his backside. I'm out. The henchmen rushed together to attack. What is wrong with you? Are you still a man? Ki turned back with a grimace. It is almost here. It is almost here. It is about to cross the forbidden zone. Do not let it out. A brown puddle spread across the floor, making everyone cover their noses. Hurry. Open the window. The hall fell into chaos. With all the air purifiers turned on, Professor Richard walked in, holding a handkerchief to his nose. The guard apologized for the trouble in the exam room. The smell was a bit overpowering. Professor Richard chuckled lightly. An incident like this, who could have predicted? While the testing environment is not ideal, Professor Richard is filtering potential candidates through this first mana test. The guard is curious about who shows the most potential. Professor Richard points towards Junggu and Yundong, but the one he is focusing on is Yundong. With that level of mana, he could even be called more than a genius. There are very few wizards in the United States, and he achieved level 5 mana at his age. Yundong noticed Professor Richard bowing his head in apology for the earlier incident. The professor is even more impressed. After all, the most important quality, even for the strongest wizard, is character. The professor encouraged Yundong. Keep it up. Your mana is very pure, and there is a lot to look forward to in the future. Go. Yundong nodded vigorously. I promise to do my best. Professor Richard turned to see Donggu nodding. This one is quite good. Junggu had heard of Professor Richard in the records, mentioning he is a high-level wizard and a potential teacher. Not recognizing your talent would indeed be a big oversight. Donggu glanced at Yundong, who was smiling shyly at the praise. Professor Richard is still evaluating. Suddenly, a voice echoed in their space. The professor realized the sound transmission skill. At this age, being able to master such an advanced skill is impressive. Professor Richard wondered if he had misjudged. He is curious why Junggu came to the Magic Academy with this power. Does he want to learn both martial arts and magic? Junggu is confident he does not need to learn martial arts, but magic is an area he is unfamiliar with. It is rare to meet a professor like Richard. Professor Richard has never seen anyone master both. If he is stubborn about it, it just becomes arrogance. For Junggu, UNIC is an educational organization fighting against monsters by learning to control attributes and combat skills. He does not want to distinguish between magic and martial arts. What matters is his personal development. Hearing this, Professor Richard frowned in disapproval. But what if you fail? How could that be? Richard does not understand where Junggu's confidence comes from, but he does not know that Junggu has lived since Richard's ancestors' time. Professor Richard reminded himself to ask Donggu a few questions about magic soon. Junggu happily nodded. This only motivates him to study harder. On the way back, Kang-chun waiting outside is nice. No need to ask, he can tell. Suddenly, Kang-chun burst out laughing, making Dong-gu frown. Turns out he just heard the news that Kaiho got into a fight with someone, causing quite a mess in the exam room. It is hard to believe. Dong-gu thought that whatever happened was because that guy got himself into trouble. Kang-chun was startled. Could it be that what just happened was due to his mishandling of the poison? Dong-gu nodded. Kang-chun kept giving Dong-gu 2 thumbs up, praising him nonstop. He hailed him as the best in the magical world. Jung-gu waved his hand, guessing that Kyo was wondering how this could happen. Kang-chun was curious about what Jung-gu and Ku had talked about during the exam. Jung-gu warned about Kaiho's absorption skill. It would react very violently to those unaccustomed to it. Kang-chun had indeed never heard of this skill before. These were skills of abnormal people, specifically those perverts like Kung. In a closed room, heavy breathing came from a girl hiding under the bed. She could see the legs approaching and stopping in front of the bed. The girl held her breath, waiting until the legs left the room, then crawled out and saw the dry corpses hanging on the wall. In the hallway, lifeless bodies were scattered, drained of all life. The girl covered her mouth, pale-faced, thinking it could not be. This demon, was it not Rain? A voice echoed in her ear. Why are you back here? You should be hiding under the bed. The girl, tears streaming down her face, then let out a blood-curdling scream as her face twisted in horror. The next morning, the selected candidates were asked to line up early, as usual. Kang-chun was with Dong-gu, but he could not understand why Yun-dong kept glancing their way. When Dong-gu turned to make eye contact with Yun-dong at Kang-chun's urging, she shyly turned away. Several young men passing by were unintentionally pushed away by Yun-dong's barrier. Kang-chun looked east and then back to the west. What the hell? She just made eye contact with you. Right, Dong-gu, at a loss for words, told Kang-chun to stop overthinking. The important thing was they had not seen Kyo anywhere since morning. At that moment, a withered figure caught Dong-gu's eye. Kang-chun looked and felt pity. The face was gone. Plus, after the Liverpool incident, Kang-chun could not understand why he still dared to go out. Dong-gu walked towards Ki, telling Kang-chun to wait for him. The wicked smile could not hide his excitement. I will just confirm one thing first. As Jung-gu approached, Kyo activated his battle mode and grabbed him by the collar. Kang-chun. That bastard. Tell him I am looking for him. Also, what I mean is that scene back then was not fun at all. Got it, don't act like that. Dong-gu tightened his grip on Kyo, then suddenly threw him to the ground. Kyo was taken by surprise but still managed to react. He flipped a few times and landed on his feet. You bastard. Do you know martial arts? Dong-gu chuckled. You did not ask me. So learning martial arts is not for show. Why should I tell others? Especially an idiot like you. Insulted, held back his pain and charged at him. He threw punches while dodging every hit. The crowd rushed in to watch the fight. Kyo's moves were quite impressive. Kyo yelled as he kept dodging. If you keep avoiding, are you even a man? Dong-gu chuckled. If he liked it, then he would go along with it. Dong-gu lightly tapped the bridge of Ki-ho's nose. A crack echoed as bright red blood spurted from his nostrils. He slammed into the wall, kneeling on the ground, clutching his stomach. Ki just lifted his face to curse when he received another kick from Dong-gu. He fell to the ground, his head being stomped on. Dong-gu grabbed Q's head, pulling it up, which was a bit hard since he had no hair. Want more? Kaiho's eyes bulged. You are as good as dead. I am going to kill you. Dong-gu coldly slammed his head down onto the ground, hard enough that the tiles cracked even more. Dong-gu lifted Q's face, grinning menacingly. Want more? Ki's face turned pale. For the first time, he encountered someone who was even more cold-blooded and ruthless than himself. Kaiho was smeared with blood on his face, panic evident in his eyes. What the hell is wrong with this guy? I just intended to push him a little. He looked up, stammering. Who are you? Dong-gu laughed tauntingly. Now you are curious, but that is not the issue right now. The important thing now is, do you want more? Dong-gu pressed Ki's head down into the ground, but he still struggled to resist. A dark source of power gradually emanated around Ki-ahet's body. He gritted his teeth, emphasizing each word. You better remember this. I am the pride of the Bee-Tiger clan. He lifted his head, shouting loudly. Kaiho. A rush of power surged out everywhere. He was suddenly hit by a tremendous force but managed to raise his hand in defense. The crowd around quickly reacted as he stood up, facing Dong. What the hell? What is going on with them? Wait a minute. Look. Kyo seems to have regained his composure. His whole body was smeared with dark stains. Can anyone see that is not poison? At this moment, a cold-faced young man stood at a distance, observing the entire situation. No one else but Keung-ik-soo, 20 years old. Although he played a leading role in disciplining unruly students at the Law Academy, rumors circulated that he was undertaking secret missions. The students were panicking at the unfolding situation. This guy has lost it. Using such cruel techniques is not good. Someone even worried for him. Do you think that guy is okay? They were still anxious. That skill was meant to kill. But seeing Dong-gu still standing firm against him, the students were astonished. That guy is still fine. Kiho smirked. He charged at him fiercely, throwing threats. You should have finished me off from the start. But Kiho looked terrified, his eyes wide, witnessing Dong-gu lifting his head, flexing his whole body to unleash a fierce power. Kiho raised both hands defensively in front of him, stammering, "What the hell?" The students nearby were also scared and held their noses. "What is this?" They grimaced in discomfort, saying, "This is toxic gas." Everyone panicked and shouted, covering their mouths. "This toxic air is too thick. I can't see anything." Takiya Hon's panic was evident as he speculated. Not to mention that bastard. He injected the poison into himself as a curse. But what he said next left him stunned. "I did not think your poison would itch like this." The dense toxic mist obscured Kai Hoi's view as he looked around searching. "Where the hell are you? You dog. Don't hide like a coward." Coward. A brutal hand slammed violently into the left side of his face. Dong-gu's figure darted swiftly, leaving Kiho lying on the ground, crashing hard and shattering the stones. He slightly turned his head back, his eyes glowing red with murderous intent. "Let me ask you something. Where did you learn that absorption skill?" He groaned in pain as he crawled on the ground, cursing, "You bastard. What are you talking about, my skill?" Kaiho grimaced in pain, his face contorting, mouth agape revealing his teeth. He was kicked away by Dong-gu like a slingshot. Dong-gu smiled smugly. "Fine. If you do not want to talk, that is okay." But suddenly a white smoke shot through like lightning. Dong-gu unleashed a flurry of punches into Kaiho's stomach. "You have to say it," he writhed in pain, his eyes rolling back. He lifted Kaiho's body and laughed with delight, preparing to deliver the finishing blow. A scream erupted. "Zamaru!" Jung-gu narrowed his eyes, alert, as a fierce white smoke roared toward him. When the smoke gradually dispersed, it was just him standing there, using his hands to shield his face for defense. Dong-gu looked up, bit confused, realizing this technique made him widen his eyes in shock. Kang-soo was coldly stepping toward him. Dong-gu warily assessed him. It was clear that this guy was using a very familiar technique. Looking at that calm, handsome face made him suspect if this guy was also a reincarnate. But then Dong-gu dismissed his own thoughts. It was different because of attributes. He continued to glare at Kang-soo. This guy was weaker than the other. Otherwise he would not think it would be like this. He introduced himself first. "I'm Q, a second-year student from the Student Council of Exceptional Students," Kang-soo explained. Although the school's rules allowed this, it seemed to be going a bit too far. Dong-gu refused to back down. "And what about me being poisoned by that guy?" Kang-soo dismissed it. "I do not think so." He remained steadfast in defending himself. "My condition right now does not matter. What matters is that guy intended to use poison to kill me, and that poison is still in my body." His icy gaze fixed on Dong-gu thought deeply. This person was right. As long as the opponent continued to inflict damage, it was still possible to keep fighting. Then King Egsu glanced lightly at the unconscious body, calculating. Furthermore, Kieho was the hair of Break Tiger, sure to face criticism for being the hair of Break Tiger, while using poison to kill a student. Moreover, too many other students had seen him. It would be hard to cover up this incident. Some people were still worried about him. "That guy is poisoned. Do you think he will be okay?" Others are not so sure. Suddenly, Dong-gu zoomed past him and kicked Ki straight in the face. Kang-soo felt annoyed, thinking, "This jerk knows who I am and still keeps attacking." He called out, "Hey, can you step back and talk?" with a strange look on his face. He countered, "What if I say no?" Kyung tried to convince him, though he was very frustrated. "How can you use poison on him when Ki-ho is lying there like that?" Dong-gu defiantly replied. "What if that guy is just pretending?" He was getting more confused. This guy was acting so casually while I am here. Why would Ki-ho use poison on this guy? Thinking this, Kang-soo turned to threaten him. "I will be your opponent if you keep this up." "Okay. Are you confident you can beat me?" Dong-gu grinned wickedly, startling him. He thought he was confident enough to ask me that. Looking at that smile, Kang-soo sensed danger. Not good. "I feel like this guy is really dangerous." He lowered his voice to persuade. "If you stop here, I will pretend nothing happened." "Okay." He remained silent, staring at Kanexu. Dong-gu pulled his foot off the battered face of the guy. Hearing this, everyone around fell silent, watching the scene unfold. He awkwardly spoke up. "Can I know your name?" He smiled brightly and replied, "I am a first-year student in the magic department." Dong-gu shoved his hands in his pockets and casually walked away. Everyone was afraid and stepped aside to make way for him. Kang-soo found it hard to believe. A first year just walked in here. Other students and he all focused on Dong-gu's retreating figure. He thought to himself, being close to that guy feels complicated. Kyung-soo. I will try to observe him for a while. The campus was quiet with no one around. He walked while thinking about that guy's strength. Kai had no idea what that absorption skill was. Dong-gu squinted. That means somewhere else. At the New York hotel. The host, Break Tiger John Chan, frowned and asked sternly what happened before the Lalit bodies lay in the hotel hallway that left the close aide bewildered. What the hell? He clearly showed panic and fear. It seemed that guy had escaped after absorbing all the bodyguards. John Chan punched his aide in the face and scolded him. It was so stupid to let that guy escape so easily. Seeing a woman's body drain dry only made him angrier. What are you still doing standing here? Hurry up and find him. At all costs. You think this is a joke? Another poor soul drained dry, leaving only a hollow head in the dark hallway. A shadow was seen holding the head of the poor soul up. The guy licked his lips in satisfaction. Transitioning to the college. The massive buildings of the academy stood close together, inside the once ordinary classroom. Dung-Go's presence stirred things up. The table in front of you is piled high with all kinds of fruit boxes. Dung-Go is speechless, staring at the colorful mess of fruits. Two girls at the table are chattering excitedly, catching your attention. Didn't that guy just teach the other one a lesson? The girl next to her chimes in. Really? So handsome. We get to sit close to him. A cold voice cuts through their excitement. Hey. Can you move over a bit? Hara coldly tosses her hair back. I want to get through. As soon as she finishes speaking, she strides past them and walks up to Dung. Ignoring the annoyed looks from the other girls, Hara casually sits down next to him, making Dung-Go glance over nervously. The two female classmates are still simmering with anger, glancing over and whispering. Is Hara some kind of TV star, acting like she is Dung-Go's girlfriend? She probably chose this class just to sit next to him. She smiles but raises her fist to intimidate them. I am still sitting here, so save the gossip for later. You quietly scoot over to the side. The girls, feeling threatened, act haughty, with the short-haired girl standing up to shout. I am starting to be scared of these famous people. Don't go posting about us on Sons. Okay, this Sens app is similar to Instagram. Hara uses it a lot. Hara suddenly stands up and yells. What? The other side does not back down either. How did that girl just push her friend away to avoid trouble? Alright. Alright. She crosses her arms angrily and plops down. Not touching anyone but still getting hated. Dung-Go glances and asks. Are you a celebrity? Was that action okay? Though you have been like this since kindergarten. Hara rolls her eyes and asks in a sharp tone. You turned away to avoid her gaze. Nothing. But Dung-Go is still curious. But Hara, you already know about magic. So why are you here to study? Hara cheerfully replies. I still have a lot to learn, even with my divine eyes. She excitedly explains and asks. Do you know how fierce the competition is in the entertainment industry these days? I still have to work really hard. But you are still hanging out with that rich guy from before. Right, you respond. That rich kid. But while talking, Hara moves closer and hugs Dung-Go's arm. You angrily yell. What the hell are you doing? She hugs even tighter. Alright. Stay still. I know what I am doing. She talks big. But Hara is blushing and thinking. Jung. She recalls the image of Dung-Go from when he was a kid, knocking some guy against the wall. The prince who saved her back then. Hara keeps blushing, holding onto his arm without letting go, making Dung-Go sweat nervously. He cautiously asks, why are you looking at me like that? Is something wrong? She is shy but still tries to play it cool. I just want to look at you more closely. What is wrong with that? A stack of books is slammed down on the table, startling both of them. Dung-Go sits down hard with the stack of books. Hara clearly showed her annoyance, while Dung-Go just glanced over and cheerfully asked him, of course I did. Do you want to borrow it? She playfully pinched his arm and they exchanged whispers. Hey. What are you doing? Dung-Go replied honestly. I am just saying hi. Hara stared with a fatherly gaze, asking, do you know her? He looked at her fearfully, having just run into her the other day. Hara frowned and continued. What do you think of that girl? Dung-Go was caught between the two girls, who glared at each other with angry eyes. Their eyes sparked with intensity in front of him. But the sound of a phone ringing suddenly broke the tense atmosphere. A message notification appeared on the phone screen. Dung-Go exclaimed. My sister is calling. Soon kept sending multiple messages. What are you doing? If you are free, come watch a movie with me. Today I will treat you. Just text that girl back. But I have class this afternoon, so I can't go. Soon's message was filled with regret. Really? You are missing the premiere of Iron 4 today, are not you? Dung-Go could only respond. Sorry. Right now at the Segub cinema. Susan's little friend is still busy. Is your brother Jung-Go going? But the girl just sulked at her phone. He is busy studying this afternoon. The girl immediately looked sad. I wore this outfit today just for Dung-Go to see. What a shame. Soon perked up and laughed. Oh well, then let us go. The girl still would not give up and shouted. I want to see your brother. The girl replied casually. Another time. Okay. The friend hurriedly ran after her. Wait for me. Time flew by quickly. Day turned to night. But the cinema outside was still bustling with people. Soon rushed down the street, not realizing how captivating and long the movie was. She was late now and would probably get scolded by her mom. In the darkened street, only the silhouette of the girl remained, and Soon suddenly stopped. The whole neighborhood was deserted except for her, and the flickering streetlight. Soon, distracted by garbage, looked around, wondering where she was. Little did she know a shadow was quietly watching her from behind a wall. Cian was startled by something and turned around. Wide-eyed, the view got closer, revealing Soon's confusion. 3 masked figures were rushing towards where she stood. Soon panicked and screamed in fear. A loud blast of white smoke erupted, enveloping the area. The swirling smoke gradually dispersed, and she stood firm with her hands up, while more people appeared, forming a circle around Sun, who was bewildered in the middle. They shouted excitedly, "This girl is not just an ordinary kid. It is best not to underestimate her." Despite being frightened, she bravely responded, "What are you guys doing? If you do anything to me, are not you afraid of getting caught by the police?" The masked man was not easily intimidated by her words. Who would be fooled by a kid like you? There are no KV cameras around here, and it is a deserted place. Are you trying to mess with us? Even if the police come, they will be dead. They rushed towards Soon, against a 13-year-old like you. Compared to our hero team, the brave girl fought against them. Soon delivered powerful kicks. Not bad. The girl quickly dodged a tricky attack. Suzian charged forward, taunting back, and this is called fighting. How embarrassing, but the situation became dangerous. The guy with the Captain America mask was beside her, raising his hand to attack while Soon was still dazed. He laughed menacingly. "On-chun." His words were full of danger. "Got you now?" Jungko's legs rushed forward. He anxiously flung open the door. Donggu worriedly called out loud, "Soon." Soon cried as she ran to hug him. "Big bro. I thought I would never see you again. Why did you come so late?" he asked, worried, as he crouched down. Are you okay, Soon?" "What happened? Why are you in the hospital?" Soon looked to the side. Stammering, she pointed at the injured guys in casts lying on the hospital bed, getting of drips. "Those guys were trying to corner me." The masked guys were still groaning. "It hurt so much. My leg," Dung asked Soon. "Do you know who they are? And why are they like that?" The girl pondered for a moment, resting her finger on her chin, then recounted what happened to Sujan. She turned back to see Khan preparing to attack her. "I almost got ambushed by Captain from behind." Soon panikedly looked back. Just as danger approached, she could only scream, "Big bro." But a powerful attack flew in, knocking him away and keeping her safe. Soon crouched on the ground as the shockwave from the attack hit her. A furious roar echoed. The masked guys had no idea and started yelling, "What is going on?" The girl looked up anxiously. "What is happening?" But there was a voice echoing, calling Miss Suzan. A group of imposing men in black suits and sunglasses stomped in, leaving the girl bewildered. The leader of the Black Alliance regiment approached, looking down with concern, asking Soon, "Are you okay?" "We are sorry for being late, miss." The girl cautiously frowned and replied, "Miss, are you mistaking me for someone else?" The masked guys yelled loudly, drawing attention. "How did these guys find their way here? You think you can block us?" Tisei glared at them, gritting his teeth in anger. "Who are these crazy guys?" The masked guy was taken aback. "What are you talking about?" The Iron Man masked guy asked again. "What do you intend to do?" His expression became fierce, his dark eyes filled with murderous intent. Tisan roared, commanding, "No matter who you are, anyone who touches the miss must die." He ordered from behind. The Black Alliance crushed them. "Kill them." The members of the Black Society charged forward to attack the masked ones, shouting, "Yep. Tisan wants to capture them all. Do not let anyone escape." The sounds of punches and kicks mixed with curses. The members continuously punched the group of masked individuals. They had fallen into an excited state, shouting meaningless phrases repeatedly. Never, standing next to him, looked on in shock, mouth agape. "What is going on?" The screams still echoed. "Never. Never." The cries of pain rang out, making the girl pale. While Tisan seemed to remember something, he knelt down to ask if the young lady was okay. Soon jumped back in fear. "What are you trying to do?" Seeing the bloody scratch on the girl's hand, Tisan panicked and shouted, "Is the young lady hurt?" "Does it hurt?" Soon looked at him warily. "Why do you care?" "It is not your hand." Seeing him trembling, the girl tried to comfort him. "It will be fine. Uncle. These little wounds are nothing." "Uncle. Are you listening to what I am saying?" But Tisan buried his face in his hands, crying, "This is bad. We are going to die." Sujan worriedly asked about him. "Uncle, are you okay?" Meanwhile, the group outside was still in chaos, fighting fiercely. "That is good." Then he stood up with renewed vigor. The girl gasped, staring after him in fright. Tisan, almost losing his mind, shouted loudly, "Level 1 alert. Kill them all." After finishing, Soon sobbed and scalded Dung. "Why did not you come then? You have no idea how scared I was." "Do you? You hate?" He could only silently look at his sister. Then the girl looked back at the masked group, who were bandaging themselves everywhere. But those guys looked so pitiful. The sky had turned dark outside the hospital. Donggu leaned against the wall in the parking garage, his demeanor extremely serious. A group of black-clad people was approaching him. The Black Society lined up neatly in front of Dong-gu. Their faces were drenched in sweat, soaking their foreheads and cheeks. Fear gradually spread. They bowed before Dong-gu, reporting in unison. The young lady has returned home safely. He glanced down at the group bowing before him with an angry expression, thinking to himself, even though these guys are still too weak. T and the members of the Black Society were bowing and trembling like leaves. Dong-gu was still pondering. But this Black Society was quite well known. Gathering gangsters and notorious criminals to protect his sister should be fine, he shouted loudly, taking the blame for himself. Sir, please kill me. Because my negligence put the young lady in danger. He sighed and turned away from the people behind him. All right. Next time I will kill you. It is late now. Let us go home for dinner. They still did not stand up and continued bowing in apology. We will try harder. Dong-gu just waved his hand lightly. In the blink of an eye, the entire group of black-clad people had disappeared, leaving him alone in this parking garage. The silence enveloped the air here as he stood still in the corridor, his expression serious. Dong-gu stared at the building across, walking alone in this parking garage. Then, Dong-gu's figure disappeared from here. In the distance, a shadow of a car appeared on another wall. The man wore a sinister, scheming smile. Back at Black Tiger, outside the large, ancient house stood a woman and some kids. The members of Break Tiger were passionately training. Do you kids know where we are? The children eagerly responded right away. The Black Tiger clan. The teacher kindly told the kids, that is right. This is Black Tiger, one of the 8 largest clans in Korea. A quick-witted child said, excuse me, so Black Tiger is the strongest in Korea? Right. The teacher hesitated a bit. The teacher dodged the question. Korea has united to form an alliance against the monsters that appear from the gates, including the 8 largest clans, with Black Tiger among them. Because of that, she could not say which side is stronger or weaker. A loud laugh rang out, drawing attention. If I could say, I would say the Black Tiger clan is the strongest. John Chan confidently walked in with his bodyguard, the head of Black Tiger. John Chan, she eagerly greeted him. I did not expect you to come here in person. What an honor, he said politely. She joked. John Chan laughed heartily and replied, the students of Black Tiger. We are talented seedlings that will bring glory to the country. How could I not visit you? Did you not know that I really love children? The kids joyfully rushed to hug his legs. Grandpa, you must be the strongest in the world. Right. One kid even made a request. Grandpa, I want to take a picture with you. John Chan bent down, playfully interacting with the kids. Okay. Let us take a picture. Cheers erupted. You are awesome, Grandpa. But down the stairs, Sung-ho was glancing at that cheerful group, secretly sneering. Disgusting, Sung-ho angrily said. I will peel off your true face. Si-hai spoke up, catching Sung-ho's attention. Should we request for assistance? He looked down, advising her. We must be careful. Our opponent is one of the 8 largest clans in Korea. If our whereabouts are exposed, it could lead to a war between the alliances and the 8 clans. Si-hai asked Sung-ho seriously. Do you remember the previous incident? She mentioned the strange seminar, where no one knew why 300 people gathered, but all vanished. He retorted. Did she think it was just that? Sung-ho recounted the accident of 3 buses falling into the deep sea. There was an incident where 3 tour buses, for unknown reasons, fell into the abyss near the Gu-Kufi tunnel, and in Anang, all the staff and customers in the hotel disappeared. Dong-ho stated his conclusion based on his own speculation. I think all 3 incidents were caused by monsters from the gates. But Si-hai reacted sharply. Are you joking? The monster caused that while leaving the building intact. Only the people went missing. I think all of this is caused by the B-Tiger clan, Dong-ho explained. I did not mean that. I am not saying that this whole thing has nothing to do with the Break Tiger. She still has not calmed down. So what about Tran? But in contrast to Shi's agitation, he gently advised, we need to observe more. I know you want to find your missing twin sister. But now is not the time. Sung-ho continued to analyze for her. Moreover, the B-Tiger clan found something in the ancient tomb a year ago. All this happened. I think it is related to that. He emphasized again. We can act recklessly before knowing what the B-Tiger clan found in that ancient tomb. On the other side, Jo-chan was still playing the role of a gentle grandfather who loves children. The child he was holding in his arms joyfully exclaimed, you are the best. The kid laughed along. Me too. Dong-ho still wanted to act carefully. We should monitor what they will do in the near future. Then we can still act in time. They also said goodbye to each other. The teacher led the children away. All right. The kids waved goodbye to John Chan. Goodbye, Grandpa. He smiled warmly and waved back. But then that smile slowly faded. John Chan coldly asked, is Kyo-ho awake? The bodyguard next to him answered immediately. In a corner of the house with traditional architecture, Kyo, full of bandages, was bowing his head sitting on the bed, with an IV drip in his hand. John Chan's sudden voice startled him. Stay inside, to get better. Kia panicked as he saw him and the bodyguard enter, despite the unhealed wounds. He was terrified and knelt down pleading with John Chan. Dad. I promise I won't cause trouble again. Please, Dad. Just forgive me this time. Facing his son, he still maintained his icy demeanor. Whether you caused it or not does not matter. But if you did, you will have to take responsibility. Kaiho's body trembled. His voice quivered. Dad, I will be stronger. Hearing his promises only made John Chan grit his teeth in anger. I will prove to everyone that I am your strongest son. Kaiho lowered his head. Everything drifted back to his terrible childhood when Ki was a child lying on the floor, holding his head in pain from his father's beatings. I was wrong, but he still mercilessly whipped down. This pathetic fool. Jo-chan cursed his son with the worst words. Do you think you will inherit the Black Tiger clan with that trash level? He endured the continuous beatings, telling himself, I must be stronger. Under his hands holding his head was the extreme determination in the eyes of the child Kyo. I must be stronger. I will take revenge for all this humiliation. Outside, the rain fell heavily. He stood in a corner sheltered by the bodyguard holding the umbrella. Zone watched as the staff hurriedly moved the large coffins. He ordered them to move carefully inside. The staff replied eagerly. Yep. We understand. But an accident happened. They shouted to be careful as the coffin fell and hit the ground. John Chan roared in anger. Do you have any idea how valuable this is? The unfortunate staff member explained in fear. I am sorry. I slipped, sir. He was still furious. You all need to be careful, or it is going to be a mess. But they were unaware that the coffin lid had popped open. Apologies rang out continuously. Yep. Sorry. The vehicle urged them to hurry up. If the boss finds out we dropped it, we are fired. The lid opened to reveal the body inside. In the darkness, only his terrified face was visible. In front of Ki-ho was a head that had been drained of life. The body was still wrapped in white bandages. Holding that unfortunate head, he stood frozen. Suddenly, Ki-ho offered to help. Do you want me to help you get out of here? The guy silently glanced and listened to what he said. If you stay here, you won't escape. Though a bit scared, Kaiho still made a request. But if I help you, there will be conditions. He clenched his fist and shouted, teach me that skill. Sunan squinted, as if thinking. Then the guy broke into a mischievous smile. Back to the present. Kaiho, injured, was standing in the hallway of the house. A servant approached to relay John Chan's words. Young master, the boss told me to remind you to train your body for better recovery. He silently looked at his hands. To ask, by the way, is there any news lately? The servant did not respond immediately. Yep. Our family is a bit chaotic right now, so I can't get any clear information. He frowned in annoyance. What? You do not know how to use the media to find out what happened, the servant stammered. I do not know why, but a few hours ago, all communication channels were jammed. Kaiho gritted his teeth in frustration. You idiot. You can't even manage that. The servant could only apologize. Then he glanced at the servant bowing his head. Kaiho spoke up. All right, it is. Give me your hand. The servant looked confused. Yep. He roughly grabbed the servant's hand, demanding him to hurry. The servant was startled. What are you going to do? A painful scream echoed as dark energy surged out. He lay on the floor, nothing but a dry corpse. While Kaiho stood firm with a surge of powerful energy in his hand. He could not believe it and just stared at his hand. Are you kidding me? This skill is that strong. The white bandage wrapped around his hand automatically tore off. All the bandages on Kaiho tore apart, surrounding his body with a powerful surge of energy rising. He felt a new kind of energy spreading throughout his body. He suddenly remembered Donggu and his arrogant smile. If I had it, that bastard would surely die. But a loud noise interrupted his thoughts. He looked around, wondering what that sound was. Outside, the streets at night were in chaos. Our wireless signals got interrupted. Did not they? That is right. What is causing our signals to be disrupted? I need it to work. The members of the Black Guild holding glowing staffs stood on the street shouting loudly. We are proceeding to unlock combat training. All citizens, please move to a safe location. The announcement kept ringing continuously. Please be careful in surrounding areas. The people on the street felt frustrated. This is so boring. What is going on? More martial arts training. They were still announcing loudly, reminding that this area could be dangerous. So please evacuate to the nearest safe location. Donggu stood in front of hundreds of members of the Black Guild. Yongx, the vice chairman of the Black Guild, called out Tessen's name. Upon hearing this, he looked over. Yep. Vice chairman, why do I feel a bit anxious being here? Tessen looked puzzled. Yep. Please explain. This is the first time I have seen the chairman this angry. You smiled ominously and then gave orders. From today, eradicate Black Tiger from the world. Darkness enveloped the vast building. A group of people in black swiftly leaped across the rooftops. Urgent sounds rang out. The elite team moved faster. The enemy has infiltrated the main building. These people in black are the second elite team among the 3 strongest of Break Tiger. The captain of the elite team Sejin Jiang led the team with a furious frown. How dare anyone invade Break Tiger's territory? Who has the guts to ambush us? But the teammates behind him were unexpectedly attacked and cried out in pain. Sejin Jiang was startled and glanced back. He shouted to the other team members. There are enemies ambushing us. Be careful. But one by one, they fell before the ambush. Sejin Jiang dashed into a wall to take cover, on the path soaked in the hues of fallen comrades. Sejin Jiang shouted while holding his sword, "You little bastard. I am going to kill you. Where are you? If you are tough, come out here." Suddenly, a sound right next to him made him freeze. A kid like me has kept you talking this whole time. Donggu stood beside Sejin Jiang, arms crossed, grinning slyly. I came here alone. Do not be scared. He swung his sword at the boy. You bastard. What are you trying to show off? Donggu wore that familiar smile. The boy kicked hard into Jiang's stomach. He vanished, leaving only a white smoke crashing against the wall. Shattered wood fell to the ground. Xin Jiang collapsed amidst the wreckage. He trembled, propping his sword against the ground. Sejin Jiang tried to endure the pain. His brows furrowed tight. The pain was cruel. Then he glanced to the side, his eyes showing clear fear. Seeing the ground littered with corpses sent Sejin Jiang into a panic. What the hell is this? He still could not believe his eyes. Is this a joke? What just happened? In the distance, the figure of Rungyu appeared. He wore a devilish smile like the Grim Reaper was approaching, making Sejin Jiang feel a vague panic. Are you messing with me? That kid is impossible. It is really that brat's doing. As if seeing through his thoughts, he declared slyly, can't believe it. Don't he worry. Anyway, starting tomorrow, Black Tiger will vanish as if it never existed. Suddenly, a loud laugh startled Donggu. This punk talks big. A group of masked figures armed with weapons stared at him. The leader threatened. Should I cut out your tongue? Your mouth seems too damaged. These masked people are the first team of Villa Inn, one of the top 3 strongest teams of Break Tiger. Sejin Jiang's eyes widened. The strongest team of Break Tiger. The Villa Inn leader looked down at Junggu with disdain. Do you know how many brats like you out there fear me? But he was not scared. He confidently replied to him, I know. Moreover, your fun is tying up opponents and cutting their tongues. And you also deal in human trafficking. Right. The entire old mansion shook. Donghu leaned against the wall, worried. What just happened? What was that noise earlier? Truly puzzling. So Hai speculated that someone must have ambushed Black Tiger. He gasped in disbelief. Sung-ho could not believe any organization would dare challenge Black Tiger like that. He blurted out, no way. Who on earth? Sung-ho thought the first thing he needed to do was return and report to the Eunuchs Association. He turned back to her and said, let us go report first. Follow me. Sunhai Tran-Tru did not follow, her face still a bit unwilling. She leaped onto the roof, ignoring Sung-ho who was still surprised. Sorry. Go ahead. I need to find my sister. He panicked and shouted orders. Where are you going? Come back now. But Sian-hai seemed to hit an electric fence in mid-air. Even Sung-ho saw sparks around her. Onani's car fell, and he rushed over in panic. Are you okay? Damn it. Sung-ho caught her. The pain made Sian-hai grit her teeth and shut her eyes tightly. He became confused. How could this happen? Why was there something blocking my way that I never noticed before? On the other side, the group of people was knocked away like a bag of salt. A crowd surrounded Donggu, but still let him wreak havoc. Donggu calmly stood in the middle, ignoring the screams around him. This brat is not normal. Let us go together. He excitedly raised his hand to attack. Good. They just need to come here like moths to a flame. A bright force swirled around his hand, forming the silhouette of a sword. The villain leader gasped in shock and exclaimed, Shadow Sword. You gracefully dance with each strike, creating a massive whirlwind that spreads everywhere. The villain members ran in fear, screaming, run. Just run. Kufeng seemed intent on sweeping away the entire Villa Inn team, leaving only screams behind. They could only yell as the fierce whirlwind kept swirling, and in a flash, all were sprawled outside the vortex. While he stood firm inside, he could not believe his eyes when he saw the brilliant sword in his hand. No way. That sword. That shadow sword technique. It had been lost for a long time. The Villa Inn people crawled on the ground, questioning, who are you? Punk. Why are you doing this to our clan? What did we do wrong? Donggu glanced over, smirking with a mocking expression. You think I am going to kill without a reason? Figure it out yourself. Those people stubbornly raised their heads to argue. Of course. It is because we did nothing wrong to deserve death. Donggu raised the sword and laughed. All right. Explaining to guys like you who are about to die should not be a problem. His words shocked everyone. They froze in confusion, seriously about to die. He looked up and laughed. It is because you intended to kidnap my sister, of course. You failed. The villain team was stunned. What? Did we kidnap? The villain leader shouted back. We did not kidnap anyone. We just kill people. He frowned. Is that it? Donggu's words became even more ruthless. If that is the case, I have even more reason to kill you. Right. Another person appeared, making the villain team widen their eyes in panic. I did not think you had that ability. Seeing Kiho approach, they exclaimed, "Young master." The villain leader worriedly advised him. "Young master, hurry and leave. This place is not safe." A hand rested on the bright red armor. Kiho asked him, "Who are you?" The villain leader stammered. "Yep. Young master." He cruelly broke his arm. A surge of bright red power erupted outward. A scream pierced the sky. Kiho chuckled. "Do I need you to worry about me?" A villain member panicked. What is the young master doing? But he did not care. Kaiho's face was immersed in the pleasure of absorbing power. One by one, members of the villain team were drained and fell to the ground. Another one, grabbed by the neck, cried out in fear. Young master, who smiled in satisfaction, his right hand gripping this person's neck, while his left grabbed the hair of another amidst the panic of the vain team. "Young master, let go." "Young master," someone behind shouted loudly. "Let go." But he ignored it, just focused on draining the power of the unfortunate one. The leader of the villain team clicked his tongue in anger. He delivered a powerful kick to Kyo's stomach. "I told you to stop." He was kicked away but managed to brace himself with his hands and feet. The leader of villain held a knife and shouted at Ki. "What the hell are you doing?" The atmosphere became tense. Dungu observed from afar, while he glared with a dark face and asked him, "What did you just do to me?" Kiho had a fierce, savage expression. "Your duty is to let me do that as a way to make me stronger. You should be proud to serve Black Tiger." The leader of villain stood there, stunned. "Our duty?" His memories began to drift back to the past, the moment when the leader of villain and his comrades proudly patted their chests and shouted, "We will serve the Black Tiger clan forever and dedicate our lives to the prosperity of Break Tiger." Still the familiar old architecture of the house. In the corner of the room, a sad boy was resting his face on his knees. It was little Kiho. The leader of villain asked softly, "Hey kid, are you okay?" He just bowed his head in silence. He tried to comfort him. "Come on. Cheer up. Your dad is just helping you become stronger." Kiho coldly brushed off the leader of villain's kindness. "Don't comfort me anymore. I can't even train like the other kids my age." This made him silent. But then, the leader of villain perked up and asked excitedly, "Okay. Do you want me to help you train?" He looked up at him with tear-filled eyes. "Yep. Please." The leader of villain gave a thumbs up and smiled brightly. "Yep. Of course. I will help our little master become strong enough to inherit Break Tiger." Kiho sniffled and hugged his neck, startling the leader of villain. He heard the child's sobbing voice. Kiho cried out, tears streaming down his face. "Please help me get stronger." He held onto the leader villain tightly and sobbed uncontrollably. Back to the harsh present, he trembled and repeated the words. "Our duty is to serve the Break Tiger family, to give our lives for the prosperity of Break Tiger." At this moment, Kiho was still trying to lift him up. He was extremely pleased with himself. "I think your thinking is a bit twisted," he said. He tightened his grip on the leader villain, energy gradually pouring out of his body. Kiho shouted like a madman, "You guys are just fodder for me." "Got it." The hands and face of the leader villain were drained. His skin darkened, cheeks hollowed, and the veins were clearly visible. He struggled to speak. "Young master." The leader of villain still cares. Trying to say his last words to him. "Be careful of that guy. He is really dangerous." His hands dropped. Kiho still raised the body of the leader of villain high. He was dropped to the ground, tears still wet in the corners of his eyes. Yet Kiho just coldly assessed him. Truly the strongest leader of Black Tiger, enduring for so long. Kiho turned to provoke him. "How I kept you waiting long." "I should thank you for waiting." Dungu confidently smiled back. "I should be the one thanking you for killing those guys for me." "Right. What I am curious about now is why you know that absorption skill." A gust of wind swept by. He appeared in front of him in an instant and threw a punch right into Dungu's stomach, leaving him stunned. "You do not need to know, idiot, what you have caused me." Dungu grimaced in pain, his eyes filled with anger. Kiho continued to unleash a flurry of kicks. "Now I will return it." He could only use his hands to shield himself. Kiho shouted as he threw a furious punch right at Dungu's face. "Damn it." Elsewhere, the sounds of punches and kicks echoed loudly. The members of the Black Society were struggling amid the encirclement of the Break Tiger group. This is not good. The Break Tiger side was also giving orders. "Don't let the intruders escape. Capture them all." Tan was shouting loudly. "How much longer do we have to stay here?" Yongx turned to answer, even though a guy in black was aiming a sword at him. "We have to stay here until the chairman completely wipes out Black Tiger." Yongx is still trying to persuade San. "We must continue to support the chairman." The man in black has gotten close, aiming his sword at him, but Yongx easily defeated him with a powerful punch. The man in black was knocked against the wall. Tessin told him, "I think we are almost done cleaning up." Yongx looked over too. "It seems that way." But a voice startled both of them, drawing their attention to you. In an instant, Tessin was attacked. He did not even have time to react. Just watching. Young-ek shouted to San's name in panic as he saw a huge guy defeat him. This time it was his turn to endure a painful blow. A white force punched straight into Young-ek's stomach. The person roared in anger. How dare you cause chaos in the Black Tiger clan? He could only gasp. What? Young-ek painfully crashed into the wall, cracking a large section. He gritted his teeth to endure the pain. What the hell just happened? A pair of leather shoes stomped on Young-ek's face. John-chan had completely lost his mind. His face was fierce, pressing his foot on Young-ek's face while cursing. These damn pigs. The wrinkles on John-chan's face pressed against each other, clearly showing his utmost rage. Have you figured out who caused this chaos? John-chan's associates could only respond in panic. All means of communication outside are jammed. Sir, I can't gather any more information. And who are these people? His foot pressed hard on Young-ek's face, making him wince in pain. John-chan kept asking the bastard, tell me who you are if you do not want to die. Young-ek struggled to respond. We come from the Golden River clan. Hearing the answer only made him angrier, his tone raised. What did you say? The Golden River clan. A Break Tiger employee rushed in to report urgently. Sir, it seems there is a fight happening outside. Otherwise, they could not have come in so easily. John-chan hit harder. Tell me who your leader is. He still stubbornly used his hands to pull his leg away. Do you think you deserve to know who my leader is? You all will die at the chairman's hands anyway. This only made John-chan angrier. This bastard. The wall behind him suddenly cracked, catching his attention. Dong-gu was knocked down and fell right in front of John-chan and Young-ek. He was knocked unconscious, lying motionless on the mess on the floor. Seeing Dong-gu, he yelled out, hand over the chairman. Right after Dong-gu collapsed unconscious on the floor. At the same time, John-chan, with a confused expression, turned around and asked, what happened? And then behind him, Kaiho was standing there with a bright gaze. At this moment, he blurted out in confusion upon seeing him smile wickedly. Then Chan looked at his opponent with suspicion. How is that possible? Kaiho smiled proudly while looking expectantly for a response. What? What do you think? Is that good enough for you? Then he excitedly continued to praise himself, saying it was thanks to his father bringing that monster from the tomb that he became so strong. Seeing this, he got angry and scolded the reckless words. You fool. Using it is no different than turning yourself into a monster like it. Kaiho maintained a calm expression, with a nonchalant tone. No matter what his father said, he would not stop. With that, Kaiho stepped forward and grabbed the henchman by the collar, causing the guy to panic and stammer. What are you planning to do? Young master. In the next moment, he used his strength, leaving Jo-chan speechless in shock. Before his loyal henchman could cry out for mercy, Kaiho had already drained all the life force, leaving only a shriveled body. Then he turned around with a satisfied smile. This feeling is truly exhilarating. Have I met your expectations? Father. Seeing this scene, he furiously yelled at him. You fool. You are no longer my son. Since you learned that worthless skill, you have become a monster. After hearing this, Kaiho dropped the body to the ground and spat out a sarcastic remark filled with bitterness. When I was weak, you treated me no differently than a monster. Yet now I have become strong. You even say your own son is a monster. Finally, he frowned and spoke in a low voice. So what should I do now? The old man heard this. Jo-chan was startled and shivered. He was speechless, stunned. Seeing that, Ki slowly walked over and patted his shoulder. Then he smiled with satisfaction. All right, you can rest now. From now on, I will inherit the B-Tiger clan. John-chan gritted his teeth in anger. You are truly shameless for abusing that skill so much. He showed no fear and contemptuously said, if you have any objections, you can try. Didn't you say that those with power have everything? Hearing this, he was so angry he could not speak. Just as the atmosphere was heavy, suddenly a nearby voice suggested, causing both father and son to jump. Why do not we settle this with our fists? Jung-gu had sat up after coming to. He excitedly suggested, it would be interesting to fight with the two of them. Right. Seeing that he was still alive, he asked in surprise. What? Why are you still not dead? Hearing this, he smirked mockingly. Dying from that is meant for you. Right. Kaiho's face twisted in horror. He exclaimed. What? Then he turned away and urged the two lying on the ground. How much longer are you going to stay down? I remember you were hit in the neck. And you are not dead yet. Why are you lying there after just a little injury, in just a few seconds? They immediately stood up straight. Then he firmly ordered them. All right. You two go outside first. They obeyed and disappeared in an instant. Chairman. Immediately, he dusted himself off and slowly stood up, ready at any moment. All right. Now let us get started. Dong-gu spoke seriously as he lifted his head. I guess I should be a bit serious. Suddenly, John-chan charged in like a missile, and then an explosion occurred, sending dust and smoke everywhere. In the haze, Dong-gu jumped back and made a comment. It was an effort, but it was not enough. Hearing that, he took the opportunity to appear behind the boy, ready to swing his sword. How about this? Quickly, The boy instinctively glanced back. Immediately, Jia-chan delivered a deadly blow. Dang Nahai. The roar of the black tiger's dangerous sword caused Dong-gu to stumble back a few meters. At this moment, his eyes widened in confusion and disbelief. Clearly, that guy was right in front of him. But when did he move behind? Before he could grasp the situation, the man lunged at him like lightning. The boy was stunned, thinking, "What?" And then Jia-chan continued to strike with a slash from behind. The roar of the black tiger was overwhelming. Not stopping there, he relentlessly attacked. The black tiger attacked. After a while of defense, Jung-gu firmly concluded that the man had something to assist him. It could enhance his speed or teleport. Jo-chan smiled arrogantly. He revealed it was just a bit different than normal, with a supportive stone. Then he looked at the boy with an unyielding gaze. "Now you should just back off." Jia-chan unleashed a skill with thousands of blades aimed straight at him. The black tiger attacked. Dong-gu was blocking with his sword while assessing the situation.
Yep.
"I admit you are very strong." Then he raised his head with supreme confidence. "But for me, that is still not enough." Hearing this, he glared and questioned, "What did you say?" The boy did not care and plunged his sword into the ground. Then he shouted his technique, causing a series of cracks to shoot toward him. Seeing this, he was startled and stepped back, exclaiming, "You are insane." Jia-chan was stunned, stammering, "How can you?" Suddenly, he was taken aback when he saw something. Dong-gu unleashed his skill like a tornado tearing through the wind. Next, his ultimate move was so devastating it pierced through the building. Jo-chan was knocked back, and he roared in anger. This bastard. At this moment, he could only silently lament in his mind with helplessness. "This is outrageous. How can that guy have such powerful skills?" Regaining his composure, Jia-chan landed on the roof next door. Just as he caught his breath, Dong-gu unleashed another attack that sent him flying. Seeing the boy unleashing a fierce surge of energy, he worriedly thought he could not approach that bastard if this continued. Finally, the boy's eyes blazed with fire as he coldly declared, "Now it is all over. Are you ready to die?" Right after that, a rough hand gripped Dong-gu's neck, leaving him frozen. Seeing this, Jo-chan immediately shouted Kiho's name, with a gaze full of hatred. Threatened him, "You are the one who should be ready to die. Dong-gu, I will absorb everything from you." With that, he cast a spell, creating a magical circle surrounding him. He began to absorb all the internal energy from Dong-gu, making him scream in pain. Kiho smiled in satisfaction, thrilled to feel his power surging. At that moment, Dong-gu was howling in rage, his eyes half closed, struggling to endure each wave of agony. "Damn it. I did not expect this." Dong-gu's face was filled with veins, and he gasped loudly in his mind. I am really sorry." Then he gritted his teeth in frustration. How could this happen? Meanwhile, Kaiho was so excited that he could not contain himself. What is this feeling? How much power does this guy actually have? Just then, something made him freeze in shock. In a state of extreme panic, Kaiho's power was being pulled back. Seeing the situation was dire, Jo-chan ran while shouting, "Kaiho, let go. You bastard." And then Dong-gu smiled mischievously, a victorious smirk on his face. It is too late. At that moment, he was left stunned, watching his son being drained of life force. No way. Kaiho was now as dry as a hollow shell, collapsing with no life left, his heart feeling like it was being crushed. He burst into despair. "It can't be. My son." Dong-gu coldly pulled his arm away and scoffed in disdain. "You think that skill of yours is useful to me? Don't think you are the only one who knows it. I killed the first person who used it, but I do not exploit that skill like you do." Saying that, he pushed Kiho down to the ground, wearing a mocking smile. Sweet dreams. Back at the same time, Johan-chan was trembling all over. He roared in fury, "You bastard. I will kill you and then save my son." Unable to hold back any longer, he charged in with his eyes blazing, reaffirming his earlier words, "You bastard. I will kill you and then save my son." Dong-gu laughed out loud mockingly. How ridiculous. Someone about to die wants to save someone who is already dead. As soon as he finished speaking, the two charged at each other, creating a thunderous explosion. Johan-chan was thrown back, spewing red blood. He trembled, struggling to support his battered body. "You bastard." In the midst of pain, Johan-chan shouted in confusion, "Who are you? Why do you want to destroy my B-Tiger clan?" Just then, he felt the sword pierce through his body. At this moment, Dong-gu, with a carefree and disdainful expression, said, "Old man, you seem to be talking too much. Didn't I say that earlier? Kidnapping my sister. You should have known there would be consequences." As the words finished, the sword was pulled out of his body. As soon as the sword was withdrawn, Rong collapsed. Dong-gu looked around and muttered in disappointment. "Is that it?" Dong-gu's gaze rested on Kaiho's corpse. Pondering regretfully, "What a shame. I did not want to kill him so soon. I should have asked who taught him that skill. It seems difficult." Just then, he saw a stone floating above Jia-chan's body and gasped, What? Is that a cracked stone? It seems he placed that stone into his own body to absorb its power. And now he can use it like we just saw. Donggu questioned with doubt. Why did not I hear the manager say anything about this? They should have told me this important information. This is a very concerning issue. They are willing to use forbidden items to become stronger. At the same time, he sensed a strange aura and looked ahead. In the blink of an eye, Donggu swiftly chased after that person. That is his car. He panicked and turned to look back. Are you kidding me? Seeing him chase, he unleashed a chaotic technique. The instant after, Donggu immediately recognized that skill, the sword technique. Flash slash. Donggu stepped back, narrowly dodging it. At this moment, he cornered the car and aimed his sword at his face. He boldly exclaimed, "You think I am just here to mess around with you?" Seeing this, he stammered in fear but still tried to act arrogant. Wait a minute. Do you know who I am to dare touch me? Donggu smirked and guessed. Could it be you are the son of the Break Tiger clan leader? With a smug expression, confidently shouted, I am the third son of a top family. I was just invited to Black Tiger. I do not know who you are, but if you dare touch me, my family won't forgive you. Hearing this, he felt like he had found a tasty prey. Moving closer to his face and growling, What did you say? You think so? Trembling in fear, stuttered and could not speak properly. You are like that. Donggu raised an eyebrow defiantly, speaking in a mysterious tone. Do you want me to visit your clan to ask a little? Want me? After hearing this, he nervously asked, What do you mean? Donggu looked at him intently, calculating every move. If people know I wiped out the Black Tiger clan, it won't be good. Let us just say your clan and Black Tiger had a conflict. That would be better. Seeing this, XG turned pale and quickly retorted, Absolutely not. Our clan has no enmity with Black Tiger. I was just invited as a peace envoy. Donggu smiled slyly and asked, So do you want to live now? Make your decision. Seeing this, he stood up straight and nodded vigorously. Yep. Of course. I want to live. As soon as he agreed, you threw a pill into his mouth as he unconsciously swallowed it. Donggu, with authority, warned, You have swallowed it. If you do not reveal my identity, you will live. Otherwise, you will die. The pale-faced guy panicked and exclaimed, What did you just make me eat? You simply answered with a sly smile. Just something to control you. It is called the ghost control technique. Nothing to be afraid of. Then you turned away and decisively gave orders. Take this guy and train him to join the Dark Society. In an instant, T-san appeared and knocked the guy out. He caught the guy, complying with the order. Yep. From now on, I will be the one training this little buddy. Next, Donggu shouted out to summon the members, instructing all Dark Society members to leave fake traces of that clan on every corpse of the Break Tiger. Anyone who can create the most convincing fake scene. Go ahead. One of them immediately replied. Yep. That is, under the cold night, beneath the soft blue moonlight, a gleaming stone lay silently beside a corpse. Although lonely, it still emitted an eerie glow. Just then, a man approached and picked up the stone. It was Selen. He held the stone and smiled with delight. The next moment, he inserted the stone into his body, and immediately a surge of light burst forth from it. At that moment, he gritted his teeth, enduring the overwhelming energy. Finally, he screamed madly as he absorbed it. After that, Selen hugged his stomach, trembling in waves. Regaining his composure, he smiled savagely. Under the red-tinged moonlight, Selen was satisfied as if he had just completed a masterpiece, finally achieving it. In the quiet night, in front of the towering building, it was sinking into sleep. Inside, Donggu's parents were sound asleep. At that moment, he was tiptoeing very quietly, careful not to make a sound as he passed their room. When he reached the door, Donggu gently turned the doorknob. At that moment, he sighed anxiously. The feeling of sneaking home, fearing his parents would scold him. It was 100 times harder than wiping out the Break Tiger. The next second, a voice questioned, Where have you been? At that time, Sun was sitting on the bed, suspiciously looking at him. Hearing his voice startled him. Why are you back so late? And your clothes are all torn up. Donggu pretended not to understand. What are you talking about? It is so late. And you are not asleep yet. The girl replied seriously. I was waiting for you to come back. Hearing this, he smiled awkwardly, trying to change the subject. Is that? All right. It is getting late anyway. Let us talk about it tomorrow morning. Okay. Just then, Sun was determined not to let it go. Dante dodged the question. Tell me what you did out there. Seeing this, Donggu was slightly surprised but also laughed inside, worried for himself. After that you gestured and explained that you were busy. But have I ever asked you that before? Without saying anything more, he pulled out 2 50,000 bills to bribe her. But then she immediately countered with unwavering determination. What I mean is, I was really scared of those kidnappers. So I thought they would retaliate against you. I saw you were hurt like this. It is no joke. Donggu responded by pulling out double that amount. This time, Soon got angry and yelled, "Do you think I am a materialistic person? I will tell Mom on you." Feeling it was still not enough, he added more, leaving her stunned with her mouth agape. "Really? Then it is 500,000. Looking at the money, her eyes lit up. Dongul held out the stack of money and tempted her. "What do you think? Are you turning it down? With this money, you could get VIP tickets to idol shows. You could show off to your friends. Right?" Just then, Soon grabbed the stack of money. The girl hurriedly clarified, feeling shy, "I am just scared of you getting scolded by Mom. Not because of the money or anything." He gave a thumbs up, looking proud. "Of course, you are my sister." After all, Soon replied cheerfully, "Thank you." After a moment, Donggu asked with concern, "Are you scared when you go outside? If you are, I will hire a bodyguard for you." Hearing that, the girl was taken aback and asked about the bodyguard. Soon recalled the fierce battle from that time with a puzzled expression. Just then, she firmly declined. "I do not need one. I can take care of myself. You have taught me a lot of martial arts for self-defense. So I will prove it." After saying that, Soon boasted and demonstrated a few skills to show off. "Look." Suddenly he turned around to catch something. Then Donggu smirked, waving the stack of money in front of her. "What is it?" Suddenly, something made him freeze in place. The girl launched an attack with a series of money-grabbing moves. Seeing this, he held onto the stack of money in his hand. Praising her, "That was fast." Soon smiled smugly and asked, "Am I?" After hearing that, he thought to himself, "She is probably more capable of taking care of herself than I expected." Then he handed over the remaining money to her and reminded, "It is still not good enough. You need to practice harder." Hearing this, the girl walked out while rolling her eyes. All right. You keep saying that." With that, she slammed the door shut. Donggu frowned and sighed. "Why do I find it harder to deal with my sister than with an enemy?" Just then, he sighed and lay back on the soft bed. He muttered to himself, "They are probably investigating the reason behind Black Tiger's extermination too." Suddenly, a heavy thought arose in his mind. I really am sorry." Then, Donggu sprang up, ruffling his hair. "Stop thinking nonsense." You grit your teeth in annoyance and shout, "Stop it. I do not want to remember anymore." Then, memories of your past life come flooding back. At that moment, mysterious girl introduces herself. "My name is Yonghai." Donggu was resting against a tree. You ask indifferently, "So what?" The girl holds out a piece of grilled meat and enthusiastically invites you. "Do you want to eat?" "The grilled meat is really good." Donggu coldly asks, "Is it poisonous?" Seeing this, Yonghai raises the meat to deny it. "Of course not. Why are you so suspicious? Aren't you hungry? It would be a waste to throw it away." After saying that, she takes a bite to show you. You still stubbornly act proud. "I have been in a place with thousands of demons killing each other. And I am one of the last 3 surviving demons. How could I die from hunger?" Hearing this, the girl chews while expressing her admiration. "It is unbelievable." Then Yonghai tilts her head and makes this offer. "Do you want to be my right-hand man?" After hearing this, you look at her in confusion. Under the warm sunlight, Yonghai boldly declares her goal. "I will become the queen and conquer Miram. Therefore, I need you to be my right-hand man. If you do not want to be my right-hand man, then just marry me." After hearing this, Donggu bursts out laughing mockingly. "What queen? Miram?" Then you put on a challenging expression. "My goal since birth is to conquer Miram. Don't act so smart." After hearing this, she gets angry and retorts, "Whatever, it is mine now." Time passes, and at this moment, Cian tightens her grip and issues a threat. "Are you going to kneel? Or do you want me to kill it?" He coldly orders Yonghai to be tied up. "Choose." Seeing this, Donggu grimaces, unsure how to handle it. At that moment, the girl sheds tears, sobbing, I am really sorry." Back to reality. You find it hard to sleep, tossing and turning. If you keep thinking this way, you realize that obviously, Case absorption skill comes from him. Everything is not over yet. Somewhere else, at the foot of the Black Tiger clan's building. At this moment, the Black Tiger clan members are piled up on the ground. Suho silently glances at the pile of wreckage, and Sungho approaches from behind to report, "We are investigating those who have the power to wipe out the entire Black Tiger clan. But sooner or later, we will find them." After hearing this, he ponders. "I guess there is only one person." You ask back, looking stunned. "What?" Suho turns to face you with a sharp gaze. He asserts that there is only one person capable of destroying the entire Black Tiger clan. Could it be that demon? Under the quiet night sky, the wind rustles, carrying a chill throughout the space. Below ground, a member commands with a clear voice. "Black Society, move out." This is the commander's order. Then Young X decisively directs to search this entire place. Next to Tess, he was grabbing the car's collar. He frowned in confusion and spoke up. "I have not had time to deal with this kid yet. What does the chairman want to find?" Young X Frustrated. Shouted at him standing there dumbfounded.
Hey.
Are you defying my orders? Immediately. Tessin stood up straight and hurriedly clarified. It is not like that, maybe I was too slow. After hearing that, he reminded him, do not make a noise. Otherwise, we will die because of your mouth. After that threatening statement, Tessin mumbled in response.
Yep.
At this moment, Young X turned his gaze toward the jungle. He carefully considered. After all, we should investigate around Break Tiger's forest to find the strongest presence the chairman mentioned. Just as they were discussing, a loud noise suddenly erupted. Young X, confused, asked, what is going on? Then, an emergency announcement echoed. All citizens. The level 3 gate has been opened. All citizens in the city, please leave this place immediately. Following the announcement, the citizens in the city panicked and shouted as they ran away. The urgent announcement continued to be broadcast right now. Everyone leave Inon. Then Tessin turned his face with a tense look. He urgently repeated, the level 3 gate is open. We need to leave right now. Hearing that, Young X frowned and questioned. Leave? Did you forget your orders? In the city. Once everyone had left, there was only silence. At that moment, a monster suddenly appeared. On the other side, Young X was calmly analyzing the situation while using lightness skill. Our mission is to investigate it. If it is a monster, we must understand it and report back. After hearing that, Tessin agreed and chased after. Okay. We will follow this trail. Got it. After finalizing the plan, he seriously instructed to tell our members that our opponent is a level 3 monster. Do not let it notice us. Just check the monster's status and retreat immediately. Just then, Spark shot toward them. He jumped back in shock and exclaimed, whoa! Where did this fire come from? Then Tessin, stunned, pointed in the distance. It is over there. Seeing that, the two quickly hid behind a rock and peeked at the strange creature. Young X felt a mix of curiosity and fear.
Hey.
Should we get closer to it? Tan timidly replied. This is the first high-level monster I have ever seen. Just as they were whispering, the monster suddenly turned around, glaring straight at them. Seeing that, he widened his eyes and shouted, "Seize us!" Both panicked and yelled loudly. Scattering away, as they separated, a fireball exploded against the rock where they had just stood. After that terrifying moment, Young X gritted his teeth and muttered, "What is this?" At that moment, Tessin stood frozen, seeing him engulfed in flames. The vice chairman, in that life or death moment, he wondered to himself, am I going to die? And then he bitterly thought, how crazy it is, if I get shot, I probably won't even be found. At that moment, Young X stood in the middle of the fire. He was looking for a chance to escape. Suddenly, Seoin appeared and grabbed him. The guy lifted him up, causing him painful tremors. Seoin smirked challengingly. Looking strong. Inside the flames, Young X closed his eyes, enduring with a heart ready to explode. I do not want to die. I have not paid for my crimes yet. He cried out with a desperate desire to live. I do not want to die like this. Surprisingly, the fire had vanished. He asked in shock, I am not dead. T-san, with a look of disbelief, signaled. The vice president looked over there. The two of them squinted at the glaring fire ahead. What the hell is that? No way. Up ahead. Seoin had crushed the monster to the point of it shattering. Seeing this, Young X exclaimed in horror, a tier 3 monster. He was stunned to realize it died in one hit. Meanwhile, the monster was grabbed to the point of suffocation. It screamed with horrible cries. Finally, the monster howled in despair. At that moment, it seemed to achieve enlightenment. He wore a mysterious smile. So that bastard was also reborn. After finishing up, he turned to look at the two of them. At this moment, T-san signaled with a resigned voice. We have no choice. There is only one way. We never run away. Young X quickly responded. Yep. Then both of them charged toward him without hesitation. Seoin stood rooted to the spot. He was wary of the mystery. I smell something from you guys. And the skills you have belonged to someone I am very familiar with. Hearing this, the two of them looked confused and whispered to each other. How does that guy know? At the same time, inside the city, the reporter introduced the serious-looking man in front, apparently also involved in the dark arts. This dignified-looking man was the immortal sword master. Just a second later, a hurried voice spoke up, startling the news team. Is it our turn to go on a V yet? The news report was released. The reporter solemnly announced that the Black Tiger clan had been completely destroyed. Clan head John-chan is dead. A conference will be held here to discuss the loss of one of the 8 major clans. Today, the 7 heads of each clan will meet, and this news will be famous worldwide because of that great loss. We are not sure what the meeting is about. The meeting location is at the Mun building. A man with a monk-like demeanor approached the Ho Song Mun Duongju clan. Reminiscing. It has been a long time since I last came here. Continuing, the reporter directed the camera to confirm. Yep. Today, Ho Songmundu also made an appearance. The next one to arrive is the Golden River Hogok family. He has a mocking expression. I know I should not have dressed like this to come here. Then he turned away and whispered, Dung, do not wander off anywhere today. After hearing this, Donggu was surprised and replied, what is going on? Are you afraid I will get beaten up? He asked in disbelief. But Donggu, did you really take down the bee tiger family all by yourself? I can't believe it. All by yourself? Did what even the 8 biggest families would not have thought possible. But that is fine. I do not want to get involved with that fake family anyway. Seeing this, he innocently replied without a care, leaving him stunned. I do not know. I just took a little stroll yesterday, and Chuh continued advising him. But still, do not participate in this meeting. Just wander around here. A moment later, he seriously reminded him that he must attend this meeting and focus on it. You have to take care of yourself. Also, be careful of the people around here. Especially Mainan. Just then, Rundung spoke up from behind, wondering why he needed to be careful of her dad. Seeing her, Donggu exclaimed in surprise, Rundung. Her appearance caught both of their attention, so Donggu asked why she was here. Before he could get an answer, someone else interjected. Do you know my daughter? Hearing the familiar voice, she turned around and exclaimed, Dad. The one who just arrived is Chi Mainan from the Black H family. Rundung excitedly introduced him to her father. He is my classmate, Dad. He asked back with a tone of suspicion. Are you the son of Lehei Shugaix? Before Donggu could explain, she whispered to her father. He is a Dung, not the son of Master Legachi, Dad. He is just in charge of enforcing the law there. Gakso also unexpectedly greeted warmly. I did not expect to meet the daughter of Mir. Chi Mainan, a magical genius. Why do not we think about marrying my son Kang Chun? He is pretty strong too. Minchon could not help but burst out laughing. You really have not changed at all. Are you trying to take advantage of us? Gati reacted similarly. I am a real man. I am not someone who stabs in the back like others. I am an upright man. Minchon mocked again. Ho ho. Are you really upright? Or do you have some scheme in mind? Ajinaki laughed even louder. Huh. Do not accuse me like that. While both sides were arguing, on one side, someone asked, can you tell us why the Black Tiger family was destroyed, and what do you plan to discuss in today's meeting? Minchon proactively suggested. Why do not we go inside? Gek agreed. Of course. There are some flies here that are quite annoying. After that, he pointed to Jeffy to go this way. Behind, Rundung finally had time to chat with Donggu. Are you surprised to see me here? You reply a bit. Because a magic genius like her should not be in a place like this. She laughed. That is because I am only suited for magic. My dad wanted me to learn martial arts, but I just can't master it. Anyway, welcome to my home. Meanwhile, Sung-ho was quietly observing the movements outside, remembering the words. Only one person can wipe out a whole clan. Could it be that the strongest demon in history? He thought. The Black Tiger clan is one of the 8 largest clans representing Korea. And here, the Black Hark Jeoncheon clan is one of the remaining strongest clans. Is it really just one person who wiped out an entire clan? Moreover, last night's level 3 gate incident was dangerous enough to evacuate the entire city. The control center reported a false alarm due to a system error. But the disappearance of the level 3 gate is related to Break Tiger. Could it be that demon's appearance completely annihilated the Break Tiger clan? Thinking of this, Dong-ho frowned. He really could not understand why he did not explain more clearly. If that is the case, searching would be much easier. Well, I will just figure this out myself. First, I should observe the meeting of these 7 clans. Inside the meeting room, the atmosphere was tense. Joningo kinda spoke up first. I have been saying this for a while now. What do you think? What are you waiting for when the evidence is so clear? Meanwhile, Dong-eun calmly replied. I think you should relax a bit. Jonin questioned. What do you mean by that? Dong-eun continued. What we see sometimes is not the truth. Jonin, hot-tempered as always, shouted. The evidence is so clear now. There are traces of that Ibati clan on the bodies. Who else could the culprit be? On the other side, Dong-eun could not hold back anymore and retorted. Do you think everyone thinks like you? Behind ATBK is the Chinese government, which could lead to severe repercussions if we accuse them wrongly. If we overlook that and attack Hebach, all of Korea could be in danger. Seeing the atmosphere grow tense, Mainan, who was presiding over the meeting, finally spoke up. Calm down. Did not we come together to discuss? Dong-eun regained his composure, sat down, and said softly, I am a bit excited. Sorry. Noticing that Aegekse had not made any move, Mine spoke again. I think the evidence is too vague. Jonin questioned. Do you mean someone intentionally wanted to tie the mic to Hebk China? Minchon hesitated a bit. I'm not sure. But a big clan like Black Tiger could be wiped out by a Hebk clan in such a short time. It is hard to be certain if we still do not understand the cause of this situation, but I am a bit suspicious because the Golden River clan is also nearby. Knowing this, Jonin directed his gaze towards Alkofef. That is right. The Golden River clan would benefit the most by being next to the Black Tiger clan. So all the benefits would shift to Golden River. He probably heard this and snickered derisively. You guys doubt me. Strong live. Weak die. Nothing to do with illness. Those words left Minion and John speechless, only daring to curse this crazy guy in their minds. Atiye's gaze made me a bit uncomfortable, so Minion could only say, all right, let us not worry about it anymore. Lying? After a while of discussion, Gati stood up. Looking annoyed, it seemed like the meeting had no good suggestions. Can I stand up? Minchon had no choice but to announce. Okay. This meeting will temporarily end here. I hope in the future we can harmonize with each other. Meanwhile, Rundung and Dungo were shyly admiring the scenery. After a while, she hesitantly started a conversation. Dungo, I think this meeting will take a long time to finish, but can you wait for me here a bit? I am going to get some cake that I made. Before Dungu could agree, Rundung had already decided. All right, I will be right back. Wait a minute. Seeing this scene, and Dunggood, Kim In Chian's daughter, is truly unbelievable, but I can't refuse. I hope this meeting won't cover anything unusual, but should not my Black Tiger team be heading back now? Then she reminded herself that they would be fine, since they are my immortal army from a past life. Right, at that moment, the phone rang and Feloy's voice was heard. Hey. Listen up, thank you. Because of you, I am who I am today. Dunggu answered the call. Secretary Kim had barely calmed down for a few seconds before yelling. How did you find them? Wait for you to arrive at the scene. Immediately report. This is where they had a battle with someone at dawn. Dunggu looked at the mess in front of him. Realizing this was not a normal fight, he sensed that this battle was much more brutal than usual. So Jungu concluded this was a massacre. The secretary in the office could not help but feel a chill. A massacre? You mean all of them were killed? Without saying a word, Dunggu dashed off like an arrow. He landed nearby. Astonished. There were countless corpses sprawled across the ground. After struggling to catch up, panting, he asked what was going on. Seeing the scene in front of him, he exclaimed, "What the hell is happening?" Dunggu. They were completely turned into dried corpses. Dunggu shouted in anger. Black Club, I am not down yet. Have you all died? Why are you still lying there? Get up, girls. Unexpectedly, the corpses that lay still suddenly opened their eyes, struggling to rise, and stuttered. Master. Chairman. The secretary witnessed this scene. Horrified, shouted, "What the hell is going on? They are not dead yet." Dunggu grinned slyly. They have a skill I taught them that grants immortality. A moment later, at the Golden River clan, Tessin said to Jungu, I drew him in here. He looks like this. There was a slight tremor in his voice. I have never seen anyone as strong as this before. Dunggu exclaimed while holding the painting. Just as I expected. I knew it would be like this. Truly impressive. Kangti-san, seems like you did not paint very well. Ah. Is this really a painting? You helplessly commanded. Hey. Hand me the pen. T-san complied. Yep. Here it is. After a while of fiddling with the painting, Dungo handed it back to T-san and asked. Now he looks like this. Right. He is flustered. Yep. That is him. At this moment, you also began to fall into deep thought. So it really was him. But clearly, at that time, he had just emerged from the parasite's body before Dunggu rushed in with the sword, slicing him into countless pieces. Deep down, you firmly believed that he must have been dead then. But now you should prevent that from happening before things get worse. You looked at the whispering subordinates. This painting is probably imitating me. It looks just like what I painted earlier. That is right, Dunggu continued to think. If not, it would be very disadvantageous for him. That guy must have enough followers. But how could that be? It does not matter anymore. That guy must have realized that I am the leader of the Black Society. But he probably still does not realize that my Black Society has not been eliminated yet. How could that guy come back to life? And now I have to face him. That night, a group of people was also frantically chasing after him. Seoin, stop. Stop right there. Catch the target before he leaves the controlled area. Exterminate demons and kill monsters. Quickly. We must attack together. Fireball. In the face of continuous attacks, Seoin just scoffed and easily dodged. He smirked, snapping his fingers, saying, in no time, some mysterious power suppressed the others. They kept shouting, don't stand too close together. Spread out. Seoin, before fleeing, muttered to get rid of them. You guys are so annoying. Then he extended his hand forward, clenched his fist, and at the same time, the others were controlled, groaning to stop. But they could not escape the fate of becoming corpses under Seoin's hands as he mockingly sneered while fleeing. You fools. Do you think you can escape? Unexpectedly, out of nowhere, a figure charged in with a sword and shouted. You bastard. Our key student was killed by you. You will pay for this. Seoin escaped from the blade and asked. Are you their captain? He introduced himself as Bak Dong, one of the 12 top captains of the Eunuchs Association. Who the hell are you? Hearing that, Seoin burst out laughing, and Dong looked puzzled, as in, I have never heard that name before. Are you a member of one of the 7 clans, or are you part of the government? At those words, he scoffed. What are you talking about, the 7 clans? The government. What is that? In his arrogant expression, Dong could not help but rush forward, wanting to teach him a lesson about manners. That arrogant bastard. Fine. If you want tea talk, I will make you. But Seoin just replied, is that just with trash like you? While the guy was adjusting his skills, Dong managed to dodge and rush to Seoin, saying, got you, unexpectedly. Seoin effortlessly grabbed him with one hand like a frog. Just a reminder. Before you try to kill someone, make sure you have the ability to do so. All we heard was Dong scream in pain, and then the fight was blown away. Seoin smiled, praising him sarcastically. Interesting. But who would have thought Dong could piece himself back together from those small fragments? Meanwhile, standing behind him, he quietly whispered, the ability to separate and come back together. That is my unique skill. Damn bastard. You should tell the truth before you die. Seoin replied calmly. I just told you. Yams. But Dong tightened his grip around his neck and threatened. Don't play games. Tell me where you belong. I advised. Don't rush. Knowing now 1T help you. And I will be the one to dominate Miram. This was beyond Dong's understanding. So he tightened his grip even more to interrogate him. Miram. What nonsense are you talking about? Suddenly, his eyes widened, pupils dilating. And before he could react, a surge of power from Seoin overwhelmed Dong, turning him into a lifeless husk. Once done, he turned to mock. Isn't it wonderful? At that moment, Seoin noticed the shadow that had just appeared. Who is there? You want to join in, little brat? The sky was filled with dark clouds gathering over the forest. Lightning struck repeatedly. A dark figure appeared in the sky. From this moment, a battle between the Grim Reaper from Hell and the Blue Dragon began. The Blue Dragon threatened with its imposing presence. The Reaper was unfazed, wildly swinging its scythe. With each swing, the Blue Dragon roared in pain. Dong-gu woke from that dream. Without hesitation, he pushed open the door to the balcony and launched himself forward without a second thought. Then came a loud thud as he landed. Jung-gu did not have time to pay attention to that. He took off right away, finding a suitable spot. He stopped, squinting to observe everything from above. Because the Golden River and Black Tiger clans were adjacent, there were many disputed areas intersecting. They always clashed for their clan's interests. But due to unfortunate events, the Black Tiger clan was wiped out. All resources and districts would be transferred to the Golden River clan. At the Golden River clan the next morning, in a top-secret room where no outsiders were allowed, a meeting was taking place among the key members of the Mank Dong Merchant Association, demanding protection from the Golden River clan. Wei Dong, we want the same. Hearing that, Didachi challenged with his hands on his hips. Protection? What if I say no? Naturally, the other two opposed such irresponsible words. Of course, that is unacceptable. Sir. Now that the areas under the Black Tiger clan are in your hands, what else is there? As long as we continue to cooperate, we can become the best clan in Korea. Unable to keep quiet, he spoke up. Come on, sir. Please tell those people to stop saying stupid things. The other two shouted in protest. What? Secretary Kim, do not joke like that. Huguk was stunned. Secretary Kim, are you crazy? You should be careful with your words. He continued. Sir, just look at him. He looks like he is taking bribes with a body like that. I do not think this is right. Huguk shouted. Come on. Secretary Kim, you have gone too far. But he insisted. I want to agree to back down. Do you think I am unreasonable for refusing them? All three were left speechless. Huguk had to ask. Secretary Kim, did I do something wrong? Something big? He adjusted his glasses and explained. Our Golden River clan is gradually taking over the resources of Black Tiger, but it is too vast. We need more personnel and systems need to be re-established for effective management. The two in the Merchant Association wondered. Yep. That is true. But what does it have to do with us? Frustrated, he slammed his hand on the table. I have to handle all that. I can survive under too much pressure. Huguk scratched his head and said. Isn't that a bit much for you? He continued. Besides, instead of absorbing Black Tiger's power, why do not we think about taking over Black Tiger's resources? Wouldn't that person come back to take revenge on us? Huguk laughed without thinking. Of course not. We will get stronger to avoid repeating the history of Break Tiger. However, he was doused with cold water when one Baktran said, it is not as easy as you think. Do you really think you can defeat someone who wiped out the entire Black Tiger clan? And do you think you can defeat that Abak clan? Huguk laughed awkwardly. No one knows the outcome yet. Looking at his expression in alarm, Don't be overconfident. That person might belong to some influential clan. And then we will be enemies of all associations and clans. That is it. The decision is yours. Hearing such a grand statement, Huguk could only helplessly respond. This is giving me a headache. I need to ask Dung. Where's Dunggu? Issues like this need to be asked to Dunggu. Will Dunggu come to save me? Is Dunggu out? There was no response on the other end. Inquan said I called him, but he did not pick up. Hearing that, he grumbled. Why can't I get through? Where could that kid be right now? Or is he hanging out with that gang? Meanwhile, Dunggu was at a cafe. His face was buried in his hands, looking quite helpless. Who would have thought Dunggu was grinning from ear to ear? This is interesting. That guy is going crazy. Jin Gang B has been reborn. That is definitely a sign of Jin Gangbuk. Selin and Jin Gang fought there. It seemed that the battle was all about life and death. It appears my path to revenge is still long. Jin Gang Big and Sin are both reincarnated beings. Lost in thought, a voice suddenly pulled him back to reality. Hey kid. Did not you hear what I said? Do you want blood to spill right here in this cafe? Don't he pretend to be tough? Get lost. Before Dunggu could grasp what was going on, two newcomers, twin brothers Dogger and Daki, started to taunt him. Young Master Penguin, the hero of Abak, has visited this cafe. You should get lost to clear the air. I hope everyone in this cafe leaves immediately. Young Master Fengdun absolutely hates meeting trash like you. Dunggu could not hold back, laughed, and asked sarcastically, let me ask you something. Abak, what is that? I have never heard of it before. Offended, one guy lunged forward using a fist to hit him. Suddenly, the cafe turned into a battlefield. Not only was Dunggu unafraid, but he also showed a pleased smile. Huh, Abak is ridiculous. Suddenly, I find myself interested in you Abak guys. I have tried to live quietly for a while, but who let me be nice? The two brothers had not cried over the grave yet. They threw money in his face, then started to act all high and mighty, saying, take this as a reward for not dying from that hit. Suddenly, they stood up straight and bowed. We have cleaned up the trash. Young Master. As the simultaneous greeting to Young Master ended, a handsome young man with a cold expression walked in. He was the heir of Abak. Bang Du. He sat down without a word, and with a cold voice said to his subordinates, by the way, if you have cleaned up the trash, it should at least be tidy. Daki complied, turning around only to find he would vanished without a trace, while he dumbly wondered, where did that guy go? Not far away. Dunggu observed and thought, the hero of the Habak clan, has arrived in South Korea so soon. This means they have learned that the Black Tiger clan has vanished. As far as I know, this clan planned to take advantage of the Black Tiger clan in the competition for clan position. However, that plan has fallen apart. They dare to exploit Miram of South Korea to gain benefits and fight for China in the future. I fear there will be many rivals blocking my way, besides Jin Gangbuk and Seomanin, who are both reincarnated opponents. There are 7 other clans. While lost in thought, a voice interrupted. Oh hey Dung. Why are you hiding here like a little mouse? Or are you running away because you can fight them? Dunggu frowned and questioned the identity of the newcomer. Who are you? The newcomer, named Hamong, replied with a sly smile. Curious about who I am? I will see you soon. As he spoke, he threw a fireball towards Dunggu. But Dunggu quickly dodged, because the guy disappeared too fast. Now only Dunggu was left shouting in despair. This crazy guy. Who are you really? From inside the cafe, Duchan noticed what just happened outside the glass. Meanwhile, Dunggu kept searching for the name that had disturbed him. He went from this building to that building, but found no trace at all, so he could only curse. So fast. How dare you block my path? Over here. The meeting between the clans continued. As things remained unresolved, a subordinate came to report that Bang Du-chan from the Habak clan in China was coming here for an alliance. Moments later, the meeting room door swung open, and Du-chan along with 2 subordinates, Heine Gang, appeared. Minchon warmly ran out to greet the distant guests. This little master is quite a nuisance, coming such a long way to get here. But welcome anyway. He did not even bother to care, just brushed past, making him forget where he came from. Facing the elders, Du-chan's attitude remains incredibly arrogant as he commands. Everyone listen up. The people in the meeting could not bear the rudeness and reacted immediately. Listen to what? Speaking in that tone, Dune continued. There has been a conflict between the Korean clans that led to the disappearance of a member from our Habak clan. Because of that, I hope to be handed over and take full responsibility for investigating this matter. Jonin shouted loudly. What are you saying? Handing over investigative rights? Who gave you the authority to decide that? Even if you are the heir of the Habak clan, that is still too rude. Dutron slammed the table, using this opportunity to showcase his authority at the meeting. Splintering wood flew everywhere, making the elders too intimidated to say another word. After that, Dutron yelled, if you do not want to give me the investigative rights, Then go catch that damn murderer for me. Suddenly, Giek stood up and praised. How ridiculous and surprising. This is your arrogance and confidence. Minchon heard this and reminded him. Lying? What the hell are you talking about? Don't he forget this is a meeting. Stop it right now. However, Gixie had no intention of stopping. He mocked. Are you trying to stop me? Minchon still tried to explain. I ask you to calm down. From now on, if the Golden River clan and Headlai Heku continue to behave this way, we will not be lenient. The other clan heads also advised. We should talk. Behaving like this is not good. Don't think of yourself like that. Lying? No matter how strong you think you are. The other 5 clans won't believe they can do anything to you. Is that? But he brushed it off and laughed. Ha! That is exactly what I want. If you are so confident, then let us play. Amid their internal discord, Dutron sighed in frustration. Those useless people, he concluded. If no one has any objections, then we will temporarily investigate. Anyone who interferes will be considered an accomplice. On Dunga's side, he had returned to the Minan Estate's garden, still thinking that at this moment, that guy must be stirring them up to help him investigate this matter. But if that guy holds all the investigative power, he might be able to manipulate this Korean clan. Then maybe that guy will create a fake scene about a murderer who killed the entire Bee Tiger clan. To prevent that from happening, I have to stop him. Just then, distant trembling sounds echoed. He saw her and appeared surprised. She grabbed Dunga's hand, urgently asking, why did you disappear last time? You explained briefly. I had something urgent to take care of and had to leave immediately. Dun then asked, what about why you skipped school yesterday? Dunggu emphasized that it was urgent and was internally blaming himself for forgetting he needed to go back. Not far from there, Minan saw the two of them and told Jonin that the kid, named Hungu, could be considered the key player of the Golden River clan. That kid is the one who helped the Golden River clan rise recently. Jonin asked curiously, so what do you plan to do? He replied, did not you see Penguin's move just now? That kid is arrogant because he has the Chinese government backing him. Johnny skeptically continued to ask what he meant by that. Minchon expressed that we have no choice but to agree to their proposals and cannot provoke the Habak clan. Johnwai hesitated upon hearing that, if that is the case. Minan continued, even if we give up that control, we should be proud to be an alliance. Otherwise, everyone in the world will mock our unity. And the biggest issue is he rubbed his chin and thought, we need to convince that crazy guy to back off. Jonin wondered, is that even possible? We almost had to fight him just now. Minchon stated we have to slowly eliminate his clan. Jonin wanted to know how, so Minan looked towards Dunggu and suggested, if that kid over there is taken out, our chances of winning are much higher, and we can clear out the Golden River clan. Junggu and Jun were discussing something when Homying interrupted. Dunggu saw the rival and stuttered, unable to speak. You were on the roof back then. Dundung pulled Hang's hand gently and said, come on, brother. Seeing her attitude, Dunggu curiously asked about the identity of that person. Rundung took the initiative to speak. Let me introduce you. He handles many tasks in the clan and is also my older brother. We grew up together. Homung deliberately put his arm around her, looking very intimate, adding, it is just that we grew up together. Right, Rundung shyly mumbled. The engagement was just when we were kids. Dunggu exclaimed in surprise upon hearing that. An engagement? Min teased. So what? Is there a problem? And what are you doing with my fiancé? As he spoke, he threw a punch. Get lost, you little brat. Meanwhile, on the other side of the LIBOR negotiation room, upon seeing Kang Chun, Gaki anxiously asked, where's Dunggu? Earlier, it was said to wait outside the meeting room. He informed his dad that he had been here for a while, but still has not seen him. Achiek impatiently grumbled. What has been going on with Dunggu lately? His phone is off. I can't reach him. Kang Chun scratched his head with a puzzled expression. I am not sure what he is doing either. Moreover, we have not spoken to each other lately. I only know he has something urgent. The more Hae-Gek thought about it, the more suspicious he became. Those guys really want to turn against us. Ha. Good. Very good. Indeed. This day would come. Seeing Mutter, but becoming more and more savage, Chun quickly reminded him. Come on. We can't do this. He asked back. Do you think I am joking? We can't miss this opportunity. Suddenly, a loud explosion and flames erupted near where the father and son were standing, causing both to panic and ask each other what the noise was. His father was over there, above, launching a fiery attack, preparing to incinerate Rung. Although he managed to escape, it was a struggle. Realizing something was wrong, he shouted, what are you doing? Stop. However, he had no intention of stopping and laughed. Just watch. There is still a lot of interesting things behind this. Another fiery attack exploded from afar. Minchon watched and wondered why that kid Du Hung was also here. If that is the case, Killing Hag Donggu will be less troublesome. John beside him questioned. Isn't Du Homie Mang your favorite student? But this means the Golden River and Black H clans will have to oppose each other. Minch mysteriously replied. What are you talking about? This is not a battle for the clan, but for individuals. John replied. Individuals. At this moment, Homing had approached very closely. He delivered another fiery attack, leaving Donggo with no choice but to express his feelings. Damn. He could not do anything but keep himself away from this annoying guy. Not long after, Homing rushed in, screaming, I will kill you. Hedung. An emergency situation. Rundung quickly stood up to shield Donggu. Please stop. Seeing this, he shouted. What are you doing? Rundung replied. Get out of the way. She definitely would not move aside. I can't believe you are like this. Mik was getting closer, continuously warning. Rundung. You really have to move. Remembering back when he was 10, on Rundung's birthday, he had actively approached. Hello. Dundung. How are you? Rundung. A 9-year-old girl responded. Yep. Thank you. How are you? Big brother. He mustered up the courage to give her a small birthday gift and said. Rundung. This is a birthday present. Oh my. Rundung was very surprised and reached out to receive it. Thank you. Ha Myung, while reminding her to take care of it. Minan caught sight of it and took the gift away. Then he coldly asked, what do you think you are doing? Ha Myung realized it was the chairman and politely introduced himself. I'm Duong, a new student here. I am very pleased to meet you. Minchon made a displeased face, constantly cursing. A new student? What does a newcomer like you think you are doing hitting on my daughter? You little brat. Did not understand what was going on. Standing in front of such a big figure, he was speechless. Seeing this, Rundung cried out, Dad, please, do not scare me. But his hostile attitude towards Homie Mang did not change. Get the hell out of my sight, you little brat. He returned home feeling sad. That night he sat for a long time on the rooftop until Jai, a member of the Salty Flower team, found him and told H. Mang that the kid was here. I heard he gave a gift to the chairman's daughter but got scolded. Right. What happened? Did someone hit him? Are you okay? Come on. Just think of it as you gave her a birthday gift. Do not dwell on it too much. He could not hold back and spilled out all his frustrations. This world is so unfair. So unjust. Junhai just laughed at that, saying the kid was still young and should not say such things. He needed to go through a lot to understand. If you really want to play with the chairman's daughter, then you have to become the strongest to be recognized. Homung did not believe it, so he asked again. The strongest, really? If you become the strongest, you can really play with Jundung. Junhai affirmed it surely. Of course. Kid. The strongest can have everything. Homung regained his spirit and told Jun Hung, from now on, I will become the strongest. He burst into a big laugh. First, you have to beat me, then we will see. Because of that statement, Hamung trained day and night, from a weak boy. Through daily training, he defeated countless opponents. However, Suki still felt unsatisfied, so he yelled out, come on, everyone. Muda Muda is still not enough. I always wanted to be stronger because returning to reality. He grabbed his shaking shoulders and confessed, I do all this for you. She cried out as H. Myung tightened his grip. It hurts. Brother. He did not care, still shouting in her face. To be the right man for you. I have worked so hard. You know that. Right. She regained her composure and replied seriously. You do not really have to do that. You are scaring me now. On the contrary. Hamung was still out of control but trembling. How could you like someone like Hong Go? Do you even know how much I love you? From now on, can you do that with me? Homing's overstepping attitude truly disappointed Rundung to the point of frustration and yelling, don't say anymore. Pushed away by her strength, Hamung still struggled to call out to Rundung. Trembling, is this really how you declare that you are mine? So disappointing, let us end it here. Homung's face darkened. What did you say? Rundung, why are you treating me like this? How can it be like this? He lost control and charged at Rundung. Luckily, Donggu intervened just in time and sent Hamung flying. Tell Hamung that I do not want to see this damn scene ever again. After taking a painful hit, he still struggled to get up and cursed. Donggu, you are something else. You dog. He asked Hamung with a disdainful tone. If I was not so busy lately. You really think I would have time to watch you fight for your love? You bastard. You make me sick. Pushed to his limits, he seemed to turn into a different person. What did you just say? So dumb. Now you are turning me into the bad guy. I can kill you. So I am just going to hit you. Donggu smirked sarcastically. The power of love is your motivation. Before he could celebrate for long, he took a punch from Homing right in the face. Dung, he thought to himself. Does this feeling make me seem too indifferent? Hong angrily charged forward, shouting, Dongguo, who do you think you are to interfere in my business? He quickly dodged to the side and replied, I just want to experience the power of love. He punched Hung square in the jaw and shouted, but you are forcing me to use violence. You bastard. He touched his face in pain. Confused, forced violence. Then suddenly he yelled, don't you dare insult my love. You dog, you have no idea what I have been through just to have run dung. Out of nowhere, a voice rang out, please stop. So it is run dung. She used all her strength to speak up loudly. Have I told you this yet? Our feelings right now are just yours. I see you as just a big brother. Hearing this, Ham froze, his face changing as he mumbled, why unrequited? My feelings have always been unrequited. Donggu, sensing the situation was dire, warned, run. Get away from here. She does not want to say it, but you can't be patient anymore. Shout out. This place is very dangerous. Get out of here quickly. Rundung paused for a moment upon hearing this, realizing the situation. She quickly disappeared but did not forget to respond. Okay. Be careful. Donggu, who had been silently observing, suddenly burst into loud laughter. His face darkened. The murderous intent in his eyes could not be concealed as he laughed menacingly. You have trampled on my heart a bit too much. Dongguo, I will definitely kill you. He charged straight ahead, raising his hand to throw a punch. Another strange voice rang out. Is it okay for your daughter to treat him like that? Minion observed the two and, hearing the question, replied, what does that matter? What I care about right now is who wins and who loses. Jonin, standing beside him, heard the answer and thought to himself. Although everyone knows what Minion is like, his appearance is very different, but deep down, they never expected him to be so cruel, prioritizing winning the battle over his own daughter. Why are there people like that? Minchan, as if hearing the old man's thoughts, suddenly said, you are thinking I am quite ruthless, are not you? But take a good look around. In the far corner behind, the twin brothers Dogger and Daki were also watching. Jonin, hearing Minan, suddenly asked, what? The observer just spoke up, saying, I guess we have something to entertain us now. Minchan turned to continue. Although this is an unofficial duel, this battle is truly worth watching. If that kid loses, there will be no saving that damn clan anymore, so we can't even think about losing. Homing here launched his attack, a massive fire racing towards Dung. He shouted wildly, Flame King, descend. The fire advanced close to Donggu. He grimaced, thinking about his body. The flames wrapped around him, bursting forth with overwhelming pressure. Suddenly, an explosion occurred, blasting away the previous flames, replaced by thick smoke. In the chaos, someone shouted loudly, and the massive fire once again dominated the scene. Even stronger this time, covering a vast area. A strange voice echoed from somewhere. What? Donggu was fighting. Kang Chun looked down from the upper window at the chaotic scene below and turned to say to HAJC that Donggu was being attacked. Aish, still observing, replied, some people said that the kid had a strange attribute, and was also the strongest in the clan. That might be true. Kang Chun, not understanding, asked, what do you mean by a strange attribute, Dad? He answered but was not very sure. This? He was not clear about either, but using multiple skills at once is not easy. At that moment, in the melee, Donggu was hit and flew back. He silently thought, could it be that getting hit by this fire is slowing down my movement and abilities? Suddenly, he realized something. Homing launched another attack. Diving down like a missile, Donggu fell to the ground. The impact so strong that it shattered the earth into small pieces flying everywhere. He lay flat on the ground thinking, but if I can't move? Before he could finish his thought, Han Myung charged down from above and unleashed an attack. He shouted, I am not done with you yet. I am going to finish you. Dongguo, unfazed, felt even more excited. Well then, just wait for your life to be served on a platter. Flames surrounded Homung's hand, forming a fiery fist. He screamed madly. Flame fist. Kang Chun shouted worriedly. Not good. Donggu. Homung continuously unleashed his Flame King fist. He swung his fist down, the flames erupting fiercely. It powerfully engulfed a large area. The onlookers were tense. They kept gasping. This power is going to end it. Kang Chun could not contain his panic and cursed. Damn it. Hadung. Before he could finish his words, the situation changed. Donggu kicked Han Myung down to the ground. Everyone is confused. What the hell is this? What is going on? Suddenly the situation has flipped. Homung can't believe it either. He speaks out in pain. How is that possible? Donggu laughs maniacally with a terrifying look. You think your method will work? Someone outside is still in shock. How can this happen? Homung tries to turn the tide. He strains to channel energy into his fingertips, thinking to himself, how can he do this? Clearly, something is off. Donggu up above is even more energized. His eyes redden with murderous intent as he punches Hang hard. mocking him. You were useless from the start. The punch was so strong that it made Hang bleed from his nose. Suddenly, he remembers being a small boy, covered in injuries. He was lying in bed when someone came over and asked, "Hey kid, are you okay?" It was Jun Hang. He sat down beside the bed and cheerfully said, "Aren't you really strong?" "What is this?" Hing weakly replied. "Run Hang." "Thank you." He took out a book and continued. "And this book contains the power to help you win in the exam." Homing was moved, taking the book and stuttering with tears. "Brother." He remembers something else. On a moonlit night, he excitedly shouted, "Brother, I won. I really won." Hom ran to the streetlight where Jun Hyung was standing, excitedly shouting, "Am I now the vice president? Do you think I am good? It is all thanks to you that I got here." Jun joyfully rushed to hug him, proudly saying, "You are really my brother. Well done. Truly great. Now the president will pay more attention to you." In Jun Hung's embrace, Homing replied, "But to get the president's full attention, I need to be stronger. But I still hope you can help me a lot." He immediately answered without thinking, Okay, I am always ready." Suddenly, Jun Hang's face changed, blood dripping continuously. Breaking the silence of the night, Homing unexpectedly stabbed a knife into Jun Hang's back, causing him unbearable pain. Tears began to flow from his eyes. I really need your attributes." The corner of Jun Hang's mouth was now bleeding profusely. He weakly whispered, "How foolish. Why did not you talk to me about this?" Hearing this, Am's eyes filled with tears as he explained, "But my attribute is stealing the opponent's attributes. Only by killing can I possess them." Jun Hang now understands. He held Hang's head gently and said. Suddenly he used all his remaining strength to instruct, "You must become stronger and stronger. And do everything you want." Ending the flashback, Homing regained his spirit, charging madly toward Donggu while shouting, "I will never lose." Seeing this, Donggu became even more excited. He smiled but could not hide the fierce energy radiating from his eyes. Homing continued to attack, the flames flaring up once more. It blazed fiercely, overwhelming, and he shouted crazily. Fiery King Donggu, with an excited expression, laughed and said, "Since I observed and learned your attribute, your attacks are utterly useless." With that, he threw a straight punch at Homing's face. He was knocked back, crashing into the wall, causing a huge impact with debris flying everywhere. After a while, the smoke gradually cleared, revealing Homie Mian leaning against the wall. He struggled to support himself with a nearby stone to stand up, then covered his mouth with his hand, unsure of his feelings at that moment. Homing tried to speak. "How is that possible? How could you recognize it?" Donggo happily replied, "I admit that attribute of yours is quite strong, but after a few times of trying to endure it, I noticed a few things, and someone hinted at me." Hearing this, Hom immediately asked back, "A hint? Who? Where did they suddenly appear from?" She stepped closer to the chaos and shouted, "I told you." Homing was so surprised that he could only stutter a few words. "Run Dung. You are the one." Run Dung ignored his words and continued to speak loudly. "Your attribute can immobilize a person for a short time," Donggu added. "I only used a little trick to counter it. It is a very dangerous magic for others, but it is useless against me." Still shocked, Homing had calmed down a bit. He raised his voice and asked, "How is that possible? How could you know my attribute?" Rundung seemed a bit hesitant, feeling nervous about how to explain. Suddenly, a voice rang out, "This is your attribute." It turned out to be Jun Dung remembering a past event. When Jun Hang was casting a spell on her, she excitedly said, "It is amazing. I can't even move my body." Jun Shu replied, "Really, but I rarely use this overpowering attribute, because it is a bit too much for me." Run Dung, still unable to move, continued, "Your attribute is incredible. If you could fully control it, it would surely be very powerful." Jun Hang scratched his head, shyly speaking up, "But I am not really suited for this attribute." The spell on Run Dung vanished, and she excitedly turned to ask, "What is wrong?" "It is fun. It is that strong." "What are you thinking?" After thinking for a moment, Jun Hung smiled brightly and cheerfully said, "I think in the future, I will give this ability to someone more deserving." Back to reality. Hom Muing, hearing Run Dung's recounting, had tears streaming down his face. He muttered to himself, "Why me? I really am a demon. Why did I kill him just because of his attribute? A demon." The tears stopped flowing, and he smirked wickedly, whispering, "Right, if I am a demon, then I will live like one." Suddenly yelled loudly, the flames in his hand flickering bright red. "Dunggo, do you know the reason I want to kill you? I have to kill you to be recognized. I will be acknowledged by the chairman and Run Dung will be mine." Meanwhile, as he was monologuing, Dunggo's face gradually became dangerous. At this moment, Homing had reached a boiling point. He jumped high, charging straight at you with flames surrounding his hands. shouting powerfully. I can make my big brother proud of his little brother. Donggu was no longer calm as before. You swung your hand to prepare for a counterattack. Frantically shouting, your business is sad, but the outcome is not determined by will. With that, you lunged at Hung, landing a punch that made him spit blood in unbearable pain. All he could think of was one person. Bro. At a cafe on the rooftop. Ningguo Wang, holding a glass of water, cheerfully said, that match earlier at Ban was quite something. Lai nodded in agreement. Dongguo. I definitely think he is very strong. Duchan maintained that expression and continued. Right. Donggu must be the one who helped one of the 7 clans. Du asked back. Unclear. Are you sure? Young master. He stood up to add. And he might be the one who has helped the Golden River clan grow strong recently. Daki frowned. Seriously asking. Should we eliminate him before he becomes stronger? Assassination is one of our tasks. Hearing that, Duchan laughed and replied. Assassination. I think that kid has helped us a lot. Doji. Confused, asked. Help how? Duchan. Annoyed. Yelled. You idiot. Did not you notice at that meeting? Gie and the other clans were like oil and water. It is no surprise that a war is about to break out. Moreover, the minion clan leader pretends to be an upright master, but inside he is a cunning devil. A war is definitely going to happen. Our job now is just to enjoy the civil war of those 7 clans unfolding. At the thin buying court, an angry person punched the wall hard. Minchun loosened his tie, but could not contain his anger. He shouted, this is truly a humiliation. The secretary beside him stammered nervously. Chairman, please calm down. Minun gritted his teeth in anger. This stupid brat killed his own brother to gain abilities, yet still could not win. What a useless piece of trash. And he had the audacity to leave with that smug face. That damn brat made me lose face in front of so many people. Now kill him immediately. Keeping a useless person is of no benefit. The door to Minun's office was not tightly shut but slightly ajar. Rundung outside heard this and covered her mouth tightly. She was shocked and froze. Suddenly, many people with sticks appeared, rushing as if searching for someone. One quickly yanked the door open, creating a loud noise. They entered the room but found no one there. Just the empty hospital bed, neatly made as if no one had ever laid on it. They were confused and shouted, where is it? This kid could not even move a finger before. Right. They lost their cool and yelled, find that bastard now. We have to locate him and kill him immediately. Meanwhile, at Golden River, he was fuming. His face flushed red as he hurried along. Suddenly, he ran into Kang Chun. Upon seeing him, Kang Chun cheerfully waved and said, hey there. Good morning. But Gon quickly walked past, leaving just a brief reply. Hello. The Kang Chun remained oblivious and turned to ask after him. Why are you so angry? Gon, already annoyed, shouted back without thinking. Don't ask so many questions. He strode towards the room where Chokjik and Dong Go were talking, flinging the door open hard enough to hit the wall. Startling Ge, he turned to look at Gon and ask, what is going on with you today? Gon's face darkened, grinding his teeth in anger as he replied, wow, this is unbelievable. How could you dare to do that? Jake still did not understand what was happening and asked back, what is wrong? Gon forced a smile but it was far from pleasant. He emphasized every word. Why would you do this? Sir, do you think I am nothing? We are being watched by other clans. We are under their radar and I can't hold back anymore. He shouted. That kid is a talent. Why would you go and kill him? Do you have any shame? Do you have any humanity? Gex was genuinely panicking now. He quickly replied, I did not kill him. It was Dung who did it. Unlike Ake, Donggu remained calm and spoke up. Not just those clans, but also Hebe. Hearing this, Gon got even angrier, yelling, and you say that proudly, is that enough drama for you? He calmly continued, so now the best defense is to attack those 7 clans and he began. From what I observe, they do not seem to be very coordinated. I am the one who ignited this great war, and it will explode soon. Our Golden River clan will benefit the most from this war. The explosion Dung Go mentioned will be an unexpected battle. At school, in a small corner behind the building, strange sounds suddenly erupted. Growing louder by the moment, it turned out the sounds came from a fight. At that moment, Junkie was punched squarely in the face. Jaxi shouted angrily. This guy looks like the one I bullied from middle school to now. And he still has not given up in college. Are you Junkie? Javesake and 2 of his thugs kicked Junkie relentlessly. He could do nothing but cover his head and endure the beating. They were shouting as they beat him. What were you thinking when you signed up here? You punk. You think you have superpowers? Or do you just think you are better than us? A worthless guy can't even control his own powers. Junkie weakly said. Sorry, I messed up. Please let me go. Another thug walked up to his group, pulled out his phone, and laughed loudly. saying, "Hey, come here. His little sister is so cute." Junkie struggled to shout back, "Is that your sister?" One guy said as he kicked hard at his hand. He yelled, "What is it to you?" Daek approached Junkie with the phone, threatening him. "Listen, Junkie. If you do not want to introduce your sister to us, then from tomorrow on, go to school naked. I will take a picture of your face as a keepsake and send it to your sister." The thugs burst out laughing. They joyfully chimed in, finding it amusing. "Sure. That works." Suddenly, a strange voice rang out from behind. "You should apologize to him." The two thugs immediately ran over to the person. They excitedly shouted, "What is it? Har? I heard this girl is a famous star." Suddenly, one of the thugs was shoved aside. Looking confused, it was Hara who hit him. And not stopping there, she kicked fiercely, sending him crashing into the wall. While shouting, "Don't you do embarrassing things like that? I am not joking with you." The other thug impatiently lunged to wrap his arms around her neck, trying to subdue Hara. He angrily yelled, "Are you kidding me?" Hara calmly kicked him straight in the head, knocking him back. She shouted, "I am the one who should say that." Daek, witnessing all this, could not believe his eyes and yelled, "What, isn't he this girl just a celebrity? How can she be this strong?" Hearing this, Hara replied, "Don't say such pointless things. That is the result of hard training." She thought to herself that she actually did not want to lose. "That is why I hired a private tutor to train for a year." Hara continued, "If you do not want to get hit again, then apologize to that friend." DXD found it funny and asked, "Apologize?" A thug who had just been hit suddenly appeared, preparing to swing his hand to knock Hara out. He confidently announced, "Go take a nap." Thanks to her quick reflexes, Hara managed to dodge in time. Not stopping there, another thug flew in with a kick. Hara blocked with her hands but was still pushed back a bit. DIH was also preparing to strike from behind. At this moment, Hara was forced to react and thought, "Here it comes. 3 people attacking from 3 different directions. This is dangerous. I need to keep my distance." While thinking, she quickly spun around and jumped back. A thug came charging at her, shouting that there was no use in running away. His sudden appearance caught Hara off guard. She could not react in time and just stared as his fist drew closer. She closed her eyes, waiting for the punch. But suddenly someone reached out to block it. That person was Hung, from the U group, ranked 8th in the business world. Hara turned to him and asked, "Are you Hung?" The underling had his punch blocked, and his hand was held tightly by Hun Go, shaking with fear as he shouted, "Who the hell are you?" Hunu replied with a smile, gently saying, "Hello Hara. Yep. I'm Kangyo." Hearing this, the underling pulled his hand back, looking slightly intimidated, and JH and the guy quickly knelt down and pleaded, "We sincerely apologize. Senior, please forgive us. Just this once." Hungu maintained a friendly expression and replied, "Get up, everyone. I want to be friends with you too." DFD ran over to Junie, saying as he ran, "Yep. We are sorry." The 2 underlings were quicker on their feet. They rushed to help Junkie stand up, continuously asking, "Dear friend, are you okay? Who did this to our Junkie? This is outrageous." Hungu turned to look and spoke up, "Seeing everyone so close made me really happy." They tensed up in response, not forgetting to help Junkie along. "Yep. Thank you. Well, we will take our leave now." Hera, witnessing everything, wondered why they were afraid of Hung. Hungu could only walk across and respond, "Is it because I am their senior?" Suddenly, he looked down at Hara and asked, "By the way, Hera, are you free? I have a few things I want to discuss." Hara felt confused upon hearing this. "What do you want to say?" Meanwhile, in another place, Dungu was looking at his phone, reading a message from Hera. "Dungu, what are you doing? Why are not you at school? Is something wrong?" He leaned against the wall, pondering for a long time, ignoring his surroundings. He looked up at the sky and muttered to himself, "I wonder if Hara is busy right now." Hara did not mention anything, and he also forgot about school. Dungu could not understand his own feelings as he thought deeply. What is this feeling? He stopped thinking, turned around to leave, mumbling, "Well, I should go to school. I do not want to get my parents involved. And practicing magic with a shiver should be fine. Right." But recently, Dung had not gone to school either. And he thought to himself that he might have to ask Professor Richard about magic, like John Chan and Homyoung. All of them displayed abilities beyond their own by using various attributes. "I think I should not overlook this in a world with magic." Yongek suddenly appeared behind Dung. He respectfully said, "Chairman, I want to report." Dungu, not surprised, calmly replied, "You are a bit late." Yongek scratched his head and answered, "It is tougher than I thought. We need to expand our forces to search." Before he could finish, Dungu interrupted, "All right, then go ahead." Yongek reported, I investigated the whereabouts of the traces from that day. They did not even leave a single trace at the scene. Dong-gu thought to himself, not a single trace. Not even the smallest one. That is concerning. The fact that there are no traces means he has become stronger. But what does that matter? The only one getting stronger is not just him. So it must be time. Yongek suddenly continued. There is one thing I have noticed. Though it is a bit vague, Dong-gu immediately exclaimed. Is it the rebirth of Gang? Yongek quickly replied. That is right. But we still do not have complete information about him. I think that guy belongs to the unique association. Each association has its own mission. For example, the association monitors the appearance of gates or oversees the city, and the association conquers the gates. These 3 associations are just as important as the 7 major clans. I guess that guy is just around here. Dong-gu's face briefly showed tension. He touched his nose and said, right. If that guy is in the Unix association, he must be trained very strictly. Yonk read, standing next to him. Yep. I think so too. He suddenly remembered something and continued. Earlier on the way here, I saw Hara with a man. Dong-gu could not believe his ears. He was left stunned. At the same time, in a restaurant, Hara was sitting facing Hung. She asked, what do you want to say, senior? I am here because of my dad's work. I have an appointment. So I have to leave right away, Hung calmly said. All right. So just say it straight. He wants to tell Hara that she will have to marry him. Hara was taken aback. Her eyes widened in surprise. Hara seemed to have caught on. She jumped up and yelled, causing the food on the table to fly off the plate. Mary. Hung did not pay attention to the food mess. He cheerfully looked at Hara and said, I thought you would react like this. I can explain. Before he could say more, Hara yelled again. Never, Hung calmly explained. Hara. What if your entertainment company merges with mine? What would happen then? She interrupted him. You hate. Unable to stay calm anymore, Hara turned away angrily, not forgetting to shout back. If there is nothing else, I will be leaving. Thanks. Enjoy your meal. What a terrible day. Throughout all this, Hung showed no emotion at all. Then suddenly he burst into a confusing laugh, his smile carrying a frightening quality. He held his head and told himself, I thought she would behave like a well-mannered family. What a disappointment. She will always be my electric pot. At a nearby gate, someone called out loudly, Jung. It is. She ran up to Jung, saying loudly, sorry, Dong-gu responded somewhat distantly. I did not come to school because I had an appointment with you. Now whether I am late or not does not matter anymore. Hara still had not realized the situation. She kept her cheerful demeanor and asked him, why are you mad at me? Hara playfully continued. All right. I will apologize like this, Dung. I will be your rice cooker. Dong-gu seemed touched. But soon after he returned to being distant with Hara. What the hell are you doing? Hara, pouting, questioned him. Do you really need me to say it first? Dong-gu listened to her and pondered. Why is she thinking so simply? Are all famous people like her? Hara stepped forward, hugging his arm and spoke up. Let it go this time. It is the last time. Just like the first. Dong-gu was still lost in thought. Why did not she say anything about meeting Hung-gu? Suddenly, she grabbed his hand and pulled him along. Her excited expression said, I want to take you somewhere. Dong-gu was reluctant but followed anyway. He finally spoke after being silent for a while. Where to? Hara turned to look at him, her mouth bright with a smile. To meet my dad. Or my grandpa if you prefer. Dong-gu could not believe his ears. He was so surprised he could not close his mouth. Hara grew impatient and said with a hint of annoyance, don't hesitate. Or my dad will call that guy. There are so many rich guys out there wanting to marry me for my wealth. Dong-gu stopped but still held Hara's hand tightly. He asked seriously, is the guy you mentioned Honu? Hara was startled and exclaimed, how do you know his name? Dong-gu replied, I just guessed. Hara sighed and explained, my brother does not know what that guy is up to, and I do not really like him. But somehow, you are the only one suitable to be my boyfriend. Dong-gu fell silent, making the surrounding space unusually quiet. It seemed he had given up and could not be angry anymore. He sighed and asked, but is your grandpa easygoing? Meanwhile, in another place, an older man was angrily shouting, who do you think I am? Is it that easy to come and go? He is the chairman of the Korean Industrial Group, Roman Chun. Although he appeared fierce on the outside, he was very warm inside, being Hara's grandfather. The other negotiator remained calm and tried to persuade, Sir, that is not my intention. I just wanted to discuss the investment in new technology. Could you take a look? The person was Hadung Chun, Dong-gu's father. Manchun was still upset and replied, I respect, but it is shameful to lie for personal gain. I am very disappointed in you. Dong Chun quickly responded, yep. I will try to make it right. Manchun seemed to have regained his composure. He asked, what is your suggestion? Should we invest in developing a supermarket factory for lithium-ion batteries using energy stones? I will think about this and have an answer for you. Dong Chun stood up, bowing sincerely and said, Thank you, sir. The elevator's display had now reached the waiting area. Dong Chun stepped out, feeling exhausted. He sighed, loosening his tie while saying to himself, maybe it is because that technology has never been recognized worldwide. That is why companies hesitate. Getting investments is too difficult. His face clearly showed sadness. It is. How can a big company trust a small one like mine? Just as Dong Chun was leaving, his phone rang. Rang. He pressed the phone to his ear. Yep. I'm Dong Chun. Suddenly, he shouted loudly, startling everyone around him. Really? You will invest in our company? Jungga's information is currently displayed on Honggu's tablet. 17 years old. College level. Completely dominating the Black Tiger family's PK. Honggu was watching and commenting. That Junggu is pretty good. It is a miracle he is still alive after beating Kai-ho. Someone from outside suddenly called in, saying it is because the Black Tiger family has been destroyed that they have no chance for revenge. Chan stepped in front of Hung, wearing a scheming expression, and greeted him. Long time no see. Hung, who knew, was not surprised to see him. His name came to mind because of his round face. With a mischievous look, he continued, looks like you had a rough day today. At this point, Hunggu stood up and greeted back. Long time no see. Round face. He ignored Hunggu's wave and spoke up. What makes you pay attention to him like that? But I do not really like that smile of yours. Shut your mouth before I snap your neck. Hunu maintained his usual polite demeanor. He smiled warmly. Warning. If you want to break the agreement between Habak and Yo, you can go ahead. Suddenly, Dutron approached and grabbed Hunu by the neck. He growled each word. You think I would not dare? Hunu rolled his eyes at him. Duchan squeezed tightly, causing Hungo's neck to snap. But suddenly a voice rang out. Don't use those useless threats. It turned out that was in Duchan's thoughts. At this moment, he stood by the window while Hungu sat nonchalantly with his legs crossed on the chair. Duchan turned and smirked, saying, looks like you are starting to get nervous. Hungu calmly replied, let us get to the point. Dutron moved closer to Hunyu, leaned against the shelf, and casually said, I do not want to drag this out with you. I will keep it as brief as possible. I do not want to think that the U group will break their promise, or have some plan. Hungu's face did not change. He listened silently. Duchan continued, so if you do not fulfill the agreement before the date promised by the U group, you know what will happen. Right. At this point, Hungu finally spoke up, saying we would be enemies. Duchan smiled. So you still remember? Hungu turned serious and replied. Just wait. He stood up, hands in his pockets, speaking confidently. I will be the one to make all 7 families kneel before the Habak family. Duchan was silent upon hearing this, then turned to leave but not before calling back. All right, I believe you. Do not disappoint me. He walked to the door but suddenly stopped. By the way, that round-faced dung. He turned back, grinning wickedly, and continued, it is not as simple as you think. Hungu silently watched his figure leave. Elsewhere, someone greeted. Hello, sir. Thank you very much for purchasing our company's new product. Hung, dressed in a tailored suit, sat cross-legged and happily replied, not all. This product is really fantastic. Besides, Dunga's son is my junior. And of course, as a scene, I have to help each other. Dung Chun felt emotional hearing this. Really? That is great then. Thank you very much, sir. At Dung Chun's company, someone spoke up. Boss, you should not overwork yourself. And borrowing money from the bank to expand the factory. Dung Chun was observing the goods conveyor when he replied, don't worry too much. The company we supply goods to is U Corporation. No matter how tough it gets, we must work hard to deliver on time. Suddenly, a staff member rushed in and shouted, Boss, there is big trouble. U Corporation is returning all our goods. Dung Chun turned pale upon hearing this, stammering, what, at U Corporation? Dung Chun knelt on the ground, desperately pleading with Hung. Please, help me. Hung, with a disdainful expression, said, what are you talking about? You want me to help you? Dung Chun helplessly shouted, if you cancel the order with Hyper Factory, our company will go under. Please reconsider. Hungu remained unfazed, calmly responding, there were many defective products during delivery, and that is my final decision. Dung Chun was shocked and yelled, what defects? I personally checked everything. Hungu asked, annoyed, are you implying I am lying? Dung Chun tensed up. He immediately replied, yep. That is not it. Hungu stood up abruptly, looking suspicious as he said, Dung Chun, I am very disappointed. I wanted to help you just to support my junior. Dung Chun choked up as he stepped forward to grab his trousers. He pleaded, please, reconsider and help me. Hungo's face showed a scheming look. He proposed the condition of handing over the Hyper Factory design to us, And then I would take all the goods I had ordered before. Dong Chun, confused, asked back, why somewhere else? He then burst into laughter. Did he actually do that? So naive. Is he planning to step over his own family? Dogger next to him asked. What should I do? Duchan seemed amused and cheerfully replied. Let us first see who wins. There is no rush, but what concerns me right now is if we uncover the secret behind the destruction of the Black Tiger. Things will be much easier. He looked up at the cobweb-covered nameplate and continued. However, the more we investigate, the clearer this truth will become. Dogger and Daki listened to him, and one person, confused, spoke up.
Yep.
You destroyed the entire Black Tiger clan. Who exactly is that person?
Yep.
Dogger asked, confused. But I find it a bit suspicious that Jia-chan is also not ordinary. How could that be? Besides, he also has special attributes and is very powerful. Duchan laughed and replied, how powerful could he be if he meets someone stronger? It won't make much difference. He walked away, stepping on stairs that bore the marks of chaos. No longer intact but full of signs of a struggle. Duchan was speaking as he walked. Moreover, the one responsible for this incident is a very cunning person, causing all 7 clans to fall into panic and misunderstandings. So he has achieved his goal. And the nearby clans benefited from what the Black Tiger clan left behind after its complete collapse. He stopped, turned to ask, which clan is the closest? The Dogger and Daki brothers replied in unison. Golden River. Hearing the desired answer, Duchan responded. Dogger then voiced his confusion. But that clan? He paused, and Daki continued speaking. How can you conclude so early? Understanding the question marks in their minds, he patiently replied, right. The flaw in my reasoning is that it stops there. I wonder how a clan like Golden River could pull this off. Although the head of Golden River is very strong, it is still not enough to single-handedly destroy the Black Tiger clan like that. If so, among the remaining people, he suddenly remembered the image of Dung Go fighting Akmai furiously, and thought to himself, how can that loser be so strong? Duchan quickly turned his head back and spoke loudly. Anyway, the result of the investigation so far is that it is a personal revenge matter. But it does not matter anymore. What we need to do is find out who destroyed Black Tiger that day. We will use all the clues we have. The twin brothers immediately complied. At this moment, in a quiet neighborhood, Kam Chun was chasing after Dungu from behind. He shouted loudly, Dung, do you know about Hungu? He ran up and grabbed Dungo's shoulder to ask,
Hey.
Are you listening to me? Dungu replied while scratching his ear. My ear itches a bit. I was just with Hera. What is it? Kam Chun suddenly shouted loudly. What? Are you kidding? Are you planning to marry Hera? Hearing that, Dungu shouted angrily. Are you out of your mind? I am only this young. How can I marry? He calmed down and asked. So why are you following me? Is something wrong? Kam Chun quickly replied. The heir of the Yu Hungu group has taken notice of you. This is trouble. Dungu asked. Trouble? Is that guy very strong? Kam Chun explained, seeing he did not understand the situation. Very strong. Indeed, the problem with Hungu is that he uses his power very well. The Yu group is one of the top 5 companies, using that strength and power to make all opponents kneel before fighting. Jungle listened, his mind filled with question marks. Kam Chun then asked, do not you understand? He tried to explain again. In short, the Yu group can crush any company if they want to. Suddenly, a loud voice called out from somewhere. Big bro. Big bro. When Kam Chun turned around, he saw Soon propped up on her knees, breathing heavily. He called out loudly to Soon. Kam Chun knelt down to hug the girl. He cheerfully asked, Sujan, are you okay? Why have not you replied to my inbox? He leaned in for a kiss, but Sujan dodged him and replied, Big brother, this is not important. Suddenly remembering something urgent, the girl shouted again. Big brother, there is a problem at home. At the factory, Dung Chun stood in front of the employees with 2 others and sincerely said, I am sorry everyone. As a chairman, I could not save this. He bowed his head, filled with regret. I lost sleep and food researching new products. But I never expected today would end in bankruptcy. We also apologize for bothering our staff for so long. The employees not only did not blame him but also tried to reassure him. Boss, it is. Do not ever give up. That is right, boss. If that is the case, we will start over and find another investor. Those words could not convince Dung Chun. He kept his head down and continued speaking. Thank you all for believing in me. But no one dares to invest in our company anymore because of too much debt and bank loans. He looked up and smiled, but tears streamed down his cheeks. I was truly happy during this time, even if it was short. Thank you all so much. The employees gathered around to comfort him. Boss, we can end it this way. This is your passion. Boss, please do not give up. Suddenly, a staff member rushed in from outside with news. Boss, there is good news. A new investor wants to invest in our company. Dung Chun heard this and smiled, asking, what? Someone is investing. In the conference room, Dong Chun stood in front of the projector presenting. Our hyper factory has utilized the power of cracked stone, saving 5 times more energy than regular lithium-ion batteries. The investor, dressed in an expensive suit, sat confidently in front of the projector and seriously thanked him for the explanation. But there were a few issues that needed clarification. Dong Chun, feeling tense, asked. About what, sir? The person responded. The old battery was great, but here it can be used continuously. As far as I know, your office supplying products has gone bankrupt. Dong Chun was a bit annoyed, but tried to keep a calm expression. He helplessly asked, do you really need to say it like that? He emphasized each word. Dungo. It turned out to be Dung. He sat cross-legged, grinning mischievously. Who else planted potatoes in this land? He cheerfully said, Dad does not have to worry about this anymore. I will invest a large sum into your company, Adu Corporation. Honggu and the shareholders were meeting in the conference room. One person was presenting about Hip Factory, a new product utilizing the power of cracked stone, and its business potential was enormous. If we get that design, we will make a huge profit. If it comes into our hands, taking it to P and doing business worldwide will be easy. This will change the entire domestic market. It is more effective than the old versions. Honggu thought to himself, not expecting to be so lucky. If he succeeded, he would still keep this position. An employee rushed in to report that something serious had happened. Hanjiang Company has found a new investor. Honggu was surprised, his mouth agape as he asked, what? At that moment, in a tall building, Donggu stood by the car and called out, what is Dad doing? Aren't you getting out of the car? He was wide-eyed and surprised as he stepped out. Dong Chun finally spoke. Donggu replied, yep. And then he added, give Dad a pinch. He reached out and pinched Dong Chun's cheek hard, making him yelp in pain while holding his face. At that moment, Dong Chun truly believed it. He exclaimed, but not forgetting to complain, this is really not a dream. Did you need to pinch that hard? Suddenly, he said loudly, how could you invest such a large amount of money? Do you know that could save an entire company? He sighed in frustration and said, I remember telling you, I just saved part of my salary from working at Golden River. Dong Chun, feeling tense, whispered, should we before Donggu could finish? He stepped closer and gestured for silence. Dong Chun raised his hand to cover his mouth. He said seriously to Dong Chun, Dad has to promise me this investment is a secret. If you tell anyone, Dong Chun quickly replied, all right, this time I will try. Donggu, still uneasy, continued, this is absolutely a secret, especially for Mom. Dong Chun raised his hand making an ox sign and said, okay. The two of them walked inside together. Dong Chun talked as they walked. Let us go. Mom said she prepared a lavish dinner to celebrate your return. In the distance, a strange car had been following them all this time. Inside the car, Hunu continued to watch even as the father and son disappeared. He asked if Jung-go was an investor of Hyper Factory. The secretary sitting next to him replied, yep. That is the information I received from intelligence. Honggu questioned, but where would a regular student like him get that money? The secretary quickly responded, I have not verified that yet. Just what? Hunu asked. Just what? The secretary quickly added, Jung-go seems to be getting very close to Hara lately. Have you heard this news? Upon hearing this, Honggu's expression changed, his eyebrows furrowing tightly. The quiet night approached a particular building. Hara was on her way home when she noticed a man in a hat looking dangerous behind her. Hara recognized him and tensed up, gripping her handbag tightly. She cautiously turned to look back at him, then suddenly quickened her pace to run forward, while the other guy had not realized. Suddenly a scar-faced man blocked her path and said, you little brat. I won't let you get away. The guy with the hat from earlier also came up from behind, holding a big stick, and shouted, how dare you make us end up like this? The scar-faced man threatened her with a long knife. Today, I am going to make you pay. He charged at her screaming. She quickly kicked him straight in the face. He fell to the ground, unconscious. It turned out Hara was filming at that moment. The director called for a cut on this fantastic action scene. Hara stepped out of character, feeling guilty. She turned to check on the actor she just kicked. Are you okay? Did I kick too hard? I am sorry. The actor, though bleeding from his nose, was still smiling as he replied, it is, Har, sacrificing for art is the greatest thing. Bun Kaich ran over to them, satisfied, saying, great job, everyone. We will wrap up today as shoot. Hearing that, they happily exclaimed, everyone worked hard. Hara suddenly realized something. Jung-gu had arrived. He brought a small bag, happily handing it to Hara. Leaving the film set, the red car sped down the road. Hara sat in the car, wearing Dong-gu's jacket. She cheerfully said, thanks for coming. Dong-gu, sitting beside her, replied, of course I had to come. Hara, hearing this, asked, Aren't you worried? He calmly answered. Why should I worry? Hera, feeling a bit shy, talked about meeting her parents. Donggu still casually replied. So what? Hera, feeling a bit annoyed, said. So what do you mean? How can you be so calm? He smiled and replied. Aren't you worried about not taking in Zun? Hera quickly said. But I am worried. Donggu confidently reassured Hera. It is. Just trust me. At Hera's house. Hera went inside first. Donggu followed behind. She walked and talked. Finally home. Suddenly she noticed something. Her eyes widened in surprise. Manchun had been waiting there for who knows how long. Hera, seeing him, exclaimed. Grandpa. She approached him nervously and asked. Didn't you say you were on a business trip? He did not answer her question but loudly ordered without explanation. Come inside and let us talk. Once inside the house, Manchun sat down seriously to observe. Donggu thought to himself. Manchun, the chairman of the Korean Industrial Company. In his youth, he was a very powerful man. Even at this age, he still had that aura. He approached politely, bowing his head to greet. Hello, sir. I am Hara's boyfriend. Dung. The old man heard this and said loudly. Hara's boyfriend. I do not want my granddaughter to marry a guy from such a poor family like you. Hera, confused, turned to ask Donggu and then back to Manchun. What do you mean? Grandpa. Manchun heard his beloved niece ask and immediately replied. Isn't it true that Alu has pulled out the investment from your dad's company? Dung, without a hint of fear, confidently responded. The intelligence capabilities of the Korean Industrial Company are far worse than you think. Recently, my company received a large investment and all issues have been resolved. Manchun, hearing this, shouted angrily. How can you be so sure? Do you think you are an investor? And how can a 17-year-old like you invest in a company? Suddenly, two people appeared behind him. They wore dark sunglasses and held large sticks. Manchun lost his calm and shouted. Donggu. This scammer. How dare you trick my niece? The two bodyguards quickly raised their sticks in front of him, but he showed no signs of fear. The two bodyguards pursed their lips coldly, wielding their swords in front of Hera. Looking at the scene in front of them, unable to contain their anger, they tightened their grip and shouted. Hey, what are you doing? Get him away from him now. He frowned, calmly smiling in response. Manchun waved his hand ordering the two bodyguards to leave. Donggu stepped closer. The two faced each other. Contemplating, he asked. So now you are thinking that I have borrowed money from Hera, the old man? Feeling disdainful, retorted. Isn't that the case? Donggu laughed mockingly. Yep. For you it might be true, but how could I, being poor, approach anyone? She clenched her fists, indignantly questioning. Why do you say that? It is unreasonable. Seeing his niece angry, Manchun softened and suggested. If not, then show me evidence that I can believe. He confidently asked. What will you do if I prove it? The old man raised an eyebrow, satisfied, and replied. If you can prove it, I will accept the relationship between you and Hera. But if you can't, Manchun won't have any conditions. Donggu confidently agreed to the terms. Then I won't be involved with Hera anymore. Right. Hera raised her eyebrow in disbelief. What? What do you intend to do? The old man coldly asked back. Definitely not. Young man. He smiled confidently. Calmly replied. No problem. Donggu bent down and placed a luxurious box on the table. He looked up with a bright smile and suggested. Open it. Manch glanced at what was just placed on the table. A pleased smile appeared. The old man picked up the box, suspiciously complimenting it. This shell looks beautiful. The lid of the box opened, revealing a brilliant red gem inside. Manchun frowned, looking at the dazzling glow, thinking to himself, This is what the old man stared at the gem in the box, exclaiming in awe. A level 7 cracked stone. Manchun pondered. Even though I have seen all kinds of cracked stones, this level 7 cracked stone is still the first time I have seen it. The old man raised his head, impatiently asking, Who are you really? Donggu calmly replied with a smile. Just an ordinary person. Manchun frowned, dissatisfied, asking, So you want me to hand my niece over to a nobody? He confidently questioned. So are you saying two different things? That old man is scheming. We need to find a few more people to follow him. Manchun gritted his teeth, his brows furrowed, his voice rising with anger. I can't trust him. Hara shut her eyes tight, shouting out of frustration. Grandma. The old man coldly announced as he closed the box. We have an engagement with the Hunu family. She angrily shouted. I do not like him. I would rather die than marry him. Manchun stood up and yelled. Even though he brought us here, we still have no way to confirm if he is really the one. Your doubts about him are not over yet. Act now. Right after the old man's words, two bodyguards suddenly appeared, armed and charging toward him. Dung landed a powerful punch to Hyoksu's face, shattering his glasses. Hyo Jin gritted his teeth and rushed over, cursing. You bastard. He grinned maliciously at the two of them. Donggu quickly grabbed his hand, one hand holding Haiji's head and pushing it down. Donggu smiled coldly, slamming his head down onto the table. Manchun bit his lip, deep in thought as he witnessed Dung's brutal attack. Donggo's eyes sparkled with mystery as he asked, "Do you want to continue?" The old man sighed in defeat. The two strongest bodyguards can't even touch him. He slapped Jin on the back, smiling as he asked, "Have you agreed yet?" Manchun stood with his hands behind his back, staring at the large holes in the table, lost in thought. Information about this guy is hardly anywhere to be found, making my investigation difficult. And I am being outsmarted by a 17-year-old. The old man glanced at Dung, coldly asking one last question. "You know I am home today, right?" Hara was startled, surprised as she replied, "Really? Is that true?" Donggu calmly responded with a light smile. "If you did not know, there is no need to prepare for it." Manchun frowned angrily, scolding. "You are just a sly kid," Donggu shamelessly replied. "I will take that as a compliment." The old man looked at his granddaughter, worriedly asking, "Hera, I think this guy is very scary." "No way. Do you still like him?" She walked over, linking arms with him, happily responding, "You think I did not think about this first when choosing Jung? He is the only one suitable for me." Manch frowned, sighing in concern. "Hera, why did you decide so quickly? Don't you know I am worried about you?" Hara tilted her head, smiling as she explained, "I can't live with you forever." Manchun looked at his granddaughter's happy smile, feeling a pang of sadness. "It seems you really like him." The old man bit his lip, anxious in thought. "Is it okay? I do not want her to suffer. I wonder if that guy cares for her at all." After a moment of worry, Manchun sighed and spoke up. "All right. I agree." She joyfully ran over and hugged him tightly, showering him with praise. "You are the best." "Thank you." Manchun grumbled loudly. "All right. My back hurt. Stop sweet-talking me. Go on and hug him." Donggu tilted his head the other way, smiling contentedly to himself. "Okay. Then it is settled." At night in the modern city with countless skyscrapers still lit up, a luxurious car speeds down the road. No frowns? Annoyed, focused on driving with a multitude of thoughts in his mind, he purses his lip, deep in thought, wondering why the chairman wants to pretend the appointment never happened. Flashing back to the past, Hungu stands before his father Hunmin's desk, asking in shock, "Really?" He shouts angrily at you. "I am very disappointed in you. How can you not even win the heart of a girl? Because of you, I had to embarrass myself in front of so many people at the company." The old memories continuously tear at his heart. Hungu grips the steering wheel tightly, his body trembling with anger as he mutters, "Donggo, how dare you challenge me?" He widens his eyes coldly and declares, "I will definitely kill you." The scene shifts to a two-story house lit up. Outside in the yard, numerous bodyguards lie defeated, blood splattered everywhere. Someone loudly orders to bring their boss out here. Inside the house is no better off. Bodyguards and weapons are sprawled on the floor. The sound from the phone echoes everywhere. The consequence of daring to oppose me. Gus brings the phone in a call to Zixik Sin's face. "So even if you go to hell, think about what you have done." He leans against the wall, blood and tears mixing together in a pitiful plea. Please save me." The person on the other end of the line coldly orders, "Kill." Immediately, Sixin's painful cries ring out continuously, blood splattering everywhere. Guch coldly stands up, dusting off his hands after eliminating the prey. Suddenly he remembers the call is still ongoing. Gusik holds the phone to his ear and says, "Yep." He is indeed a member of the Fifth-Rate Assassin Association. He maliciously laughs and continues, "Of course I will take this job. I accept the assassination request for Dung." The sky gradually darkens at a brightly lit high-rise apartment. Donggu enters the apartment, taking off his shoes and saying, There is no response at all in the house. He looks around in surprise. Searching, Donggu puts his hands in his pockets. Standing in the middle of the house wondering where everyone is, a kick suddenly lunges at him. Sweeping across at chest height, he hesitates slightly and then leans away, his eyes flashing with alertness, not giving Donggu a chance to stabilize. Another roundhouse kick sweeps in from the left, aimed straight at his head, a cold gust of wind rushing through his hair. The spinning kick sweeps through like a whirlwind. The final kick hooks up from below, whistling straight at Donggu's chin, forcing him to lean hard and dodge to the side. Donggu tilts his head slightly, his gaze distracted yet laced with disdain, a light breath escaping as his lips curl into a teasing smirk. "Is this your maximum speed?" Soon angrily jumps up, kicking towards him in response. Not done yet. The girl throws a strong kick at her annoyed brother. Continuing, "This is the punishment for you coming home late." Donggu calmly raises his hand to block. "Oh really?" Soon jumps down using one hand to brace herself, irritable and accusing. "You play in Jen. How could you know me when I strike so fast?" The girl stood up angrily, constantly blaming him. Does he really want to win against his little sister like this? "Why have not you lost even once?" He smiled calmly and replied, "If Sin wants to beat me, Then she needs to practice a lot more. Sean closed her eyes tightly. Frustrated, she shouted. But I heard that you have some girls chasing after you. I am just trying to protect you from being fooled. And they even use money to buy gifts for you. Dong-gu still kept a surprised smile and asked, who told you that? It is not what you think. The girl crossed her arms, potting and looking away. Suddenly, their parents came back from the supermarket with bags. Confusedly asking, what are you two doing standing there? Yu and Seo-John shouted back angrily. Nothing. Nothing at all. She carried the bags into the kitchen and said, go wash your hands, while helping mom prepare dinner. The girl obediently followed and replied. Yep. Dong-gu sighed tiredly and said, well, I am going to take a shower. Suddenly, Dong-chun came over and grabbed his shoulder to stop him. Wait a minute. Dong-gu looked back in surprise and replied. Yep. He covered his mouth with his hand and whispered. The electronic company will purchase a large quantity of our products. He rubbed your neck in confusion and asked. So what? Dong-chun pointed and smirked. Of course. Dad has to report it to you since you are the investor. Dong-gu flinched, angrily calling out. You startled me. Looking around, grabbing his shoulders, and muttering, I already told you, I am not an investor. I do not want to be. Dong-chun grinned teasingly. It is because we have investors that our company can operate again. Well, Dad. How could you not do that? Dong-gu waved his hands frantically, quickly responding. Okay. Yep. Investor. She stood in the kitchen, holding a spatula, and shouted irritably. Aren't you two going to have dinner? What are you standing there talking about? The two of them replied fearfully. Yep. Of course. After finishing dinner, you hurriedly said, I am going to meet Har. Dong-gu's mom asked in surprise. At this hour? You calmly explained. Yep. She is busy too. I am just going over to see how it is. She cheerfully replied. All right. Be careful on your way. Soon after, Dong-gu disappeared through the door in front of Dong-chun and his wife. He crossed his arms, pondering and said, Can we do this? She patted her husband's back reassuringly and replied. With Hara, it should be fine. Dong-gu's mom covered her mouth, excitedly saying, if everything goes smoothly, our son will be the son-in-law of a Korean entertainment company. At the same time, you walked down the corridor leisurely. Dong-gu slowly crossed each road. At this moment, Gus Sextiak had been watching him from behind for some time. His eyes shone like a hawk, a sinister smile on his lips as he thought to himself. Dong-gu, 17 years old. This mission is way too easy coming from the U group. Guksich arrogantly satisfied. It did not pose much difficulty for him. But still, customers are king. While he was lost in thought, when did the boy use his disappearing trick? Gusuch lowered his head, his face grim as he pondered. But it was too late. He stood coldly ordering his men to capture him. Gustech frowned dangerously, muttering, let the hunt begin. The shadow of Dong-gu appeared and then vanished down the road. He nimbly dove into the deep bed. Dong-gu leaped over each grueling stretch of road, stopping after a long chase. He slowly stood up. The Guuxich gang had caught up, forming a circle around Dong-gu. He scanned their weapons calmly and spoke. You guys are quite the talkers. Who exactly are you? He held a sharp knife in his hand, sneering. Who else could it be? Just think of us as the ones who will teach you in place of your parents. He adjusted his glasses slightly, a mocking smile on his face. I heard some high school kids have been causing trouble lately. But do not stress too much. I won't let you suffer. His underlings were ready to attack. Gusich still calmly threatened. At first, it might just be a little tickle, but it is all day long. Sensing their urgency, he shouted to stop them. Wait, before we start. Gusich threw something at him and continued. I have something for you to see. Dong-gu calmly picked up the phone to listen. Hey there. Dong. You seem to be doing all right. The man on the phone laughed wickedly, continuing. Honestly, I did not want to do this, but too bad. Getting involved with me makes it tough for you. He rested his chin on his hand, grinning maliciously. You should know who you are up against. I hope in your next life you can live more peacefully. Go on. Ending the call, Gusich asked in a sinister tone. Now you know why you should die, so let us end it. Shall we? He coldly replied. Of course. Dong-gu grinned wickedly like a clown in a villain's role, continuing. You should know who you are facing. Right. Furious, he ordered his men to charge, shouting, you are about to die. Goodbye. He calmly stood in the midst of the crowd, ready to strike, unleashing a devastating attack. Gusich gritted his teeth in shock as his underlings were thrown far away. Mumbling, what the hell is this? Dong-gu laughed wickedly, appearing behind them quickly with a lightning ball in hand. You think you have time to be surprised? He terrifyingly smiled, launching the ball toward him with a powerful move. Gusich, gritting his teeth in shock, jumped back as a massive ball appeared. It charged toward him, smashing the rock in front. Gussich, gritting his teeth in anger. Thought, how can this kid be so fast? That can't be right. He looked down at the aftermath caused by the ball, doubting whether he had underestimated this kid. The Gussich organization ground their teeth in anger, wondering if he had misjudged this kid. He was about to jump down when Dong-go had vanished without a trace. He was surprised. The speed of his movement far exceeded expectations. Gussich angrily thrust the knife toward him, secretly contemptuous. But what does that matter? But Dong-go has sensed all of his actions. He quickly grabbed Gussich by the throat. Dong-go smiled wickedly, lifting him up high and said, "Don't be too tense. I won't let you suffer." His eyes sparkled, his face taking on a savage look, reminding that it would only be a little uncomfortable. Dong-go grinned maliciously at Gussich, who was gripping his hand in fear and confusion. This was the look of Jay Fasum Azine. Dong-go tightened his grip more and more. Gussich gasped in shock. This is not good. This guy is not a normal high school student. Images flashed in his mind, comparing him to a cunning wolf in sheep's clothing. He coldly spoke up, "You must have realized something." "Right." Dong-go coldly crushed Gussich's throat, continuing, "But it is too late." He coldly dropped his unconscious body to the ground. Dong-go stood still, looking at the desolation before him. Gussich and his gang had met their end in the afterlife. After dealing with them, he leisurely left the forest. Suddenly, a line of cars appeared at the exit ahead. Dong-go stopped in surprise. They all simultaneously opened their car doors. One car filled with thugs carrying Japanese swords. Another car was waiting, transporting both women and men. The doors swung wide open, and they got out one by one. They were carrying massive weapons. He pressed his lips together, watching the approaching crowd, thinking to himself, "This is more like it. If they only sent one assassin to kill me, that would be a disappointment." Dong-go put his hands in his pockets, calmly speaking up, feeling much better with this kind of fighting spirit. With an axe resting on his shoulder, he coldly asked, "Is this guy head Dong-go?" Divem Han, wrapped in bandages on one side, smirked condescendingly and said, "Isn't he Gussich behind him? I did not expect that guy to be so weak. But now this one will be our prey." He calmly scoffed. "Come on. No need for theatrics. What nonsense are you saying? Why do not you all just come at me? I do not have time to play with each of you." He threatened you. "Do not act foolish. We are the NIS gang, ranked second among the top 8 gangs." He raised his knife, smirking as he reminded, "Don't think we are like that useless northern Gussich." Dong-go casually answered, blowing air nonchalantly, "Whether you want to compare or not, we won't know until we go all out." The NIS gang angrily charged forward with their weapons. He shouted in anger, "This arrogant punk. I will straighten out that attitude of yours." At the same time, elsewhere, Ip was setting up recording equipment, with a young man waiting by the wall. Hung, dressed elegantly, held a bouquet of flowers. Deep in thought, he smirked, glancing at Ip with disdain. "Adung, you must be dead by now." "Right," Hungu confidently affirmed. Even if Park Gus could not take him down, the Darkness gang, ranked second among Korean gangs, would handle him, and once the NIS gang took this job, there would be no concept of failure. Meanwhile, the director was continuously encouraging and directing. "Good. All right, let us move on to the next scene." He looked towards Ip, deep in thought. "Because of you, I have lost so much money. But as long as I can have Hara's heart, it is worth it." "So what does this mean?" Hungu smirked, scheming wickedly. "If that bastard dies or goes crazy, I will take the opportunity to comfort Hara and score some points." Suddenly, someone bumped into his shoulder as they passed. Hungu looked up at the hooded boy walking ahead. He angrily shouted, "Don't you know to say sorry when you bump into someone? How can there be such an uncivilized person?" Dong-go, holding his phone, tilted his head back and replied with a slight smile, "It is Senior Hohu. I was a bit careless because I was on the phone. Sorry." "Senior." Hungu's eyes widened, his face pale with shock as he stammered, "How is that possible?" He stopped and mocked, "What are you talking about?" "Senior. I do not quite understand." "But Senior, you do not look so good. Is something wrong?" He looked incredulous, his face filled with confusion. "No way. The Darkness Guild has not dealt with it yet. How could that bastard still be here?" Suddenly, Hara came over, calling out to Dong-go. She smiled brightly, linking her arm with his and asking hand, "Dong-go, have you been waiting long?" Dong-go smiled, his eyes squinting. "Not too long. I just arrived." Realizing someone else was present, Hara exclaimed in surprise, "What about Senior Hayu? Why is he here?" He winked and teased, "Maybe Senior is a fan of mine." Hungu. She innocently laughed in response. "Really? Thank you so much." Senior. Hungu gritted his teeth, suppressing his anger. "Yeah." He turned and walked away, and Hara could not help but ask, "What is wrong with the Senior?" Hungu turned his back to them, his eyes sharp and filled with anger, teeth clenched tightly. He angrily threw the bouquet to the ground. Hungu stood in front of the car, yelling in frustration, "How the hell did that bastard escape?" Suddenly, his phone rang. Mom's favorite son. He picked up the phone and said, "Your call has been hidden." Trung Neverki kept chattering. "Likes to dress up," Honggu answered, bringing the phone close to his ear. "I was just about to call you." The person on the other end was surprised and asked, "What is going on?" He gritted his teeth in anger. "You could not handle such a small matter." "Are you kidding me? That bastard is still alive," Honggu shouted angrily. While Pusses in the Darkness Guild were completely wiped out. "Are you still pretending not to understand what is happening?" The person on the other end chuckled dryly and reiterated, "Come on, the head of the U Corporation. Bihichigus. And my people were all killed by that Honggu. Is that what you mean?" He frowned in confusion.
Yep.
"That is exactly it. But what do you mean?" "The leader of the Darkness Gang, Choi Kung-hon," coldly replied. "The one we suspect is not Honggu. You. Do you think we do not know your tricks?" Honggu's frustrated voice came from the phone. "Are you guys joking?" he coldly replied. "Enough. Cut the act." Kai Young-ho frowned angrily, exposing the truth. "You are not planning to team up with Hebixi to take over the clan. Are you? You bastard. Do you think we are that stupid? You think you can make us your stepping stones?" He stared wide-eyed, shocked that his secret was exposed. Honggu stammered. "That is not it. It seems we have some misunderstandings." Kung-hon's sharp, cold voice continued. "Misunderstanding? Do you think we do not know that you corporation secretly signed a deal with the Hebixi clan?" He trembled at those words, and Honggu nervously frowned. Explaining. "Really? It is not like that." "Believe me." He stood there, stunned, listening as the cold reply came. "We only needed to investigate a little. Who do you think you are fooling?" "You bastard." Honggu looked at the phone in his hand, worried, asking, "How could this be? Why do you guys think that?" He bit his lip, scared, thinking, "I remember this was not talked about, but if this reaches my dad's ears, I am definitely dead." Honggu bowed his head, falling into deep thought. At that moment, Donggu stepped out from behind, standing quietly behind a tree. Observing him, Donggu smiled sinisterly, thinking, "Don't lose hope too soon. This is just the beginning of the nightmare I am bringing, and everyone will have a part." He looked up at the shallow sky, telling himself, "All right, let us move on to the next step." Suddenly, Kang Chun was kicked in the chest by someone, who followed up with a series of kicks. He grabbed Kang Chun's shoulder, coldly reminding,
"Hey,
be more careful." He laughed menacingly, continuing, "Hey Kang Chun, I wonder what Lei Han will look like when he sees his son dead, and that dung. I will find him later." Honggu held his head, thinking. A giant dragon spewing fire, destroying the city appeared. The history of gang formations is shorter than that of the 7 clans. Everyone tried to take it down. The reason for the emergence of gangs was due to the gates. At first, it was just a group with countless factions. And then it gradually formed into an organization. Now it is organized into 8 gangs. Among them, Dunis is a very powerful gang with over 200 core members and 1,000 members in total. They are extremely brutal and savage. He rubbed his head angrily, thinking, "Damn it. My dad struggled a lot to invite darkness here. If my dad finds out I failed, I will definitely be dead." Honggu bit his hand, thinking hard. And the He Boss clan's kids. If they come back here again. He frowned nervously, mumbling if he should borrow the troll's help. Images of being coldly choked by him flashed in Honggu's mind, and he quickly shook his head to dismiss it. That one T-work. That guy is quite dangerous. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door outside. He tilted his head in anger and asked what was going on. The secretary, hiding behind the door, fearfully replied, "I have some information to report." "Thief receiving high," Honggu shouted angrily. "Do you think I want to hear this right now? Do you understand the problem?" She nervously stammered,
I am sorry."
but realizing she had gone too far, he rubbed his forehead and gently asked, "All right, what is going on at the company?" "Report it," the secretary hesitantly replied.
Yep.
She looked at the file in her hands, fearfully speaking up.
Yep.
"The Dehan Group has signed a partnership with Hyper Factory." Honggu seemed to flip a switch, his eyes wide with shock as he asked, "What?" The secretary bowed her head in fear and explained, "Hyper Factory is selling out in the market right now, and if Hyper Factory continues to grow like this, U Electronics' projected sales will drop significantly." He coldly threw the stack of papers at her face, interrupting her. "If we do not take action." Honggu angrily pointed at the door and yelled, "Get out. I do not want to see this. Get out of here now." The secretary, frightened, hugged the documents to her chest and replied, I. He gritted his teeth in anger, his face growing darker as he silently cursed. "Dungo. This bastard. Do you think I will just sit here and wait for death like this?" Honggu, engulfed in anger and hatred, told himself, I will personally strip away that fake facade of yours. Transitioning to a school. Young Hara and Dungu were strolling down the hallway when suddenly, his soul felt like a fierce demon released at Golden River, an old architectural complex. Dungu casually approached and spoke. Can't you find Kang Chun anywhere? One scratched his neck and replied calmly. Well, I lost contact with him since the day before. He has been moody. He explained. I have been wanting to find him for a few things. He pursed his lips, looking at Dam Chiyu in thought. When suddenly, a furious shout from afar rushed in. Hey, Dungu. He angrily threw a punch at him. Dungu calmly pursed his lips, using his hands to block and push the punch away. He could not help but look at him in shock. Dungu clenched his fist angrily and shouted. Uncle. What is with the hostility? The uncle exploded, jumping up over his head, yelling. Kid. I heard you are marrying Har. Dungu fearfully widened his eyes and retorted. No way. He jumped to the side, crashing down to the floor. The uncle's eyes lit up as he calmly asked. Really? You are coughing and explaining, but not getting married so soon. He gaped in disbelief. What about your daughter? Dungu shrugged, looking a bit regretful. But it is just not possible. The uncle turned red with anger, pointing. What? So that means you are cheating on my daughter? Is that what you mean? Dungu stood calmly behind him, replying. Just accept it, uncle. The uncle exploded, his mouth spewing curses. What? How could you be like this? Your daughter is grown up now. You two just need to go get the marriage certificate, and then have a night together, and then have 2 kids. Happy family. Is not that enough? Dungu was shocked, questioning back. What the hell are you saying? How can you say such vulgar words in front of a young person like me? No matter what, you should not speak like that. He insisted loudly. But you still oppose this marriage. You can really argue against that. Who I want to marry is my choice. You are not my parents. Just shouting angrily without any reason. I do not need to know. You have to marry my daughter. Suddenly, Dungu spoke calmly. Enough. The important thing right now is that Kang Chun is missing. He turned in surprise and asked. What? Kang Chun is missing. What is going on? He was startled and stammered. In Gohan, he anxiously explained. Since yesterday, I have not been able to contact him, and there have been many unusual things lately. Gipsei calmly replied. Kang Chun must be busy and will return soon. One was startled and hesitated, but he smiled widely and spoke calmly. No matter when or where, if you are Aogeki's child, you will overcome every challenge. Right. Saying that, Gati laughed heartily and left, leaving a worried expression on his face. Suddenly, he scratched his face in worry and said, but it is better to go look for the boy. Right. His lips pursed in thought. Ichie sighed and scalded. That useless kid. Dungu pursed his lips, staring lost in thought. After a while, they spread out. Dungu returned to the city, hands in pocket, strolling while deep in thought. His subordinates conveyed the information. Chairman. We still have not found him. Something feels off. Dungu glanced suspiciously and muttered. The Black Society. Even if we mobilize all members of the Alliance, we should be able to find Kang Chun. Right. The other replied. Yep. He stood in front of a tree, looking up at a tall building. Dungu wondered. Is this the place? This is where horror is filming. He touched the door knob and could not help but sigh. Nowadays, filming really is more of an investment. Dungu opened the door and stepped inside, looking confused at the quiet scene before him. With the filming equipment just sitting there, no one around, Dungu scratched his neck in confusion. Did I come to the wrong place? Suddenly, Hungu approached from behind, grinning maliciously and said, Not all. You are in the right place. This is where I will livestream and reveal your true face to everyone. As soon as he finished speaking, the door slammed shut. He snapped his fingers, grinning wickedly, and said, Now, let us get started. Shall we? Immediately, a series of projectors appeared, and the auditorium was filled with numerous active screens. The images of the two were being broadcast live on television. The images became clearer. King Hon sat cross-legged, intently watching the broadcast. He could not help but wonder. Hung. What ridiculous thing are you doing? On the screen was his wicked grin looking at him. Dungu collected himself and spoke calmly. What? You used Hara to lure me here. The hall is equipped not only with a broadcasting screen, but also with sharp 360-degree visuals. Not only that, but the filming equipment is also fully equipped. Countless filming devices are meticulously set up. You can't help but express your surprise. And there is also a live stream. There are a lot of cameras. Hungu replied arrogantly. That is just an apology I owe you. Dungu questioned you in confusion. He bowed his head and explained with a sinister smile. I am sorry for underestimating you. I did not expect you to be the one who wiped out Gus's warriors, and Din. You grinned with delight at Hunu. He took off his blazer and continued with a wicked smile. So to apologize, I want to fight you myself. Dungu sneered as he questioned. Didn't you mess with my family before? My family is on the verge of bankruptcy because of you, bomb boss. Honggu raised a finger in response. Just a bit of fun. Now let me teach you a lesson, you asked in confusion. What lesson? Just as he finished speaking, a metal rod fell from above, slicing through Dungu's face. Behind him was a multitude of manipulated metal. Honggu arrogantly declared, I am a metal manipulator. Only 0.1% of people have that ability. He confidently asserted, with metal manipulation, I can control all types of metal in the world. I am a uniquely capable person. A series of metals flew towards you at Honggu's command, and he excitedly shouted that only 0.1% of people have that ability. Dungu put his hands in his pockets, replying indifferently, sounds impressive. Just as he finished speaking, his body disappeared. The pile of metal crashed into the wall and shattered. Dungu's eyes sparkled as he appeared behind him, sneering, controlling metal sounds powerful. But I do not really care, you laughed excitedly, saying, no matter how strong that power is, in the hands of a useless person, it is still nothing special. Immediately, a series of loud sounds echoed throughout the hall, just as Dungu was about to throw a punch. He manipulated the curtain in front of him. You smirked contemptuously, thinking to yourself, it is. Honggu frowned and spoke fiercely. I told you, I can manipulate metal. I really did underestimate you. That was a mistake. Dungu stared in astonishment at the countless swords and spears rushing towards him. He coldly said, you think I would give you a chance? Hunu pointed forward, coldly shouting. You quickly jumped around, dodging back and forth. Dungu kept jumping and flipping to escape the attack of Viku Van Than Kim. You braced yourself against the floor as several spears charged down. Dungu calmly stood up and looked at the devastation before him. He smirked scornfully. Tough, is not. He smirked maliciously and replied, you are a bit too surprised. I have not even shown my full potential yet. Suddenly, Dungu's phone rang, saying, hey, pick up this call. Buddy, Hunu, acting like a gentleman, spoke up. It seems like you have a call. I will wait. You picked up the phone to answer. Kang Chun was urgently calling from the other end. Dungu, you asked in surprise. Kang Chun, his face was bruised everywhere, urgently pleading for help. Just keep talking. Kang Chun was chained like an animal. Dogger held the chain, grinning schemingly. Daki held the phone to his ear, listening to Kang Chun's pleas. Hello? Dungu, are you listening to me? Suddenly, someone came up and snatched the phone. Du Chan, holding the phone, spoke arrogantly. I heard you are good at fighting. Or are you going to run away? But if you want to save your friend, you need to hurry. He laughed maliciously and added, I won't be patient for long. Of course. You have to defeat Hunyu. Dungu asked coldly. You are the one who started this fight, right? Dutron, he replied with amusement. That is, you asked with a sly grin. Are you confident you won't regret it? Dutron grinned excitedly and replied, regret? I think that question should be directed at you. He lifted his head and laughed, tears streaming down his face. I am sure the Golden River clan has wiped out the Black Tiger, and my brother went missing after that. It is related to you, I right? Dungu. Duchan approached and calmly asked Kang Chun, I must be right. He suddenly broke Kang Chun's shoulder, blood splattering everywhere as Kang Chun screamed in pain. Dutron laughed like a wild beast. So now I want to kill this guy and purge the entire Golden River clan. He excitedly revealed. By the way, let me tell you. Right now, 6 major, excluding Golden River, are on their way to Golden River. Just as he said, 6 cars appeared on the road, speeding like a storm. Minchan sat in the car, pursing his lips in thought. A car carrying John in, everyone maintaining a serious demeanor. Dungung sat in the car, carefully cleaning his weapon, ready for the attack. 5 supercars led the way, followed by a convoy carrying their subordinates, gradually approaching Golden River. Duchan stood in front of the car, listening to the phone. Have fun fighting Hungu over there. I want to keep watching, but I have to get to Golden River and clean up a bit. He grinned disdainfully. But hey, be careful. Hunu is not as weak as you think. He is really strong. Dungu pursed his lips as he heard the call end. A mysterious smile appeared on his face. Hungu arrogantly asked, do you understand your situation now? But to get to Golden River, you have to defeat me first. Dungu, filled with strength, laughed maliciously. So everyone is rising up to overthrow Golden River. I will make sure everyone regrets it. Inside the school, a voice filled with anger shouted out, Yama, why are you so slow? In a dark room, D-Heat grabbed his neck, angrily ordering him to open the door quickly. Yamama stuttered in fear. It is just that it is too scary. He pointed at the door, shouting. Hunu pretended to be a righteous person, but unexpectedly bullied a junior like this. May had to turn and take a picture to let everyone know. He frowned with worry, responding, but why do not you all do it yourselves? I have had enough. D-Heek raised his hand threateningly. What did you say? You mean we have to unlock it ourselves? You have the ability to unlock everything. He gritted his teeth loudly. No one can open the door except you. Hurry up and open the door, Yama replied, biting his teeth in fear. I understand. I will do it. Please do not hit me. He nervously opened the door slowly. Another scene appeared. Donggu in kindergarten. He was playing chess with Hara. Going to class with Songgu was very useful. I was able to improve my thinking skills and dedicate myself to martial arts. Donggu decided to spend as much time as possible with Song Wang in a sparring match. Back to reality. He kicked forcefully at Honggu's handsome face. The extraordinary power from that kick sent him flying over 100 meters. Honggu gritted his teeth in pain, thinking to himself, how could this guy's normal kick be so powerful? Clearly, he has no attributes. At this moment, Yama seized the opportunity to take out his phone. Flash stepped out. Laughing, he stared in shock at the candid shot of himself. He was scared and quickly slammed the door, saying, I am really sorry. Honggu angrily approached, breaking the door down, ordering, these bastards. Delete that photo immediately. Donggu seized the opportunity to jump up, wickedly asking, why do you care so much? He gritted his teeth in hatred, affirming, I will definitely kill you. Honggu immediately summoned a titanium alloy shield. He calmly kicked back, questioning, titanium alloy. Donggu coldly delivered a fatal kick to his head, shouting, you think it can stop me? Kai Young-hoon was restless, astonished by the scene on the screen. He stared wide-eyed, murmuring in surprise, Hung, that is right. That guy killed our men in the gang. King Ho furrowed his brows in anger, declaring, how dare you interfere? You are definitely going to die. He calmed down to think, wait, Junggu is from the Golden River clan. So the Golden River clan ordered this guy to mess with our gang. Realizing the key point, Kung Hoon exclaimed, that is right. The Golden River clan is suspected of having slaughtered the Black Tiger clan. No way. At the same time, at Golden River, the bodyguard reported in shock, this is in Kwan's loud voice. He ordered, everyone prepare for battle. In front were countless clans with eyes filled with rage approaching. He was astonished and added, 6 clans are invading. They are gathering together. Geiki laughed with delight, gathering strength and replied, good. Just thinking about it made his body excited. Kwan glared angrily and shouted, Master, are you crazy? He felt confused and asked, what? He questioned fearfully, almost in tears, how can you smile like that? When our situation is not good at all. In front of the two are the heads of the family, and their numerous underlings. Bakaza. Donggu clenched his fists, coldly watching Honggu lying on the floor. He bit his lip, contemplating that he wanted to end all of this right now. Donggu walked toward the exit, deep in thought, knowing he could not let things go too far. At this moment, Kang Chun and the entire Golden River family were in a state of emergency. Suddenly, his hands were bound by chains from the doorknob. Donggu looked down, biting his lip. He slowly stood up, grinning with delight as he spoke. I told you. You can't leave this place. Honggu, using his strength, manipulated the cuffs, adding, these cuffs are made of a special alloy that no force in the world can cut. Donggu bit his lip, trying to break free. He confidently asserted, from the moment you put on those cuffs, your fate was sealed. It means death. A massive sphere was flying toward him. Donggu showed his dissatisfaction. A terrible explosion occurred, and everything turned into chaos. Hung, furious, summoned the annihilation hammer, commanding it to strike hard at the smoke ahead. Outside the school, nothing felt unusual. But in just a few seconds, the devastating power of the hammer shattered the school. Debris and dust flew everywhere. In front of Honggu, there was not a soul, and his eyes sparkled with a delighted smile. Hunu excitedly shouted, you must have turned to dust by now. Dung. He smirked arrogantly. Serves you right. So what if you are a key member of Golden River? Nothing special. That is the consequence of those who like to pretend to be strong. Honggu was lost in a feeling of victory, boosting without end. You must be feeling pretty frustrated now. He stood confidently in front of the broadcast screen, declaring, now it is your turn to roll. Transitioning to Golden River. The tense atmosphere between the two sides made it hard to breathe. A series of drones were controlled to fly across the sky. They captured the entire scene of confrontation between the factions. Age. Arms crossed, exuded a powerful disdain. Those fools really wanted to die. Those fools really wanted to die. In fear, Quan advised the clan leader, please remain calm. He looked at Minchon, confused, and spoke loudly. The chairman scoffed. Why is the Moon Alliance persecuting our Golden River? He coldly replied. There have been reports that the Golden River family destroyed Break Tiger. He frowned and quickly retorted, no way. That absolutely can't be true. It is clearly a misunderstanding. Just then, Duchan slowly approached and loudly asked, is it really a misunderstanding? He brought along the severely injured Kang Chun, confidently adding, I have clear evidence here. He has perished after a cruel torment. Du smirked maliciously, declaring that anyone who touched Hikovafu would pay the price. Agiek exclaimed in shock. Kang Chun, he exploded in anger, rushing forward shouting. Minions. Get in front and block. Wait a second, Huguk roared in a fiery rage. Shouting, all of you. Get lost. He charged forward, drawing energy with both hands, unleashing a devastating spell. In an instant, Huguk's anger transformed into a cataclysmic explosion. Thick clouds of dust swirling. She clicked her tongue in frustration, calling out Hoguk's name. Jonan raised his hand to shield his face, exclaiming how intense it was. Dung-ong gritted her teeth, trying to stand firm, reminding herself to be careful not to get swept away by this storm. They could not help but stare in shock as he stormed towards them. Huguk angrily ordered, "Return my son." Kang Chun, he gritted his teeth and exploded with fury, throwing a punch towards Dutron. A lightning-fast strike, Dutron casually dodged to the side, and Hoguk shot him a furious glare, cursing. "You bastard. I won't forgive you," but he swiftly countered with a move that sent Hoguk flying away. His spirit breaking, Dutron put his hands in his pockets, watching as Hoguk crashed into the wall. Back at the school, Dungu stood outside, watching the massive beast behind the building, in Golden River. Huguk lay slumped in a large hole after that blow. He sneered contemptuously, boasting, as expected of the head of a powerful clan. "My hand feels a bit numb." Dung-ong was stunned, her mouth agape. How can this be? Minchon stared wide-eyed, pondering how easily Hoguk was attacked without hesitation. Realizing that the Hebei clan had sent someone extraordinary, he glanced at Dam Chiyu, who rushed over in concern, asking, "Are you okay?" "Master." Hukwok stood up, head hung low, then sighed. "Indeed. The Hebei clan is very strong." Huguk smiled broadly, full of vigor, saying, "Now it is time to get serious." He grinned, showing his teeth, replying, "The rumors I heard were true. You really are a monster. But stop looking at me like you are going to eat me alive." He was filled with determination, shouting, "Of course. I am the strongest." He raised his hand anxiously, saying, "Wait. And go." He tilted his head seriously, reminding, "This important issue can't be resolved like this. Please give me more time." He pursed his lips, staring intently at Hoguk. "He let you think." Huguk eased his intimidating demeanor, sighing, "All right. Go ahead." In Quan, he adjusted his glasses and replied professionally, "Thank you, Master." He stepped forward, coldly stating, "The 6 clans are present here, attacking with no concrete evidence. This is a violation of the martial arts agreement. Show me the evidence you have gathered." Dung-ong quickly realized, responding, "Yep. We gathered here because of Hebei." Adding, "For you to follow up." "Yep. At this moment we also need to provide evidence." Minchon immediately spoke up on behalf of them. "Listen closely. We were contacted by Dutron. He has full control over the remnants of the Black Tiger clan. And if he finds evidence, he has the right to it." Huguk's eyes lit up with anger as he shouted, "What evidence? Did you kidnap my son and torture him?" He erupted in anger once again, issuing commands. "The Golden River is preparing to attack." Immediately, the Golden River gang appeared, filled with rage, responding, "Yep. Master." Suddenly, Dalt laughed and said, "Looks like you are still holding on to hope. Master, we won't be here without evidence." With a loud voice, Cao asked, "So what exactly is the evidence?" He replied with a sinister smile, "Someone told me some very interesting things. There is a survivor from the Black Tiger incident that day." Minchon and Dung-ong were shocked, asking in unison, "There is a survivor?" A boy appeared, nervously fidgeting as Tron confidently declared, "I finally found him." "And what car is that?" he coldly ordered. "Go and tell what you saw." He bowed his head in fear and said, "The 3rd son of Pan, from the Habak clan." XJ recalled the scene of the guild's building being burned down, hesitating to continue. "I was there the moment Black Tiger was destroyed." Minchon and Dung-ong exclaimed in surprise. "What?" At that moment, inside the auditorium, Hungu stood high, looking at the large screen broadcasting, laughing triumphantly. "Still Dutron. I did not expect that guy to be so cunning." He excitedly cheered. "Dutron, now finish them all off." "Dutron," he anxiously hesitated. "The night you destroyed Black Tiger was..." The horrifying scene of that night flashed back. The flames consumed everything. The members of the Black Tiger gang were attacked mysteriously. A man stood among countless corpses, gazing at the fiery scene before him. 60 gritted his teeth, trying to remember who destroyed the Black Tiger clan. At that time, Dungu also appeared, but in his mind was the cold face of Kung Hon. Si-dai exclaimed in panic. The Darkness leader, King Hon Minan, surprised him with a question. "What?" "Dace." Dungung gasped in astonishment. Aish. Feeling empowered, rushed to call out to Kung Hon. He responded angrily, "No way. They are crazy. How could this happen?" King Hon could not help but voice his indignation. "I destroyed Black Tiger. Who would joke about that? Hungoon widened his eyes and loudly protested. No way. Suddenly, Dungo's familiar voice emerged. Why are you so surprised? He exclaimed, looking astonished. What? You walked over from behind and asked. How do you feel now? Happy. Hungoon gaped in shock. How could you? Dungu laughed disdainfully, replying, the guys you usually hang out with and plan with. Everything has always been in my hands from the start. Your eyes are shining with a wicked grin. You think you can get ahead of me, while I am still miles away from you. The front of the school explodes, thick black smoke billowing out. The door slams shut. Pressed by the force within as if trying to break free, Dungu coldly kicks Hungu into the wall. He grits his teeth, holding back the pain. How could you possibly break it? He scoffs, tossing the handcuffs down in front of Hungu, finding it utterly ridiculous. Dungu can't help but mock. You still think you are the most elite in the school? You plan to fight me with these toys? His face turns pale in shock as he asks. What are you saying? You rub your neck, chuckling mockingly. I thought someone as elite as you would have something to be proud of, but it is a bit disappointing. Do you have anything cooler? A series of swords suddenly appear behind the wall. Hungu grits his teeth in anger, cursing that arrogant bastard. If only I had one wish. He points forward, commanding the swords. I wish you dead. Dungu purses his lips, seemingly unmoved. A flurry of slashes appears, and he can't help but scoff. So boring. Hungu stares in shock as a series of weapons shatter into pieces. Stammering, what girl? His eyes light up frighteningly, a wicked grin on his lips. Is it time to end this? Dungu, holding the glowing sword, expresses his disappointment. At first, I was really looking forward to what you would bring, but now it is just not interesting anymore. He fearfully steps back, stammering. Well, what are you going to do? You laugh mischievously, giving Hungu a contemptuous kick to the face, asking, what? I can't hear you. Can you speak a little clearer? He winces in pain, eyes rolling back, thinking, what the hell is happening? How can this kid wield that sword? Dungu seems to transform into an assassin, gripping Hungu's hair, coldly stating, you are wondering what is happening. All right. Since this is the last time, I might as well tell you a bit. You lean in close to his face, wickedly revealing, what happened at Break Tiger was not Kyung Hon. Me. Hungu gasps in shock, exclaiming, what the hell? Then why did X say it was Kung Hon? Dungu replies wickedly, that I controlled the vehicle both physically and spiritually. It is like a demon always lurking behind, quietly manipulating him. You coldly reveal, the vehicle J had no choice but to respond to what I wanted, even if it was undisclosable truths. Just like how vehicle J hesitated to speak, he can't help but tremble, muttering, soul control. So from the beginning, Darkness and I were always part of your plan. Dungu grins wickedly as he speaks. Now, do you understand? You think I would just stand by while you touched my family? All right. Now let us calm down. Your eyes light up, grinning wickedly like the Joker as you declare, I will give you a new life. Back to the Golden River. As you question in panic, why is Kung Hon involved in this? Calm down and say it again, he shouted angrily. Is it really Kung Honian? Se gritted his teeth in pain, trying to think. He was so scared that tears fell as he replied. It must be true. The leader of the Darkness Guild destroyed Black Tiger. Ichie charged in with a thunderous punch, yelling, it is really ridiculous. He coldly punched straight down at the troll, using a powerful move that shattered everything. The ground shook from his overwhelming power, sending shockwaves. Dogger widened his eyes in astonishment, mumbling something. Doc gritted his teeth in awe. This power is truly terrifying. He was astonished, watching the punch barely miss him. Zia gasped as he saw Ichie charging towards him. Since when did he go mad? You guys made my son like this, and now you must pay for it. He gritted his teeth in horror, listening to AK's unending fury. I won't let this go easily. He coldly smashed down on the arm that was holding the shirt with great force. Please, Gixie glared angrily, growling. First, this damaged hand. Zia gasped in pain and ran away. Dogger angrily charged from behind, growling, old man, how dare you do that to my brother? He quickly grabbed the boy's shirt with one hand and punched him squarely in the face with the other, yelling, who do you think you are? A thunderous punch. Dogger's face contorted, his teeth and lips mixed in surprise. This punch is more than just a regular punch. It is unavoidable. He glanced at his body falling hard to the ground, sneering. What is this? Why are you guys so weak? Minion said in surprise. What is this? Dung Ung puzzled to himself. Bitchy is not weak. Gixie is extremely strong. Dutron charged from behind, calling out to Gex. He raised an eyebrow, grinning widely as he called back. Dutron, he glared, extending his hand for a move. You must die. Kanka master. Giki laughed, ready to counter. Is that Golden River annihilates souls? Two punches clashed, Power exploding everywhere. The strong friction causing energy to burst forth, shaking the ground and sending everything flying. Minchon looked at the cracking ground, worriedly saying, "We can't dodge this." While astonished, he urgently ordered everyone to switch to a defensive stance. The quake spread to the roof, the tremendous force causing destruction everywhere. After a while, the area where the two stood had formed a massive pit. Du gritted his teeth in anger, thinking that if he gave up like this, he would not only lose face but also the reputation of the He-Beak-Xi family. He growled, "Even though I do not know what you did to my brother, I won't let it go unnoticed. The Golden River clan must be you guys." Huguk, brimming with strength, shouted, "You still have not apologized for that wrongful accusation. Are you that stubborn?" He was frustrated and scheming, left with no choice but to create an excuse to provoke Huguk. Thinking this, he provocatively called out, "Huguk, I am sure you guys will never admit your guilt." Suddenly, Minion interjected, "Wait, both of you stop." He stood between them, coldly advising, "Calm down and listen to me." Internally, he calculated that at this moment, he needed to show he could handle things himself. Minchon sneered and added, "We have no reason to fight anymore. Isn't there evidence showing darkness destroyed Break Tiger? Why do you both have to act like this?" He kept calculating in his mind. But Hoguk would not accept his son being treated this way. "If I can resolve the conflict between these two clans, it would be very beneficial." Chan gritted his teeth in anger, cursing silently. "Minun, is he doing this to gain favor with both clans?" He smiled wickedly, scheming, but it no longer mattered. He would handle it himself. For now, he could still use Minion to his advantage. Huguk's eyes brightened as he coldly spoke. "He wanted us to stop fighting." "Minchon, what do you mean?" He frowned and responded with a polite smile. "Since we know the culprit is not Golden River, is it necessary to fight a meaningless battle?" Internally, he felt joy. "All right, it is about to happen." Suddenly, he widened his eyes and laughed loudly, questioning, "How pointless? Why stop?" Minion anxiously looked back and forth, hesitatingly replied, "Sorry, I was trying to mediate and was almost successful." He exclaimed in surprise. "What?" Jonin, eavesdropping from outside, could not help but voice his astonishment. "Did I hear that wrong?" She stood behind, mouth agape in reproach. This person, Dungong could not help but wonder in surprise. "Not over yet," Huguk calmly ordered. Golden River was getting ready to leave. The gang responded immediately. Yep. He hurriedly intervened. Wait, but you will stop here. Right." He looked down at me disdainfully. "Now there is no reason to fight anymore." Minchon, flustered, stammered, "It is not necessary," Huguk asked, puzzled. "What are you trying to say? Moreover, you should be ready to give orders." He asked back in surprise. "What? You mean?" He smiled wickedly. "Is there any other reason for Nice and Than Truong?" A car sped past the gang leaders. Minchon exclaimed in shock. This is indeed a completely unexpected plot. Dungong immediately suggested that the situation was so chaotic it could not be resolved. "But first, we need to go to the Darkness headquarters." And Jonin suddenly realized something and spoke up loudly. "That is right. Only Darkness has that capability. But why was Golden River still able to survive before?" He firmly added, "Indeed, if the power of the Golden River clan continues to grow like this, even the Miram Alliance won't be able to eliminate Golden River." The old man quickly shouted orders. "Everyone, gather at Darkness with me." Dungong tilted his head and instructed his followers. "Everyone gather at Dinis to investigate this issue." They immediately responded clearly. Only Minun stood there, frowning and muttering, "I am not participating." Duchan stuffed his hands into his pockets, watching the gang's vehicles gradually leave. He expressed his dissatisfaction. Duchan frowned and looked over, holding his injured arm, gritted his teeth to suppress the pain and said, "Young master, I." He grinned maliciously at him. Du appeared to be lost in hatred, mumbling, "Are you trying to challenge me? Are you sure?" On the road, a series of gang vehicles were moving. Huguk bit his lip, looking at Kang Chun, who was leaning against him, looking disheveled. In the passenger seat, he glanced over at him. He gave a cold command. "We can't continue. We need to go to the hospital first and treat the young master." The driver immediately replied, "Yep. All right." Suddenly, Kang Chun woke up and spoke. "Why are we going to the hospital?" Huguk crossed his arms, confused. "My son is completely healthy. What is the problem?" He raised his head and sighed. "My neck hurts too much." In the back, Juan exclaimed in surprise. "What is wrong?" "Young master, aren't you being tortured?" Kang Chun replied casually. "It is just a minor injury." He glanced curiously and asked, "But what you said in the transmission, is it true?" He rubbed his neck and smiled lightly in response. "Yep." Of course, at that moment, while Hoguk and Duchan were confronting each other, Conning Kun, the leader of Golden River. Annihilated souls. He widened his eyes and smiled mischievously, saying, "Good. Let us make this battle more exciting." Suddenly, Kang Chun's voice kept ringing in his head. "Stop, Dad. This is Dunga's plan. So you need to back off now." Hu Guk looked in shock at the disheveled body he was holding. "What?" he suggested painfully. "Dad, put me on your shoulder. My back hurts too much." Back in reality, he frowned and asked, "What has Dungu planned? Are you sure?" Kang Chun kept messaging and replied, "Yep. If it was not a plan, I would not be like this." Hu Guk raised his head and laughed gleefully. "That is right. That is what a son of a father should be." "Right." He could not help but be confused and asked, "Dad, are you laughing? But if I had not come back earlier, you would have gone wild." "Right. I made you worry. Did not?" He winked cheerfully and replied, "Of course. I was not worried. Who is my son anyway? But what has Dungu planned?" Cam Chun hesitated. "I do not know the details. Not long ago, Dungu called me privately." At that moment, he was chewing food and exclaimed in surprise, What? Are you making me a hostage for that crazy Peng?" The two walked leisurely. Dungu coldly explained, "Now that you have eaten, you have to pay for the food. There. You will only be tortured moderately and lightly beaten. It is not that hard." Kang Chun glared angrily and shouted, "What the hell is this? Do you think it is that simple? What if I die? Can I come back to life?" He bit the sausage in his hand and calmly replied, "That is not going to happen. Trust a little. They need you. So it will be fine." He firmly refused. "I can't. You go." After being captured by those trolls, he arrogantly ordered, "I am not very patient. So you would better say what you know." Kang Chun hesitantly replied, "The third son of the Habak family. He knows something due to troll." He pursed his lips as he listened to him reveal everything about the Dragnus Guild. "He was locked in a warehouse. I do not know much, so let me go." He grinned sinisterly and asked, "Is that back to reality?" Kang Chun smiled smugly with his eyes squinted. "Yep. Your performance was truly outstanding." Hu Guk glanced proudly and asked, "Did you get beaten up before?" He calmly replied, "Inside." He was terrified, thinking that Dungo might want to challenge both Habak and the Darkness Guild at the Darkness headquarters. Kyung Hon stood in front of the big hole and wondered aloud. "The third son of the Peng family is locked in this warehouse. I have never heard any reports like that." Dasta, Choi King Hon's secret bodyguard, explained slowly from behind. "We were wondering too. How did XJ get locked in here? Although this is a strictly guarded place, we discovered that XJ went missing during a mission. The guy, damn Chiyu, speculated that someone had intentionally locked the car here and leaked this information to Habak. This person's goal was to create conflict between the guild and the Habak family." King Hon fell into deep thought. According to the plan, a conflict with Habak was now unavoidable. But who could it be? Suddenly, the sinister face of Hungu appeared in his mind, and he thought in shock, "No way. Could you be involved?" Suddenly, Diste exclaimed in surprise, "Boss, there is an urgent message." Kyung Ho frowned angrily and shouted, "What now?" He hurriedly reported, "Now 7 families are coming here, and the Golden River family is the instigator of this." The guy widened his eyes. Surprised, he exclaimed, "What? So fast?" At the Darkness headquarters, an explosion shattered the gate. The Kang Chun led the gang inside, ordering them to eliminate the conspiracy of Nice. The Dunis gang could not help but feel demoralized. Golden River had already arrived. The guy behind immediately reassured, "Don't worry. We still have the strength of friendship." He jumped up, shouting with enthusiasm, "You punks think you can stop Kang Chun? I will unleash the anger I have endured while being tortured." Kang Chun coldly unleashed the Golden River with an exquisite kick. Instantly, a powerful kick slammed down towards the two guys who had just spoken. The tremendous force shook the ground. He turned his head, loudly commanding, "Don't waste any more time on these punks. We need to hurry." Someone could not help but exclaim in astonishment, "Is this really Kang Chun? Hurry up and help the young master." Suddenly, Kang Chun's eyes widened in shock at the scene behind. Something powerful rushed in to obstruct their path. He jumped back, exclaiming in surprise, "What the heck?" John the Black gritted his teeth in anger, declaring that no one could pass this place. He was the massive stone of the Darkness gang. Ranked 7th, Sergeant Darkness coldly asserted that as long as John the Black was here, no one could pass. Kang Chun looked up, sneering, "You are really human. I thought you were just a trained dog." At that moment, the leaders of the gangs had just arrived, and they could not help but be astonished at the wreckage before them. Scolding, "These Golden River guys know nothing," and jumped right in. John Inkau spoke up, saying if Golden River could handle the Vanguard team, the situation would not be good. The revenge for Break Tiger and related businesses to his scheme was unique. Now it is about to be toppled. "Minchan, we need to secretly assist Darkness." Suddenly, a serious voice mixed with anger rang out. "Who allowed you to go?" Duchan clenched his fists tightly and shouted, "Don't be delusional. This is a matter of honor for Habak, and we must avenge Black Tiger, he angrily declared. If any of you get involved in anything related to darkness, I will consider you enemies of our Habak clan. Minchon frowned and thought, this brat causing trouble is ruining everything. He must be planning to handle it alone to boost the reputation of the Habak clan in Korea. He pondered. Since John's plan was in danger, he was becoming impatient. The best way to do this is to somehow sneak in as allies of that damn Golden River, making them unable to control the situation. Although the previous plan failed, I really want these two forces to clash. Minch smiled slightly and spoke up. Since Du Chan said that, I won't say anything more. Meanwhile, inside the building, Kang Chun jumped high, executing the Golden River-esque flying swallow technique. His body spun several times in mid-air before delivering a kick. Cam Chun sneered with delight. Big but nothing special. What is up now? The taste of that blow was not bad. Right. But John Black was unfazed, his eyes lighting up, a sinister smile revealing. You fool. My attributes are not just resilience but also toughness. He gaped in shock as John Black held him with one hand. The guy coldly slammed Cam Chun down onto the floor, yelling, no physical damage. But this can hurt your body. He gritted his teeth in pain. Growling, Cam Chun suppressed his agony, thinking to himself, after being tortured by the troll, now this blow too. I am in so much pain. John Black roared angrily. Anyone who dared to invade darkness did not deserve to live. He gaped in horror at the giant foot coming down, hurriedly trying to stop it. Wait a sec. I am not ready yet. The guy grinned wickedly and spoke up. Goodbye, Cam Chun. Suddenly, Cam Hun appeared just in time, shouting, get away from my brother. He charged in, throwing a punch at John Black's face. The guy grunted in pain as he pushed himself off the ground. Cam Hun jumping in front of his brother, Isla Cam Hun, the eldest son of Huguk, brother of Cam Chun, often called the Dragon of Golden River, but he asked worriedly, Cam Chun, are you okay? He joyfully called out to his brother. John Black frowned, rubbing his chin in surprise as he spoke. Cam Hun. He reached out to help Cam Chun stand up, smiling gently to reassure him. Deputy Kim was really worried about you, so he called me for help. He replied with a bright smile that it was because of him. Then I need your support. The guy charged in, furious. What are you dogs comparing to a lake? The two jumped up just in time to dodge the blow. John Black coldly declared, you all must die. His eyes burned with anger as he growled, let us play then. John Black frantically unleashed his attack, hardening his iron fist. He raised his hand to shield himself. Cam Hun bent down, preparing to jump. Cam Hun stood up, coldly suggesting, we need to use our attributes. Cam Chun frowned, forcing a smile as he replied, I was just thinking the same thing. Suddenly, the guy interrupted the conversation. Truly worthy of being called the Dragon of Golden River. John Black smiled wickedly, saying, then let us see how long that Golden River dragon can hold up. Shall we? His body gradually radiated power, a sinister smile forming as he replied, who do you think you are? The two brothers immediately entered a fighting stance, power emanating fiercely. Cam Hun crossed his arms, coldly asking, you want to try us? Cam Chun confidently continued, you think you can handle this? Suddenly, a large stone pillar flew towards them as he said, brother, let us finish this. The guy excitedly responded. John Black's eyes lit up as he exclaimed, so what are you two going to do now? The two little brats were bold. He could not help but enjoy watching the large stone pillar crash into the wall. Sneering, you think you two can easily take me down? Knowing your opponent's skills makes it no longer difficult, but it does not matter anymore. Suddenly, John Huck frowned, noticing something unusual down by the stone pillar. He disdainfully criticized, unlike his outward appearance, this guy talks too much. And you immediately chimed in, just a big mouth. Kang Chun had timely caught the stone pillar, and he coldly shouted to make it clear before judging this idiot, who was astonished and exclaimed, what? Kang Hun calmly deduced, based on the theorem 1 + 1 = 2, then 2 + 2 must equal 4. Therefore, for a big guild like this, your gatekeeping is really weak. Truly loose. John Heck frowned irritably, provoking, come here, and I will crush each one of you to bits. He kept mocking, come here, and I will turn you all to dust. He threw the stone pillar back at John Hex, shouting loudly, isn't it coming for you now? A moment later, outside the building was engulfed in thick black smoke. Donggu and Yang X stood in the hall, watching the devastation before their eyes. He coldly raised an eyebrow and spoke, so what? Funny, is not? He immediately agreed, I think so too. The two walked inside. Donggu lowered his head and thought. He said the world moves according to the law. In reality, that is the reasoning of those who crave power. Unity. Guilds and unity mean that if united, they can change it any time they want. But that is their business. Yang X thought to himself that he would be his shield. Memories of the past came to mind. At that time, he had been bullied and shaved bald. Fearfully begging, please save me. I will pay it back. Just this once more. Please, please forgive me. The bully gritted his teeth and shouted angrily, "You should return it when you clearly state it. Don't he just talk nonsense." "All right. So today, can I take a leg?" "Okay," Young X pondered, reflecting on how he had been bullied and tortured brutally before. But now he was experiencing a world he had never seen while following the master. Suddenly, he suggested, "Master, can I see the world you saw before?" Dungu tilted his head, squinting playfully. "Are you crazy? Then I have to protect you all the time. It is not peaceful there like it is here. Enjoy it." Young X could not help but feel happy at that remark. He quickly chased after and responded, "Yep, I will remember." At that moment, Young Tree was being battered by the Kang brothers. Flying from one hallway to another, Young X exclaimed in surprise. "Over there!" Kang Chun shouted angrily. "Damn it. Damn it." He jumped onto the guy, turning to remind him, "Be careful with those assassins from darkness looking for King Hone first." Kang Chun and the guild charged forward. He coldly ordered, "We must capture them alive." The underlings immediately replied, "Yep." "Young master." He could not help but express his delight. Kang Chun's skills were improving every day. Dungu coldly encouraged, "Next time, reward him with 2 hot dogs." In the middle of the building's hall, the echoing sound of Hoguk kept ringing out. "King Hone. King Hone. Where are you hiding?" A wave of his hand was enough to take them down. Ung Dung shouted provocatively, "Kung Hone brought this candy." Suddenly, the phone in his pocket rang. Hoguk picked up the phone and spoke. "Dungu, I am looking for you. I have a lot of questions to ask you." He pressed his lips together, listening to him ask, "Do you know where Kyung Hone is?" Dungu coldly assessed, "I only saw a few small teams. I think Kung Hone has run away." Hoguk could not help but exclaim, "What? You need to arrange something immediately." "All right, I will back off. The rest is up to your black guild." He angrily shouted, "What do you mean by that? Are you kidding? Do you know how much I have been looking forward to a match like this?" The angry voice of Hoguk kept ringing out. "Come on. Say something." Suddenly, Dungu gave a commanding glance and lowered his head. Young X looked at him in confusion and asked, "Why do we have to bow?" Hearing the wall behind the two shatter, debris flew and hit him. He looked at Young X lying on the floor and coldly reminded him, "Be careful." Dungu glanced back and spoke up, "Have you arrived? You are a bit late." Dutron. He held his jacket in his hand and grinned sinisterly. "Because I have to deal with some issues you have caused." Du for furrowed brows, smiling like a devil, declared, "I right. Gu, now get ready. I am going to tear you apart." Dutron calmly stepped forward and spoke, "On the way here, I realized I was being too hasty thinking it would be easy to wipe out Golden River. I admit, but opportunities like this do not come around often. Do they?" He smiled wickedly and continued, "So I will take this chance to tear everyone apart, leaving no one behind." At this moment, Young X had stood up, looking up with disdain and said, "Oh really?" He frowned, grinding his teeth irritably and asked, "You little brat, wanna fight?" Suddenly, a flash of light rushed towards Young X as Chan disdainfully said, "A few flies like you." He widened his eyes in shock, his body instinctively dodging. He acted shocked and said, "This fly is pretty impressive. Nevertheless, the outcome will still be the same." Young X looked at him and subtly suggested, "Can you let me fight that guy?" Dungu smiled faintly in response, knowing it was impossible but worth hoping for. "I will give you 5 minutes." His eyes lit up with joy as he replied, "Thank you, sir." Duchan could not help but tease him, "Letting that fly fight me? You underestimate me too much. I will take you both on at the same time." Young X suddenly charged forward and spoke. He threw a punch forward and continued, "You have to try to find out." He bowed his head to avoid, summoning a sinister laughing orb. "What should I turn your corpse into?" Dutron shouted as he struck Young X. "Try this to see how it feels." Suddenly, he grabbed his arm. Young X gritted his teeth, trying to stop the blood from flowing. "You are right." His eyes lit up, ready to continue. "You have to try to find out. I wonder what it tastes like." Duchan sneered in disdain. "You are really an idiot, are not you?" He furrowed his brows in anger and shouted, "Never underestimate the dark organization." Flashback. Young X was chained on the floor, screaming, "Please spare me. I will never do this again. Just this once, give me a chance." Dungu poked his nose with his hand, asking, "Will you drink this vial?" Young X eagerly agreed. "Yep. I will drink it no matter the cost." He coldly asked, "No regrets?" "Right." Transitioning to a scene fighting the monster, he calmly commanded, "Everyone take your positions. Be careful. It is going wild. All out attack." They hid behind some trees, watching the beast in front. Young X thought fearfully, "I am going to die." His teammates looked on in shock as he fell into danger. Young X frowned and bit his teeth, telling himself he did not want to die like this. Tears slowly welled up in his eyes. Back to reality, he gritted his teeth in anger and charged, shouting, "I have faced death many times. I will never let things go that easily." Duchan smirked provocatively. "Oh really?" Young X looked in shock at his twisted wrist. "What?" He held his arm in pain, screaming, The other guy could not help but voice his delight. How's that hand? Do you like it? Duchan looked at Yongx's pained expression and continued to mock. I heard you guys can't die and can come back. Right. Are you sure you can't die? He summoned the orb in his hand, grinning maliciously. Then I wonder if you can come back after turning to dust. I am very curious. One eye lit up. He shouted angrily. How ridiculous. I still have my left hand. You are the one who will turn to dust. Dutron lunged at Yongx to land a killer punch. Dutron easily dodged, a mocking smile on his lips, making progress. He sneered contemptuously, but Dutron raised the orb towards him loudly. Yet I still consider you just a lowly insect. Yongx flew back, thinking to himself, it is too strong. Turns out I can't do it. He gritted his teeth in frustration. I also want to see the world like the master. Remembering the past, Donggu spoke coldly. Hey. What is wrong with you? Can't you get up by yourself? So you want to become the nourishment for the dead like this? He lay on the ground, his face pale, replying, no matter how you hit me, I still want to speak. Yongx lay on the ground, throwing a tantrum. No matter how you hit me, I still want to speak. He spoke in confusion. What? Working 18 hours a day. Lungthing only makes 1.5 million. That can't be right. The treatment from the black organization is even worse than that of some foreign workers. Donggu frowned and replied nonchalantly. Instead, you could have saved over 200 million Wii in your account. Right. He frowned, glaring in indignation. What are you talking about? Chairman, you are the one holding that money, he said, pursing his lips and sighing thoughtfully. Donggu turned around, speaking coldly. Don't you know? I have already said. I am investing your salaries elsewhere if you want a raise. Just hold on a bit longer and remember to deal with the child before nightfall. Yong quietly cursed as tears filled his eyes. Damn it. In the quiet of the night, inside the hospital, a woman's sincere voice rang out. About that, I thank you very much. She stroked her daughter's head lying in the hospital bed and continued. But because the surgery cost over 100 million. I could not tell you earlier. I was very surprised to see the surgery paid under your name yesterday, after the divorce. I thought you had abandoned our daughter. It seems I misunderstood. Thank you once again. X frowned, bowing his head in thought. Returning to reality, he gritted his teeth and endured. Duchan could not help but scoff. This look suits a bug like you better. Where did that tough guy attitude of yours go? He walked over and grabbed Yongx's head, arrogantly adding, if you want to say do not underestimate me, then you need to have the capability to back it up. Looking at you, I can guess that the black organization is just a bunch of trash. He used his other arm to hold his leg due to the trick. John X gritted his teeth and spoke. 1.5 million a month. Working an average of 18 hours a day. Even though we do not have any days off, and are treated worse than foreign workers, I still choose to serve the master for his rebirth. He exploded in anger, standing up and shouting, you can insult me, but never disrespect the black organization. John X forcefully bit into his hand due to Tron making him angry. He gritted his teeth and prepared to strike with his other hand, yelling, you dog. Do you dare not know where you learned that behavior? Just as Du Chan was about to say the next sentence, Dungo landed a painful blow to his face. I will take your head off your shoulders right now. He was thrown back in pain, landing hundreds of meters away. He coldly stated, I am sorry for interrupting, but it has been 5 minutes. At this moment, in a part of the city, some buildings were continuously burning. Helicopters and reporters were constantly updating the news. Ladies and gentlemen, the headquarters of Darkness is being burned down due to suspicion of exterminating Break Tiger. According to the latest news, Golden River and Hebaisi have entered the headquarters. The female reporter looked into the camera and said clearly, breaking news from the Darkness Guild studio. Darkness declares Golden River and Hebok as the shabby ones. Until now, other martial arts schools are still waiting, but it is known they will soon enter alongside Golden River. As soon as the words ended, a horrific explosion occurred below. The camera quickly turned down to catch that moment. The female reporter panicked and updated. There was a new explosion. The Darkness Guild had an explosion. It seems something is happening inside the Darkness headquarters. She raised the question. So what are the other associations related to Dinas doing? Dagnus is in crisis. Where is their alliance? Inside a closed room, a meeting of the union conference was taking place. One of them spoke up. It is not hard for our union to unite and fight against the Moram alliance, but the key issue is the Chinese government backing the He BC clan. Someone else in the meeting asked. Jia-Hun's face was serious as he continued. With Ibiki's intervention in this matter, the Darkness Guild must retreat. If this incident results in Du Chan's death, the Chinese government will intervene and there will be terrible revenge on this side. Du Chan was extremely angry. He looked at the two people in front of him and exclaimed. Yongx also frowned, mouth agape in shock. Although he felt it every time, whenever he saw it, he could not believe how he could slap like that. Donggu turned his back and ordered him to stand up, to which Yongx replied. Yep. He turned back, burning with anger, and asked, So how should we handle this? Young X fearfully replied.
Yep.
I am very sorry. Suddenly, Dungu placed a hand on his shoulder. Kindly praised. Just kidding. You have great endurance. Tomorrow, we start special training. Young X quickly responded.
Yep.
Understood. But Tron, not satisfied, then suddenly attacked him from behind. Dungo. You are still standing there giving orders without knowing anything. Tomorrow, the entire Black Guild has to wear uniforms. And he panickedly interrupted, but Master Dungo reacted immediately, snapping his fingers against his forehead, and handled the opponent. Iba just buzzed around like a fly. Seeing this, Yongix was left speechless in shock. He knelt down, trembling and muttering. No way. Dungo growled a reminder. I am giving orders. And you think it is your turn to butt in? Duchan, still confused, said. No way. He glared and shouted. You idiot. Do you really think you can kill me? You are just rushing towards your own death. Today, I will skin you alive. Dungu challenged without a hint of fear. So what? Give it a try. As soon as he finished speaking, a tremendous force attacked Dutron. He gritted his teeth and crossed his arms in defense. What the hell? In an instant, Dungu appeared right in front of Dutron. What? It left him gaping in astonishment. Dungu yelled at Duchan, showcasing the difference in skill. He was sent flying, and Duchan screamed in helplessness. What the hell is this? He shut his eyes tight, questioning himself. This is ridiculous. What kind of monstrous power is this? No way. There is no way it could be stronger than Minion. Am I being tricked? Dungu glared, his face dark with suspicion. Do you still think this is just a coincidence? Or are you thinking I am using some strange trick? You sly dog with hidden attributes. Duchan, with bright eyes, defiantly responded. Exactly. Then the current situation makes sense. You are hiding your hidden attributes. He laughed maniacally and continued rambling. That is a bit surprising. So I have grasped your power. But you are not that much stronger than the original. Are you? Hearing this, Dungu was not angry. He just smirked mockingly. Still, you deserve some credit. Let me take a few punches. Duchan did not give up, darting his leg and swinging his arm, making his clothes flutter. However, that is all it will be. Thanks to your punch, I can take this a bit seriously. Right, you will pay for mocking me. This is the killing method I plan to use for the original, but, with my eyes half closed, I asked. It seems we have a serious misunderstanding. But he did not bother listening, attacking you with light speed. I will let you witness my special technique. Duchan wildly moved around Gu, using the secret technique of the Habak Kok clan. Until now, no one has survived after witnessing this skill. He appeared behind Dungu, confidently saying, Feel honored to die by the legendary secret technique. Dutron's sharp gaze shot out. Goodbye. The building shook again, igniting fiercely, a vortex forming like a chokehold on the entire structure. Everyone was stunned, and Kang Hun hurriedly spoke up. What just happened? Kang Chun gasped in disbelief. This massive surge of power was just a cloud of dust. Everything around was a blinding white. He looked at the hole in front of him and smiled smugly. By channeling the power into his palm, he thought with satisfaction, even if I can only use it once a week, it is already incredibly powerful. Now, calm down and ease the chaotic atmosphere. He frowned, recalling that 1,000 years ago, Hebei was the pride of the family, created by the invincible king of power, the strongest of them all. You finally saw this skill and survived from 1,000 years ago. Is it your skill? The dust began to dissipate. Dungu stood like a statue in front, looking at him without a scratch, and in shock asked, Why are you still alive? He was taken aback. I witnessed you absorb my devastating skill. It only needed to brush past you, and you would not be standing anymore. Dungu silently stared at his opponent. Then he bared his teeth and laughed contemptuously at the devastating skill. He calmly said, I remember now. The invincible king from 1,000 years ago created it. He added, But it is worth praising because you have nearly perfected that attack. Doom was stunned and shouted in disbelief. How do you know about my family's history? What are you? Dungu grinned and replied, Because you showed me an ancient skill. Should I return the favor? I will show you too, a skill about the humiliation that no records of Hebei have documented. Are you curious about how Sotron died? As soon as he finished speaking, he maintained that fierce smile on his lips with an aura that was fiercely released. At that moment, Minion outside frowned, observing the aftermath of the explosion. Could it be that Hoguk killed Kyung Hon? He crossed his arms anxiously, knowing that if that happened, the entire plan would fall apart. He could not wait any longer. Thinking about it, Minion quickly issued orders. Everyone, listen up. From now on, the entire army of the Alliance will eradicate the Darkness Guild. Suddenly, he stopped. Minchon turned around and asked his subordinates, What is it? What is going on? He stammered in response. Minchon. All Darkus. His voice became shaky. The entire area had been swept away, creating a deep crater. He continued. Everyone has been killed. Duchan had collapsed on the shattered rock. The chatter continued to rise. Unbelievable. Duchan is dead. And the Darkness Guild leader has yet to be captured. What should we do? China will never forgive us if they find out about this. What else can we do? Now turn Du Troll into a hero. He hung his head, body covered in injuries. Transitioning to the U Group's villa. The bright lights shone dazzlingly. Someone chuckled. This is fun. The maids were looking at their phones, suddenly bursting into laughter. The secretary stepped forward aggressively, snatched the phone, and shouted, "What are you doing? The chairman is here. Is he crazy?" She quickly opened her phone to check what the girls were laughing about during work hours. The maid was frightened. "Yep. I will." The image appeared on the screen. The secretary questioned, "What is this?" She turned to look at Han Min, awkwardly explaining. The chairman was furious, grinding his teeth. Hunu was in the dark room, belongings scattered on the floor. Hun Gu trembling in a corner, a voice echoing in his ears. "I do not plan to kill you right now. Do not be afraid." The sight of him caused Hun to panic. "And that does not mean I am going to let you live in peace. And Duchan will be the first to go." At the same time, the news continuously reports that Duchan is the first heir of the Habak clan. He died heroically while punishing the Darkness Gang, a group mainly involved in assassination and contract killing for Habak. Du Troll is dead. The Martial Arts Alliance expresses their deep condolences to Duchan. The Chinese government has decided to send an investigative team to uncover the truth behind this tragic death of the hero. Hung Gu panicked, clutching his head, thinking, "This is bad. Aina, what do I do? How can I possibly survive?" Outside, angry voices are rising. "Hun Gu, where are you?" Hun Min angrily burst through the door. He shouted, "Why the hell did you cause this mess? Is your brain malfunctioning?" Seeing him silent, he impatiently questioned, "Why won't you answer? What is your mouth for?" Hun Gu stammered in fear. He raged, "Why can't you answer properly? You think I will just let this slide?" He stood up to respond, "I know better than you do. I will handle this. Just leave it to me." The more he heard, the angrier he got, shouting, "If you could handle it, why did not you do it from the start? If I had known you would be like this, I would have taught Chun Jin or Chun Min how to manage things." He stubbornly argued back, "You could die at any moment now. Why are not you worried? Your company is always more important than your kids." He quickly slammed the door and left. "This is outrageous." Hun Min stood there, speechless. "Is that how you talk to your father? Then show me you can do better." He growled, "Because of you, I have no face left." Suddenly, the secretary's phone rang. She quietly answered, "It is not a good time to take a call. So I..." Suddenly, the secretary gasped and shouted, "What?" Hun Hunu. "She is being summoned for murder suspicion." He stormed outside, transitioning to an amusement park. Hara had been waiting there for a long time. Dressed beautifully, she waved and called, "Dung. Hi. You are right on time." Suddenly, her gaze froze, seeing two tall guys in black, Yonggex and Tessin standing next to him. He awkwardly explained, "These guys are my fans." Hera, though looking a bit awkward, she stepped forward cheerfully and said, "I see. Hello. You two." The two of them were just as awkward, bowing at a 90-degree angle. They shouted, "Hello. Miss Hera." Disregarding all shame, "I followed Dung to ask for your autograph." "I am honored. Feel free to call me anytime." In the crowd, Hara felt embarrassed by their actions. She quickly covered their mouths, reminding them, "Wait, what are you two doing? There are a lot of people watching us, and you both look much older than me. So do not call me that." They stubbornly replied, "That is not allowed." "Miss Hara, we are very loyal." She felt awkward. Finally, Hara was able to sit next to Junggu at a separate table. She curiously asked who those people were. "What did you do to make them act like that? You did not brainwash them, did you?" "You are confusing. What is brainwashing? The Dark Society is just loyal." She reluctantly sipped her orange juice and said, "Well, okay, anyway, they are my fans. So I will let this slide." Hara slammed her glass down on the table and continued, "That is right. The U Group." Junggu tilted her head and asked, "What about the U Group?" She angrily let out a stream of words. "Do you still remember my attributes?" Shining eye. "Do not pretend like you do not know. I have heard some things. Senior Hungu wants to kill you." He fell silent for a moment, then sighed and said, "Yeah. I was planning to tell you that later. By the way, the U Group is intentionally ruining my dad's business." She was startled. Junggu's dad had once approached my grandfather. Hara curiously asked, "Is that why you invested in your dad's company, because of the U Group?" He honestly replied, "Yeah. You know all too well." He added another piece of information. "Moreover, the U Group has hired assassins from the Darkness Guild to kill you," which shocked her. "What? Did I hear that wrong?" Junggu seriously asserted, "That is right. They are here to kill him." So you can't hide that from me. He killed them all. After hearing this, her face darkened as she thought. What? Killed all the assassins? What kind of person is Dong-gu? You are joking. Right. There is no way. That is just a lie. Is not seeing Hara's doubtful expression. Dong-gu continued. I know it sounds hard to believe, but it is true. I will explain everything to you. In the cafe, the two of them sat in silence for a moment. Hara regained her composure and guessed, which means he is referring to Habak. Black Tiger, Dagnus, and the U Corporation. They all have connections to each other. Countless images of powerful people flashed in her mind, making her anxious. The scale of it is massive. And the more she thinks about it, the more frightened she becomes. Her hands trembling on the table, regardless. Killing people. Without waiting for Hara to finish her sentence, he quickly grabbed her arm. Dong-gu asked softly. They have kidnapped and killed countless people, of course. Even if it were your family. Hara, what would you do? She looked down awkwardly and replied, if it were me? Yep. That is because of my family's safety. Under his grip, she still hesitated, thinking that besides family, what else is important in this world? But Dong-gu looked at Hara with a confused expression. After a long pause, she shyly replied. But still, I have heard that the Chinese government is involved too. She cried out. If that is the case, then those people are truly terrifying. So if something happens to you, Dong-gu gently patted Hara's head, asking, what are you worried about? He smiled and sighed in relief. It is nothing. As long as we catch Kung Hon, everything will be resolved. The scene shifts to the outskirts of Waiwangan, where grass blows wildly. Kung Hon gritted his teeth. He was struggling to fend off the group attacking him for unknown reasons. He was facing many people pointing weapons at him. Kung Hon's gaze was sharp, and he yelled in frustration. The Haba dogs. Around him, a strange black energy began to wrap around those in front of him. They should not underestimate the leader of darkness. They screamed in fear. What? That shadow. My body can't move. Kyung-ho frowned and shouted. You think you can catch me with that skill? Go to hell and regret it. Saying that, he unleashed his shadow slicing technique. They were quickly defeated. And all that could be heard were their miserable screams. In no time, the group was down on the ground. After resolving everything, he teleported away. Looking at the house in front of him, King Hon sighed. So that is where he was hiding? He asked. Desta. What happened to the U Corporation? He replied. All the corruption of the U Corporation and Dana has reached the media. All media companies will soon inquire about the U Corporation. King Hon agrees. Alright. If I take Hangu's neck, it will make a great gift for the chairman of U Group. This time, the entire darkness will participate. Yep. Boss. Suddenly, everything around them became quiet. The two of them stood there as countless people in black appeared. The strongest hidden power of darkness. As long as I have these people, I can easily destroy a sect. He frowned. And Kyung Hon confidently thought to keep his neck clean for Golden River. After U Group, it will be you next. Hung. Inside the dark house. He stood at the door and laughed. You think I do not know you are hiding here? Kung Hon's eyes lit up. He looked at the person lying on the bed. Thinking that your tricks against the gang with those pathetic schemes have come back to haunt you for destroying my gang, Kung Hon confidently said. I will put you to sleep gently. Suddenly, a voice from behind startled him. You are here. King Hon turned around, panicking, and asked who it was. Dong-gu casually stood with his arms crossed at the door and said, These are the people who want to meet you. And Chiek stood opposite, exclaiming, Didn't they expect you to not notice us? He thought in confusion. Could it be a trap under the blanket? When Hon hurriedly lifted the blanket, a super cute doll appeared. It was a doll. You have been bored chatting earlier. You even wondered when this guy would show up. And you said I was wrong. Gyeahe grinned and replied. Too impatient. That is how it is. You are teasing. A misunderstanding. He quickly flattered you. Can't you let it go? Who raised you? Hearing such nonsense, he yelled angrily. What nonsense are you all talking about? Gek smiled. Someone is stopping us from talking. Dong-gu added irritably. This is outrageous. Did not expect to be looked down upon like this. Come. Having not seen the coffin, did not shed tears and unleashed his power to charge forward. Well, that is even better. Saves me the trouble of searching and killing you. Saved a lot of time wasted. Gyeahe nimbly dodged this guy's attack and burst out laughing. Holding his head, he sneered contemptuously. Realizing it, you are pretty good. As Ung-hon attacked while insulting, the voice was coarse and filthy, piercing to the ears. He yelled. Aish. You are the only one, and used the dark claw technique. At this point, all he saw was a dark color attacking wildly. Kyung Hon still confidently said, Here. I can handle both you group and Golden River at the same time. What luck. But before he could boast for long, a hand slapped him in the face and sent him flying dozens of meters, crashing into the wall, creating a huge explosion. He was pinned straight against the wall. Donggu spoke up. I have not decided who will play with you yet, so you go ahead and plan first. It won't take long. Okay. Saying that, you and HFK played rock paper scissors. What is own 2T? It left the guy stunned. But Ung Hon could only watch helplessly as the two of them pulled the hammer. In the end, the victory belonged to Huguk. He happily said it was delicious. The guy was furious, unleashing his power. And they went crazy together. Huguk was still cheerfully drumming, laughing loudly. I won. I won. I wish I could win against Donggu every day in life. The guy rushed in like a moth to a flame. Eyes shining, Huguk joyfully jumped up, using the same old trick, clouds of dust rising, rocks shattering. At that moment, Huguk was showing off, propping himself up on the ground. He was unscathed, still smiling and praising. Truly a magnificent aura. Not undeserving of being called the gang leader. But winning rock paper scissors against Donggu still deserved more honor. He looked at the empty space in front of him, while the guy was floating, calculating. Now, Huguk was not the issue. That bastard who slapped him. He needed to be dealt with first. Kyung-hon recalled the slap he just received. Dozens of rice cakes. He had never encountered such a situation. He could not even react. The guy returned to the room, contemplating. His abilities were so strong they were immeasurable. If he were to live long, the consequences later would be unpredictable. Inside, the empty foot left Kyung-hon astonished. He disappeared. It was absurd. The guy stubbornly thought he was clearly there just moments ago. But now Huguk appeared from behind. He tightened his fist, attacking the guy from above. Huguk cheerfully reminded him. We are fighting here. Where are you looking? Don't underestimate me. The guy frowned, angrily muttering. I can't just take that hit like that. It is unacceptable. First, deal with Huguk, then Dung. That guy can wait for Kyung-hon to come back and focus on attacking him. Alright. Huguk, if you want to fight, I will show you what I have got, the guy boasted loudly. Why am I the boss of darkness? Kyung-hon with shining eyes. He continued to boast. Huguk, do you think you can survive in my darkness? He scoffed in response. Let us see about that. Kung-ho quickly used the darkest art technique. Show me everything you have got. Huguk, at this moment, was surrounded by an all-encompassing darkness. Huguk grinned smugly, still not needing to use his full strength. The two sides clashed fiercely. He swung his hand to the right. The guy nimbly dodged and teased him on the left. At the same time, Hung-gu was madly running outside. He gritted his teeth, thinking, that guy had a reason for saving me. Hung-gu recalled Jin Ming lying on the bed like feeling bitter. That bastard used him as bait to lure Kyung-hon. He angrily cursed. Donggu, you despicable bastard. Suddenly, a familiar voice rang out. Why are you bad-mouthing others? Donggu appeared before him like a god. Who should be the most despicable of all? He froze. His eyes blankly uttered the name Donggu. The boy smiled and asked. Either way, you are going to die. Have you enjoyed your last moments walking yet? Hung-gu angrily shouted, trying to intimidate. Get away from me. If you kill me, the Ilu group won't spare you. The boy scoffed. How ironic. What? For a guy kicked out of his house. He trembles but still tries to act cool. He continues. Do not underestimate a CEO of a conglomerate like me. The heir of the conglomerate in Vietnam would rather die at the hands of his own family. Do you know what it means to let someone else kill you? Hung-gu boldly declares. Even if I am abandoned, I am still the son of you conglomerate. The you conglomerate will tear you apart and kill you for revenge. After hearing this, you stand there dumbfounded for a moment. He furrows his brow and laughs maniacally. Even if you die, it won't end there. I will make your entire family starve. Begging my family. Donggu is unafraid, laughing mockingly. Is that your plan? But how are you going to pull it off now? He goes silent, questioning in shock. You slowly pull out a small knife. Thanks for worrying about me. Is this the blade only used by the high-ranking members of the Darkness Guild? At that moment, Hun Hong was nearby, so you paused a bit and continued. My plan is a little different from yours. Hun-gu turns pale and exclaims. You are leaving and turning to run. I am one of the elite who will become the president of the U conglomerate. Since I will become president in the future, I can't let a crazy guy like you kill me. You praise him with delight. Nice try. Since you tried, I will say it again. In an instant, you move right in front of him. The knife pointed straight at his throat, declaring that Golden River will be the heir of the U conglomerate, and I will protect you, allowing you to die the most glorious way to maintain the image of having protected you, with all my might. You gently stroke the blade and continue. If so, the reputation of Golden River will rise significantly. I have to thank you first. Hung-gu is scared to the point of tears. He trembles and curses. You are a demon. You scoff. What demon is better than me? Why are you cosplaying as the victim? You tease. Now go ahead and call for help. Terrified with tears in his eyes, pleads. Spare me. Please. Dong-gu, showing no mercy, delivers his final words. Touch my family. And it won't just be your life at stake but your entire family too. Goodbye. At this life and death moment, Hong-gu activates something, his eyes still glistening with tears, saying it is done. Suddenly, a barrier formed, a bomb with 7 times the damage. Looking at the pile of debris before him, you question in shock. Dong-gu smiles and calls out, "What is this? No need for theatrics. Just take it out." As soon as the words end, a horrific explosion occurs. The explosion lasts and continues for several bursts, and another one. The explosion grows louder. The whole area in ruins. Smoke and flames everywhere. A triumphant voice rings out. "How's that? Does it hurt?" Hong-gu laughs maniacally, his mouth constantly mocking back. "Oh dear. Is it over for you? Oh right. I can't even see your bones anywhere. You have cost me a lot of money." He bursts into triumphant laughter. "What kind of level are you at to demand to eat anyone? What now? My ridiculous performance. Preparing the exact position to launch the missile just in case you can catch Kung Hon." But it was not long before Dong-gu's voice rang out. "You really went all out." You punched him right in his arrogant face. You casually approached him without a scratch, asking why he was like this. "It was the same last time. But I hoped in the next life he would be a bit kinder." At this moment, Hong-gu fearfully pleaded. He raised his hand towards you to negotiate. "Wait, let us take a break, please. Spare me. I want to do it again, even if I am hunchbacked. Your whole family too. My company will step back from everything related to you. Please. Give me a chance to make things right." You coldly repeated, "Mercy." You twirled the knife in your hand. "Mercy. With those pieces of metal behind me. This show is getting a bit rough." As if the sharp weapon grazed his neck. Blood splattered everywhere, and your face remained unchanged. "Say goodbye, Honu," you coldly warned. "Anyone who touches my family will meet the same fate as you." You glanced at the corpse. "I almost forgot." Dong-gu threw the dagger in that direction. "If I commit a crime and someone discovers it, then the sharp knife, at lightning speed, would pierce through the darkness. Where it passed, it created a large hole. You looked in that direction and spoke up. No one should survive. Right. It seems to have pierced through the stomach. Yet it has not shown itself. Not inside. It is silent as a grave." Blood suddenly splattered in the air. Dasta slowly regained his composure. He curiously asked, "How do you know it is a perfect disguise in the dark?" Dong-gu pushed his sunglasses down, giving him a creepy smile. "Foolish. Every move and action has been exposed. You probably did not know I see everything clearly as day." Dong-gu lowered his glasses and said with a wicked grin, "Whatever it is, the way you act is more suited for watching kids." Right. Dasta was shocked, thinking to himself, "This person can sense my presence. This is something even other gangs could not detect. Not even the gang leader." He could not help but feel confused. "And this guy even knows Dasta's weaknesses," you said with a sinister smile. Surprised. "What are you guys?" "Dasta." "Right, that is right," Deed angrily retorted. "If only my core remained intact, I could regenerate infinitely." His eyes lit up, muttering angrily, "This is damn frustrating. I can't maintain my form anymore. Boss. This person is really the body of Dada gradually fading, and I feel increasingly guilty. A demon. He is the cause of all these events. Please be careful, boss." In an instant, his body completely vanished. And Dong-gu, putting his hands in his pockets. "What a boring performance. Did you die so pathetically? I knew you guys were following Kung Hon the moment I turned off. At least let me ask a few questions before I die." You scratch your face curiously and speak up. "But the attributes are really quite diverse." If that is the case, there could still be others like that with Kung Hon. I wonder if we will be okay." That night at a school suddenly exploded. King Ho quickly jumped out, landing angrily, scolding the mindless destruction of public property. Kyung Ho narrowed his eyes in caution. Achio rushed out of the school, laughing loudly. "Where are you running, Kyun? Don't pretend like you think it is over." His eyes shone brightly with excitement as he declared, "This time, let us fight for real." Kim Lung Butt made a mistake. Aina Gofi flew in and struck hard with the Golden River to annihilate the soul. He grinned with delight and spoke up. "Come on. No need to act like you are okay anymore. If you are that confident, then show it." Kong Ho, brimming with a frightening aura, shouted, "The spirit is high. But if you can guess, it is still useless." And Tide could not help but feel frustrated. "I can't use the darkness as I wish because of this damn skill." He scoffed disdainfully. "Is this the power of Kwangti that you are so proud of? If so, then Kang Ho frowned and spoke loudly. "What a pity. But I do not have time to play word games with you. Today is a night with too many people to kill." He immediately gave the order. "Surround gift." He let out a scornful laugh. "You think these things can help you like that, Kung Hon? You fool. These flies do not need to do much." Kung Hon coldly replied from behind. "But it can help me create an opening." Achie frowned in disdain. "Are these little tricks supposed to scare anyone?" He could not help but laugh and ask, How can you use it? Then try to be killed by my little trick. The Golden River's fury. That punch created an incredibly devastating impact. The ground exploded. Dust flying everywhere. He looked at Chusa slumped against the wall, unable to contain his glee as he said, "This is my skill. Just as you wanted." Kaihon arrogantly mocked. "How do you like that? This is the material you talked about. Are you shocked that I used the same type of martial arts as you?" He pursed his lips in thought. Gyuk regained his spirit and lunged forward. He exclaimed in shock. "Where's the time for a direct confrontation? Is it really that weak? Or are you just putting on an act?" Etienne's eyes lit up, grinning wickedly in disdain. "How could you use it? You punk, are you seriously going to leak the secrets of martial arts? What kind of hunger would make you do that?" Kyung Ho frowned angrily and replied, "I do not know. But I know it is the Golden River. Someone has very loose security. Just searching online would show it. And I do not want to do that." But he quickly charged forward, speaking fiercely. "Fine. I will spare Luch. I will kill those annoying shadows. Including you." He laughed scornfully and shouted, "You still do not believe this is real? That is right. It is pointless. Keep going like this. I will enjoy your skills at my leisure." Gexi glared angrily, shouting, "So arrogant. I will tear that mouth of yours apart." He could not stop thinking about how someone like this kid could rarely get close to the Golden Driver's martial arts. Is there really a spy within Golden River? Even if there were, they could not go unnoticed. Dung Kinghon smiled wickedly, taunting, confused. "Are we? Your moves are much slower than before. Why not take another bite?" Suddenly, the guy lunged forward, executing the Golden River soul-destroying technique. He could not help but be astonished, lost in thought. What? He knows the Golden River soul-destroying technique. How is that possible? Even if he stole it, he could not learn that martial art in such a short time. Kyung Hon mocked him with sharp eyes. "What is wrong? Where's the momentum you had earlier?" "My talent does not stop there." The guy launched another technique, piercing through the chaos. Geike's eyes widened in surprise at the source of power before him. What? Everything is exploding. He could not help but be frightened. This is insane. Clearly, it is some kind of trick. That power is truly photonic. Damn. What exactly is that guy's attribute? King Hon seemed to transform into a different, darker person, stepping forward loudly. "Aish. You even managed to return like the rumors say. I will eliminate you right here and take the Golden Driver. And that will be the base for the Nice Hoggets Guild." Ajie pressed his lips together in silence, then suddenly flashed a bright smile. He stood up, his body brimming with excited power, and spoke. "Never mind. Thinking about this, and that won't help. Turns out, using my brain does not suit me. Now, let us start over. King Hon. I will show you the difference between true photonic magic and fake." The guy furrowed his brows, angrily shouting, "You think there is something tasty like that? Ridiculous. Clearly, you are not using your stupid brain. Why do you think I fought you head-on without preparing?" Kyung Ho coldly revealed, frowning. "Using your brain is better than anything. From the start, you fell into my trap and as a dark trap appeared. The guy coldly commanded, "Use it." A sharp black aura was descending rapidly. King Hon excitedly shouted as he was shattered and died in the dark storm. He could not help but relish the sight of him being swallowed in the storm. Kyung Hon confidently asserted that no matter who it is, they would not be able to withstand this technique. Suddenly, the guy's eyes widened in shock. How is it that a huge beam of light is emanating from within the storm? King Hon gasped, stammering, "No way." "What? Impossible." Gixuro coldly spoke. "Indeed. There is nothing impressive about a fake." He calmly held the collar of the fake name and continued. "Instead of fighting himself, he relied on tricks like this to attack me. Aish, full of power." Smiled provocatively. "Forget about tricks like that, Kai Hon. I will show you the difference between skill and skill that actually matters. A life or death battle." King Hon, with bright eyes and a sinister smile, spoke up. "Do you think you can take me down? I commend you for enduring this much. But I must say, you are a bit disappointing. Dasta, like hip-hop, always exists around, looking for gaps to kill you." As soon as he finished speaking, his underlings rushed into ambush. He turned around, raised his fist, and laughed scornfully. "Is that a lot? Just adding a few more people." Realizing something was off, Degufsi widened his eyes in surprise. He gritted his teeth in anger and shouted, "Clearly, I just killed these guys." Another man with a knife snickered as he slipped in from below. Aish, furious, punched down hard on the floor, shouting, "But I am always welcoming. Yet I do not see anyone down there." At that moment, a guy appeared from behind and attacked HGX's back. He angrily turned around to throw a punch, constantly criticizing, "You guys are just like little kids." Suddenly, another one appeared from behind. Gatrie gritted his teeth in pain, glancing at Kung Hon, who could not help but excitedly ordered a distortion. The illusion when each Ta displays their traits and connects means no one can win. He furrowed his brows angrily and asked, "So are these guys real or not?" Remembering the times he used techniques to warp space to create illusions, distorting strength to interfere with consciousness, die in the abyss of endless pain. Kung Hon immediately unleashed his move, Dista combined with Diablo, arranging 1,000 blades. As soon as he finished speaking, the blades plunged straight into Hoshi's back. Suddenly, a strange light appeared, tearing apart the bodies of his underlings. Donggu coldly approached. Laughing scornfully, he pointed forward and calmly said, "There are 3 shadows supporting at the same time. But what can that skill do now? The sky is about to brighten." King Hon glared in anger, deep in thought. That bastard just lost connection with the remaining members. Aish, filled with fighting spirit, suddenly got furious and shouted, "Hey Dung, what are you doing? Why are you interfering in my fight? Are you strong?" Donggu coldly repeated, "Uncle Go Ven, you almost got hit just now." Suddenly, a flurry of punches was thrown. He was full of strength. Confidently replied, "What can this nonsense do to me?" Yak asked. "Do you think a few pins stuck and you mean you got hit?" He angrily scolded. "So what are you going to do now? You have killed my 2 targets." He replied nonchalantly, "I left that one for you." The guy standing afar squinted and thought, "This is bad. Donggu is not normal. If that bastard shows up, I can handle both of them at the same time. But right now, if F loses focus in any way, I must take care of him and escape." King Hon seizes the opportunity and rushes behind Gex. Donggu angrily asks, "You want me to pinch your cheek again? Can't you see I am talking?" The guy was stunned, eyes wide open. A cold voice from behind reminded him, "If you take one more step, you will die." He angrily raised his fist and shouted, "Good. Leave King Hon to me." Both sides were under attack. King Hon tried to hold on, thinking to himself that he was underestimating these 2 who were humiliating him as a pair. Ginoka rushed in with a powerful strike, cursing the trash gang of yours. Dung, wearing glasses, stood at a distance, shocked by the unfolding drama. He smirked, intrigued, and said, "King Hon, I do not know how you got that energy quasar, but you will never defeat the one who created it." Suddenly, a Kung Hon hurriedly launched an attack, and the holy quasar Jar exclaimed in surprise. A series of daggers pierced through him. Ginachi pulled them out, teeth clenched as he suppressed his anger and spoke, "You really like using these daggers?" His eyes gleamed, a sinister smile on his face. "You are foolish. The more skills you use, the stronger I become. Turns out you are more foolish than I thought." He squinted and smiled, thinking to himself, Kang Hon's ability is replication. The scene before him became extremely chaotic. He spoke with delight. Once again, Donggu pondered deeply. The ability to replicate an opponent's ability and optimize it by linking it to one's own in the dark system has only a few special traits. This is clearly a desirable trait that everyone covets. He could not help but scoff in confusion. "What are you doing? Why do not you use your brain?" Kang Hon said with a sinister smile, pushing the orb forward. "You will be even more surprised. Enhance the opening attribute." Katiak stared in astonishment and suspicion. "What? Even the holy quasar? What the hell is this kid? A flame shift?" He stood outside, pursing his lips in annoyance. "It seems like my uncle has not paid much attention to the opponent's attribute for a long time." The 2 fought until late at night, and Donggu could not help but worry, wanting to gather more information about the replication attribute. But dawn was approaching, and if it dragged on longer, the plan would be disrupted. He quickly took out a drill, plotting, "It is time to use who knew stuff. Sorry, uncle, but I have to intervene in a gentlemanly way." He was still lost in his own doubts. "And if you are not real, then I do not know what that guy's power really is." Suddenly, Donggu stabbed the drill into a Kakai's butt. He jumped up in pain, clutching his butt, yelling, "Donggu, that hurts too much." The light in front of him was so blinding that it illuminated his entire body. The guy stared in shock, mumbling, "What the hell? This huge energy explosion." Ki Hon's body was gradually being consumed by the energy. Squirming stubbornly, thinking it could not end like this, the energy lit up the whole forest, with thunderous explosions echoing everywhere. The energy continued to grow, causing the surrounding trees to wither. After a while, the entire forest was engulfed in smoke. Gexrev complained, "Why did you stab the thing into my butt?" "But how could you even do that?" Donggu calmly replied, Well, the scientific principle with such a ridiculous transmission ratio is actually useful. Uncle." Homing's astonished face flashed in his mind. The copying ability can steal an opponent's skills without needing to kill. "I want to take that attribute from someone in Unix." Donggu smiled mysteriously to himself. "I hope he does not stop clutching his butt." "Donggu, you need to compensate me for my butt." "Who told you to interfere?" he questioned in shock. "What? You should be thanking me." "So what do you want in compensation?" Gixoev confidently replied. 10 billion. Dung immediately refused, hoping for news articles to flood in with headlines about the heir of the Yu Honggu Corporation being murdered. The news broadcasts were relentless. The rumor was that when Hone died, the Yu Corporation fell into crisis. Munjin smiled brightly, admiringly praising Zhang Xiao. Come here and check out the video of Shekfgeik fighting Kyung Hone. It is amazing. The person he just called was Bi Zhong Sel, 18 years old. His measurement ability could gauge the strength of special individuals. Ranking levels and posting on YouTube was very popular among teenagers. He tilted his head in amazement, asking Hogeg and Kyung Hone. They gathered to watch the fighting clip. Mink Scofrey wondered out loud. Look at this. Is not... He stared at the screen, exclaiming, the mastermind Darkness Kung Hone is totally getting crushed. Munjin clenched his fists, excitedly predicting. This means Evgex must be level 9. Zhang Xiu asked, astonished. What? How could he be level 9? That is way too high. You guys really do not know, do you? He pulled out the documents, revealing that Kung Hone had just advanced from level 7 to low level 8. Gexi was on par with Kyung Hone, at most level 8 low. Munjin was astonished, replying, is that all? He looked so strong in the video. Zhang Xiu immediately took out his iPad to show off. Look, this is the data I have gathered. Min Si hesitated to speak up. But what is this? Is EAB Bang leading the ranking? What kind of nonsense ranking is this? He smiled brightly, replying slowly, no way. Absolutely not. According to my investigation, He Big Bang's strength must be at least mid-level 8 or higher, because there is a report saying he defeated that level 8 monster. Minix makes it confusing for you to speak up. From what I have been following, the Wabak gang was already killed. Yet their strength compared to the strongest in the country is still stronger than Ho Guk. Zhang Xiu makes you feel awkward and stutters. I think that is Dung, the leader of the Black Gold gang, appearing near where he died. Right. He laughs mockingly, holding his belly. What is that? You idiot. In the documents, Dungu is not even past level 6 yet. Thought you were so talented. The documents you gathered are full of holes. Zhang Xiu lowers his head, deep in thought. Right. I know it does not make sense. So now you are planning to investigate carefully. A beautiful day filled with laughter at Zheng Kang's door. Huguk happily asked, are you talking about me? It should really be like that to be a real man. Read the comments on YouTube again. You are still going on about not being tired of it. I saw someone in Incheon who was really cool and ate a lot, but did not gain weight. I wish I could eat that much and build muscle. He holds a chicken leg in his hand, grinning with praise. Good. Very good. He adjusts his glasses and speaks calmly. Yep. That is right. But it might not be a good thing after all. People now call it the strong eating a lot, even for the sake of maintaining an image. You should be cautious. The final image I read was just stubbornness. Huguk, just finished eating, grinning with messy face, excitedly asks when you will study together. Not going out to play. He scratches his head, happily continuing. In front of him are countless admiring girls speaking up. Uncle, could you sign for me? Please. Can we take a picture together? So cute. Can I shake hands with you? Huguk immediately flexes his muscles for them to take pictures. Two female students smile brightly, posing in front of his muscular figure. Or Hoguk uses his hand to tightly hold a female student for the photo. Suddenly, Dungu appears out of nowhere and speaks up. If that is the case, can you succeed? Hoguk panicked, covering his mouth, muttering, do not shout. Do you want to get seen and die? Is this how the path I have pursued for so long ends? One immediately steps up to explain. Ladies and gentlemen, due to another schedule, this fan meeting is coming to an end. Please leave. The crowd immediately disperses, and several female students can't help but feel regret, wanting to take a few more pictures. But truly, that muscle looks like a stone statue. He blames you. Because of you, I can't walk comfortably. Dungo hits the chest of the person in front, smiling and replies, being a star is naturally tiring, and you always have to pay attention to others. Huguk squints one eye, asking annoyed, that is your fault. But recalling the video of himself fighting with Kung Hone, he can't help but wonder, why post a fighting video like that? It is nothing like your style at all. Now you want to profit from YouTube. Dungu chuckles and replies, that is just a side thing. To trap the Habak gang. In another place, the giant screen mounted on the supermarket roof is broadcasting news. The screen displays a headline about the assassination of Dini's documents at Incheon Port. As two people calmly walk down the stairs, Huguk tilts his head and asks, Dungo, you know the Habak Bang family will contact us, right? He calmly replies, of course. The Habak Bang family has always wanted to enter Korea but has not found a way. Of course, killing Bangdu is the best way. Dungu, standing in front, chuckles and adds, and since we are their enemies, they will definitely come to us. He strokes his chin thoughtfully and asks, but why does the Habak Bang family want to enter Korea? He explains calmly, the Habak Bang family is an old clan. Very competitive. Plus there has been fighting in the Black Dragon River recently. Huguk can't help but be curious. How do you know that information? Donggu replies calmly. Just a reward. After all, the Habakbang family controls many martial arts schools in Korea. Using that power could unify martial artists in mainland China. Hearing this, he can't help but yell angrily. Are you kidding? They dare to exploit us. He tilts his head and responds with a sinister smile. It is not a one-day thing. Those guys want to gain without paying. Huguk growls in anger. They are just lazy and expect to benefit. The two of them enter the ship, with Donggu calmly speaking as he walks inside. Anyway, it is not just China. The US is also moving. So we need to be careful. He grins confidently, saying he is not afraid of fighting, while Dung gently opens the door. Inside is a large room with full furnishings. Huguk asks in surprise. Is this the room? A deep voice comes from inside. Yep. That is right. I have been waiting for a long time. Guk, the distinguished guest of the Habakbang family, level 6 a unit, smiles and speaks pleasantly. Welcome. Hello. Leader. I'm in charge of your guest services, exclusively managing the Habakbang family's liquor. Currently, due to the death of the eldest young master, I am handling the investigation. Thank you for cooperating with the Habakbang family. He puts his hand on Dung Ga's shoulder, smiling brightly as he introduces himself. Hello. I am the leader of Kimjiang Road. Huguk. This is the master of Donggu. He smiles happily with admiration. The master of Kim has been receiving a lot of attention lately. The two shake hands. Jem then speaks. It is a pleasure to meet you, and I hope for your assistance. Donggu immediately responds. Me too. He walks inside and gestures. Now everyone sit down so we can discuss further. The three of them sat comfortably in their seats. Huguk asked, so what is the big deal that you invited us to such a secluded place to talk? Guk clasped his hands in a show of respect and replied cheerfully. Of course. To thank you all. I really appreciate the leader for avenging the young master. He raised an eyebrow in suspicion and said, no need to thank us so much. That bastard dared to stab Kim Jiang-kong in the back. I have been annoyed for a long time. Gok replied with a faint smile. You are too modest. Leader. You are constantly plotting in your heart. This will definitely be beneficial for the HEBC Bang if you want to enter Korea. He smiled brightly and praised. After this incident, we have a great appreciation for the strength of Kim Jiang-gi Tevam. Huguk crossed his arms and looked up, pleased, and replied, truly someone with good judgment. Of course, Kim Jiang-devi is the strongest. Guk narrowed his eyes and spoke in a deep voice. That is right. Our third young master values the cooperation with Kim Jiang highly. The third young master of Aichi Bakbang arrived anxiously and spoke. Hello. It is a pleasure to meet you all. I officially extend my greetings to everyone here. The third young master of the Aichi Bang. Donggu suddenly grinned wickedly. Sadi, frightened, immediately shut his mouth and recalled past events. Inside the warehouse, he coldly ordered. Remember this, he fearfully replied loudly. Yep, sir. Donggu coldly continued. Now you will return to Aichi Bang. Sadi was astonished and hesitated. Yep. Really? Sir. He slung an arm over his shoulder and spoke. That is right. Return to be the heir of Aichi Bang. Got it. You should be worried. Suddenly. What about the previous heir? Donggu casually replied. I will overthrow him. But do you want to die? He listened in fear. I will. Donggu's decision caused a storm of bloodshed in mainland China. His eyes shone brightly, a satisfied smile on his face. Thinking, Seja and Guk both returned to Aichi Bang. My plan will continue. Good. Now suddenly a thick cloud of smoke appears from behind. Donggu tilts his head in surprise and exclaims. His eyes widen in shock, wondering how this got here. The ship is suddenly struck by lightning, shaking violently before exploding, water splashing everywhere, leaving the entire port stunned by the sight. One day at the complex, Sung Ho, the senior team leader of UNIC, slams the table in shock and loudly states, I will announce the national crisis situation right now. If this keeps up, the people will be in danger due to lack of preparation. Saying, the chairman of the complex leans back in his chair, eating a hamburger and advising against it. Don't cause such a commotion. Calm down. Sung says, this guy really thinks that just reinforcing UNIC's defenses in a few suitable areas is enough. Do you think the National Disaster Prevention Agency is useless? If mistakes happen, the situation will only get worse. He angrily strides up to Kwathuao. At this moment he says, is that even possible? Once the cave opens, a lot of variables will appear, and the level of the monsters will surge. The current system is very hard to deal with, even if we trap them in the cave. We can't do anything more. Dung Ho looks worried, his face pale and hesitating, and the most dangerous thing is that the cave has been moved somewhere without waves, and will open randomly. Meanwhile, at another location, a level 9 cave opens, and a series of dangerous monsters calmly step out. The people run away in panic. How did a level 9 cave end up here? Run quickly. Save the people. Where is UNIC? Suddenly, someone goes against the crowd and stops. See John, level 5, stands on the left with a spear. Kim Jong, level 5, stands on the right with a weapon, looking worried. Kim Taeju, level 5, Shouts loudly. No one else can save this place besides us. Let us move. Team 12. Let them see our strength. Hold on until the headquarters sends reinforcements. Prepare the whole army. Suddenly, a huge creature crashes down, crushing the old man. The two of them can help but call out for the general. Dong Min gasps in surprise and shouts. General. Zhang Pio stutters in fear, pointing in one direction. In front of them is a one-eyed monster grinning wickedly. The beast surrounds the two of them, attacking relentlessly. Painful sounds echoing, but no one comes to help. Meanwhile, outside the city is silent. A vehicle hides behind a wall, observing quietly, thinking that opening the portal on the ship and running ashore would be safer. He grits his teeth, worried. Oh no. The situation here is worse. Even the level 5 troops of eunuchs can't do anything. CD watches the giant two-horned monster on the other side, feeling hopeless, thinking his skills are nothing compared to those monsters. He has to find a chance to escape, but it is too late. The one-eyed beast seems to sense the vehicle's presence and immediately looks over. He fearfully thinks, oh no, I have been discovered. He immediately ran after it, growling non-stop, while he fearfully shouted, help me. Suddenly, someone appeared out of nowhere and unleashed a powerful attack. Sedai joyfully asked, are you okay? The third young master is loud enough to ask you, weren't you the first to leave the boat earlier? Why are you still here? He was so scared that tears and snot mixed as he replied, I was going to run, but my legs were too weak. He yelled angrily. Is this the right time to say that? Guk tilted his head back, coldly responding, I still need to deal with those monsters. It is very dangerous here. You should run away. Suddenly, a huge club appeared from behind. Sidi shouted in fear. Guk! Behind you, but it was too late. All that remained was a cloud of smoke from the Tremor. He gaped in fear, shouting, help! The Monster King roared in rage, raising its weapon high, preparing to attack. Sidi screamed in terror. I do not want to die yet. Suddenly, something sharp stabbed into his head. He cried out repeatedly, it touched me, but he did not feel any pain. Sidi squinted up at the trembling object above. His whole body seemed controlled, shaking uncontrollably. He exclaimed in astonishment, what is that? A sudden explosion occurred behind him, and Sidi screamed in fear. Dung appeared out of nowhere, coldly scolding, what are you doing, fool? He carried a sword in hand and asked with a glance, are you from the Black Gold Path? He joyfully called out, Path. Path leader, Dungu coldly reminded. Even if you are the weakest of the Black Gold Path, I am still disappointed. X raised his head and replied cheerfully, please forgive me. Path leader. He smirked disdainfully. You said you could handle those weak monsters. I really want to give you special training right now. If you get hurt, it will be even more troublesome. So just take a breather. He immediately ran away, saying, yep. Path leader. I will try to keep my life. Dungu smiled secretly, thinking he needed to train CD better. He turned to look at the monsters in front of him, muttering, now, let us deal with these monsters. Suddenly, another person appeared, attacking the monsters. The cursed eagle struck fiercely. One punch. One kill. Paguk laughed heartily, defeating a monster with one punch, enjoying the thrill of fighting stronger foes. Dungu squinted and smiled awkwardly to himself. With that guy around, it will be over quickly. He excitedly kicked wildly, constantly complaining. So weak. Too weak. These pathetic monsters. The three men who had run away in fear could not help but exclaim. Such power. Truly formidable. Who is that person? Dong Xiao coldly introduced. The leader of the Diamond Sect, known as the Invincible Diamond, is a warrior sent from above, also called the Demon King appearing in the world. These are all names for the leader of the Diamond Sect. They stared wide-eyed in amazement and asked, is that the hottest person recently? Kim Kang Sect leader. Songdi awkwardly laughed and said, but you know it well. Right. San smiled brightly. Curious. How do you know it so well? He scratched his head and replied shyly, I am a die-hard fan of that unit. Zhang Xiao observed him, pondering silently. Those monsters were all above level 7. Extremely powerful. Looking at the cave's entrance, he thought. But clearly, it was a level 9 cave opening, while the monsters outside were about 2 levels lower. Aish, after a moment of flailing, had nearly wiped them out and arrogantly crossed his arms, saying, aren't there any stronger monsters? Turns out, a level 9 cave is not anything. Suddenly, another giant beast appeared, and he stared in shock. A one-eyed monster emerged. It was the level 9 monster that had reached the highest rank. Its ache bared its teeth, grinning with delight. That is how it should be. With nappy level skills, it is only fun to play. Suddenly, it let out a roar. the sound threatening to tear apart all bodies. Sai tightly shut his eyes, holding his head, and exclaimed, "What is that?" It just roared. And already, Songdi stuttered in fear. "The pressure is too great." Astonished, spoke up. "Is there really such a monster in this world?" Dong Xiao gritted his teeth, thinking, "This is a level 9 monster." He stared at it, thinking, "The only one who could face it here is Kim Kang sect leader. Right, that is unreasonable. Experts from level 8 and above and should be able to handle it." Zhang Xiao frowned with worry. Ghe is only at level 8. Though, even if they win by luck, everything around will definitely be flattened. We need to get out of here now. Without hesitation, Kim Kang sect leader Aish still excitedly charged toward the level 9 monster to challenge it. "Are you the leader? Let us play a fun game." It glared angrily. "Lowly creature. I will smash you to pieces." Suddenly, its body seemed to be controlled by something, its eyes widening in shock. He seized the opportunity, throwing a punch at its eye, shouting to take it. The level 9 monster was beaten to a pulp, its body exploding. Everyone watching could not help but stare in astonishment. Say gasped, exclaiming, "Indeed it is Kim Kang sect leader, taking out that monster with a single move." But Ahf was not happy. He gritted his teeth, angrily shouting, "This is Dungos doing over there? Turns out everything was thanks to the glowing sword in your hand." Dungo smiled happily and quickly slipped away. News outlets were constantly reporting on the hot incident that had recently occurred. Kim Kang sect leader Hidash appeared at Incheon Port, the cave where the monsters opened. Entrances were continuously appearing nationwide, issuing danger alerts across the country. The city seemed engulfed in flames, with caves continuing to open in many areas, causing immense damage to lives and property. Not only defeating the strongest monster, but Kim Kang sect also suffered the least damage. The reputation of Aikjek and Kim Kang sect was rising. As dawn approached, inside a shabby room, Jiangsu sat at his desk, turning on the device and muttering, "This evidence is enough. It is time to take down the diamond buyer." He stared intently at the iPad in his hand and continued, "Stop hiding behind the shadows. Come out into the light." In the morning outside the city, reporters were constantly reporting, "The store in the Gonki district has reopened," hoping the people quickly find a place to take shelter. Members of the fire crossing sect stood seriously on both sides of the road directing traffic. "Everyone, hurry and hide. The fire crossing sect will hold them back. Don't panic. Maintain order." General Kim Jin Kyung of the fire crossing sect folded his arms in approval. "Good. Is everyone gone yet?" His subordinate beside him immediately replied. "Yep. Everyone has just moved out." He coldly ordered, "All right. The monsters will have to leave their bodies here. Bring all the forces of the fire crossing sect here." Suddenly, a series of electric sparks appeared in the office. In an instant, everything exploded. A beam of light shattered everything like a wave. A thick cloud of black smoke rose to the sky, and an 8th level monster coldly grabbed Jin Kyung's head. Its eyes shone brightly as it spoke. "Human, did you kill my brother?" He glanced back, fearfully muttering, "An 8th level monster. The sect leader should have warned about this kind of monster." Not receiving an answer, the 8th level monster frowned in annoyance. It angrily tightened its grip, responding to itself that it was not true. The entire city was engulfed in flames. Jin King's painful cries echoed everywhere. Inside the residence of the Ho Song Mun Du family, John thoughtfully spoke. "The evidence is not from the one who defeated the Demon King. That power is fake." He looked at the document in his hand and continued reading, revealing the true identity of Gex. H was just a puppet. The real master stood behind. Johnny raised his eyebrows in confusion and asked, "What is this?" Yuhan, the 5th level young master of the fire crossing sect, grinned widely and replied, "It is the evidence that Dagashis deceived the headmaster." "Right. Olchu reminded me. I told you not to do useless things." John, furious, threw the documents at him and shouted, "Now the whole world praises Kim Kang Men and HUS. Everyone thinks he is the representative of the martial arts world." The old man furrowed his brow and yelled angrily, "Is this something you, the young master of Haksai Mun, should be meddling in? Aehan Men is fighting for its life against monsters right now. What are you doing?" "Young master." Dugun frowned and bit his lip, enduring the insults. "Instead of worrying about this nonsense, you should be out there killing monsters." "Useless brat." Suddenly, Kang Chun and Dungu strolled in casually. He was taken aback and spoke up. "So you are here?" John exclaimed in surprise. "Kang Chun." The two entered. Kang Chun clasped his hands respectfully and said, "Kim Kang Mun's Kang Chun greets the sect leader." The old man coldly replied from the podium, "Hello, what brings you here? I do not recall inviting Kim Kang Mun." He pursed his lips, looking at Kang Chun, who was smiling awkwardly. Dungu could not wait any longer and poked Kang Chun in the back to remind him. He scratched his head, forcing a smile as he explained, "Actually, there has been someone spreading malicious rumors about Kim Kang Men lately, so I came to investigate, hoping you would cooperate." Gun was surprised and questioned him, "Why come looking for us?" He raised an eyebrow and smiled. That is right. Both sides are busy. We do not want to be a bother, but Ib's malicious posts are right here in Hakaek Cyan Men. That is tough. He angrily pointed his spear at the two with disdain. Kids these days are so bold. Ji-hun gritted his teeth and sneered. I have heard about you, Dong-go. Are you puffing up your chest, just because you managed to beat Hang once? If you keep this up, something will suddenly crash through the room. An 8th level monster, filled with rage, spoke up. There is someone here who killed my brother. I can smell his blood. John gasped in fear and exclaimed. How can a monster get in here? Kang Chun gaped in shock. Deducing that this aura had to be at least level 8. He furiously grabbed his spear and charged at it, shouting, how dare this monster barge in here? The old man worriedly tried to intervene. Ga-hun. That is an 8th level monster. Gun ignored all the warnings and rushed to attack the 8th level monster. John anxiously called out to Gun. It coldly replied. The scent of your brother is not on you. I will kill the one who did it. Kang Chun, surprised, tilted his head and asked. Is that guy looking for you? Dong-gu scratched his ear, confused, and replied. What? It was your dad who killed him. The 8th level monster stood up, looming large and threatening. You with the green hair. You must die. He calmly questioned. Yeah, that is you. It probably got confused. Dong-gu firmly denied, saying it was not him after all. He angrily opened his mouth wide. The person emitted the blood of my brother. As soon as he finished speaking, he threw a massive weapon down at the two. Luckily, Kang Chun quickly jumped away and spoke up. I guessed right. He really did attack you. The level 8 monster shouted furiously. Don't even think about escaping. Suddenly, a fierce fire erupted from behind. Jonin seized the moment to strike. With a fire dragon technique, the old man furrowed his brows in anger and charged forward, declaring, that monster. Your opponent is me. Jonna swiftly unleashed another move. Fire dragon kick. Dong-gu was deep in thought. The fire Shrine Sect Master Jonin is stronger than I thought, but still inferior to that monster. He can't win. The old man's eyes bulged in anger as he shouted, you dare to do this to my son. I will burn you to ashes. The level 8 monster rolled its eyes in boredom, dismissing it as a nuisance. It immediately moved to another location. Jonin was surprised and widened his eyes in disbelief. What? The level 8 monster was ambushing him from behind. Jonin thought anxiously, this guy is too late. Suddenly, a woman appeared from above, continuously dancing with her spear as she descended. She jumped down and slashed across the face of the level 8 monster with a cold execution of the blazing fire spear. It screamed in pain, holding its face. The old man exclaimed joyfully. This is the moment. Jonin seized the opportunity to jump and executed the fire dragon Milky Way. The level 8 monster rolled its eyes in pain and growled. Its entire body was engulfed in flames and then exploded. Its body was torn to pieces and then vanished. The woman from earlier was Gyu-ho, the dual-attribute fire demon, the great woman of the Fire Xian sect. Managing all matters at the beginner level 7, fire trucks quickly rushed to the scene. Kang Chun covered his mouth in shock as he looked at Dong-gu, stunned to see Gyu-ho truly impressive. His heart skipped a beat. He smiled gently, thinking of Gyu-ho, because the Fire Xian sect had continuously lost to the Kim Kang sect. He decided to scout a bit. It turned out to be a wise decision. The relationship between Gu-hun and Gyu-ho is like oil and water. After this, it will be even more intense. The Fire Xian sect is about to face interesting times. At the same time at the Fire Xian sect, distressing sounds rang out continuously. Someone is injured here. Hurry and take them away. Jonin placed a hand on Go-ho's shoulder, smiling in praise. Thanks to you, we were able to defeat the level 8 monster. I am very proud of you. Gyu-ho. Right, she calmly replied. Thank you, father. Elsewhere, Gyu-hun, injured and being helped by another, angrily cursed under his breath. Damn it. All the effort to impress father was ruined by that monster. In the end, Gyu-ho benefited. So what about my position? The person helping him worriedly asked. Young master, are you okay? Gyu-gun angrily pushed him away and shouted loudly, don't block my way. Do you think I will let this go? He clasped his hands and quickly charged towards Jonin, shouting. Congratulations, father, on defeating the level 8 monster. I will immediately inform the press about our Fire Xian sect's victory over the level 8 monster. The old man turned around in anger and growled. You still care about public opinion at a time like this? Can't you see how many people are injured right in front of you? As the esteemed hero of the Haxuan sect, you only care about such trivial matters. Johnny glared at Gyu-hun, scolding. You are becoming more disappointing by the day. Get out now. I do not want to see you anymore. His face darkened as he silently looked down in the square. The urgent voices of the rescue disciples echoed. There are also injured people here. The training room is already full of patients. Gyu-ho pointed towards the command center. Quickly move the injured to the hospital. Take the seriously injured first. Just then, Gyu-hun approached and called out. Wait. Gyu-ho. Talk to me for a moment. She glanced at him and refused. Just say it here. Gyu-hun silently cursed in anger, thinking that just because he was given such a command, he thought he was the heir now. Fine. Since we are both busy, let us see if Dad will choose a daughter as the heir. He patted Gu-ho on the shoulder, saying, it is nothing. Some of your brothers want me to introduce you to them. Quite a few actually. Do you want to give it a try? She was taken aback, her eyes wide as she exclaimed. Brother. Did you forget what Dad just said to you? Is this really the time for that? Gun frowned and retorted sarcastically. With such a low position. You just need to follow what those above you say. How long do you plan to keep doing this? Your friends are all pairing off. Do not you think about getting married? Gu-ho stroked her chin thoughtfully and replied. Lately I've been thinking about it. If I meet the right person. Should I just get married? He exclaimed in surprise. What? You have someone you like already. Who's it? The image of Donggu in Diem Ha's imagination appeared, smiling and calling out, Sister Gu-ho. She smiled brightly and said, you saw him just now. He is from the Kim Kang sect. The Black Gold Road leader. He should be fine. Gun was incredulous, unable to believe Lot. What? It can't be that useless guy. Right, that guy is from the Kim Kang sect. Gu-ho replied nonchalantly. Really? So what? He yelled angrily. Right now they are an obstacle to the Hafa-Xuan sect. At a time like this, you still have those feelings. She was not going to back down and shouted back. Don't say things like that. You are going too far. I just said he is pretty cool. Why are you so worked up? Gun grinned menacingly, saying each word deliberately. Just what? That is not allowed either. Who knows? I might team up with the Kim Kang sect to take you down. Her face darkened as she muttered. How could you say that? She silently watched him walk away. Still threatening. Don't think I will let this go, and you will understand the distance between us. A girl like you will never be equal to him. Gu-ho's eyes widened as she thought that if Dad did hand over the hair position later, it would definitely be even more outrageous. She watched Gu-hun's figure walk away. I think I have known since we were kids that he wanted to compete with me. He is really good, always able to take over any position. But he is just looking out for himself. The era where girls can't be the masters is long gone. Gu-ho, determined, silently told herself, I will build my own force. I won't give in to you. Meanwhile, looking at Hiren sitting on the rooftop, she called out worriedly, Hiren, Horan, it is dangerous. Come down. Go shouted up. It is really dangerous up there. Come down, Hiren. Then, Kang Chun approached with concern, asking, Chief Steward, what is Horan doing up there? He looked back with a sigh, worriedly asking, is it a serious emotional injury? Watching too many dramas. Donggu gasped. Kang Chun laughed, turning to tease him. Looks like it is your fault. Just look at her after finding out about your date. It is like the sky is falling. He frowned in concern. But why did she climb up there? In annoyance. He sighed, saying he had to pray to the moon and sun. I really do not understand what girls think. Donggu scratched his head, thinking to himself that she looked like someone who had just been cheated on. He jumped up to the roof next to Hujin, pondering that while Kang Chun could train strictly, Hujin just could not. Donggu placed a hand on the girl's shoulder, trying to persuade her. Hujin, it is really dangerous here. Come down. Hujin interlocked her fingers and replied, you do not need to worry. Donggu, he closed his eyes and muttered, you are the one who is not fine. Don't he do this anymore. Just come down. Hujin remained seated, coldly refusing. I won't come down until the moon and sun hear my wish. Donggu immediately threatened. Falling from there will really hurt. Hujin replied nonchalantly, I won't fall. He tried to persuade her again. You can come down to pray too. The girl's voice rang out. I do not want to. He closed his eyes, angrily cursing silently. It is not like blood ties make a difference. She is stubborn enough to bring this roof down. No way. Then she will just climb somewhere else. Donggu opened one eye and called out, I will wait for you. Hujin excitedly turned back and shouted. Really? He smiled brightly and replied. Turns out I have been waiting for this for 10 years. The girl immediately rushed to hug Donggu tightly. Okay, he sighed in relief, thinking how quickly her mood shifted. After Hujin turns 20, she will probably think differently. Donggu thought as he took Hujin down from the rooftop, knowing there is no need to ruin her first love. At that moment, in a room, laughter rang out continuously. Gyehi raised his teacup, laughing. Donggu, I heard you decided to date Hujin. He chuckled, teasing, calling it a date is also fine. Right. Donggu sat across from him, coldly responding. Please stop. Uncle. Don't think too much. I just do not want her to get hurt. Gixi winked and said, but a promise is still a promise. You are all grown up, and if you do not keep your word. His voice trailed off. I will fight China. Gatia was immediately startled and shouted, fight with whom? Donggu raised his teacup and winked back, a war with China. He worriedly placed his hand on the boy's forehead and exclaimed, you are not hurt anywhere. Are you alert? Donggu angrily said. While other factions are facing issues, I want our Korean martial arts school to be really strong. The voice of a Gevgek rang out in response, I still remember. He opened his left eye and looked at him, explaining, China is unstable right now, and with internal conflicts so intense, fighting now can minimize damage. Ixek tightened his fist and shouted loudly. Of course. If we fight, we will definitely win. China only has a bunch of punks. Let us wipe them out. Dungu smiled brightly, saying they would have to turn against them. But first, they needed to create internal chaos. Atiek raised an eyebrow, smirking, creating internal strife first. Dungu laughed and replied. Yep. Exactly. And in your mind, that person's figure appears, saying it is time to send someone into Hbiki Bang Ka. At the U Corporation, the crowd outside was agitated, protesting. Clarify the relationship between the business and U Corporation. Clarify. Clarify. Quickly tell the truth about Hung. Make it clear. Make it clear. After the Hungu incident broke out, the U Corporation faced turmoil. Stock prices plummeted. Because of this, the position of the U Corporation's chairman, Hummin, is at risk. During the meeting, someone stood up and loudly questioned. Right now. Do you know what issues the corporation is facing? Assassin. Is that something you can say? And as the leader, if this continues, I will withdraw my investment from the corporation. How do you plan to take responsibility? Hunmai frowned and looked down, trying to calm them. Please. Shareholders. Remain calm. This is all caused by my useless son. I sincerely apologize. But I still do not know what conspiracy lies behind this incident. He promised. I will investigate thoroughly. And Si Hone stepped in to stop him. Hun Min was startled when he saw the old man and stammered. Why are you here? Master Hone, the founder of U Corporation. Due to health issues, he is retired. But upon entering, Hun Min exclaimed. Saxahone shouted angrily. Hun Mine, I have given you so many chances. Yet you only disappoint me. If you can't manage just one son, how can you manage an entire corporation? You are unworthy of being chairman. Get down now. Hearing that, Hun was also furious and yelled, I do not want to. I am the one who built this corporation to what it is today. Now I am the chairman, not my father. Just then, Chunin spoke up. You have done all this, and you still have the nerve to raise your voice. Hun Mun's older brother immediately shouted angrily. Chun Jin. What did you just say? Kang Chun, the second son of Kuk Hone, is quite resentful of his older brother. Hun Min laughed and said, I said what I said. It is time for you to step down now. The crowd below was also excited, shouting loudly. Now that it has come to this, just like the second brother said, take responsibility and resign. That is right. Step down from the chairman role. I agree. Hun Min trembled with anger, grinding his teeth at the noise from the crowd. I agreed. Chairman Hun Min, just resign already. After going outside, he punched the wall hard. Hun Min shouted angrily. Those damned shareholders dared to fire him. Just wait and see. Did they think he would let this go? Chanhai called out from behind. Big brother, are you here? I have been looking for you. Ijin also softly comforted him. Dad is furious. You have endured enough. Hun Min stood still, laughing loudly. Chanhai and Haijin. I was just about to look for you too. Come help me quickly. Kang Chan, the third son of Kuk Hone, clenched his fist and shouted. Don't rush me. Okay, Chanhai is here to help you. Kang Jin, the youngest daughter of Kuk Hone, smiled reassuringly. Big brother, trust me. Hun Min is currently borrowing the strength of his two siblings to stir up the power struggle at home. At first, it was with Kuk Hone's introduction that Lei the Thean got involved with the second son. Chun Jin was in the hospital, looking at Kuk Hone being pushed on the hospital bed, worriedly calling out, Dad, please wake up. You can't collapse. He looked at the old man with his eyes closed, shouting, Dad. But when Chairman Kuk Hone fell ill, the situation changed. Hun Min could not miss this opportunity. With the power of the three brothers, he became the acting chairman. Meanwhile, Hun Min stood on the podium, excited with Leidu, Tagan, Jinna, Chun, Haijin, and Hum, with voting results over 50%. He shouted with wide eyes, Hun Mine, have been elected chairman of the board. I will return to lead the U Corporation. The crowd below fell silent, listening to Hun Min's voice. Those who disagree with this result, please speak up now. Then, in the office, a voice reminded, Chairman Ha of Hansen Corporation is coming to see Hun Mine. Invite him in. He turned his head and called out behind him, Director Ham, please come in. Dunggu pushed the door open and walked in, smiling. Congratulations on regaining the chairman position. Hun Min was surprised to shout when he saw him. Why are you here? The work at Kim Kang Mun is busy enough. Dunggu replied cheerfully. Thank you for your concern. I am here today as a representative of Hansen Corporation to congratulate you on regaining the chairman position. Indeed, a venomous snake. His son was killed, but he still ran to fight for power. He looked at him and thought, look at this guy, hiding at Kim Kang Mun to avoid the public eye, but still wanting to claim something. Hun Mine, visibly displeased, shouted loudly. Are you done congratulating? We are not close. So if there is nothing else, you can leave. Dunggu casually continued. Yep. The greetings are done. I take my leave. Oh right. Our Kim Kang sect found the documents that Dark left behind with Master Kung Hon when he died. He jumped in surprise and shouted. What documents? Dong-go replied with a smile. It seems to be the plan Kung Hon wanted to use to take over the U Corporation, involving many characters in the Darkness Guild. The entire transaction process is documented. Min frowned, deep in thought. What game is this Kung Hon playing? The police are also getting involved in the investigation now. If they discover where those documents are, the U Corporation will be finished. He slammed the table and yelled. Are you threatening me? You laughed loudly. Not all. But hopefully, we will benefit from those documents. Hearing this, Min gritted his teeth, thinking, I can't let them find my weakness. But I also can't deal with Kim Kang sect right now. I need to focus on resolving the corporation's issues, not getting distracted by them. He turned his back to Dong-gu and said, I will pretend I did not hear anything just now. You can go. You walked towards the door and replied, I understand the chairman's point, and I hope your judgment is correct. Min glanced over, reminding him, if you do not want to die with me, the Kim Kang sect should choose wisely. After that, he silently watched the door close. Min lowered his head and looked at the telephone on the desk, asking, was the conversation just now recorded? The voice on the other end immediately sounded hesitant. About that, for some reason. Ever since that guy walked in, all files and recording devices were wiped clean. Hearing this, he angrily shouted that Junggu must have known beforehand. Was what it's like. On the other side, Junggu stepped outside and looked at the skyscraper behind him, pondering that if the U Corporation went bankrupt, it would create a huge shock to the economy. So the government might step in with funding to help. He frowned in worry, thinking that a company like Yo, which provides jobs for hundreds of thousands of workers, can't just be taken down easily. But that is just how it is. Once you are caught in the power struggle, there is no turning back. In Junggo's mind, the three brothers Min were calculating. First they must exploit the Min family. Currently, it seems that Min has the upper hand in business control, but capital liquidity is an issue. He smiled slightly, thinking, those who do not want to give a single dime will fight to the death, pouring all their capital into this without waiting for a moment. Suddenly, someone bumped into Junggu with force. He looked at the person with suspicion as they walked past. Junggu turned back and asked, what is going on? The person walked forward with his hands in his pockets. Gold Knight Information said with a fierce smile. Junggu hated it. The introduction sound echoed. Establishing the hyper factory entering the golden age. The corporation's assets are 300 times greater than other companies. Revenue reached 2,000 trillion. According to the press, it has increased 300 times compared to other mid-sized companies. A person on stage mentioned that if a new company is established, the demand will be even higher, and distributing across many mid-sized companies will yield more profits. Dong Chun looked sadly reflective. Indeed, as the company grows larger, it must pay attention to many more things. The person looked at him and asked, what do you think? Director, Dong Chun sighed. I have a headache. He looked at Dong-go's relaxed tea-drinking demeanor and silently cursed. This guy. Dong Chun forced a smile and gently asked, why are not you saying anything today? You usually have solutions. Dong-gu smiled slightly, glanced over, and said, we are discussing business. Please be clear. Director. Dong Chun fumed inside. What kind of reputation do I have if I argue with my son over business? Dong-go set his teacup down and said to the person, I knew it would be like this. First, let us establish a finance and legal team. Because the most urgent issue for our company right now is legal matters. The people around immediately got excited, applauding. Indeed, the director is great, truly capable of running the company. The director's abilities are impressive. Dong Chun glanced at Dong-gu, smiling, thinking how lucky he was to have such a son. A worthless guy like him has such a capable son. In these chaotic times, having an heir like that is reassuring. Just then, he turned around and smiled, asking, Director, are you prepared? Dong Chun, hearing this, curiously asked, prepared for what? Dong-gu smiled brightly and replied, we have guests coming, and I am quite nervous about it. Just as he finished speaking, someone burst through the door, shouting, Dong-gu, come out. Dong Chun saw that person startled and shouted loudly, raising his fist to break through the crowd, yelling, Mungsu. Mungsu also tightened his grip on his sword, drawing it and charging in, shouting, I'm coming. Immediately, Kang Chun rushed in, hugging Ajk and pushing him aside, yelling, Dad. Stop it, he shouted angrily. What are you doing? Mungsu held his sword in place, and Ajk turned and shouted, Kang Chun. He immediately warned, Dad, please calm down and look around. He looked over and saw people around talking loudly. What is going on? Is it a fight between the sect leaders? The Kim Kang sect leader really is a violent person. The rumor that his brain has turned into muscle is true. Gyeahe immediately stood up, adjusting his clothes. He smiled brightly, trying to appear friendly, and told Mun, I got a bit carried away. Sorry about that. The people around immediately voiced their admiration, saying, Indeed. The Kim Kang sect leader recognizes his mistakes and apologizes right away. Munsu heard this and angrily growled. This guy, gripping his sword and charging at Latu, that Aotriv dared to provoke me. There is no way I am letting this slide. Just then, Minion appeared, loudly intervening. Please stop. The Joint Martial Arts Conference has not even started yet. And you are already fighting. Munsu looked over in shock and exclaimed. Sect leader, he rebutted loudly. Do you know what that Achugasan has done to say that? Minion, hearing this, frowned and shouted. So you two are fighting over personal grudges in front of the people. The people around immediately began to chatter. That is the Martial Arts Association leader. I heard the Martial Arts Association has stopped all the Lanamke. That is right. Not only the Kim Kang sect, but also the Hefixuan sect and Thean V sect have teamed up to stop it. The sound of the crowd cheering is truly heroic. Monixu, hearing this, angrily mutters. Just wait and see. You fools. Outside the conference room, a line of guards stands at attention. Inside, the minion sits coldly at the head of the table and announces, Let the martial arts conference begin. Elsewhere, Donggu stands still, looking towards them and asks, Why do you and the leader of Dao High School keep fighting like this? Kang Chun hesitantly replies, It is probably because the Dao High leader offended his father. The sound of his confusion rings out. The offense. A few years ago, after a joint martial arts conference, Monixu watched Dafi devouring his food across the table and sighed, unable to get close to that guy. Kang Chun's voice rises as he recounts. The leader must have been dissatisfied with the food his father prepared. At that moment, Ixie bit into a piece of meat and shouted, Why are you looking so down? Immediately after, sauce splattered onto Monixu, who was eating across from him. He stood up angrily and shouted, That pig is too dirty. I can't even eat. Ajinohu also angrily slammed the table and yelled, What do you mean? Pig. Back to the present. Kang Chun raised his glass to his lips, looking over at Deng Go, asking, and learned that the Dao High leader has a cleanliness obsession, completely opposite to his father. After all, the two had a fierce fight that day, but it ended in a draw. Hidake and Monixu had charged at each other to fight. Kang Chun calmly stated, Although the Dao High leader is distant and does not act much, he is still a formidable opponent. Denggu sighed at this and said, Well, you have your reasons to dislike that person. He raised his glass to his lips, lost in thought. The Dao High leader, cunning and sly, would be exhausting to face. Suddenly, a sound startled Kang Chun, making him jump and exclaim. Guho raised her hand and walked over, smiling. Lo, he heard this and was taken aback, exclaiming. Then Kang Chun raised his hand, smiling brightly and awkwardly replied, Hello. Denggu glanced over thoughtfully. If their last meeting resembled a stunning rose, this time, thanks to her makeup, she looked like a strawberry. Soon after, Guho walked over and grabbed his shirt, asking, Do you want to go on a date with me? Denggu, surprised, thought, such blatant seduction, then spoke to decline. Guho looked at him with a sad face and suggested, I do not mind. I am feeling a bit down today. Wouldn't it be better if you came with me? Kang Chun forcefully pushed Denggu aside, excitedly saying, Then you can go out with me. Guho raised her hand to cover her mouth, declining. Sorry, I just cheered up, and my dating mood is gone. He was taken aback and shouted, Just like that, Denggu's gaze sharpened, asking, Isn't this just a probe? Guho's eyes darkened. Next, she quickly jumped back far away. Then Guho stood still and threw a punch. Kang Chun stood there, stunned, and shouted, Ho-ha. Guho silently gritted her teeth. Thinking clearly, she pictured that scene in her mind, feeling hurt in an instant. What was that just now? Guho looked at Denggu and murmured, Am I mistaken? He smiled softly and asked, Why the surprise? Denggu looked at her and asked, Aren't you here to gather intel from us? Have you reached your goal? He smiled brightly and said, The young master of Aksai Mamena is too shy to attend this meeting and lets his sister go instead. It seems his ambitions are not small. Guho was startled, thinking he indeed knew all the internal matters of FFX Swine MN. Don't talk nonsense in front of my brother, Denggu said coldly, mocking. Can someone who stabs others in the back even say that? Guho gasped in shock and shouted, What did you say? Just then, a voice came from behind Denggu. Kang Chun. Kang Hun rushed over to announce the results of the meeting, deciding to hold a martial arts conference. Kang Chun and Ji Hun gasped and shouted, A martial arts conference. Kang Hun replied excitedly, That is right. For the harmony among the sects, and to elevate the status of the martial arts union. Promising individuals from the sects will gather for the conference. A voice murmured from inside a room. Hungu from the U group has been in contact with Hara from the Dihan group. During this process, he also had interactions with Jung while sitting on the sofa. It was announced that Honggu was also Darkness Guy from the Hibiki Bang. Finally, Kim Kang-men decided everything. He smiled and asked, "Is this a coincidence?" Looking at Git in front of him, he said, "All of this is related to that guy Junggu." He grinned menacingly and assured, "Please do not worry too much. That is why I hate that Junggu guy." A girl holding a plush toy laughed and exclaimed, "So cute." Two female students looked at the plush toy in hand and chatted, their bellies slightly protruding. "So cute, both adorable and avoiding the demons." Jong Seo, seeing this from behind, muttered softly, not understanding what was so appealing about the muscular uncle. Seriously, the two girls turned around and shouted angrily, "Wait. We heard everything, how can we not like to talk?" Jong Seo panicked and ran off shouting, "I." The two girls behind angrily scolded, "What is it? Rude." During the day at Dong Seo, he gripped the strap of his bag and murmured, no matter how he thought about it, it was not like that. The actions of the Black Gold leader Donggu from Kim Kang-men eventually turned into a mess. Suddenly, Kang Chun rolled up his sleeves and said, "Right now, the internet is filled with negative comments about our Kim Kang-men. Among them is a guy calling us the dogs of Kim Kang-mun. That guy specializes in manipulating public opinion. We must find him and confront him." Jong Seo, seeing this, panicked. Thinking about the shaking goo with Kang Chun of Kim Kang-men, Jong Seo thought the dogs of Kim Kang-en were looking for him. He turned around, hearing those two voices ringing in his ears. Who are the dogs of Kim Kang-un anyway? Surely they are not students from our school. Right. Dong Seo thought anxiously. If this continues, I might get caught. I need to lay low for a while. On the other side, Kang Chun cheerfully called out, "Donggu, Rundung is back in class today." Donggu quietly listened to him, thinking he must have been in shock for a while. At the school's resting spot, Rundung was sitting alone on a bench. And soon Donggu approached her with a smile and greeted her. "Long time no see. How have you been? Are you feeling better?" Rundung nodded lightly in response. He immediately sat down next to her, saying that in life, one will inevitably encounter things that seem impossible. Forgetting can sometimes be the best remedy. Donggu noticed her covering her mouth while laughing and asked curiously, "Why are you laughing?" She teased, "You sound like someone who has lived a long time." Donggu chuckled to himself, thinking, "Well, I have lived quite a bit, gone through several lifetimes. At least you have managed to overcome the shock." Rundung's expression suddenly turned serious as she exclaimed, "But Dung, have you reached level 7 yet? You seem so different after so long." He smiled gently in reply, though it was a bit awkward. She was startled. "What do you mean? No way. Mindung took 10 years of training to reach level 6. And he has not even studied for a year yet. What kind of ability is that?" "It is like a character from a story." Dung excitedly asked for details. "If you do not mind, can we test it out a bit?" Donggu extended his hand in response. "Sure." She took his hand, thinking that revealing her level as a witch was just like exposing everything about herself, which he did easily. "Donggu, are you brave or just underestimate witches?" Rundung's eyes widened in shock. This magic reminded her of the time she was mistreated as a child, because of having a mother like that. The door slammed shut with a loud shout. "Don't even think about getting out. Just die in there." Outside, two figures were talking to each other, having been locked in the room for days. "Yep. It has been a week already." Rundung lay on the floor, looking at the door that was slightly ajar. She struggled to sit up and ask, "Can I go outside now?" The woman gritted her teeth and shouted, "You wicked thing." Unable to bear the torment after growing up, her mother immediately ran to Korea, where she met the leader of the Heavenly Martial Sect. "Got married. And then I was born back in reality." Rundung exclaimed in astonishment. "You have really reached level 7 already. What is going on?" "It is the first time I have encountered this." Donggu smiled at her and introduced, "This is the new control magic I developed myself. Is the name too rustic? Can we just call it Junggu Control?" Rundung's eyes widened in disbelief, silently cursing that it was a lie. He had only studied magic for less than a year, and was already able to create his own spells. Donggu looked at her and asked with a smile, his eyes full of disbelief, "Want to see how it differs from your magic?" "How so?" "If you do not like it, then forget it." Rundung was startled, looking at the magic in her hand. The magic from Donggu was flowing into her, and she gazed at the magic circle that appeared, pondering, "Is this trying to teach me magic to level up to 7? Rundung closed her eyes, feeling the magic around her, and exclaimed, "It is so massive. This is level 7 magic." She recalled the arrogant nature of a level 7 wizard from the Allen family in America, and shouted out loud. When that guy looked at her and smiled, he said, "So you were hiding here?" Donggu turned her head, puzzled, and thought, "You are just like your mother. A foreigner hiding here." Rundung shouted angrily, "You can't insult my mother." The guy laughed arrogantly and continued to insult. Truly a lowly bloodline. Kang Chun appeared from behind, yelling angrily, "Wait. You are crossing the line." His face was flushed with anger as he shouted, "You lowly dog. Get out of the family. One of the 5 great families in America. was an ancient family dominating the nation. Mother is an illegitimate child of the family. Rundung looked at the magic glowing in front of her, thinking just a little more. Just a little more. Suddenly, Dunggu snapped his fingers and said, Rundung, come here. She startled awake, exclaiming, Ah! Rundung's face turned bright red. Thank you. Thank you for calling me. I am so excited I could lose my mind. She looked at Dunggu, thinking, indeed, Rundung is a magical genius. The magic combined with high and thin Kong will adapt quickly. He smiled gently and shouted, Congratulations on breaking through to the 7th level. Rundung touched her chin and exclaimed, Thank you. Thanks to you I have broken through to the 7th level. Dunggu's concerned voice rang out. His expression was not good. Are you okay? She touched her chin and replied, I still can't believe I have broken through to the 7th level. That is all. Dunggu thought to himself. He originally intended to teach Hara first. But after all, Rundung was kind and polite enough to qualify for learning. Awakening is like that. If you want to thank me, just invite me to a meal. Rundung sat down, playfully nudging him and shouting, I am the heir of the heavenly martial sect, not just a meal. Just then, Kang Chun approached, exclaiming, So you are with Rundung. Rundung. Someone is looking for you. Rundung thought to herself. So the person next to me, the sole heir of Alan, becomes my cousin. She saw him and shouted loudly, I have nothing to say to you. So let us not appear in front of each other anymore. Hearing this, he angrily raised his hand and yelled, An illegitimate child, dare to speak up. Suddenly, a hand reached out, grabbing his arm to stop him. Dunggu tightened his grip on his arm, saying, Are you really going to lay hands on a child? His eyes shone red, questioning, What should I do? Rundung, let me teach this guy a lesson. Hearing this, he sneered and asked back. Dunggu's eyes glinted red as he asked, Or should I just destroy this place? Kang Chun beside him rolled up his sleeves and shouted, That guy is warning you. Do not butt in. Suddenly, a flash of light appeared before him, startling him and causing him to exclaim in confusion. Then, he waved his hand to create a magic circle, blasting Kang Chun away. He lay on the ground, groaning in pain. Kang Chun looked up as he disappeared and yelled, Dunggu. Were not you grabbing him? Dunggu immediately replied with a smile. That is right. He disappeared. Rundung anxiously shouted, Dunggu. Kang Chun, stop. This is my issue. You should not get involved with the Allen family. Right after, as he emerged from the magic circle, he appeared behind Kang Chun and said, Too late. Jello Monkey. It should be Dia Gorilla. Kang Chun angrily yelled. What are you talking about? What did you just say? He sneered coldly, mocking. Your hearing is as bad as a monkey's. I am calling you Jello Gorilla. Kang Chun's left eye glinted with a fierce golden light. This guy. He raised his fist and charged forward, shouting, You are dead meat. Rundung immediately yelled, Kang Chun, do not fight. Next, as he swung his hand to create a mocking magic circle, the prehistoric monkey, Kang Chun's eyes widened in anger. What? He asked with a bright smile, surprised. Are you? A red sphere appeared at the tips of his fingers, and then Kang Chun was instantly blasted away. Dunggu, with his hands in his pockets, watched him fly off and thought to himself, Magic above level 7 must be at least a level above trembling. Kang Chun clutched his stomach and groaned. What was that strength? Immediately after, Dunggu turned to him and asked, Giving up? Kang Chun furiously shouted back. Who is giving up? Dunggu. Stay out of this. I will handle him. He lifted his leg and kicked hard towards him, shouting, After this kick, you will be done. Then he turned his side into bronze and said, Stin. Kang Chun immediately kicked hard. As soon as he touched the bronze body, his ankle bone broke. Kang Chun's face immediately turned pale. He clutched his leg, hopping and groaning. It hurt so much. My leg. Dunggu laughed from afar, thinking, This guy's not bad. Using Stin to protect himself in the moment. Next, he lightly snapped his fingers and laughed. A bolt of lightning instantly struck Kang Chun, making him scream. Seeing him burned and lying on the ground, he chuckled. The monkey power ends here. He then gathered a fireball in his hand and shouted loudly as he roasted the gorilla. Suddenly, he was startled and glanced towards Dunggu, who kicked out a magic blast that created a loud explosion in front of him. He kept his leg raised and said, Running away is so obvious. Dunggu replied as he appeared from the magic circle behind him. Not running. Just dodging. You golden monkeys will never see it coming. He swung forcefully forward. With a technique like this at level 7, Dunggu appeared behind him, watching the explosion engulf the area in front, saying he never expected to see such a big fire at school. Turning around, he laughed and shouted, Is this the new body? The second golden monkey. Dunggu's eyes turned bright red as he asked, Who are you calling the ugly second monkey? His eyes sparkled with a fierce golden light as he coldly replied, Today. I just intended to give a little warning. Then, He raised both hands to create a new magic circle and shouted loudly. But I have changed my mind. Someone who does not even know who they are is asking for trouble here. Rundung shouted loudly as the stone wall rose. Stone, stop right there. She used magic to shout at him. Dungo, you stop too. This is my family's affair. Do not get involved, laughing mockingly. He asked. Rundung, did you just interrupt my fight? Are you even awake? Rundung angrily shouted. Are you even awake? No using magic above level 7 in the school, laughing loudly and mockingly. She retorted coldly. What are you trying to show off as an illegitimate child? I do not care what you think of me. But this is a special situation. Outsiders causing trouble in the school. Do you want to go against the whole school? Suddenly, the students in the school appeared behind him, shouting, what is going on? It looks like a fight is about to break out. A male student looked at him and said, an outsider dares to cause trouble in the school. The female student next to him immediately exclaimed, why not? That Western guy is pretty handsome. He angrily shouted, can't a dog speak human language? The female student angrily yelled, if you do not want to poke the bear, then shut up. The corner of his mouth slightly curled up. He grinned menacingly. Those guys are from the Special Alliance. You think you can intimidate the Yin family? Said Rundung. Hearing this, Rundung's face immediately darkened. He grinned fiercely and raised his hand, saying, you know, even a bunch of rascals together can't stop me. What now? Let us play a bit. Suddenly, a sound came from the wall he had erected. Come on, Dungu shouted madly. This will be interesting. Anyway, I am curious about the power of level 7 magic. Laughing, she was also very excited. I want that too. But today is just a greeting. No need to waste energy. Up in the sky, a helicopter flew in and lowered a rope. She immediately reached out to grab it. He climbed the rope, looking down with arrogance. You monkey. Next time I see you, I will put you in the zoo for a show. He shouted as he flew up high. Remember to wait for me. Dungu smiled to himself, muttering, he knows about me. This is getting interesting. Inside the hospital, Kang Dung lay on the bed looking at Dungu in front of him and asked, so you are just letting that guy go like that? You heard this and asked back, what? Should we keep fighting? Kang Chun shouted angrily. Of course. I just was not careful. I must beat him until he can't speak. Hearing this, Dungu quietly advised. Kang Chun, you think you lost because you were unprepared, but that guy is definitely a level above you. Fighting him is still a bit too much for you. Kang Chun angrily yelled. You have to fight to find out. He placed his hand on his lips to remind. Anyway, I am being discharged tomorrow, so remember to keep it a secret from my dad. Don't forget. Dungu nodded in agreement. Got it. As long as you are okay, I will head out first. You gently closed the door behind you. Dungu furrowed his brow, deep in thought. The Allen family, the most powerful clan in America, seemed to have conceded the top spot to China on the surface, but digging deeper reveals that the U.S. still leads as a superpower. The Allen family is the one maintaining America's stronghold. Aside from the economy, the Allen family surely won't let anyone surpass them. Dungu thought about the meeting between Hogak and Minan. A family like that wants to cooperate with the Kim Kang Mun. He shoved his hands in his pockets as he walked, analyzing the situation. It is hard to believe the martial arts alliance can only gather like this once in a while. The Ellen family would not come to Korea just because of Rundung. Dungu recalled Jundung's words. Dungu, promise me you absolutely can confront the Ellen family. They are not something we can handle. The Allen family is much stronger than you think. Even more than what I said. Thinking about this, Dungu frowned in fear at such an oppressive power. But so what? No matter how solid a fortress is, if you move forward and decide to, it will just collapse. Nearby, Gold Knight licked his lips, wondering, how is Dungu going to handle this? Making a quick misjudgment. Suddenly Dungu appeared behind him and asked, who are you? You were the one I bumped into in front of you Corp last time. Right. Gold Knight muttered, frowning. I have been found out. And he immediately vanished. Thinking, how could I make such a mistake? Dungu calmly watched him disappear, tilting his head and smiling, muttering, not bad. Soon after, Gold reappeared on another street. He sneered. Dungu, you are more perceptive than I thought. Do you remember me? Then, Dungu appeared right behind Gold Knight and said, of course. You attached something to me before you left. He was startled and glanced back, thinking, can you really chase someone down with teleportation? Then I've got one more trick up my sleeve. Gold Knight vanished, leaving only the sound of a promise behind. I want to fight too, but it is not the right time yet. Wait a bit. Dungu, feeling tired from pacing back and forth. Then, the ground split open, and he jumped up, shouting, I hate those creeps who follow me. Gold Knight ran out from the magic circle, thinking, what is this guy? Clearly only at the mid-6 level. How can he chase me down? Just a coincidence. No way. I should be cautious and run a bit further away. Suddenly, His eyes widened in shock as Dong-go appeared and kicked Gold in the face. He flew backward, landing far away. Gold let out a cough and shouted, "Rung! You bastard!" Then Dong-gu walked over and stepped on his face. He crouched down, softly saying, "Now let us have an honest talk about who you really are." "Why are you stalking me?" Gold Knight retorted. "I do not like that." Suddenly, Dong-gu was startled, swaying slightly as a gigantic fist came crashing down where Dong-gu was standing, causing a massive explosion and creating a deep crater. Dong-gu stepped out from inside, standing on that rock looking out. They ran away. Dong-gu smiled brightly and murmured, "Not only did the family show up, but there is also a supervisor. There is some interesting plot coming our way." However, Dong-gu's intuition was leading him in another direction. In an apartment, someone asked through the headset, "Are you ready?" On the other side, that person looked at the door and replied, "Ready." A voice came from the headset. Then as soon as they shout, he should break the door and rush in. "Go in." The man kicked the door open and shouted loudly. The scene rewinds to a week before the incident. In the high-rise building, Dong-gu's mother was cooking in the kitchen. Dong-gu sat cross-legged in the training room, reaching the 9th level of the Hein Then Kwang and 7 extreme magic. He opened his eyes and said it was not bad. Suddenly, Soon kicked the door open and rushed in loudly. "Dong-gu. You hypocrite." Dong-gu raised his hand to block the girl's kick and said, "Are you still not tired of this?" Soon immediately squatted down, holding the ground while shouting, "Shut up. You liar," the girl yelled. "Who listens to a hypocrite?" Dong-gu, hearing this, asked in confusion, "What do you mean by hypocrite? It is early morning, and you are already talking nonsense." Soon angrily scolded, "You are such a hypocrite. Why do not you go meet Sojang?" He muttered, "Sojang. Sojang is Soon's friend, who came over last time and stayed with me all day." Sojang, while cooking, excitedly exclaimed, "Jung Oppa, do you have a girlfriend yet? You are really gentle and cool." Dong-gu smiled and replied, "Thanks. I hope you help Soon from now on. Back to reality." He confirmed, "That is right. She is a smart friend. Only picking the right roles." Soon exclaimed, "So did not you say you would meet her? Why are you just talking, hypocrite?" Dong-gu was startled. The scene of when he left immediately flashed in his mind. Sojang said, "So Dong-gu, see you next time." He raised his hand and waved. "Okay. Be careful on your way home." Dong-gu scratched his head and recounted, "That is what I said." Soon hugged her arms angrily. "Didn't you say to Swang? She is waiting for your call every day." Dong-gu, hearing her shout loudly, pouted. "What now?" Soon pointed at him and raised her voice. "Sojang, I am really disappointed. She does not even want to talk to me anymore. You need to take responsibility for this quickly." Immediately, Dong-gu pulled out a stack of money. Soon's eyes darkened as she gritted her teeth, thinking, "Here we go again. That brother of mine only knows how to entice with money." Seeing the girl disapprove, he raised an even thicker stack and laughed, still holding out. "How about this?" Soon clenched her fists, telling herself, 400,000 is not enough to buy gum every day, but for me, it is a lot of money. Though I have my pride. Jung-gu immediately raised more money and said, "That is a bit surprising. Then let us increase it. How about 600,000? In the blink of an eye. The girl lunged forward to grab the pile of money. Suzian held her position and said, "I will talk to Xuang. And just because I receive money does not mean it is the end. One day, in front of our friends, I will definitely unmask you." Dong-gu raised her hands and replied, "That can only happen when you surpass me." The girl turned back to challenge him. Clearly, he said before that if he reached level 6 of Haiyan Then Keen Wang, he would have surpassed the peak. So why does it never seem to matter? He immediately turned to Xan, smiling and asking, "Level 6 of Haiyan Then Kong is already a formidable level, right? Next year, there should not be any rivals, right?" Dong-gu sat on the bed and continued. She wondered if living with this big brother for life would even matter. "Let us try dating someone like Black Rose Guy from the fan club." The girl snorted and replied, "I will find someone better than you." He casually responded, not caring. "Whatever. If you want to date, then date someone stronger than him." Soon frowned at Dong-gu, thinking to herself, does she really want to pretend to be single for life? Where would she find someone stronger than him? Suddenly, the girl noticed a letter on the table and was surprised. The letter from him? What is that? Could it be a famous love letter? Dong-gu approached and picked it up, saying, "This was left in the storage cabinet at school." Soon immediately urged her to hurry. Curious about who it was from, "Read it quickly." He looked at the text on the paper and said, "All right, let us." Holding Dong-gu's letter, his hands trembled as he gritted his teeth and exclaimed, "Luck, luck, a letter of chance." Soon ran quickly to the kitchen and called out, "Do you know anything?" Dong-gu's mom laughed and asked, "What is so exciting? I want to know too." she said excitedly. Dong-gu was bragging about receiving a love letter, but it turned out to be a letter of chance, and she had to send out 200 of them. Hearing that, she laughed and replied, "Is the new generation really believing in superstitions like that?" Dong-gu scratched his head. "That is right. Who plays with such old jokes these days? Soon. You are being too loud." Dong-gu's mom set the food on the table and urged, "All right, let us." He sat at the table, bringing food to his mouth while not forgetting to say, "Enjoy your meal, everyone." As soon as he put it in his mouth, Dong-gu immediately bit into something hard. Dong-gu's mom gasped, "Oh no. Dong-gu, are you alright? That is strange. Why is there stone in the rice lately?" Dong-gu trembled, unsure of what to think. It must be an accident. Another day, while on the stairs, a sound of something falling was heard, and then Dong-gu immediately slipped and fell down the stairs. He lay there dazed on the ground, and while he was walking, a ball hit him on the head. A voice said, "I." Next, when closing the door, Dong-gu's toe got caught in it. While he was lying down looking at his phone, it fell on his face. Immediately after, Dong-gu began to frantically write letters. He wrote while constantly mumbling, "A letter for my sister. A letter for my brother. A letter for my mom." And yet there are still 197 letters left. The next day, a group of people stood in neat lines. The black and yellow team gathered. Kang Hun stood above, holding up an envelope and declared, "Today is a very happy day. The captain has acknowledged our hard work, so in addition to our salaries, we will receive bonuses. Come up and claim yours based on your effort." The employees stepped forward, bowing with hands outstretched to receive their bonuses, saying, "I will make good use of this money." He reminded them, "Use it wisely." He immediately replied, "Thank you, Captain." The employee quickly opened the envelope, astonished to think, there is even a bonus day. "How much is it? Why is it just a piece of paper?" Looking at the paper in hand, he exclaimed in shock, "What is this?" Dong-gu behind him immediately announced, "It is my goodwill toward you. You do not have to accept it. But if you do not, you won't get a salary next month." The crowd was startled and turned to ask, "What do you mean no salary? You are going too far, Captain." On the day of the incident, the door was kicked open from the outside. The black and yellow team member kicked the door and stepped in to see the young man inside. He frowned and asked in shock, "Who are you? Why are you here?" The black and yellow team member rushed in and punched him, shouting, "Who are you? Because of you, my life is a mess." The young man who was knocked down lay on the ground, coughing. Then two others pushed the door open and asked what was going on. "Who are you to barge in here?" The black and yellow team member gritted his teeth and asked, "You are the accomplices, right?" Jong Seo immediately raised his phone and yelled at the other person, "Accomplices. Get out right now, or I will call the cops." The black and yellow team's eyes gleamed menacingly as they laughed. They said they would call the cops. How scary. This reminds me of the old days when they called the police in a frenzy. Are you the same? Wasn't it great back then? He trembled, mumbling, "Are these people really here to kill us? Why are you treating us like this? We have never been involved in debts or anything." The black and yellow team member grabbed his chin and scolded, "Even if you did not write a debt letter, did not you write a letter? Do you know how much trouble you have caused us?" He asked suspiciously. "What letter?" The black and yellow team member gritted his teeth and shouted angrily, "A letter of misfortune. A lucky letter with all the cursed traits." Jong Seo pushed him away and yelled, "What lucky letter? Run. You guys." Jong Seo ran forward, saying, "To avoid Gung, I had to hide at my friend's place." Damn it. Suddenly, he stopped in shock when he saw Dong-gu standing with his hands in his pockets, waiting for him, saying, "Who are you avoiding?" Jong Seo gasped and fell to the ground. Dong-gu looked down from above and smiled, asking, "What is wrong with you?" Following that, Jong Seo and the other two knelt on the ground. The three of them trembled, looking at him sitting in the chair in front. Jong Seo's face darkened and thought, "Why is Dong-gu here again? Is not the one in charge of the Black Gold Society Dong-gu?" Dong-gu smiled brightly and shouted, "Come on, relax. There is nothing to be afraid of." Another person nervously asked, "What about us?" Suddenly, a white light flashed by, and he fell back, staring at the letter that had been thrown down, lodged between his legs. Dong-gu's face darkened, maintaining his stance, raised his hand and threw down, saying, "I am about to explode. So it is best to give up on trying to escape this situation." The other person stammered, "Dong-gu. So the truth is we did not think things would turn out like this." Only his voice rang out, recounting, "We are students from the spell casting department, which study spells, incantations, and magical techniques. Because it is a special department, it often ranks last in popularity at the university, and is frequently mocked." At that time, two students walked by, laughing loudly at the three of them. "Spell casting department. If you have time, you should worry about your fate, or at least check my lottery numbers." Those two angrily shouted, "What do you mean? We are not fortune tellers. Take that back." The two students laughed mockingly at him. As he really said such things, the chubby young man clenched his fists and shouted, "Oh man, this is unbearable. We have to make them taste it." The bespectacled youth tightened his fists and yelled, "Hajin Kaijiang. We need to show those fools what we are made of back in reality." Donggu looked at the chubby young man and asked, "So you guys have been solving letters all over the school? Was that also cursed?" He heard this and bowed his head, pleading, "We were wrong. Please forgive us." He smiled brightly, raised 3 fingers, and said, "If you are really sorry, then just give me 300 million. Zhang Xiao was startled and shouted, "What? 3 million? The wooden young man was also startled and exclaimed, "Can you really say that?" Donggu smiled widely and asked, "What is wrong? Is it too much money?" Zhang Xiao loudly affirmed, "Of course. How could students like us come up with 300 million? He laughed and started explaining, "To find you guys, I had to hire a lot of private detectives. The number of participants was 300, working for 10 days, roughly speaking. You can probably understand why it is 300 million. Right? Don't think it is too expensive. All the staff involved in this case are quite unique." Zhang Xiao bowed his head and bit his lip as he listened to him continue. "Do you know that hiring a special detective at 1 million a day is not enough? First, if you pay me 100,000, I won't back down." He immediately stood up and shouted, "No way. That can be. We just do not need to hand it over. After all, they are just skilled thieves." Donggu stood up from his chair and said, "Is that? Then I have to leave." Zhang Xiao was startled and exclaimed, "Ah." He calmly continued, "From now on, just talk to those friendly uncles." The members of the Black Gold team cracked their knuckles, laughing menacingly. "Thanks, Captain. We have been enduring this for a while now. We will hit back with the same number of words in the letter, and the number of letters sent." Donggo's eyes turned red as he smiled threateningly. The interests of these guys really are a whole new world for everyone. Right? Of course. The body will go its own way. Zhang Xiao swallowed hard, thinking this can't happen. If Donggo goes out, it is. The other two immediately ran to hug Donggo's legs, shouting, "Wait a minute. We were wrong. Please. Donggo, do not save us." The guy with glasses pleaded loudly, "If you save us, we will follow your orders." Junggu placed a paper on the table. "So this is the commitment to become a member of the Black Gold Club. And you will even get a salary of about 1.5 million. The members of the Black Gold team smirked, thinking to themselves that each win should earn them 1.5 million. Though both cards were in the captain's hands, if they died, that money would just be paper money. Dunggo looked over at Seo holding a pen and asked, "You all know that, right?" In his mind, he pictured the 3 of them being told by Tanhan that even if it is bad luck, it is only half of it. So if you do not connect with the other side, Dunggo smiled brightly, saying that your bodies would be torn apart in an accident, and we must prevent such unusual things. Right? Are you going to do it or not? Zhang Xiao immediately responded loudly, "Of course. We have to do it. It is a must. Is not that right? You guys, that is right. We swear we accidentally messed up. Could it be we have done something to a demon?" He looked at the members of the Black Gold team, thinking that giving up so easily does not seem right. "The letters of luck we wrote. We will personally destroy them in the next few days." Dunggo smiled thoughtfully. "Their combat abilities are really poor, but their curse attributes can be used effectively. Such a great card has come from an unimaginable place." At the home of Chairman Rowe of the Hen Goat Corporation, Hun Min stood still at the door. He stood silently, not saying anything. After a while, Hun Min opened the door, whispering to himself, "I must stay alert." He stood still, thinking that if things went wrong, it would all be over. Manchun gasped, exclaiming, "Have you arrived?" The old man smiled and asked with concern, "Was the long journey tiring?" Chairman Hun Min's face grew darker, crazily thinking that with his child taken away, there was only the U Corporation left. He absolutely would not let anyone take it away. Hun Min immediately bowed his head, saying, "I sincerely apologize for being late." Manchun raised a glass of water sarcastically, thinking it was hard to come in without an apology. His face immediately darkened as he silently cursed. That damn old man. Really a difficult person. But first, just endure. If I anger him, it will be a headache. Manchun raised the glass to his lips and said, "Sit down first, then we will talk." Hun Min replied respectfully, "Yeah, sir." He placed the glass down, requesting the other party to get straight to the point. "All right, there is not much time, so it is best to get straight to the point. Prolonging these matters leads to nothing good." Hun Min whispered to himself, analyzing. "Does he want me to show my cards first? I need at least 2 papers." Manchun immediately inquired, "What about the price?" He sincerely replied, "I will return it with shares from our U group. In that case, besides me, you will be counted as a major shareholder." Manchun cut. "That is excessive. Is not that just a given?" Hun Min thought to himself that indeed, ambition knows no bounds. And he quickly added, "Moreover, I will share insights about the connection industry. Manchun smiled and replied. That is quite a good offer, Hun Min pondered. Even though it would certainly cost over 200 billion. Of course. You must be satisfied with this. Right. But if the collaboration with Dan Group is successful, can it restore the trust of the directors? The old man stood up, laughing as he left, saying good. Very good. With both sides so determined, there was no need to prolong the time any further. Just prepare the documents right away. After a moment, Hun Min held a pen, looking at the paper on the table. He turned to Manchun and requested, You must mobilize the funds immediately after signing. The old man clasped his hands behind his back and replied, Of course. That will happen. Do not worry. Suddenly, before Hun Min could sign, a gust of wind blew through, quickly lifting the contract into the air. Manchun shouted loudly, What is going on? 2 bodyguards rushed over to protect the old man, shouting, Please step back. Chairman, there is an intruder, Manch yelled angrily. How did someone get in here? Hun Min jumped, looking up as he heard a sound coming from the magic circle above. How did you get in? A pair of legs descended from above, accompanied by a questioning tone. Isn't this a barrier? Chairman, when I appear, you should be careful if you want to hold a secret meeting like this. If you are not careful, the guy added with a bright smile, clearly wanting to cause trouble. Manchun angrily pointed and shouted, Did you set me up? Hun Min looked dumbfounded. I have nothing to do with this. The old man shouted loudly. If it was not your doing, then it was your father's move. Hun Min thought to himself, Right now if this contract is broken, the one who benefits the most is his father. Damn it. It was a mistake not to bring bodyguards for secrecy. As he raised his hand to gather magic, he mocked. Mankey. No matter how you negotiate, it will be useless. Just now, I connected to a new barrier space. Now no one can enter, and no one can escape. Manchun angrily shouted, This is terrible. The old man frowned, thinking, What a mistake. It turns out he came here with the intent to kill us all. 2 bodyguards immediately rushed towards Glado. Chairman, we will block him. Please do not worry. We cannot let him pass. He raised a finger to gather magic. Mocking, magic surrounded one bodyguard, startling him. The magic quickly trapped the other one as well. The 2 of them were magically controlled to crash into each other. With a gentle flick of his hand, he sent them flying into the wall behind, muttering, Boring. Boring. Is this all the bodyguards of a major corporation can do? Manchun was startled and asked, That magic? You are one of Alan's people. Right. Hun Min turned to look at the baseball bat behind him, deep in thought. Although he was sure there was a force helping his father, he did not expect it to be Alan. He reached for a decision-making tool, but he could not let it go. Hun Min raised the bat and rushed towards the declaration that neither Alanga nor Naben could take you corporation. The guy sneered and shoved him back, laughing. Now it is just the 2 of us. Chairman. Manch was frightened and asked, What do you really want? Was all this really orchestrated by Kang Jais Ho? The guy raised a knife and asked in a low voice, Since you are about to die, what does it matter? Chairman R has to pay for meddling in Alanga's affairs. Right. Hearing this, the old man cursed silently. Damn it. Dungo. I should have listened to you. Manchun recalled Dungu sighing. Today seems like a nice day to stay home. At that time, he had shot back. Getting old has nothing to do with it. It is better than a lot of young punks. He quietly reminded. It won't be good for your heart. Manch shouted angrily. Why should you care about my heart? Dungu laughed and said it was true. If the chairman died, only his father would be at the wedding. The old man roared in anger, mumbling nonsense while the boy's voice reminded him. What I mean is, you should be careful. Manchun whispered in panic. I still want to attend Hara's wedding. If everything ends here. Suddenly Jungo's voice appeared from behind, saying, If Grandpa is not at the wedding, Hara will be so sad. Right. He appeared behind the old man, smiling and asking, What is it? Aren't you thrilled? Manchun gasped. The boy, astonished, asked, Dialamani, how did you get in here? Dungu raised his hand to answer. Those barriers you set up are nothing. The guy raised his knife and shouted angrily. Arrogant monkey. I will tear you apart. Immediately, a magic circle appeared in front of Dungu. From that magic circle, a powerful beam of light shot out, creating a massive explosion that destroyed more than half of the house. When he saw Dungu standing firm, he shouted, Die alone, man. Behind him, there is a magic circle gathering energy. As he spread his arms and yelled, Behold the consequences of defying the divine. Next, he stared in shock at the giant lava orbs flying towards him. They are huge, he said with a bright smile. But it seems like there has been a mistake. Dungu quickly dashed through, breaking those orbs as he got closer and shouted, You are just making him frown. What a pathetic girl. After being punched in the stomach painfully, he looked at the guy with disdain, saying he was just a blockhead. Crazy bastard. He struck downward, sending the guy plummeting from above in an instant. As he landed roughly, the ground shook, and dust rose in a cloud. He lay amidst the wreckage, unable to believe it. Did that monkey really just punch me? Dongwoo calmly approached and asked, "What is it? Can't he believe it? Want me to hit you again?" As he gathered strength in his palm, he was determined to teach him a lesson. "Your audacity knows no bounds. I will crush that big mouth of yours." He launched a blow, sending a barrage of fire toward him, shouting, "Damn monkey." Dongwoo disdainfully sliced through that power, asking, "Have you never been to the zoo? It is time for you to fight back with some sword light, raining down heavy stones. You keep babbling about monkeys. It is getting annoying." Seeing that, he could only curse in disbelief. Damn it. His whole body had to endure the storm of rocks falling, leaving him cursing out of helplessness. "Damn it." Dongwoo's voice rang out from behind. "Can't you see?" He kicked straight at him, causing him to fall face first into the ground, his voice cold as ice. "And you have hidden it well, have not you?" He struggled to endure this humiliation, gritting his teeth and asking, "What do you mean?" Dongwoo bluntly stated, letting him die with his eyes closed. "You think I do not know? Your friend is lying in wait in the woods around your villa." In another scene, while Manchun was unconscious, Yongx was trying to carry the old man away, tense and vigilant. Suddenly, a loud explosion erupted, followed by a scream. "Get back." The flames grew fiercer, consuming everything around. Golden looked at the black smoke rising nearby and sneered. "Goodbye, you fools in black." As Yongf arrived, he asked, "Where do you think you are running off to? You think anyone will fall for your trap?" The assistant chimed in, confirming that the boss had a keen eye, and said someone wearing a cap and hoodie would appear in broad daylight. Yongx eagerly exclaimed, "Just following the boss's orders." He immediately agreed. A whole group of black-clad people appeared and surrounded Gold. He smugly said, "Looks like you fell into my trap." He maintained a nonchalant attitude. "Do you really think I am at a disadvantage?" The guy's attitude was just as confident as the other's, as he cursed at him. "You damn monkey. You actually used your head. I did not expect you to wait for me to come here." Dongwoo kindly reminded him, "Glad to see you fall for this monkey-s trap. Don't worry. I will take care of your lackeys too. So you won't be lonely on your way to hell." Still smiling fearlessly, he complimented, "This is quite amusing." Before bursts of golden light erupted from him. "You are the one who is going to die." "Not me." Dongwoo quickly flew away from him. Looking at the massive pillar of light filled with power, he exclaimed in shock, "What just happened?" With his tattered cloak billowing proudly, he said, "Besides messing with the U group, Dongwoo, you keep getting in my way with your reckless mouth and foolish actions. You no longer deserve mercy. I will kill you with my bare hands." The guy tensed up, channeling his strength to shout loudly. He unleashed his powers, and metal armor began to form on his arms, fully equipping his legs. And finally a solid helmet appeared on his head, with a badge on his chest shining brightly. He appeared in a completely new form, floating majestically in his battle armor. However, Dongwoo paid him no mind. "Is that your magical outfit? Cosplaying as an anime character, with the intensity of your magic? You have gotten quite strong." He thought to himself. Could the hero of this house really be so different? He was already used to mocking him for fun. The stupid monkey. "Don't you understand what is happening? Let us see how long that arrogance lasts." Dongwoo thought, "I have only seen 8th level magic in books, so I can't gauge his true power yet. I did not expect that fighting him would be this fun. The experience and information gained from this battle are really useful. I wonder what else I can get." He started to provoke the guy, telling him to stop floating in the air with that outfit. "Show me its true power. Or what are you planning to do with it? This time you have gotten smarter." Dan is smarter than an insect like you, trying to provoke me so blatantly. Do you think I would not notice?" He deliberately continued to taunt him. "I thought you were dumb. But at least you have a sense of humor." He began to lose control of his angry expression. "Do you think he was born to be a doormat for others?" The guy opened his mouth, breaking community standards with insults. "You bastard. If you want that, I will show you the true power of this magical outfit." As soon as he finished speaking, he dashed towards Dongwoo like the wind. He did not hold back a compliment for that arrogant opponent. "This speed. Your outfit significantly boosts your magic." After saying that, as his kick missed into thin air, he added, still a bit slow, "Right, you seem very confident this time. It is quite funny. Running is useless." The guy was hot on his tail. "You were tracked by the magic sensor of that outfit." Although the gap was closing, Dongwoo remained calm, teasing his opponent. "What? Looks pretty useful. You really are a bastard until the very end. When I get serious, I will catch you, golden monkey. I challenge you to come and catch me." His hand once again missed the air, and he punched straight at the guy's wrist. But he was also shocked. "What? It has gotten faster." The guy wildly threw punches and cursed. "Damn monkey." Once again, Dongwoo stopped his attack with a very carefree attitude. He even complimented. "Good job." The guy started to doubt life, thinking to himself, Even with the suit enhancing my speed, I still barely missed him. Donggu continued to taunt. Is it because of me or is your outfit just too cold? Increase the output a bit. When living with Tremegod and Thech. He responded. Alright. Let us see how much you can take. The guy activated it, boosting power to 30%, 60%, and 75%, fully engaging the speed boost, and opened the image analysis. The moment he locked onto his target, he unleashed a massive stream of pink firepower, charging straight at his opponent. Donggu calmly recognized this as 8th level magic. On the teen side, he was trying to suppress the pain from the ice spear piercing through him. Meanwhile, Golden was gleefully admiring his handiwork. All those surrounding him had fallen. Yongx was gritting his teeth in anger. This guy, even covered in wounds, swore through clenched teeth that he would kill him. Suddenly, the ground beneath him shook, leaving Yongx stunned. An earthquake. From the direction of the nearby forest, a thick plume of smoke rose up. He was panicking, wondering what the hell was happening. A bad feeling suddenly washed over him. Yongx realized with horror that it was the boss. Gold had complete faith that the prince was finally making his move while wearing his armor. Nakamem had developed a magical suit that made Naka proud, equipping it with the latest artificial intelligence. Although the calculations and formulas of the sorcerer surpassed those of ordinary people, there were times when they missed some things, and the A was there to support that. He struck at Dung World, unleashing a terrifying amount of power. The force sent debris flying everywhere, destroying a long stretch of land. Azine smugly exclaimed, Dung, how does it taste? A notification appeared, warning of a rapidly approaching surge of energy in close combat mode. He blocked Dung's attack with one hand and said, looks like you managed to dodge it. Ah, Dung, taken by surprise. Countered. The world is much better now. Right, and now I am fighting against artificial intelligence too. He was not surprised at all, swinging his arm to prepare for a counterattack, calmly stating that advanced civilizations always trample on others. Both charged into battle. The powerful blows echoed, questioning the decline of civilizations. He unleashed his strength, landing a blow that caught Donggu off guard. Dung was sent flying, quickly regaining his balance and jumping back to the ground, creating a strong impact that shattered the earth. At that moment, another powerful attack came from afar, the overwhelming force charging straight at Donggu. He quickly ran away, the ground shattering, resulting in a massive collision as he chased after him, swinging his arm to attack. He mocked, moving that slowly. What else can you do? Donggu deftly dodged a fierce attack from his opponent. He paused, standing still without any sign of fear. His hands trembled, but his expression showed no fear, only a hint of excitement. He looked at his hands and said, yeah, I admit I underestimated artificial intelligence. Hearing this, his opponent smugly clenched his fist, wondering what he would gain from Donggu's acknowledgement. Suddenly, magical circles surrounded Donggu, causing him great surprise. He regained his composure and mocked the opponent, questioning the accuracy of the barrier formed right here. Was not it boasting about being a 7th level sorcerer? Instantly, he unleashed a powerful strike, shouting to tear him apart. The attack swept cleanly across Dung World's body. He exclaimed, Gotcha. The opponent in the center of the magical circle above struck forcefully towards him. The final blow struck. Flames erupted fiercely. Debris flew everywhere. The scene was desolate. Smoke billowed thickly, suspended in the air. He laughed triumphantly. His face was full of satisfaction. Did I go too far? I guess I should find the corpse. Through the smoke, Donggu still stood firm on the ground. You spoke up. What corpse? Brushing dust off your sleeve. You continued. This guy is so dirty. Dust is the main cause of respiratory diseases. You know, after that blow, you were even more amused. Anyway, I just wanted to see the capabilities of the A bit. But who knew it would show me such a ridiculous sight? Fighting should still be like before. Beating the opponent with your own strength is what makes it fun. If the sorcerer fights using their brain, it just gives you a headache. You frowned in annoyance but proudly affirmed that this Donggu was indeed crazy. This body is the existence of its superhero. Donggu smiled with a dangerous look. You looked up, rolled up your sleeves, and said, from now on, let us fight like a true warrior. In another forest, sharp ice shards lay on the ground. Yongx clutched his injured right arm. What just happened? Gold grinned and said, the Duke just opened that magical suit. And now your Captain Monkey is probably torn to shreds. Yongx could not help but laugh. We were fooled just once. And now you can say something so unreasonable. The captain told me to check your abilities. Gold's expression darkened upon hearing that. Yongx, though injured on the head, seemed unaffected. I will change your mind my way now, right? T-San. How long are you going to lie there? T-San was pierced through the chest by an ice shard and spoke up after being called. Of course. His dark eyes unexpectedly lit up. His pupils shrank. Yongx and Tan jumped up. The other teammates surrounded Gold. The best way to deal with someone like that is to attack head-on. Seeing the situation around him, He appeared a bit hesitant, sweat clearly visible. It was obvious he was dead. Yet he could stand up like that. Young X and Tan found it even more amusing. Indeed. Going head-on is the best way. He has got some strength. Otherwise, would not it be foolish to go alone? Gin's eyes lit up, and he smiled confidently. These bugs have no sense of honor or shame. Even if they come back to life, I will bury them deep in the ground. The guys around him started charging at him. You know what honor and shame are? He formed a sharp ice shard, confidently stating, it seems he still has not tasted the heat yet. A magic circle appeared in the air, and sharp ice shards shot out from it, aiming directly at the target. Gold shouted. Cryptal storm. They crashed down, creating loud impacts. Dodge. Young X frowned and sternly said. Don't panic. Attack relentlessly. We need to wear him out. Tan suddenly attacked from behind, his eyes filled with killing intent, swinging a punch at Gold Knight. He shouted. Don't underestimate the nature of evil. He quickly noticed a block of ice appearing, blocking Tessen's attack. Another block of ice rushed in, pinning Tian San down. Gold Knight was smug. But as he was speaking, 2 sharp needles pierced his neck, and no matter how he tried to stabilize himself, he could not win. He pulled them out, his face showing no pain. He wondered. The hidden weapon. Young X stood on the block of ice answered his question. If it was just a hidden weapon, that would be too boring. Gold Knight looked over. Just 2 needles. Suddenly, a wave of pain hit him. His pupils shrank, and he spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. He pulled at his collar, black lines appearing on his neck, extending up to his face. What? What is this? Could it be Poison's poison? Young Texan suddenly swung their fists. Of course. In a fight, poison is essential. How does this amateur not know that? Gold Knight took the hit, his body flying back. The punch was so strong that it distorted his face and shook his teeth. Gold Knight grimaced in criticism. Aren't you ashamed? How can you say such things with a straight face? The whole group rushed in to shame him. You die. We live. That is the rule of the game. Everyone attack him. Gold Knight could only endure and curse. Bastard. He began unleashing his destructive powers, firing thermal blasts, the heat transforming into beams of light piercing through Young X's group. Tian San braced himself against the pain in his chest. As Young X's group fell around him, Gold glared at them, cursing. You trash. Go to hell. Suddenly, his ankle was grabbed tightly by a hand, though covered in blood, was delighted to have caught him, exclaiming, being so ruthless, I have feelings too. Gold sat down in shock. What the hell? What is this? He held him tightly from behind, while Young X charged in from the front with a dagger, teaching him a lesson. You should know how to use nice words. Right, you jerk? Damn it. T-San declared from behind. Now you are done for. He struggled. Damn it. Young X would never let him go. This is the price you pay for daring to pierce our bodies. The dagger pierced Gold, and he cursed silently in anger. Cowardly bastards. The sounds of unity rang out around. Do not give him a chance to use magic. Kill him. Stabbing him at the same time is the price you pay for going against the Iron Squad. The situation on their side was equally miserable as the guy was punched in the face by Deng Yu. The armor on his face shattered into pieces from the blow. He angrily threw a punch, cursing. Bastard. You clenched your fist tightly. What is wrong? Can't even cause a scratch. His arm was even twisted back by you, with a warning notification. Alerting. System damage 78%. Core damage 60%. Unable to restore magic shield. Durability below 20%. For the second time, he was knocked down by Deng Yu straight to the ground in a fit of rage. He could not accept the truth. No way. Just a few punches and his magic armor was shattered like this. Deng Yu coldly asked. You still think you can beat me? You will never reach my level. The guy retorted. That arrogant bastard. I am a superhuman beyond human limits. He angrily activated the rocket system and shouted. There is no way I can lose to you pathetic monkeys with your martial arts. Hell will be destroyed. There is no escape. They will hunt you down to hell. You did not just sit there and let yourself die. You took off immediately. You even complimented my timing. Keeping up is really intense. Watching Deng Yu. He was attacked from all sides. When feeling pleased, he faked a kind voice. Stop squirming. Just die already, you monkey. From the center of the attack, his cold voice rang out. What if I do not want to? The system notified him that it was losing target and was trying to reacquire. He was tense and could not. The golden missiles flew at a speed of a Mach 60, just as Deng Yu appeared behind him. He also received a collision alert within a 2-meter radius. When he took a punch, the alert warned that the pain threshold had been exceeded. Serious physical damage occurred. Retreat required. Atomic bombs were now falling from the sky in droves, while at the same time, Deng Yu was stomping on the ground. The whole space lit up with the clash of the atomic bomb and the ground. The firepower spread over a vast area. The ground had turned into a wide pit, with thick smoke rising from the center. There, Donggu was lamenting, almost thinking the atomic bomb had exploded. Calmly, he looked up from the cloud of dust still smoking and exclaimed, "Thanks for this interesting battle. Thanks to you, I have learned more about the properties of the 8th circle of magic." This made him feel insulted. "Damn it. Did you fight me just to experiment?" He casually admitted, "Of course. There is no reason for me to fight low-level shrimp, if not to gather knowledge." When almost hit, he acted like a dead fish. The net tore, and the bastard exploded. The alert reminded him of weak reactions from his body while storing data and connections. He was astonished. What the hell? His whole body was propelled forcefully away from the rubble below. Seeing this, Donggu was even more excited. "You did not disappoint me at all. Looks like you value data more than the life of your successor." He could not stand the humiliation and shouted, "Damn it. Stop right there." From his chest, energy surged outwards. But Donggu remained unfazed and turned to leave. Even with a firestorm raging behind him, he wore a mysterious smile. Thick smoke billowed up on the gold line side. He was cosplaying as a hedgehog with his body covered in knives. The person he was hoping for was currently buried under a deep pit, their hand reaching up tightly gripping the ground. As they crawled like a cripple, their mouth kept cursing, "Golden Yundong, I will tear you both apart with my own hands." A deep voice echoed behind him. "Do you dare to call Yundong's name with that filthy mouth?" Behind him, Hameng stood with a grim face, his hand revealing a formidable strength. The entire forest continued to echo with desperate screams. Inside the forest, Manchun leaned against a tree and asked, "What should we do now?" Hunmai frowned and replied, "What else can we do? Just proceed as agreed." He was startled and exclaimed, "What, are you saying you want me to oppose Alan? If we confront Alan, the Grand Gan Corporation will be in a precarious situation." Manchu furrowed his brows and asked, "And you will support me?" "Right." Hunmin shot up and asked, "What do you mean?" The old man laughed loudly and said, "In this situation, thinking is just a waste." He calmly retorted, "Only the chairman can do that." Suddenly, a sound echoed, causing both to look over. It turned out to be the two people here. Donggu sighed in relief, thanking heaven that the two were unharmed. He immediately asked, "Son-in-law Donggu, what is going on?" He raised his hand and said, "I killed the eldest son of the Allen family with these hands." Hunmin was shocked to hear that. "Oh my, the eldest son is dead," he exclaimed angrily. "You idiot. What the hell did you do?" Donggu frowned and asked back, "What?" Hunmin's body immediately stiffened. He shouted, "Now that we are in this situation, what do we do? When the Allen family finds out, we will be dead." Donggu questioned, "What can they do?" Hunmin immediately yelled, "The corporation's fault is obvious. This time neither you nor Jung can escape. You clearly understand. So why are you still acting like this?" Donggu raised his hand and asked back, "So can you stop with the empty words? If we just sit here quietly, do you think Alan will back off?" He began analyzing that the takeover of the U Corporation was just a secondary goal, and their main objective was to swallow the South Korean economy and seize the entire Chinese market, the economic center of East Asia. Do you think Alan would easily let go of this juicy target? Or are they just taking a step back to plan more carefully? Manch, hearing Junggo's question, asked, "What do you think?" Hunmin silently gritted his teeth. Pondering, he was right. The Allen Corporation would not withdraw easily. Donggu smiled, feeling relieved. But luckily, it would be hard for the Allen side to defeat them. He immediately shouted back, "That is just your naive thinking. If they really strike, we are done for." Donggu raised his hand to propose. "So I have an idea. Why do not we sign a small contract? From now on, I will be the bodyguard next to Chairman Kang." He added, "We definitely have to deal with Alan too, so the pay should be a bit hefty." Hun was shocked and shouted, "What? I have already given you so much money." Donggu raised his hand to present another solution. "If you do not have cash, you could pawn something or give shares. That would be even better." He angrily yelled, "What the hell are you barking about?" Hearing this, Donggu sighed and complained, "Well, what can I do then?" He exclaimed in shock. "What?" Donggu laughed and said, "There might be more people who know about this." Hunmai gritted his teeth and cursed silently. "That bastard. He is not an easy one. He is just in it for the money. A sell it for cash," he shouted loudly. "Don't you know how much money I have poured into the Jum project?" He casually sneered. "So sad. But I will only work when there is a contract. Moreover, the money to kill Alan's hair is not included in the salary." Hunmin shouted angrily. Well, a bright red light radiated from Donggo, and he thought fiercely, "Hunmin, you exploit even your own children for profit. I will take down your U Corporation step by step." At another house of mansion, Donggu looked at the old man and asked, "Are you tired? Sir, you should go rest." Manchun clasped his hands behind his back and calmly told the kid, "If you have any questions, just ask." The old man gently asked back, "Did you predict that Alan would attack us?" The kid smiled and replied, "Yep, sir." Manchun immediately shouted in anger, "Then why are you just telling me now?" Donggu calmly replied, I told you not to go, the old man retorted loudly. You have to be clear about it. Manchu frowned. Thinking quietly, he has gone mad. At this rate, my precious niece will become a widow. He might even ruin the whole corporation. The kid smiled brightly, assuring, nothing bad will happen. I promise. The old man stood in shock. Thinking, can he read my mind? How can he be so certain? Donggu leaned close to Man Chun and whispered, I have something to reveal to you that might shock you. The old man, hearing this, asked suspiciously, what is it that sounds so mysterious? The kid whispered, I have a friend who is a blood relative of the Allen family. Upon hearing this, Man Chun's eyes widened in shock. Stammering, What did you say? Donggu added with a laugh, it might even be the entire Allen clan. The corners of his mouth curved up, but he was no longer smiling. The old man gasped, shouting, oh my, the whole Allen clan too. The kid replied softly, I just need your help. Man Chun could not believe it. You are crazy. The old man frowned, thinking to himself, how can someone say such bold words? He must be out of his mind. Manch frowned at Donggu, muttering, I do not know if this is good or bad. In his chaotic mind, he thought, but somehow I have to live to 100. A news article appeared on the screen. The group of students looked at the computer screen in shock. Oh my, Hara is dating. How can this be? She is only 18. They could not believe it. Gossiping that Hara is the heir of the Daehan Corporation, a national sweetheart. It is really upsetting. Just like that. She is getting married. This must just be some boring rumors. It is 100% fake news. At the press conference, or sat still, listening to the sound of everyone's questions. Hara, how long have you been dating? What made you decide to go public with this? Is the person you are dating the heir of a big corporation? On the screen, her image appeared as she declared, my boyfriend is the most perfect person in the world. Donggu was walking and looked up at the screen, exclaiming, there is Hara. Hara smiled brightly, introducing, my boyfriend is a second-year student in the magic department. He is the head of the Jung project. Meanwhile, Jung, who was drinking water on the side, choked when he heard her reveal his name. The next day, Junggu got out of the car, slamming the door shut. The people around saw him and began to talk loudly. Isn't he that the bastard Dungga? He looks like a raccoon. Hara is really pitiful. They immediately shouted, that jerk has been in love with you since kindergarten. So have not you two been together for 10 years? It is time to break up. The crowd kept yelling, hurry up and break up with our Hara. Dunggu sneered, you guys are crazy. That night outside your house, 2 reporters were staring at the house saying, Azun, Junggu and Hara will show up, and from this spot, they can see everything they do. Another reporter behind asked, aren't they just high school students? Is it okay to film them like this? The other person shouted loudly, it is totally fine. Nowadays people only care about scandals like this. Dunggu appeared behind them and said, is that? Hearing the sound, the 2 reporters looked over, stammering, Dunggu. Their bodies shook uncontrollably. One reporter looked at his colleague and asked, what is wrong? Then the 2 of them simultaneously hugged and kissed. Dunggu immediately raised his phone to take a picture, then turned to leave, saying, let me help you post this. The 2 reporters were still awkwardly kissing. They should not do that. Just then, Hara got out of the car. She saw Dunggu and gasped. He held his phone and looked at Hara, saying, you seem to be home late. She asked, were you waiting for me? Hara walked toward Dunggu, saying, even if not, I have something to tell you. Hearing that, repeated with doubt, something to tell, she looked at Dunggu shyly and said, but he pretended not to understand and asked again, what is it? You have made me curious. Hara rushed over and kissed Dunggu's cheek. I love you. She looked at his bewildered face and asked, why are you confessing so publicly? This is awkward for me. Then Hara smiled and walked towards the house, saying, let us connect when I finish my work. Dunggu stood still, mumbling, what is there to be embarrassed about? But he stood still, watching her leave, thinking to himself that he had never felt like this his entire life. Although he felt a bit embarrassed, to say he did not like this would be a lie. If his relationship with Hara progressed further, it would not be a problem at all. The next morning, Kang Chun raised his hand and said to him, hello. Famous person. Everyone knows you a lot lately. Dunggu smiled and asked, are you hungry? He reminded him, your leg has just recovered a bit. He glanced at Kang Chun, thinking, since the Mulim festival is coming up, it looks like he has to get involved for a good result. He saw Dunggu put his hand on his chest and asked in surprise, why are you looking at me like that? You are making me a bit scared. He forcefully pushed Kang Chun away, shouting for him to think carefully. Dunggu stood still in position, raising his hand, saying, getting up after falling seems to make you stronger. Right, don't relax too much. You can't let your body rest too long. And Kang Chun angrily jumped up, yelling, what nonsense are you talking about? You are not kidding me. Are you? He smiled and said, It is. Kang Chun's angry voice echoed. Oh my. This guy. He rushed toward La to support him. Dong-gu laughed and punched Kang Chun hard in the stomach. A 2-for-1 deal. Treating and rehabilitating at the same time. He groaned, clutching his stomach, wondering how he could recover from this. Kang Chun trembled all over inside. You just can't stand to see my health improve. If I were fully healthy, I could withstand these attacks. This chronic illness could take me out at any moment. Next, Dong-gu kicked him in the face, scolding, "Stop talking nonsense." Kang Chun slammed against the wall and yelled, "What the hell are you doing? Don't pretend. It is pointless." Dong-gu radiated dark, demonic energy, urging him on. "Come on. Hurry up and get up to train." Kang Chun wiped the blood from his mouth. "Stop hitting me, you crazy person. Even if you do not kill me, I will choke on my resentment soon enough." Hearing this, he was startled and asked, "Resentment?" Kang Chun closed his eyes and growled, "Who do you think has those dating news articles plastered everywhere? Who is it? It is clearly a setup against me." Dong-gu laughed in encouragement. "If you feel that way, then make sure to win at the tournament. There are plenty of beauties out there." In his mind, he pictured Gu Ho saying, "Kang Chun, my Gu is strong boys, you are the one who will win the tournament. Right?" Thinking of this, Kang Chun kept muttering, "Of course, I have to win." Dong-gu added with a smile, "If you win the tournament, you can have anything you want. All your wishes will come true. Only the strongest can be here." Suddenly, his eyes widened in confusion as Kang Chun emitted a powerful energy and shouted loudly. No matter what he said, Dong-gu was slightly startled. What is this crazy guy thinking? He raised his fist and laughed maniacally, shouting, "Victory! We can only accept victory." Dong-gu smiled slightly, thinking he had just fallen into a trap. "That is right. Bring it on." In school, Dong was sitting on a chair reading a book. Dong-gu walked over alone and praised him. "You are always working hard." She immediately closed the book. You looked at Run-dung leaving and asked in surprise, "What is wrong? It has only been a short time since we last met, and it is already like this. What about me and Hera?" Dong-gu was stunned to hear her shout. "Why did your idiot friend come to school?" Dong-gu asked suspiciously. "Why should I go home?" Just as he spoke, 2 people with swords descended from above. Striking down, the 2 swung their swords down, shouting, "Dung! Catch this!" Soon after, both of them were immediately hit. Dong-gu stood still watching them get knocked away, sighing and laughing. "What are you guys doing?" Just then, someone appeared behind him, clapping in praise. "Bravo! Brave!" That person was David, the director of the Allen branch, the investigator for the Allen disappearance case. He clapped and praised. "Dong-gu, your skills are truly impressive. Being so young yet able to easily take down these 2. Well done." "Well done," Dong-gu asked back. "Are you guys on the same side?" Run-dung interjected. "Dong-gu, wait a moment." She pointed her hand towards him and introduced. "This is the investigator from Alunga," David gently said. "This skill test does not surprise you, does it?" Run-dung quickly added. "He is not a bad guy." Dong-gu asked back. "You are saying this reckless knife wielder is not a bad guy?" He immediately smiled and explained. "You need to know the information about the people around this lady. If he is a level 6 like her, those basic combat moves are nothing." "Dong-gu, your encounter with him must be directly related to the disappearance." He lunged forward and grabbed David's face, growling, "Attacking right after meeting is your way of greeting." His eyes widened in realization, and Dong-gu smiled, saying, "Then I should respond. Right." He then slammed David's head hard into the ground. David gritted his teeth, determining that this was the guy. "You bastard," he shouted loudly. "Gold Knights. Catch him, that young guy." Instantly, a swarm of gold knights appeared from the magic circle. Surrounding them, he turned around and shouted, "Even I want to deal with all these pests." But just then, Dong-gu appeared behind the crowd, patting Run-dung's shoulder, saying, "But I want to go somewhere quiet to talk to my friend a bit. So that is all for now." David sat up angrily, commanding, "Do not let him escape. Quickly catch him." Those armed rushed forward, yelling, "Come out." Dung and Run-dung vanished. Saying, "Outside on the street," Run-dung angrily reproached, "Dong-gu, why do you have to fight with them? You are being suspected as a suspect in that case. So I told you to stay away." Dong-gu smiled reassuringly. There is still no news from America." She was speechless upon hearing this. "You really are something." You glanced at her, thinking, just as I predicted. Those guys are trying to elevate their status in Korea. That means the inheritance position in the family is no longer secure. Run-dung looked at Dong-gu and said, "I got a call back to the US. To attend a class for hares." Hearing this, he was startled, realizing that indeed. He smiled thoughtfully. When he disappears, the Lenga civil war will be incredibly fierce. Really? So Rundung will be chosen as the heir. And Rundung looked up, relieved, saying, I really do not want to go back to the US. I also had to officially take the blame for my mother's actions in the family. She turned to Dungo, expressing that she needed his help. He laughed and asked, So what will I get from you? Rundung gasped in surprise. Dungo's eyes sparkled red as she said, You are not just going to help for free. Are you? She anxiously asked back. You want a fee? He exclaimed upon hearing that. You know that give and take is basic? Right. His trembling hand nervously gripped the book as he muttered, knowing he had to pay for it. Getting involved in the Alenga family matters can be life-threatening. It is no joke. As long as you care about this, I will already be grateful. She awkwardly laughed and continued, But I do not know how to repay you. Saying that, she thought to herself, Even if I give something, he probably won't accept it. For him, just high is enough. Dungu exhaled and said, No need to give anything now. After becoming the official heir, it won't be too late to repay. So tell me, what do you want from that family? Rundung bowed his head, thinking about when and hesitantly replied, Since you used to do that, I want to establish a family base in Korea. Dungu glanced at her thoughtfully. It seems Rundung wants to gain the family's recognition by continuing what he started. Are they using Rundung as bait? A bait to lure me in? Rundung touched his head and exclaimed, No matter what, I still feel like I am being used as bait. He snapped his fingers and smiled brightly. Bing-ju, you truly are my friend. She immediately was startled and exclaimed in surprise, This is not the time for you to compliment me. I have not even thought about how to proceed later. Dungu calmly analyzed. It is bound to be difficult. After all, the relationship between the Ilu and Anmun families is not good. That is right. This also involves Mother Chuanon. He bowed his head and asked about Rundung. That is right. First, you have to pave the way. Right? She asked doubtfully. Pave the way. Dungu began to explain. All represents the United States. Korea's eunuch. You know that already. First, you have to shake hands with them. Rundung was surprised and asked, Is eunuch going to shake hands with a puppet like me? Dung smiled brightly, leaning closer to her. If eunuch help, you will rise to the inheritance position of Allah. And conversely, they will also gain a lot of support. So with such a lucrative partner, eunuch won't let it slip away. Dun heard that and shouted excitedly. So what should we do next? Dungu immediately fired off. Don't just rely on me. You need to find a way on your own. If you keep this up, you won't be able to break free from me. You probably want that? She laughed, looking at him and exclaimed, Right. I forgot how much I have depended on you. Dungu calmly stated that relationships built on blind giving or unconscious receiving won't last long. A friend who values trust. You should feel happy to have a friend like me. Rundung looked up at the sky and murmured, A trustworthy friend. Really? Thank you, Dung. Just then, David and his group appeared, shouting, Over here. Dungu raised her hand to gather magic, smiling as she said, You are later than I expected. Ready to fight again. David's group rushed in, shouting. Rundung stood in front of him, yelling, Please stop. David, seeing this, shouted, Please get out of the way. I can't let him go. She frowned, rebutting loudly, Dungu is my friend. More importantly, you have no concrete evidence linking him to this, so you can't just hit him. As the heir, I demand that you stop this action immediately. He gritted his teeth upon hearing that. After a while, David let out a breath. He clenched his own shirt and apologized. Ruse, I sincerely apologize. David bowed slightly, meeting him again. The heir's friend, seeing that, Dungu immediately gave a thumbs up to Jundung. She also returned the thumbs up to him. Late at night in one moon, guarded strictly by soldiers, a group gathered nearby whispered, while the guards were very alert, trying to get as close to the target as possible. Yep, sir. In another spot, Guho immediately clasped her hands respectfully. Finally, I get to meet you. The governor, hearing that, Johnny Y laughed and said, Just call me father. She softly replied, Yep. Father. The old man frowned and asked, Any news about the elders' movements? Guho clasped her hands seriously and reported, Most of them oppose your participation in the martial arts tournament. Jonan stood up and said, Although it is unfortunate, men and women will never be equal. That is the thinking of the majority these days. It seems we need to do more to change this attitude. She frowned, silently thinking, I am very sorry to say this, but everyone discriminates against me. Father, right before I defeat my brother. In another spot, Gun was knocked back by someone using a fire dragon to hit the spear from his hands. Zhang and Wei gasped and shouted, The heir. Another person was also astonished. No way. Seeing him fall to the ground, someone shouted that Gu Hao had defeated him. The other disciples excitedly discussed, That is amazing. With the result of that match, Guo will participate in the martial arts tournament. Gun angrily roared, using all his strength. Shut up. This match does not count. I said it does not count. Guho beside him humbly said. I will try to persuade the elders to side with Big Brother. Maybe we can remove them since their opposition only weakens us. Inside the room, Joan calmly replied. That is right. No matter how many people are there, if the foundation is not solid, it is no different from a castle built on sand. As long as you become the heir of one mun. Suddenly, he froze and then John clutched his throat and coughed. Guho saw this and worriedly asked, Dad, what is wrong? She looked up at the man in black. Sword raised, ready to strike down. Guho summoned her weapon to guard against them. She swung her spear upward, creating a fire dragon surrounding the group. Who the hell are you? The surrounded group screamed in pain as the flames engulfed them. A massive pillar of fire immediately broke through the roof, shooting straight up to the sky. Guho reached out to help John stand up. Concerned, Dad, please wake up. Are you okay? He gritted his teeth and shouted loudly. Who did this? Who poisoned me with the amplification powder? Attack on Moon. Suddenly, both of them froze, simultaneously looking back after hearing the sound. It was Gun coming in from outside to answer. And the type of poison they used is not just amplification powder. It is soul force powder. John stared wide-eyed in shock. What? Soul force powder. Inside the room, Guho angrily shouted while holding John in. This is ridiculous. How could you use soul force powder in tea? She frowned in disbelief. Could it be Mother? Yuhan coldly laughed, saying it is really annoying to think that the little brat joined Father's team. So Mother sided with me. Guho angrily declared that the battle that day was completely fair. He still would not accept it and roared. Don't make me laugh. You think you can win without Dad manipulating everything? Joan angrily gathered magic and punched forward. You little brat. Are you serious? His eyes widened in pain. John Wyan lay sprawled on the ground in pain, struggling. Guhun saw this and grinned wickedly, mumbling, at this rate, you will die. Guho gathered fire magic and cursed. You bastard. You have completely fallen. You do not deserve to be called my brother anymore. She screamed, creating an illusion of a fire dragon. 9 fire dragon. Gun raised his hand to block and said, it is pointless. Wind barrier. The fire dragon immediately pushed him far away. Guho was shocked and could not believe it. No way. He can't control the 9 fire dragon of Watch on Moon with just that defensive skill. What? She was stunned by the current level of his skill. That is impossible. Wait. Have you taken that pill? Guhan held up the pill and smiled. My sister is as sharp as ever. A pill that removes all hormonal limits. I do not understand why people do not use it regularly. It works wonders. Guho shouted angrily. That drug is very dangerous. It is still being tested. You could die. Jonan put his arm around his neck and scolded. Don't he worry about the death of that punk. She exclaimed in shock. Father. What are you yelling about? Who is behind you? Gun growled in defiance. What are you talking about? I planned everything myself. Jonan shouted angrily. Shut up. I know you are not the type to plan something like this. A hand appeared on his shoulder. Speaking in the expected tone, Munu calmly said, I can't deceive the Governor Mun. Gung glanced at him. Governor Doham. You do not need to worry. I can manage on my own. Yuho was astonished. Governor Doham. Johnny gritted his teeth and yelled. Munu. Mungsu asked with a smug smile. Long time no see. Said the Governor Moon. Outside, a no-entry sign was posted. 2 staff members stood guard next to the sign, apologizing for the inconvenience. There was a gas leak at 1 Moon, so all roads to Watch on Moon will be closed. Please turn back immediately. I guess they are building something. The staff reported over the intercom. We have completed the setup. A voice replied from the intercom. We are the same on the east side. Be careful and ensure no citizens get hurt. He immediately reassured them. Don't worry. There are not many people around. At another location, a male staff member reported over the intercom. Since the elders of Watch on Moon are cooperating with us, this is as easy as pie. Just then, Dunggu approached, asking if this was the way to Watch on Moon. Mungsu smiled and greeted Jonin. Long time no see. Governor Jonin, the old man growled angrily. Mungsu, are you taking advantage of my son? He furrowed his brow and said, there is a misunderstanding here. It was the boy who requested this. Not me. I am sure you know very well that I am not the type to do such crude things. Ji-hun scratched his neck, saying the boy had planned and controlled everything himself. The old man frowned angrily, questioning, how dare you deceive my foolish son into participating in this joke? I cannot accept a brother like you. Suddenly, Jonin's knees were cut through. The sound of Muningsu echoed. This Governor Jonin. He painfully knelt down on the ground, screaming in agony. Mungsu looked down from above, coldly saying, I told you it was a misunderstanding. You talk too much. Jonin cried out in pain. Get away from my father. Firestorm. Guho shouted, swinging her spear. Du immediately swung his spear to knock her away. Growling, how dare you? Guho was thrown against the wall, gripping her spear tightly and thought, what is he? Just using weapons and he is already this strong. He is only level 7 like my father, but he is unbelievably strong. He gripped the sword hilt, praising, Not bad. You are a fire girl. But I won't hold back just because you are a woman. With that, he immediately unleashed his skill. The first sword rotation. Gyuho stood still, watching the scene around her. Whispering, the transformation skill was nothing special. Next, he swung his sword forward. Shouting loudly, her eyes widened, thinking to herself that she could not move. Is this the end? In Guho's mind, the scene replayed when she firmly stated that Dong-gu was not that kind of person. Back then, he calmly said that if a knife were stuck in her back, and she could still say that, then he would believe it. Dong-gu laughed and added, those excuses are only for losers. Back in reality, Gyuho tightly shut her eyes, thinking to herself, how could she still be thinking about him even now? It was unbelievable. Suddenly, Dong-gu appeared in front of her, saying, I can't believe it. Gyuho startled and exclaimed. Your brother turned back to look at her and asked, what are you doing? Still in shock after being stabbed in the back by your own family, she blushed in surprise and asked, why are you here? Dong-gu laughed and replied, just passing by. Gyuho let out a suspicious sound. Then Guhun pointed his spear at him and shouted, you think you just happened to walk by? Do you think this is your friend's house? He shouted angrily. I do not know why you are here, but do not think you will get out alive. Dong-gu immediately laughed mockingly. So scared. I do not think your neck is safe. Guhun tightened his grip on the weapon, charging forward and cursing the bastard, to see whose neck would be cut first. He thrust the spear forward, shouting Fire Dragon Spear. Dong-gu appeared behind him, gripping Gun's neck and asking, what are you doing? Little one, flailing around with that spear, he held a knife close to his neck and said, thanks. Actually need a hostage right now. Mu watched him being captured, thinking to himself in despair about how he underestimated his opponent's skills and fell into a provocation trap. It was so obvious. On the other side, Dong-gu was threatening him. Don't move, or I will cut you. He sighed, thinking that if possible, he would leave him behind. But that fool was a necessary pawn for him to take over watch on Mun. Minegsu calmly asked, will Jum intervene in this conflict? Dong-gu laughed and replied, I am just passing through. Whether we get involved depends on the pace of Wachun Mao's decisions. Who knows if he wants me to kill this child right now? Go. Being choked, growled in anger, You bastard, he calmly threatened. If you struggle any more, this knife will go deeper. Dong-gu turned to look at Jonin, who Guho was supporting, worriedly asking, but the Snow Sword Master does not look too well. Just got stabbed in the back by his own son. So how could he be okay? The old man inquired. Did you come alone? Where are your bodyguards? Dong-gu sighed and winked. I do not know what they are doing. Have you ever seen them listen to me? Umdu heard this and frowned, wondering, what is going on? This conversation means he knows that a Heifei men will attack. Right. He looked at him, denying, it is unreasonable for me to infiltrate Wyan Maun and lure Guhun. During that time, Guhun showed no signs of suspicion. Dong-gu smiled at Munchu and asked, you seem quite curious about why I know. Should I tell you? He was silent for a moment and then asked, if I ask, will you tell me? He smiled brightly and replied, of course not. Guho heard this and covered her mouth, laughing. What are you doing? The clan's aura radiates a threatening vibe. You will die without closing your eyes if you dare to mock your elders like that. Dong-gu spoke up. Come on. If you truly are an elder, why are you so riled up by a little joke? He frowned, analyzing. That cunning bastard. So he will use Jihun as a hostage. He pointed a knife at Guhun's throat and said, all right, you seem curious, so I will explain. I believe you are the type who can stand still when someone else is doing well. So I guess you will ignite a conflict within 1 moon. Mu asked suspiciously. How do you know the time? Dong-gu replied as if he did not. That is a secret. Yuho watched him stand still, puzzled. Strange. The plan is fully exposed. How can he remain so calm? Suddenly, she widened her eyes in speculation. Could it be that Guho looked towards Jonin, deep in thought? Is he waiting for the lingering power to spread through his father's body? Because if it is completely stable in him, then he will end up disabled. Thinking of this, she hurriedly urged, Black Gold Clan leader, please quickly kill the commander Du Heyman. He is stalling to allow the poison to take effect. Meksu glanced over and said, do you think the effect of the lingering power will fade if I die? It is pointless. Jonin painfully speculated. Perhaps someone is controlling the poison. There is no other reason for him to stay so calm when the entire plan is exposed. He looked at Dong-gu and demanded, if you want to save the Snow Commander Watch on Moon, then release Gun and kneel to beg for my forgiveness. If you do that, I will overlook your earlier attitude. Jonin immediately shouted, Black Gold Clan leader, I became a victim of the lingering power just because I was too foolish. I do not mind dying, so just end Doham and protect 1 moon. Gohan, who was being held captive, angrily shouted, stop pretending to be noble and great. My father's life is more important than Wachon Mound. Because my father keeps acting like this, I feel nauseous. Just surrender to Doham. Gyuho also shouted angrily upon hearing this. Our watch and moon is not pitiful enough to beg for our lives. Hurry up, kill Commander Doham. M raised 2 swords and laughed fiercely. Don't make me laugh. You think you can do that? Right after that, a wave of magic appeared. The voice of Dungu echoed, of course. And Kiek had entered from outside to join the fun. I arrived a bit late because someone wanted to play outside. Mdu gritted his teeth upon seeing this. Is he stalling to cover for him? Why is this annoying guy here too? He looked at the person in H. Gukkai's hands and thought. Moreover, the one controlling the lingering power has been taken down. He grinned excitedly, saying, it is quite a pity that everything did not go as planned. Sir, I will slaughter you right now. Just wait. He threw the person down, slowly walked closer while taunting. Mungsu, you cowardly rat. I never expected you to plan something like this. If I had known what you were doing, I would have dealt with you already. Munixu raised his sword and questioned back. You think you can do it? Gixi laughed loudly. Do not worry. I have already dealt with him. Just let me handle it. Old man Joy shouted angrily. You should have come earlier. He was surprised and retorted. What? As if we had planned for this meeting. He yelled in dissatisfaction. Even with a plan, you would still be late. Monks round, wondering about the two of them. Did he know HG Kai would come? He looked at the person lying on the ground, deep in thought. Besides, how did Jexi find an 8th level trap master controlling the spirit force? Tracking him down seemed nearly impossible. Musu glanced at Chis, questioning if he had fallen into their trap. Nobody knew Gahun would betray him. He was sure of that. He watched Egi excitedly facing him, cursing him for helping his brother Mun level up. He had helped that fool Kai Gun this much. Musu raised both swords, thinking to himself that he had even thrown away his pride to stop Jum's power. Led by that pig Shida, you are really determined to interfere in my affairs. Are not you? That dang. He slashed out a beam of blue light and declared boldly. Since it has come to this, I will bury everything. Age, visibly excited, raised his fist in disdain. You think this will work on me? He threw a powerful punch toward the sword energy. Yu-ho, standing nearby, watched the blinding light in amazement. He blocked a wide-range attack with a more powerful strike. She struggled to maintain her balance, feeling unqualified to participate in such a battle. Next, the blinding light quickly enveloped them. Outside, the crowd shouted at the dazzling light reaching the sky. The residents of Taizes, the disciples rushed forward, telling each other, we must save Taitfises. Gather the soldiers. I have to hurry. One suddenly stopped, noticing a stain appearing on the wall. Inside, Echuate was pushed back, laughing. You have trained a lot, have not you? He mocked his opponent. You think that weak sword can cut me, right? Using it to chop your worthless plans is a different story. Monixu, frantically raising his sword, shouted. Shut up, you damn. Gatier's face darkened as he yelled, disappearing completely. Then, a massive, powerful light flared up, with strong explosions occurring before them. Yuho stood still, watching the beams of light before her, her eyes wide as she murmured. This is the power of the association's commander. Valiant go. Suddenly, John's coughing sound from behind startled her, and she turned to call. Father, he worriedly said. John's group is furious. How dare these fools destroy someone else's home? My property is being destroyed. Are you enjoying breaking everything? Dungu reminded from behind. That is why you should have taken better care of your son. He turned around in surprise. What? You are dragging Guhun by the collar, saying this situation is the consequence. Guho looked at him, worried as he was pulled away. Dungu, it can be that Guhun is dead. Right. Dungu threw him down hard, telling him to just pass out. It would be more complicated if he died. So I took special care to save him. She skeptically asked. What do you mean? Special care. Guho frowned, thinking to herself. This is the first time I have met someone so unpleasant. It is fine if I get hurt. In movies, beautiful women usually stand in front. She radiated a dark aura, suggesting something ominous. Could it be that this bastard has become a eunuch? Just then, a voice rang out from behind. There you are. The governor. We were very worried when we saw the big explosion. Elder Wachon, with a sharp spirit, burst into laughter. It is a relief you are okay. We will handle everything right away. Alongside him were Elder Wachon Maun with the Deke sword and Elder Wachon Maun with the Yomu sword. Both approaching. Dungusmai, feeling emotional. Finally here. The three traders. Jongin looked a bit confused. The guy Yomu irritably said. Is not he part of the Black Gold Gang? Our organization is allied with Jum. Dvinake added with a frown. Why did he suddenly show up and call us traitors? What is going on? Undungo's expression turned frightening as he asked. You are acting too deep for someone who is already out. I can tell if you are an elder or an actor. Jongin pointed his knife at him and shouted loudly. You bastard. Do not slander us. We saw your governor running around like a fool. I suspect it is you. The whole Jum is the mastermind. Hearing that, he smiled brightly and replied, I did not expect you all to be not just actors but also politicians. You old men are really good at this. Is political skill a prerequisite for becoming an elder of Watch on Moon instead of fighting? The old man roared in anger. You bastard. If you say any more, I will chop you down. Just then, John immediately shouted an order to stop. The old man silently pursed his lips for a moment. Johnny frowned and calmly said, Dayoung is here at my request. Be careful with your actions. The three of them worriedly thought. Does the governor know we are betraying him? We were planning to get close and assassinate him, but they disappeared immediately. Thinking that the situation was already set, the three of them surrounded Dong-gu with weapons. Discussing. We will personally end you. That old man is infected with the curse, so no one can stop me. We will make you regret interfering in our affairs. Guho saw this and reminded. Be careful. They are the elite of Watch on Moon. Over there. He raised his hand to gather magic, standing still among the three. They could not trust him, thinking to themselves. He is just a newbie. But how is he so skilled? He is much stronger than us. Dong-gu laughed as he watched them get annihilated, saying, I will take care of these traitors for free. Outside, Agiek and Mun-su kept changing their tactics, with explosions going off non-stop. They quickly charged at each other. M gritted his teeth, staring at him, thinking, this bastard. Can he really block my blood sword with bare hands? When did he get this strong? Akineki laughed arrogantly. What do you think? You should stop fighting and just be my punching bag. Or take a few hits from that old man. M let out a groan, quickly adjusting the sword's hilt. He raised the sword high, growling, stop talking nonsense. M clenched his teeth, thinking that he had to buy time at all costs. Training his 3 units to the extreme for Doham's resurrection. In his mind, he thought of that army. Chu team, then the White Army, and finally the guys from the male team. Muzu thought of those people, the strongest forces of Doham. With them, I could affect the survival of Watch on Moon. A person appeared, raising a stick to block the way. Stop right there. The group was startled and looked up. A person standing there declared, take one more step and you will lose your head. So turn around and go back. The crowd was astonished and asked back, he is from the Black Gold Path. Do not tell me he plans to stop us alone. Young-X laughed confidently. Of course. I am enough to handle all you weaklings. One guy exclaimed. Is he a member of the Black Gold Path? The guy next to him, who had not seen a coffin yet, did not shed tears. Confidently asked, are you daring to come here alone? Young-X proudly replied. I alone is more than enough. But I do not care about that. What matters more is why you little punks are gathering here at night to perform a flash mode proposal. The 3 leading teams keep laughing mockingly like it is a joke. I heard there is a guy in the Black Gold Path who is really strong. Probably just some ridiculous rumors. Even if it were true, the crowd shouted loudly. There is no way he can take on this many people. Yomek scoffed, saying, only 1,000 weak soldiers, and you act tough. He raised his stick, inviting, come at me, you filthy bugs, I will wipe you out. Show me what you got. The crowd immediately mocked back, you bastard. You just wrote your own death sentence. Kid. We are going to settle the score with you. Consider this a warm-up before taking over one. Right, pay for your arrogance. When you go down to hell, do not blame us whether the meat is tender or not. We will tear you apart. Young-X took out a device and pressed a button, saying, these disgusting bugs can also fall into a trap. Moments later, a loud explosion echoed, and the blast quickly rose high, and glanced over, smiling triumphantly. Realizing, my army is here. I guess the time for joking is over. Gineka rushed in from behind, loudly mocking. What do you want to claim Watch on Moon? That firework display was not even from your soldiers. Idiot. He punched Munchu away, saying, your people have all been eliminated. He was shocked, shouting, what? Munixu could not believe it. You dare use bombs to fight against martial artists? That is just shameful. Ekalex. He laughed loudly and said, as if stealing Mun is something to be proud of. Munu began gathering energy, declaring, I will kill you at any cost. You lousy pit. He stood still, taunting, go ahead. And try it. Dong-gu stood still, thinking that he had gotten stronger since the last time we met. I wonder if he is stronger than an 8th level sorcerer. He must be close to a 9th level sorcerer by now. Junu's power is quite similar to that of the Dark Guild leader. This match is a bit unfair. The winner is already clear. You ducked to avoid the flames blowing from behind. Letting out a gasp, Dong-gu turned around and reminded, wait. Watch out. You almost burned my precious hair and coat. A voice shouted, you little brat. Zhongyan yelled angrily. How dare you suddenly show up and interrupt our rebellion? You want to escape punishment even if you die. Dong-gu mocked in response. Looks like you guys have been playing with your toys. The flow of energy is unstable. But of course, It is stronger than before. I understand you are enamored with this new power, but that is no reason to rebel. He roared angrily. Rebel. He is the real traitor to us. We have paved the way for Watch on Moon our whole lives. Jonin looked up at the three of them and shouted for them to shut up. He was still raging. Do you think killing me, the envoy of Watch on Moon, will make things better? DTA shouted angrily. Shut up. You are the one who caused this mess. You disregarded tradition and gave power to a useless witch instead of your own son. Jonin growled in annoyance. Gender does not matter. It is better than Gahun, who lost his humanity in the struggle for power. Gyuho is the right person to lead Watch on Mun to greater prosperity. Gyuho exclaimed. Father Zhongin, your chaotic mouth keeps running. Stop rambling. Tgixei added loudly. That witch's existence is a disgrace to our ancient traditions and will lead to our demise. He closed his eyes and boldly declared that today the three elders would kill Guho, who is destroying our precious traditions and reviving the decaying Watch on Mun. Dungo smoothly passed by the three of them, mocking. Tradition this. Tradition that. Shut up already. Instantly, various wounds appeared on their bodies. Jonin and Guho gasped, blood dripping from the tip of the sword. His voice rang out, even as elder. You guys only know how to babble. Dungu raised his sword, saying, you really are a bunch of talkative traitors. If you dare to use that meaningless excuse again. He slung the sword over his shoulder, laughing. I really will kill you. Mu screamed in rage. You little brat. DTA gritted his teeth and said, how dare you meddle in our business again? The two charged forward, shouting, don't think you can control us again. Dungu smiled slightly and asked back, so you already know everything. You stood still, watching the two rush over and said, I told you. You will all die. Joan stared wide-eyed in shock. Jonin and Guho were equally stunned. Dungu smiled brightly and advised, remember to listen next time. He added with a laugh, my bad habits are starting again. Dungu stood still, looking at the corpse on the ground and said, you should be glad that only you died. If it were in a past life, I would have killed your whole family. I am showing a lot of mercy now. Zhongin shouted loudly, you evil bastard. Do not come near here. Immediately, Dungu swept past him, saying, I will spare your family, so go peacefully. He swung to take Zhongin's head, saying he was too slow. Jonin stood still, watching his head roll in front of him, frowning, thinking how he did not hesitate for a second in those decisive movements. Jonin calmly analyzed, like flowers in a greenhouse that today's sorcerers could never possess. That deadly, malicious hallow came from having gone through countless battles. He looked up at Dungu and exclaimed, you are the one with absolute power. Guho widened her eyes, thinking that was Dunga's power. If he was that strong. Her face flushed as she whispered, I am in love. On the other side, explosions continued to erupt. Moksu swung his weapon around furiously, shouting, you still fight like the foolish pig you are. Hugu raised his fist and shouted, why bother with people like you? Just transform and disappear. He swung his sword down fiercely, roaring, you disgusting pig. I will make you vanish along with this dirt. Hugu was not backing down, grabbing a large object and challenging him. Go ahead and try, you muddy loser. The bronze bell suddenly fell, and he was shocked to see a cut appear on it. He broke through the bronze bell and charged out, shouting against the raging storm, the usually calm sea appearing like still water. Hugu looked down from above and asked, you stingy fool. Have you decided to stop running, starting to throw punches? Ah. He glanced to the side, realizing he was trapped in a forbidden technique, while Hoga's sword emitted a mocking light towards his opponent. I was expecting your movement, but you only cast spatial distortion. This will only make moving harder. This kind of spatial distortion is nothing. Mundu frowned and charged forward, finally turning the storm into chaos. He quickly slashed out dozens of sword energies, forming a mountain-splitting technique. Soon after, dozens of sword flowers appeared around Hogu. Mungsu's eyes sparkled as he said goodbye, a huge wave swallowing everything in its path. Forever, Hogu. Hogu gritted his teeth and shouted loudly, you bastard. Punch the ground hard and curse. You dare to leave a scar on my handsome face, you bastard. Inside Doham, an unbelievable voice echoed, what? My son is dead? Yang Gam gritted his teeth and shouted, how could a snow envoy and an entire trained army die at once? The person across from him lowered his head and replied, I received the news too, and I find it hard to believe. He furiously questioned, what happened? The boy expressed that it was a trap. Yang Gam was startled and repeated, a trap? The boy, sweating profusely, suggested, I think seeking the truth is not that important right now. Given our current situation, without the envoy and soldiers, it will be difficult to maintain control, let alone fight other sects. He yelled angrily, those useless bastards, how dare they ruin my grand plan? Yem gritted his teeth and ordered, contact them. We must. No way. Are you going to let them get involved in this? His face, hidden in shadow, growled, I am already at my worst. I have nothing to lose. I will take revenge, even if it means facing the devil. The next morning at Diem, Kang Chun was flushed with excitement. Are you serious? Is Gu-ho really here? The other person softly confirmed.
Yep.
She is in the envoy's office. And he immediately ran off. I need to see her. Inside the room, Gu-ho politely introduced herself. Allow me to introduce myself.
Sir.
I am Daim-ha Gu-ho, the heir of Wachon Moon. My father sent me to visit you. Gafleet leaned back on the sofa, laughing. Thanks to me, Wachon Moon avoided collapse. So it makes sense. He raised an eyebrow in inquiry. Is he doing well? She thought to herself as he got straight to the point, and then replied with a smile.
Yep.
My father is recovering from the effects of the soul force dispersion. He is also restructuring the sect. Ixi immediately burst into laughter. Got it. Good to know he is recovering well. Just tell him not to forget our agreement. Yu-ho closed her eyes, pondering. Right. Wachon Moon had made a deal with GM not long ago to recover from the damage. In her mind, she started calculating. The first part of the agreement was the alliance between Wachon Moon and Jum. The second was that Wachon Moon would fully support Jay's plans as long as it did not harm One Moon. Those conditions were quite troublesome for Wachon Moon, but it was fine since the person was here. Then she wandered the hallway alone. Gu-ho looked around and muttered. They said the Black Gold Hall office was somewhere around here. If I meet him, should I invite him for coffee? Suddenly, she stopped in shock. Gu-ho stood still, looking thoughtfully at the girl before her. The image of their handshake flashed in her mind. Gati angrily shouted. Stop joking. Old man. Donggu will marry my daughter. Jonan loudly retorted. She is not even 10 years old yet. He responded loudly, refuting. A year goes by quickly. She will marry Donggu, so do not think about it too much. The old man refused to back down and shouted. My daughter is older than that kid. The cold-blooded hobo retorted. Don't he make me laugh. Just 10 years. She will end up being an old maid. Jonan feigned understanding of the law. Marrying a 10-year-old is illegal. The muscular guy got angry upon hearing that. He only says that because he has not met the girl yet. She is way more mature than her peers. A man prefers women with mature bodies. That is why our girl Gu-ho is much better. This idiot. Donggu pushed both of them away, interrupting their verbal fight. Both of them stopped immediately. I feel embarrassed to hear this stuff. The hobo angrily demanded. Choose, you bastard. Do you want a hot body or an old maid? Jonan was not going to let it slide. Who are you calling an old maid? You did not choose and just poured cold water on it. I already said I have a girlfriend, but they stubbornly ignored that. Back to the present. Hoojin Nave was sucking on a rainbow lollipop. She stood there silently, frozen. Yu-ho looked at the girl in front of her, wondering if this was that child. She immediately shook her head, silently telling herself, get a grip, Yu-ho. What are you thinking? Hudi quickly asked. You are looking for Donggo. Right. Yu-ho was startled to hear that. How do you know? The girl replied while still chewing on her candy. Donggu is not here right now. She asked back, suspiciously. Then where is he? Hoojin obediently answered. I think the staff sent him to the airport already. At the airport, Rundung was saying goodbye to Donggu. Thank you for coming to see me off. He spoke up upon hearing that. Of course, why would not he? The heir of the Yin family is returning to America. There is no harm in being friendly with her right now. She chuckled. That is definitely your tone. Once I finish everything in America, I will come back to Korea, Donggu quietly whispered. Take care. Rundung extended her hand. Surprising him, she smiled and said, let us shake hands. Donggu silently looked at her outstretched hand. He took her hand, trembling, and advised, be careful. Right after that, the plane began to take off into the sky. The car quickly left the airport. Donggu sat in the car, resting his chin on his hand, lost in thought. I am quite worried about Rundung, but I am sure she will be fine. After all, the stock distribution for the U group is done now. The corners of his mouth slightly curled up as he remembered Hun Mine, thinking he needed to figure out how to deal with Chairman Kang, needing a plan to completely expose him. Moreover, I have heard that several factions have gone bankrupt just because of the Miram conference. So if I play my cards right, even if they are not on our level, they want to lose. You put your hand on your head thinking, I will negotiate with various factions and make them spend money to annoy him. To do that, I should plant a few members of the Black Gold Path into the Miram conference to steer things in the right direction. Now there is work for the people in the Black Gold Path. Should I give them a chance to die with honor? In the end, those violent bastards have their uses. I can't let them benefit. I need to use them more. Donggu sat there grinning ferociously, thinking, I have changed a lot. Have not. The old me probably would have punished them right away, instead of giving them a chance to start over. The driver in front saw you smiling and nervously muttered, I do not want to die. 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 You thought of your past life, how easily one can change. I can actually do good after living this life for 5 more lifetimes. I do not like that I have changed just because of that bastard Kang Beck. But suddenly, A person appeared in the middle of the road blocking our path. He was startled and suspicious. Then immediately jerked the steering wheel and shouted loudly. What is he doing? The car skidded to a stop a short distance from that person. The driver immediately stuck his head out and yelled angrily. Hey, you crazy guy. Are you trying to kill yourself? If you want to die, just go ahead and do it. The person stammered out. Sir. He seemed to recognize someone familiar. You are that filthy body transferring vehicle. Please. Sir. Save me. At that moment, you also realized what was happening. What kind of vehicle is this? He saw Dungo getting out of the car, and he got excited. Hey. I really thought I was going to die. You shouted in anger. Who taught you to stand in the middle of the road like that? The body-transferring vehicle was startled and stammered in response. Dungu impatiently asked. So what? He started to ramble about being from the Saw-Ok sect. And suddenly lights began to crisscross around them. A huge explosion occurred, flames quickly rising high on the nearby overpass. 3 people stood still looking down. They were discussing. The order was to capture him alive. And yet they blew everything up like this. Whatever. Led. One person with a sword sighed. Either way. I am pretty sure the leader of the Black Gold Path was involved in that explosion. I heard rumors he was the Phoenix. The person next to him immediately chimed in. It is. The last one spoke up. Those weaklings who could be killed by a normal explosion, like that, are part of the strongest unit. Jun had not finished his sentence when Dong-gu appeared behind him and asked. You think so too? I need to train them more. The 3 of them immediately jumped to the left in shock. Who the hell is this guy? Since when? Dong-gu asked with a grin. Since you guys were babbling. So boring that I could not help but pay attention. But why are you chasing that vehicle? One of them began to play the flute in response. What does it matter to you? That person used a blood poison summoning technique, creating a snake that coiled around Dong-gu. The other 2 immediately rushed forward, calling out to each other. The opportunity has come. It is better to kill him by mistake than to let him go. Waves of sword energy intertwined, filling the air around where you stand. The 2 of them swung down with all their might, thinking to themselves. Okay, I have hit him. Good. But who is that? Suddenly, Dong-gu appeared behind the leading guy and said. Why is your stealth skill so terrible? Look at this. It is too noisy. Is this what a killer is like? The 2 of them startled and turned around. How could he? You pressed your flute against that guy's neck and said. I can think of 3 reasons why you guys are trying to assassinate someone in broad daylight. That guy screamed in fear. Help me. Dong-gu forcefully stabbed, saying clearly. First, you guys are just plain stupid. Second, even if you are crazy, there are still people backing you up. The 2 guys immediately drew their swords and charged, shouting. You bastard. Who do you think you are? Dong-gu stood still, watching the sword energy pierce through the other 2, saying. Or third, you guys are as strong as I am. In the waiting room, Jum was struggling to chew on the bread. Dong-gu crossed his arms and asked. So you are telling me that the randomly opening large cave in Habak simultaneously opened and turned back into a wreck? He tried to swallow his reply. Yep. But it is not just a random cave. Si-dai thought about the chaotic streets at that time. The damage was huge because there were many level 8 monsters. He bit his straw and continued. Moreover, our Peng clan is at war with those bastards from Australia Mun in Habak. Dong-gu crossed his arms, coldly exclaimed. You are not going to tell the truth. I heard you were kicked out of the Peng clan. This kid. I right. Sej immediately waved his hands in denial. I was not kicked out. I just lost to Australia Mun a few times. You replied with a growl. Got it, if that is the case. Should I put you through some hellish training? He immediately panicked, saying, that is a bit. Dong-gu exhaled, thinking to himself, I do not even need to ask. I know this kid lost badly to Australia Mun, so he is hiding in Korea. I told you to fight for the inheritance of the clan. He pleaded with his hands together, crying, I tried my best, but my second brother is too strong. He even tried to kill me. You lifted your teacup, frowned, and sighed. Since Chan died, I thought it would not be too hard for X to inherit, but is not as easy as I thought. Then he lowered his head, clasped his hands in prayer. I do not want to go back to the Beng clan. Can I stay here? Seeing this, Dong-gu pondered. Looking back, he seemed quite incapable. That afternoon in the courtyard, Gepsin was startled and shouted. What? Are you planning to go to the Beng clan of Habak? Hearing that, Dong-gu spoke up to persuade him. There is no need to be so negative. If it were me, I would do the same. However, the benefits of the Peng clan are not important. Asked suspiciously. Is there anything else? You heard this and laughed, saying, we should take control of the Peng clan. He glanced at the distant Si-dai, wondering if that fool could be useful. Dong-gu replied. As long as it is because of a troll. It is the one who defeats Sayao Si-mun will become the heir. So it won't be difficult at all. Gex listened and asked curiously. How do you plan to change the order of succession? Dong-gu smiled and said. I will lead the charge myself. He was astonished and asked. Are you going? Isn't it better if I go? He smiled brightly and said. If you go with the soldiers, it is like you are under the Peng family's command. I am sure you do not want that, Donggu calmly added. Besides, is not it time for you to step back from the battlefield? You should let your subordinates handle things. Right, Gexi loudly retorted. I still have fire in me, you jerk, he replied fearfully. All right. Are you going to keep arguing like this? He shouted in anger about how weak kids like him were. Dee's vehicle in the distance thought. Can I leave now? On the other side, Kang Chun was resting with his eyes closed in the room. Donggu entered and asked, you will finish practicing soon. Right. We plan to head to the Beng family in Hebai. So get ready. He opened his eyes and sadly asked. What do you think about Daimaha? He casually mentioned. Divum Hafias. She is strong. Once she fully realizes that potential, she will be a force to reckon with. Kang Chun continued to ask. Is that all? Donggu confirmed. Yep. He stood up, easily angered, and shouted. That cruel jerk. Donggu questioned loudly. Why are you so different lately? Do you need me to slap some sense into you? Kang Chun cried out, turning to look at him. Daimhei came by Jum yesterday. At that moment, he stood there in disbelief. Kang Chun looked at the empty scene in front of him and murmured. I just heard she was here. Where did she go? Just then, Huan came out holding a lollipop and replied. That girl went home. He was startled and asked. Well, the girl continued to lick her candy and said, I do not know. When she found out brother Donggu was not here, she left. I wanted to play with that pretty girl a little longer. Back to the present. Kang Chun cried and pointed at Donggu. And that is what happened. You better watch your behavior. Chap boy. He grabbed his ear, pulling hard and shouted. Shut up. Now's not the time. It is all because you got distracted and are not focusing on training. You are in big trouble. Kang Chun immediately pleaded for mercy. Donggu, stop. You are killing me. He angrily shouted. Go away. Just die. A while later, at the Tian port, people stood straight and respectfully. Welcome, master of the Black Gold Path. Donggu smiled and replied. Thanks to the Peng family's ship, the journey was very smooth. Vu, leading the group, clasped his hands politely. We have heard that Jun has sent extremely strong reinforcements, so we must at least match that. He replied courteously. Thank you. It feels like it has been a long time since I returned home. Black Dragon River is a town with an extremely harsh climate. In winter, temperatures can drop to 40 degrees C. Because of this, the people in this area have no choice but to become strong to survive. It is believed that a warrior from Black Dragon River has the strength of 10 ordinary warriors combined. Donggu looks outside, thinking that when he was the chief of the Celestial Horse clan, he recruited many people from Black Dragon River far from Australia Gate. Usually, one would not see more than 3 people from Black Dragon River working together. Surprisingly, they have gathered under the banner of Australia Gate. The corner of Donggu's mouth slightly lifts as he thinks that perhaps something has connected them, and he will find out what it is. The vehicle speeds down the road, and he ponders. Meanwhile, the most important thing right now is that the Peng clan from Hebai is at a disadvantage against Australia Gate. Transitioning to an area blanketed in snow. In the middle of the white snow, a loud voice scolds. That bastard Rung Go has arrived at Tianjin port with reinforcements from Jum. Am I not participating this time? Siwei glances back, asking. Omung, what do you think? Snow degree of X Australia Gate. The guy laughs dangerously, inquiring, will we be able to defeat Jung Go? Over there, Jung Go suddenly stops and issues orders. The Black Gold gang moving together might cause misunderstandings, so split into groups of 5. The shadows respond in unison. Then disperse and leave. Yep, sir. Understood. Kang Chun looks up at the scene in front of him and hesitantly speaks. Anyway, this place does not look like a palace at all. Donggu turns back, kicking a stone. Are you scared? Kang Chun angrily retorts. What? No way. I am Kang Chun. You laugh and exclaim. Got it. He frowns and asks. You are not impressed. Dung report. Not really. Kang Chun recalls. Yeah, when you first came to my house, you said the same thing. It was not interesting at all. Suddenly, he remembers his identity from his previous life and contemplates. Of course. In my past life when I waged war, I would start by burning down the centuries-old mansions of noble families. However, the power of the Peng clan must have increased. This place is much larger than the places I burned in my past life. As soon as the door opens, bowing with hands together. Once again, I welcome everyone to the main mansion of the Peng clan in Hebi. Follow me. This way. Suddenly, another person appears, shouting loudly. Hey you ragged sons-in-law. Where do you think you are going? Luiying Penguin storms in, arms crossed, shouting. Gu quickly explains. Sir, these are guests from Jum invited by the clan leader. He coldly scolds. Invited my ass. They were hired to come here for a few coins. Kang Chun hears this and lets out a doubtful exclamation. What? Hired soldiers. He looks at the gold coins in his hand. Is this gold? Jiang Hong laughs mockingly. There is a little gold in there. Take it and get lost. The P clan does not need useless in-laws like you to help us. Guk immediately clasped his hands and smiled, saying, Sir, I previously mentioned that the clan leader officially invited these guests. He slapped him hard and scolded. Shut up and stop being arrogant. Junix emitted a purple light as he declared, these bastards are just using that fool to deceive the clan leader. Do you even have a brain? He ground his teeth and adjusted his gloves, saying, I will deal with these bastards who take advantage of this situation. Kang Chun, witnessing this, was left speechless. That guy is delusional. Donggu, standing nearby, also spoke up, in his own home. Even the little dogs think they are the kings of the world. Just think about how scared they are with us here. Their incompetence will soon be exposed. When Junx heard those words, he felt irritated. He angrily said, I can't believe it. I generously covered your travel expenses. So watch your mouth. Donggu responded without hesitation. Just because you provided a place does not give you the right to talk to me like that. Kang Chun could not help but sneer at this. Just as expected. You are great at getting on people's nerves with your words. Donggu did not care much. He smiled and continued. That little money of yours is only enough for you to buy some fancy clothes. Junsong laughed in a confusing manner. You must be having a headache over that little money for clothes. Right. Suddenly, a rope floated and surrounded him. He calmly asked, my clothes? It turned out Junsong was making his move. He crazily shouted, I will beat you to a pulp. He yanked the rope violently, causing chaos. Smoke filled the air, and debris flew everywhere. The rope unexpectedly wrapped around his neck several times. But he was oblivious as he laughed triumphantly. You are just a mercenary. So act like a dog and try to please your master. Before he could finish, Donggu behind him yanked the rope, choking him painfully. He gently said, sorry, but I do not want to waste any more time here. Exerted force to pull the rope hard, then threw it forward, dragging Junsong and slamming him painfully to the ground. The spot caved in, creating huge cracks, and smoke billowed up as if a fire had just occurred. He dusted his hands off and said, rest easy there. Suddenly, he noticed something. A person stepped out from behind the smoke towards him, who had been observing, was so shocked he could not close his mouth. He suddenly shouted, a clan leader. That person is the clan leader of the Peng family from Hebei. Peng Gong, one of the 5 strongmen of the Dung world. Guk nervously approached the old man. I was about to inform you that the guests have arrived. Sir, I did not expect you to come personally. He had not finished speaking when the old man stepped in front of Donggu. They looked at each other in silence as if no one else was around. Gong scrutinized him with a piercing gaze. Donggu, on the other hand, remained calm and met that gaze. Kang Chun was dumbfounded, thinking, is that person really the clan leader of the Peng family from Hebei? I thought everyone in the Peng family was weak like him, because of my experience with their cars. But this old man is on a completely different level. He unexpectedly clasped his hands and greeted me politely. You are a valued guest. Yet you received such an impolite welcome. I sincerely apologize. Kang Chun was left speechless, mouth agape in surprise. He wondered, is the clan leader personally apologizing? No longer outside. The conversation continued once we were inside. Suddenly, someone spoke up, cutting through the hazy, smoky atmosphere. My stomach was about to burst at that moment. Donggu and Kang Chun were relaxing in the hot tub. Hearing this, Donggu replied, with how much food you devoured at the party, it is a wonder you did not explode. Kang Chun ignored the sarcastic comment and continued, I should have been scooping food instead of fighting. Donggu shot back with more sarcasm. If you told that to the governor, he would be thrilled. Kang Chun felt the conversation was getting out of hand and quickly replied, come on, I was just joking. However, he added, but this place is pretty amazing. Right, now my feelings towards the Peng family have improved. Donggu said as he turned to step out of the hot tub. Really? They just fed you? And you are already like this. Did you know that guy, Lo Kai Hun, actually came here to test me? Kang Chun responded, of course. I knew. Donggu said while putting on his robe. But the clan leader, the one who ordered the test, has already apologized. It is quite surprising. Kang Chun replied. Right. It has been a while since I have seen someone act nobly with a warrior's spirit. Donggu added. But he won't accept weaklings. Kang Chun seemed confused. He asked, what do you mean? He won't accept weaklings. Donggu cheerfully explained. Even if it was just a test, I still spilled his blood. The fact that he apologized shows he is very unpredictable. If we show even a hint of weakness, he will turn on us. Kang Chun leaned back loudly. What the hell? Now hearing you say that, I've got goosebumps. Donggu seized the moment to continue. Don't think about being lazy. Focus on training. If you do not want to be eliminated, get stronger. He stayed silent but was deep in thought. Looking at this clan leader, I think I understand why Dutron turned out the way he did. If the Peng family has such a strong leader and is losing to the Sayosi Mun family, I wonder how powerful the Sayosi Mun really is. Ending that train of thought, he called out for Tessin. Tessin appeared suddenly. Responding respectfully, "Yep, sir." Dung ordered him to report what he had found out. Tessin immediately complied, saying, "Currently, the second son of the Peng family and half of the clan's forces in Hebe Clyde have been sent to confront Sadu Si Mun. There are rumors that the third son will soon join the battlefield." Dungu involuntarily mumbled, "Seji is going to participate in that battle. I guess I should go with him." Before he could finish, a piercing scream suddenly echoed from somewhere. "The Kyung car is really dangerous there. Listen to me." The door of the room was kicked open, and someone was thrown into the bathtub. Kang Chun, still in the bathtub, was startled and shouted, "What is happening?" Looking closely, he realized it was a car accident. He stammered a question. Suddenly, there was another voice from the car. "Stay still," an ex shouted. Hearing this, Kam Chun panicked again, but before he could finish, a young girl stood at the door looking in. A female voice. "Wait, this is a bathtub. She is Ho Kim Peng, a band member of the Peng clan." Without hesitation, she asked loudly, "Who is the leader of the Black Gold Road?" The Kang Chun seemed to have fallen for her. He gaped at her, thinking that even without makeup, she looked simply beautiful and strong. The Kyung was not very patient. She commanded loudly, "Stop staring and answer me." "Who is there?" Seeking shouted loudly. "Searching for someone." "Stop staring, answer me. Who is there?" Kang Chun tried to calm himself. "Get a grip." Kang Chun raised his voice, hiding his embarrassment, and shouted back, "You are quite beautiful. I am pretty sure we are around the same age. How dare you look down on us?" Dung-gu easily recognized that she was a girl of royal blood from the Peng clan. She raised an eyebrow suspiciously. "How do you know?" "Did you check my family tree?" He laughed and explained. "Why would I need to? You are the most famous person in the Peng clan. How could I not know?" Dung-gu also assessed her quietly. It seemed she did not realize how much others were interested in her. Of course, the most famous person in the Peng clan was the one who defeated Zhang and Jorian. He glanced over Kyung's physique. She really looked like a female warrior. I should mention Kyung as a role model when training Sun. Meanwhile, Kang Chun looked down at X, who was unconscious. "After all, this guy almost made me faint. Is it okay for a sister to hit her brother?" Si King asked a completely unrelated question. "Are you the leader of the Black Gold Road?" Kang Chun was taken aback. He then threw open his cloak, muscles tensed, and shouted, "Not the person standing right in front of you is the son of the Snowmaster Gun. Didn't you know?" Si King heard this and ignored him, turning to point at Dung-gu. "Is that so? The leader of the Black Gold Road must be him." Kang Chun felt slighted and angry. "Are you ignoring me?" Dung-gu pretended to scratch his ear. "Why do I have this honor?" "Miss Ho Kim." She pointed at herself and declared, "I am here to avenge someone. Net Ho Habuk will personally punish Dung-ga, the leader of the Black Gold Road." Kang Chun was overlooked and shed a tear. Dung-gu seemed intrigued by the nickname Nut Hoa Habuka. "Isn't he that Kyu Ho Baijing?" Hearing this, Kang Chun also took note of Kyu Ho. He is talking about the descendants of the first Bing clan, the one rumored to have captivated all of China with that sharp gaze and perfect body. Right, but why are we suddenly talking about Nut Ho Habu? Seeing snapped. Agitated. "Where did you hear that nonsense?" "Net Ho Habuk is me." Kang Chun seems to agree. "It must be true. The sword flower Kwanan is the one who is meant to be Not Ho Habuk." Tiking groaned on the side. Feeling faint, "I can believe I came to China just to clean up the mess he made." Dung-gu rubbed his temples, looking at the two of them. One infatuated, the other stubborn. "Handling both of them at once gives me a headache," he asked. Frustrated. "Who are you here to take revenge for?" Siang angrily replied. "You hurt my man. How could you do that to him?" He just realized she was talking about that slick-haired guy. In a blink, Dung-gu had appeared behind Kang Chun, which was quite understandable. "Kang Chun, handle this," he panicked and shouted. "Wait. Are you making me do this because you do not want to?" Dung-gu cheerfully pushed him forward. "Come on, do not be so surprised. You know I brought you along to take care of this kind of petty issue. Show me what you have trained for." Si Kyung misunderstood his meaning. "Are you avoiding me?" Dung-gu calmly said. "The truth, but we are on different levels." And that offended her. The car guy took a fighting stance. "Regardless of who you are, get lost. I won't go easy just because you look manly." Kang Chun felt her soul shake. "Does she think I look manly?" He charged in excitedly. "Dung-gu, let me handle this. I will let her hit first." Dung-gu raised an eyebrow at Kang Chun. "Are you looking for death?" He looked confused. Sure enough. In a moment of distraction, he was hit by that car and sent flying. "I told you I would not go easy." Kang Chun winced, feeling the pain. What the hell? In a blink, his body flew out like a balloon, creating a shockwave that cracked the ground. Kang Chun curled up, groaning on the ground. What kind of girl punches that hard? The car guy lunged at her like a beast. The successor of Jung is weak. Kang Chun narrowly dodged her strike. Wait a minute. He clutched his chest and shouted. Forget about the inheritance. I just got hit in the vital organs. I almost died. Siang did not care and threw another punch. As a warrior, I always bet my life on every battle. Just a moment of carelessness means death. Seeing that, Kang Chun gritted her teeth and fought back. If that is how you want to play, then I have no reason to hold back. Both of them threw punches straight at each other's faces. The car guy was also surprised. This guy is strong. Kang Chun felt the force of the blow. This girl is strong. As a result, Dong-gu got to witness an intense showdown between this couple. You crossed your arms. Looking intrigued. What is going on? They seem to match better than I thought. Right now, the car is pulling its fingers back to unleash a fierce attack. This move hit straight at Kang Chun's chest, making him spit blood and endure the pain. If I hold back just because she is a girl, I might end up dead. How much training has she gone through to be this strong? Are they feeding her synthetic hormones instead of regular food or something? Despite getting hit, Kang Chun managed to grab hold of the car's hand. Got it. She is in shock, unable to believe it. How can he still stand after taking that fierce attack? Kang Chun steadied himself and shouted. Get ready. It is your turn. But the car quickly guessed his intention. You are the one who needs to be ready. The warning made Kang Chun hesitate for a moment. She unleashed her second move. The 5 styles of the 100 million flower path. 8 linked moves. He was left stunned by the technique. Damn. She attacked first. The car's move hit Kang Chun like a wave of energy, leaving him struggling to hold on. If this continues, my body will melt away. But I can give up. That would be too humiliating. Still, Kang Chun pressed on. Damn it. Whatever happens, whether I melt or die, I will use all my strength to break through. His eyes shone brightly, like there were no pupils. Kang Chun gathered all his might for a powerful punch. This punch left her unable to defend herself. His fist struck the car's chest, but it still posed a challenge. Her body is so tough. I have bruised my hand. She took the chance to launch a fierce attack, but Kang Chun swiftly flipped to dodge a move that she wanted to use twice. He retaliated with a powerful downward strike. When the dust settled, only the car was left struggling in the pit. She shouted angrily, revealing her true attributes. Kang Chun exclaimed in shock. What is going on? He saw the car's body rapidly healing from its injuries in an instant. Recovering. Her whole body is returning to its original state. Kang Chun asked incredulously. Are you using your attributes just to keep fighting? Don't you find it boring? Suddenly, the car rushed over to hug him affectionately. Suddenly, I feel dizzy. Kang Chun was stunned by the beauty. Wait. She whispered. Cutting in. I am embarrassed too. So let us just stay quiet. Kang Chun trembled. Tears falling. Could it be? He thought to himself. Am I current? He recalled figures from the past. Hara and the fire girl. Everyone likes them. Even though I only have bad luck with girls. Sik Kyung is feeling him up, just as I thought. His broad back is really firm. Kang Chun is still lost in a daze. Is it finally time for me to enjoy the taste of spring? Suddenly, he woke up and pushed her away. Wait a minute. You just tried to kill me. Sik Kyung blushed unusually. This is the first time I have felt this way. Your moves are amazing. My heart wanted to stop racing. This is the first time a guy has treated me so roughly. He stammered. What the heck? She attacked decisively. I really hate flirting. So I will say it straight. Go out with me. Kang Chun was shocked. Are you crazy? My taste is also. She caught the main point in that. What about me? He hurriedly denied any involvement with her. The two fell into a playful argument. Stop making excuses. Be my husband and let us live together now. It seems we have skipped a few steps. Suddenly, they realized they had just been photographed. Dong-gu happily held up her phone. Such a cute picture. Kang Chun jumped up in embarrassment. Fake. Delete that. Sik Kyung was completely unbothered. Take more. Black Gold Lord. Remember to use a filter. Dong-gu happily agreed. Got it. They ignored Kang Chun's wishes. That treacherous jerk. Dong-gu snapped pictures while joyfully thinking. Those two muscle heads go well together. Sorry about that. Kang Chun. But it looks like you will have to stay with the Peng family. At the Peng family estate, Ugukian asked his subordinate. What do you think? The other answered firmly. It is hard to guess what he thinks. The old man agreed. Yep. He is very dangerous. The speaker was Jam, the governor of the Peng family in Hebei. Even more dangerous. I am sure you can compare him to the second son of the troll family. The old man was surprised by that assessment. The troll family is definitely a must. Guqing seemed to disagree. I have never doubted your observation. But this time you might be wrong. I am not saying that just because the troll is my son. But you can compare him to that deceased fool. I am sure you know how terrifying he is, in a restaurant. The sounds of fighting and shouting echoed throughout the room. Everyone else had collapsed, leaving only the chef and a waitress to fend off the enemies. Stop. Do not come any closer. The chef pushed the girl away. Damn it. I will try to buy time. Run now. Along with the girl's escape, The chef was also taken down. The waitress screamed her last words before losing her head. Please save me. The girl's head flew off her neck. The other wiped the blood off his face. Now that is more like it. He is the troll. The second son of the Peng family in Hebai. The family here should not be playing around with food like that. His subordinate rushed in. Panicked. What are you doing? Why are you killing people in a restaurant? Xichang calmly sipped his drink. Right. Nothing is wrong. A leftover sus chef charged forward, a knife in hand. Shut up, you damn psycho. He was easily caught by the troll truck. It lifted the sus chef like a toy. The chef made my food too spicy. And I can't handle spicy food. He finished off that person right in front of John. A moment later. X looked like he wanted to leave the restaurant. Dungu stood amidst the massacre. You told me it was because of SSS. How could that be? The truck stuttered and shook. Yep. Obviously they left when we arrived. You were lost in thought. Times have changed. Unlike the past, people rarely use weapons in public. If the media catches wind of this and writes a story, the government will get involved. So fights only happen in places that won't involve civilians. Jay's pale face informed you. Leader of the Black Gold Gang. I just received a message from Jekf. He said the warriors will handle things here, and told us to meet with everyone at the front line. What should we do? Dungu calmly laughed. What do you mean, what should we do? Of course. We should join them. Things are getting interesting. We should not avoid anything. XJ Din hurried after you. Leader. Wait for me. This place is too scary. Are you planning to use me as a meat shield against bullets? Dungu feigned surprise. Teasing. You really know your place. XGD struggled to persuade. I can't be of much help anyway. Do I really have to go? Behind them. Someone in a cloak watched, wearing a scheming smile. But Dungu quickly noticed the figure vanish right in front of the truck. He reappeared where that person had just stood. But no one was there. Dungu glanced with interest. That guy ran off quickly, leaving no trace. I really tried to catch him. That guy looked down from above arrogantly. You think I should run? I only stepped back a bit, because everything is not finished yet. If you want to perform on the stage I have created, you need to deal with the sign of the Beng family first. But one wrong move, and that sign will take your life. I hope you won't disappoint me. Jioen is not Dungo. You coldly smiled and glared at that guy. This annoying punk is whatever. As long as things are interesting. It is. The warriors of the Peng family shouted loudly. Get out of this world. Rejoiced. They charged forward in numbers, determined not to let anyone survive. The guy with the majestic hair raised his weapon high. Dante, make me laugh. You hypercritical Peng family losers. One strike from him shattered the ground. Everyone charged forward. You won't move me an inch. The guy is none other than Blood Rain Scholar Mun, Deputy Captain of Sisiman and Captain Akui Mun. He laughed loudly, mocking. You weak humans. I will kill every last one of you. The Peng family responded angrily. Shut up. Today. You are the one who will die. We have the advantage in numbers. They charged forward. Mun slammed down with a crushing blow, smashing rocks and earth. The guy was killing wildly. Starting with this one. Mun tightened his grip. Now it was time for these guys. He relentlessly smashed, crushed, and destroyed, blood covering Long Quine Fong, creating a terrifying whirlwind. The Peng warriors watched the enemy in the storm, bewildered. How could this happen? A whole squad wiped out in a single blow. We can fight him. He is a monster. They panicked, dropping their weapons and running. This made Mun laugh mockingly. Cowards. He proclaimed fiercely. Run wherever you want. All escape routes are blocked by the Hoyoisk's team. Suddenly, someone appeared behind him. This scene is something. The newcomer was Dung Ge, with Sej following behind. Seji asked, what do I need to do today? He was hiding behind, announcing, you need to block XUCM as backup. Blood Scholar Mun replied again. Hearing this, he pointed straight at the vehicle. You are the one that weakling brought from the peninsula. You two are just as timid as bunnies. He turned pale with fear. Captain Evjikin, I know you are strong, but the Kumasif team of SAOCM is a fearsome army. Each one as powerful as a whole battalion. You need to kill Mun quickly, and get out of here immediately. Mun chuckled sinisterly. Too late. Where did this group come from to surround them? Sidi screamed in panic. It is the Kwamazik's team. We are definitely dead. Suddenly, the troops before him split apart. Dungu stood in place, swinging his weapon, easily breaking the entire siege. Witnessing this, finally felt fear. What? Dungu swung his sword. It is time for some hell training. He calmly turned to teach. Maybe we should start by strengthening your willpower. Seja paled, sighing inwardly. How strong is he? Mun seized the opportunity to strike. You bastard. How dare you lay a hand on my Physis team? I will tear both of you apart. Dungu raised his sword without fear. Tear that crap apart. Mun still looked down on him. Just that would not stop me. The result of the confrontation was a massive explosion. Dust and debris everywhere. The Kwomangsik's team lay scattered. The newcomer from the troll vehicle saw Mun collapsed and smiled with delight. From the smoke, Dungu appeared. I see you used me as bait to lure the Cultivator team into a trap. I believe everything will go as you planned. But you are hiding somewhere else. Are not you? Si-chan pretended to smile gently. Thank goodness you are still alive. Dong-gu looked bewildered. What is this? Si-troll rushed up to hug him. Do you know how worried I was? This made him even more confused about what he was doing. At this moment, he noticed he was being photographed. The one capturing the scene of their hug was John. The two of them were now stuck together. Petit Long, the Death Knight, was in despair. The troll car appeared like a star. Habak Tan Long soared to the heavens with the help of the desperate Grim Reaper. 3 troll cars. Jungunengsai appeared on the event's red carpet. He swept away the shield team. Those bastards ruthlessly slaughtered the people. Welcome back. My lord. Troll. Round. Suddenly he saw his father, Gung, with open arms welcoming him. Welcome back, my son. He even clasped his hands respectfully. The troll car of the Peng family in Habak has completed its mission and returned safely. The father and son embraced warmly. I am so proud that you dealt with the shield team. Thank you, Dad. Sedge stood next to Dong-gu, feeling resentful and murmuring, that is not true. The one who eliminated the shield team was the captain of the Black Gold team. Dong-gu told him, your brother is up to something interesting. In the area surrounded by the police, deliver the minor magic sword to my hack. The spectator of Saman, holding a child, said. You are telling me that the shield team has slaughtered dozens of residents here. Right. Officer Jiang Hai and the commander of SA reported to him. Sir, we can't afford to waste more time here. From the desperate Grim Reaper, he can storm into our military headquarters at any time. My young hack laughed again. Desperate Grim Reaper. That is the nickname of that troll. Right. This world has gone mad. The noise woke the child, causing him to cry, making him flustered. Sorry, kid. I laughed too loudly. It is okay now. I won't laugh loudly anymore. We are safe now. My hack called his subordinates to command. Jiang Hai immediately replied. Yep, sir. He ordered to concentrate all forces of the Australia M Society. We will annihilate the Peng clan immediately. The subordinate was excited. Yep, sir. At the Peng clan's residence, Gu King was standing with his arms crossed, looking far away. He said to Jom, after the unusual death of Du Chan, I still worry about the future of this Peng clan. Thankfully, we can still rely on the troll car. Gom cautiously warned. Don't let your guard down too quickly. Now that the shield team has been destroyed, my young hack will fight us himself. Fighting him is not simple. He calmly glanced. As long as my young hack is still considered a killer, the government will side with us. We need to seize this opportunity to eliminate Australia once and for all. Jaggi Gom revealed sharp eyes. The power of the Black Gold team, brought by the third young master, is not to be underestimated to maintain their forces. We should put the Black Gold team in the vanguard. Gu King seemed pleased with this. That is a good strategy. I finally see the end of this battle. Then the other said. I also have something about the Kung car to report. He turned back in surprise. What is wrong with the Kung car? In a residential area, someone was running while panting. It is Kang Chun. Running and sweating. Finally, I shook her off. I know I am handsome. But this is a bit much. He is now calmly strolling. Now I am. Just as she walked by a girl. The woman was stunning. Kang Chun winked flirtatiously. The girl stopped and asked. Did you just wink at me? He did not hold back on the compliments. Yep. Because you are just too beautiful. The girl smiled invitingly. Thank you. Do you want to have tea with me? Kang Chun could not help but feel excited. Of course. He could not believe it. Could this really be working? Am I dreaming? Suddenly, someone hit the girl from behind. She turned around in pain and shouted. Ouch. What is going on? The newcomer was the threatening vehicle. Get lost. Will you? The girl was so scared she ran away, leaving Kang Chun in distress, calling after her. Wait, he incredulously asked Sikung. How did you find your way here? She confidently smiled. I sprayed a scent on you so I could find you, no matter how far. Kang Chun panicked. What? Isn't that just something from a fantasy story? Sikung teased, pinching his ear. Anyway, I told you not to look at any other girls but me. He irritably pushed her away. I already objected. Sikung continued to tease, placing her hand on Kang Chun's chest. Don't deny your feelings. You like me? Annoyed, hurriedly ran away. Stop saying nonsense. I already told you. It is not like that, so do not follow me. The two of them chased each other all the way. Look. You are running away again. Stop right there. Kang Chun ran with tears in his eyes. It is so unfair. Dong-gu is surrounded by girls. Why is it that I am stuck with this muscle-bound type? Suddenly, a snake-like cord lunged at him, wrapping around Kang Chun tightly and pulling him away. On the other side, Sikung sniffed the scent. She looked around in confusion. The scent had completely vanished. Where did he go? Sikung snapped and ran off to search. She did not realize Kang Chun was bound up. The enemy was a level 10 evil spirit. Moving in a group, it stuck its slimy tongue out to lick Kang Chun. He irritably kicked at it. Your breath stinks so bad I can't even breathe. The monster was pushed back. At that moment, Kang Chun recognized the enemy. What are the evil spirits doing here? He heard a commotion outside. Sure enough, the streets were being destroyed by evil spirits everywhere. A random gate had opened, and all the residents were advised to evacuate to safety. The evil spirits have appeared. Run to safety. The announcement echoed through the Peng family's estate. Sir, this is an emergency. Jaga hurriedly reported that a random portal has opened in Hongrak district. Wookie was also startled. Was not that where the main forces were gathering to oppose Sa UCM? He quickly issued orders to retreat, warning that if things went south, our entire force could be annihilated. Jaga, sweating, said, I have received reports that my Hex and his forces are approaching Hongrak from afar. Meanwhile, Ang was reporting from another location. Just as you predicted, a random portal has opened in Ungraf district. Xian smiled with satisfaction. Homing added, as you said, Sazucm is currently on the way to Unlock district. See. Hearing this, was thrilled. The props for the show are falling into place. Just wait and see. Exen won't take long. I will meet you soon. The warriors of the house quickly worked to evacuate the civilians, but just a flash of light sent one person away, followed by a huge explosion throughout the neighborhood. Both warriors and civilians fell. Damn it. They have already invaded this place. Stay alert. Do not fall here. At this moment, a monster lunged at the warrior who was protecting the civilians. One of its claws pierced through the body of a Beng at the private residence of Exichan. He pleaded. Young master, please give the order to attack Yan University. He clasped his hands in prayer. If this continues, everything will be destroyed. Sichan leisurely read the newspaper. Don't worry like a puppy needing to go out. He smiled reassuringly. Sitting down and sipping a cup of coffee, taking his time, John was taken aback. He cursed silently. Crazy, Sichan casually asked. Have you ever tried civet coffee? Outside, the monsters were still slaughtering. He commented again on the taste. This is premium coffee made from the waste of civets. Its value varies depending on the quality of their waste. The screams of warriors and civilians rang out, calling for help, but to Sichan, they were nothing. Now they were worth even less than civet waste. I gave them a chance to become civet coffee. John's expression darkened. Sichan remained calm. Stay calm, because the goal we are waiting for has not yet arrived. Out there, the monsters treat this battle as a feast. Suddenly, a cry pierced through, attracting attention. A mother was trying to soothe her child. Little Xizhang, please do not cry. She felt a sense of danger. Indeed, the monster saw them as prey and charged forward. It raised its claws and bared its sharp jaws. She hugged her child tightly, trying to shout. Danti, she cried, clenching her teeth to protect her child. But the anticipated pain did not come, causing her to open her eyes. She saw Mayevki arguing. What the heck? What is going on? When did you see that? You are still young. Why are you talking nonsense? My young Hex suddenly sheathed his sword. What is this? He asked with a laugh. Don't you know who I am? Dungu calmly asked back. Do I really have to know? He chuckled. It is not necessary to know. But at that moment, people from the OSM group appeared behind Dungu. Myung, holding his sword, said. You look just like the captain of the Black Gold team. And you speak in riddles. That is right. This uncle here resembles the Captain Muang Hanechiv of Oz. Without hesitation, he swung his sword, saying, Bingo. I am a. Dungu swiftly dodged the slash, which directly cut through a building. Myung Etri charged again. You dodged my sword. Good. But now is not the time. The two continued to exchange blows. And Myetri was enjoying it. If now is not the time, then you should just die. Dungu calmly replied. Oh come on. Do not casually say such terrible things. They fought fiercely, creating an explosion. Moonufj unleashed a powerful attack. I can say such things because I am Mang Hex. Dungu turned and dodged the sword's path. I think it seems more urgent over there. He just turned to see an attack coming from the side, knocking Mayevka away, making him unprepared to dodge in time. But he was still hit against the wall. It was an 8th level evil spirit, the king of alien spirits. Minukdreg was knocked away but still seemed happy. It has been a long time since the old man fought. Let us. He noticed the evil spirit targeting him, and Myungja raised his sword defensively, delivering a slash that cleaved several buildings. The evil spirit was cut in half. Mung Hefji sheathed his sword. He ignored the explosion behind him. Dungu. Where did that kid go? He was just here and now he is gone. The neighborhood announced an evacuation, urging citizens to leave. The command center was doing everything possible to stop the evil spirits. The crowd panicked and scattered. Run fast. The evil spirits continued to tear into their prey. John urgently said, I can't wait any longer. I will lead the troops to save the civilians and the warriors of the Beng clan. John was still sipping coffee, insisting, I told you to wait. John gritted his teeth in resentment. But in the end, he still obeyed. He did not see the sinister smile spreading on his face. John clenched his fists in restraint. He tried to calmly ask, Young master, may I? What are you waiting for? Do you want both Oz and the evil spirits to suffer mutual destruction? The evil spirits can attack Oz, but they can destroy it. Only the innocent citizens and the warriors of the Peng clan must sacrifice themselves. But Cian asked, have you ever felt the power of the universe? John stared blankly, stammering, "Yep. The power of the universe." He explained, every smallest movement of the universe creates chaos. But that chaos will bring about a new order. On the forehead of the troll vehicle, a third purple eye appeared. That is the path of the three-wheel eye. Jizen's face went pale as he thought. The three-wheel eye can see the mysteries of the universe. This is one of the most mysterious attributes in the world. It is said that the three-wheel eye has the ability to predict the future by penetrating the essence of things. With that power, it had foreseen the random gate would be opened. Cian stood up to tell him about the three-wheel eye. We must commit all evils at once. So until we are far from Mumine and the evil spirits, our forces in the city must become bait. John panicked, realizing the bait. Could it be? The vehicle chuckled wickedly. Yep. I will use the ultimate technique to obliterate everything. Outside the neighborhood, the warriors were still evacuating the civilians quickly. A spirit blocked their way, but someone had already defeated it. With a fierce slash, the one who arrived was John. Is everyone okay? Where are the warriors of the Peng clan? The warriors were excited to be saved. The leader ordered them, quickly inform everyone to leave this place. The warrior was confused by this command. Yep. But the evil spirits were still determined not to allow any resistance. Hurry up. The warrior had no choice but to comply. Understood. John jumped across the buildings. He frowned in thought. The secret technique that had protected Habak Bang for 1,000 years was the ultimate obliteration formation. The moment the formation was activated would be more than a nuclear explosion. It would destroy everything with an extremely great force. To eliminate Sahefi Man and the evil spirits, it required sacrificing the people and the disciples. The murderer kills without hesitation. I endured, thinking he was a talent who could help Habak Bang become the #1 clan in the world. But now I truly fear that he is the gate itself. I must stop the rampage of that wicked and cowardly one. On the other side, the evil spirit was chasing its prey. It was quickly sent flying by a kick. He looked disgustingly at his dirty pants. Truly full and filthy. I am really sick of this killing. He rubbed his pants, feeling utterly disgusted. At that moment, another group of evil spirits attacked from behind. What now? Unexpectedly, the evil spirits were slashed and exploded. A group of people in black jumped down from the building, shouting to eliminate all. Kang Chun also recognized them. The Black Gold team. Young X quickly reported to him. We will handle this place. Kang Chun was also surprised. Is Dung Go here too? Young X was not sure. He said the master was here, then just said that and left. Kang Chun was confused. Did Dung Go say anything else? Young X hesitated. On the other side, there was a group of people exuding a terrifying killing intent. When Ji faced them, he turned pale in fear. They were the elite army of Sarsi Might Ma. Sedge trembled as he spoke to Jung. Captain, do I really have to do this? He reminded while drinking water. Seji, what mission did I assign to you? Yep. To confront the Blood Demon army or be the bait. Dungu patted him on the shoulder. If you are the bait, you need to play your part perfectly. The Kar-D was stunned. Without letting him react, you push the Kar-D away. The third young master of the D family from He Bai Peng is here. The Blood Demon's people reacted. What? That is, if so. They charged in wanting his life. The third young master of the Peng family caught him. Killed him, he cried out, sobbing. I do not know anything. Dungu laughed fiercely. Hurry up and end this. It will be a wonderful experience. The small meaning pie was sweet. The troll car leisurely enjoyed the meal, hearing news that the Blood Demon was defeated and was entering Heck District. The evil spirits were flocking towards the defeated Blood Demon. The John leaders were escaping alone from the ranks. He pretended to be regretful. I tried to use him effectively and then tossed him aside. He is really an idiot. The person on the other side asked for advice. Should we capture him? The Kar-Chan did not care much. Forget it. Anyway, we are already in the Hongrachi area. He will disappear along with Captain Australia Min and the Blood Demon army. He walked up to the large glass door. The Kar-Chan called his subordinate Long Thin Li Si. They responded clearly. He used the 3 Dao Lun Eye. Surround the Hong Rock district in the name of fighting against the evil spirits. Whether they are evil spirits or the Saksa crashing in, stop them at all costs. His army responded clearly. Understood. The troll car leisurely crossed his arms. The prophecy of the 3 Lun Eye has never been wrong. Not once. The third purple eye looked as if it could see through the heart. Sichan recalled the time when Du Troll poured wine on his head and said it again. He looked like a failure announcing to him. The Dao Heart Lun Eye had said a new world would be opened on the day of Thin Long Ascension. Du Chan mocked him. Do you really dream of becoming the master of the new world? He looked at the third eye of the Kartron, seemingly jealous and angry, overshadowing Dutron. He grabbed his younger brother's head. Duchan growled threateningly. Stop that meaningless dream. If you do not want to die, spend the rest of your life licking my feet. Back to the present. The troll car sighed. There is an important thing in the 3 Lun Eye that I have not told my brother. You will die on a small island. Now no one can stop the prophecy of the three Lunai anymore. Thean Long is about to ascend. At that moment, someone called. Urgent report. So Australia Min and the Blood Demon Army are entering the Hong Rus district, but suddenly changed direction. Soon asked in panic. No way. What do you mean? Over there in Hong R district. A figure is frantically running away. It is J desperately fleeing. Dawn to chase me. The troops of Sovereignty CM are chasing after that kid. Do not let him escape. Donggu watched from above. Marveling. He is really fast. I have to meet this kid in normal times. Running away is his natural talent. It is a gift. Just then, someone asked, "Are you the captain of the Black Gold team from the peninsula?" Donggu turned around to confirm. I am indeed the captain of the Black Gold team. That is the one who is the protector from Sa Hexi Mu in the soul hunting sword that has been found. Drawing his sword from its sheath, Donggu felt the danger in an instant. Jumping to dodge a sword strike aimed straight at him. He could not help but praise. What a magnificent sword, not bad at all. Mudong became alert. This guy is really strong. If I am careless, I will be caught immediately. He vanished in the blink of an eye. I need to finish this quickly. Once again, Mu appeared in front of him. A downward slash like a meteor crashing down. A soul flash erupted in a devastating explosion around them. Rocks and debris raining down. Donggu landed unscathed. Is it really okay to destroy someone else's building like this? How do you plan to handle the consequences? Why is Australia so happy to have so much money? Mu also landed to give a warning. Instead of worrying about others, you should take care of yourself. Donggu said with delight. I heard that the sword technique of the Protector Sao UCM is incredibly fast. You are that guy? Right, the Protector of Siam is here. And that uncle is here too. Oh no. The captain of Sao UCM is also here. Mong humbly drew his sword. I do not know what to prepare to capture the head of the Pengu clan. He whispered. The Sula's shadow sword. Time seemed to freeze for a moment. The sounds around them became silent. A large rock fell between the two. Mong's sword swept past like a wind that could not be seen. The extreme sword light cut through the rock and shook Go. Mong was satisfied with his slash, finishing with the final blow. Unexpectedly, several cuts appeared on his body. Mong could not believe he felt the pain. How could he have been cut? Donggu smiled wickedly. Feeling excited like never before, he looked at Mong collapsing. But is that all there is? Suddenly he sensed something. Could it be? Mai Ung Hek appeared to attack. Right. Now is the time for us to determine the victor. The Destiny Absolute Slash. The Heavenly Demon Law Sword technique soared through the air. Stepping on the building, he asked the people from the Black Society, "How far do you plan to chase?" Yongx reported back, "We did not receive exact orders. So we found the young master and waited in the outskirts." Kang Chun asked confusedly, "But what is that noise in the outskirts?" Suddenly they saw the building collapse right above them. Kang Chun quickly realized, it sounds like a fight. Junggu and Maing Hasif were battling all the way, their speed creating dazzling flashes of light. Donggu forcefully blocked Min Hakshi's sword. Mong, injured, watched in disbelief. Is this really happening? How could that kid do this? How could he create a tiger's claw to deal with the captain of the martial team? Donggu stepped onto the building. In Gung Hech unleashed the Heavenly Demon La Blood Sword technique. This strike was also blocked by him. Donggu still managed to smile confidently. He can't take me down with that move. Meng Echi shouted excitedly. That kid is already so cocky. You look pretty terrified. What a clumsy kid. Donggu. Go out and pressure him. Did he say I am terrified? With a strike like this, the opponent will surely die. You swung a powerful sword. Watching the fatal move approach my ex. Gritting his teeth. This is too dangerous. One swing could split a building in half, creating a terrifying gash. Donggu sharply sensed. You managed to dodge. Ah. Mayung, standing next to you, disdainfully said. Don't be arrogant. The brat Donggu still casually asked. Are you going to keep fighting? We need a conclusion. My Hefch clearly understood. The sword skills can lie. You have a power that surpasses mine when I was young. However, he angrily scolded. A master like you using tricks. Do not you feel ashamed? Donggu truly did not understand. Tricks. Maifti misunderstood and scolded. You really are thicker skinned than I thought. I know you have some scheme. Donggu did not understand but was not afraid. But if that is the case, you must be very disappointed. Feel it again. The one plotting is not me but the Beng clan. You explained that it is the Peng clan's scheme. Its power is not to be joked about. As a martial artist, you surely realize that. Right. Meng Hefti paused and thought. This brat is right. I can sense traces but can read the overall picture. It is not an ordinary formation. He angrily pointed his sword at you. The Peng clan's army does not mean your deceit will disappear. You created bait for me to fall into the formation. Donggu seemed very amused. This uncle is smarter than he looks. Why blame others for your own lack of ability? Myungech could not help but laugh loudly. Right. It makes sense when you say it. So now it is clear. I will quickly take you out and destroy the Peng clan in the formation. Junggu also sneered. Clearly, that is the surest way to win against me. At this moment, John was mobilizing the troops to retreat. Hurry up. A massive destruction formation is about to happen. We need to leave this area quickly. No time to waste. Run faster. Just a bit more. John felt a great danger. Time was running out. The massive destruction formation had been set up at the center of the Hongrag military area. Therefore, even if only one person remains, they must be evacuated from the outskirts. The formation has devastating power. Suddenly he felt something. A thunderous tremor that made them kneel down. What was that sound? Everyone covered their ears tightly. John clearly recognized it was the activation sound of the massive destruction formation. It can be like this. The massive destruction formation has tremendous power, but its explosion range is narrow, so it must be set up in the city center. Only where the evil spirits and blood demon team are gathering can it unleash its power. However, in the outskirts, there is no strategic value. Why do we hear the sound of the massive destruction formation? At that moment, someone appeared next to him. After refusing me and leaving. Are you just staying here? The newcomer is the troll car. If the masters really want to save everyone, it is better to just sit back and enjoy coffee with me over there. John called out in shock. Young master, is this place also set up for a total annihilation battle? This is an area with no strategic value at all. He smiled mysteriously. Could it be true? Suddenly, someone ran over from afar. Help me. The blood demon group is chasing the car. Why is this kid running so fast? He was screaming and crying. Those leeches. Do not chase after me anymore. John's face went pale as he recognized the blood demon warlord from the Sadardusimem clan. At this moment, Kang Chun and the Black Gold team also arrived. This is the suburban area where the captain wanted to relocate. John was even more panicked. The Hak Kim team from the Golden River clan was confused and bewildered. Why is Uncle John here? And is not that running person Jay's car? John was about to lose his composure. In note, both the Sadardusimem clan and the Hak Kim team gathered here. Could it be the Chankar, using the three eyes, laughed and said, I told you. The three eyes can predict everything. Seeing Kang Chun and the Black Gold team arrive, Sej cried out, Deputy. Help me. Young X asked him, Seji, why are you being chased? I do not know. The captain told me to lure the Blood Demon team by any means necessary. Kang Chun asked Tessin again. Really? What is he doing that for? But he was not sure. Was him? But if even the young master did not know, how could we know? Kang Chun scratched his chin in confusion. What is this telling us to move to the suburban area? Now they and the blood demons are facing each other. Are they going to fight with them? John felt the danger. He did not expect the blood demon warlord and the Black Gold team to meet up in a place like this. Could he have predicted this and set up the annihilation battle here? This demon will really kill everyone here. This could be the last chance for the blood demon warlord and the Black Gold team to confront each other. Everyone here is in great danger. He had to shout. Please get out of the suburban area quickly. The others did not know what danger he was talking about. Is it because of the blood demon warlord from Sadusi rejoicing? But is not the Black Gold team on the peninsula protecting us? So what else is there to worry about? In a hurry, could not explain. I do not have time to explain in detail. Hurry up. At this point, everyone had to panic. They immediately started to run. All right. If the master said so, there must be a reason. Run. The troll car whispered. Everything has been predicted. Has not it? John gritted his teeth. The three eyes unexpectedly found the exit blocked by the long thin hat Sai. What? Why is the road blocked? Please open the door. The group decided to block everything. Long thin of it. If we let the people through, the blood demon army will take advantage and infiltrate. No one is allowed to pass. Move back quickly. The people are terrified and pleading. Please let us go. John gritted his teeth wanting to speak. Young master. Young master. Are you crazy? They are the fighters of the Peng family and innocent civilians. Are you planning to kill them all? If so, then the Peng family will become murderers. If the government finds out, they will wipe us out immediately. Soon asked him back. Why would the government wipe us out? On the contrary, they would reward us. John was stunned. What did you say? He calmly explained. Hongrak district is where random gates open and evil spirits operate. Imagine what would happen if we can't eliminate the evil spirits in Hongrak district. After destroying Hongrak district, the evil spirits will immediately move to another city. And then the continent will fall into chaos. Our Peng family has made great sacrifices to prevent that. The Sarmen people were just accidentally caught up with the evil spirits. John could not believe the rebuttal. Our Peng family is the righteous side. He tried to make the troll understand what righteousness is. Loving justice and protecting the people. Is not that the justice of the righteous side? Soon coldly replied. That is just the justice that the masters think. John felt a chill. What? Seen walked over and placed a hand on his shoulder. Justice must also have strength to be true justice. Even if Sai can suppress it, it can't handle it and can only hope for its disciples in vain in the name of justice. John choked up. That was very strange. Did the vehicle provoke him? Could it be? Today, have many disciples died because of my strategy? Have many disciples died far away in Australia? Don't use the name of justice to cover your incompetence. John gritted his teeth. He could not help but attack the demon. The chaotic essence gathered into a powerful move as if to blow the vehicle away. Then he appeared behind John. I told you. I can predict all situations. He tightened the handle of the blade, once again turning to unleash a blood-red move that impacted the Kang Chun side. What was that? Fighting among allies. The troll appeared safely behind John. What will your future as the master be like? Aren't you curious? First of all, the disrespectful hands towards the master will no longer exist. With that, John's hand was twisted unnaturally, causing him to scream in pain. According to the troll, his punishment was not over, and then his legs would buckle before the master. John's legs were also crushed, causing him to kneel in an awkward position. Kang Chun could not accept that guy was crazy. Right. Why treat his own subordinates like that? Soon continued to smile coldly and said, so what will happen to the masters here? John was in so much pain he could barely breathe. The Kang Chun rushed forward. You stop that. But he still uttered cruel words. A disrespectful mouth towards the master will be cut off, and you will die. Red blood splattered, staining that wicked smile. Kang Chun appeared to throw a punch down. What the hell is this troll doing? The Kang Chun hurriedly and angrily attacked the troll. He threw a straight punch at him, but the troll quickly dodged to the side, still smiling comfortably. Kang Chun immediately frowned in confusion. What? How did he dodge my move? Not backing down. He turned again and continued to curl his hand into a fist aimed at the troll. The troll leisurely stood with his hands in his pockets. It is useless anyway. Kang Chun seemed determined this time, and put all his strength into the attack. He lowered his voice to threaten. Don't make me laugh. With that, his leg twisted and kicked hard at the troll. The powerful kick caused the space to fill with dust as if a storm had just swept through. Kang Chun excitedly and confidently shouted, how about that? But he did not expect the troll to have disappeared at some point. Now he was launching a sneak attack from behind, suddenly grabbing Kang Chun's head and slamming it hard onto the ground. His Tam Luna was activated. The troll squinted and smiled, saying, it is all useless. Kang Chun gritted his teeth and endured, silently cursing in his head. Damn it. It is like he knows what I am about to do, especially this bastard. So strong. Seeing him lying face down unable to struggle, the troll quickly ordered, what are we waiting for? Black Gold team, go attack them. Kang Chun opened his mouth and screamed in anger. Your intentions have been exposed. Do you think they will listen to you? The troll continued to widen his eyes with a sinister smile, pretending to ask innocently, perhaps, Elash. The troll teleported right in front of the neatly lined up subordinates. The leader of the Blood Demon army immediately spoke up to greet him. The troll respectfully bowed slightly and clasped his hands together, but expected his subordinates to recognize him immediately. I am the second young master of the Peng family from Hebai. I send greetings to the Blood Demon army. Kang Chun rolled his eyes and shouted in helplessness. Crazy. What is he doing? What does he intend? The situation began to escalate as the Blood Demon people charged forward. The Blood Demon army attacking the troll. Everyone was attacking. Kang Chun was extremely worried and anxiously asked, what are they doing at this rate? They will fight us too. Young X, standing next to him, was also nervously tense. He glanced back and shouted loudly to Kang Chun. The Blood Demon army was trained with the purpose of killing the head of the Beng family. Now the troll is here. Do you think they will just sit still? As long as we are still allied with the Peng family, we can't do anything. Tian Sang could not wait any longer. Facing the Blood Demon army right before him, he led everyone forward. The Black Gold team attacked, stopping the Blood Demon army. Move forward. Kang Chun shouted loudly to warn them. Stop. You are walking into a trap. But no one listened to him, all caught up in the chaotic fight. Get out of here. Kang Chun was mumbling in fear, unaware that a Blood Demon was silently attacking from behind without stopping. If this keeps up, I will have to join in. It turns out he already knew, just waiting for the right moment as this guy turned around to deliver a lethal blow, despite his teammates fighting wildly. The troll vehicle casually observed from the rooftop. He remained calm amidst the chaotic screams, slicing and crushing these fools. Anyone who dares to curse me will die. Then he put on a fake, hypocritical smile. Just as expected. You can't hide your instincts like Pog's dog, killing each other out of impulse, even though you know it is pointless. His eyes slowly opened, revealing malice and cunning. Yep. Keep killing each other. Once the world war starts, there won't even be dust left of you. While the troll was feeling proud alone, a scream echoed, extinguishing his smile. Time to wake up. And then a vertical red beam appeared right in front of him. That tiny beam contained a terrifying power that shattered the ground, sending debris flying. Mungye anticipated this event, so he made a sudden appearance, asserting his authority with his powerful voice. Blood Demon Warlord. The Blood Demon army's subordinates immediately halted their actions and looked up. Meng Hex strode forward confidently with his sword on his shoulder, commanding them to back off immediately. The Blood Demons obeyed without a word. Yep, sir. Yep, sir. Mung FG lowered his sword and declared loudly, "There is no need to waste forces fighting the Black Gold team. From now on, I alone am enough. The leader of the opposing team has shown himself." The troll vehicle obviously had no reason to stay up there. He confidently walked over and greeted him, the distant gatekeeper at Harvan. "Just as I expected. You are quite clever." Ming Echa grinned excitedly. "Good job. I just see the truth that this is a game that only ends when your troll dies." The troll vehicle replied with a smile. "So you do not intend to play with me. But what is going on with the leader of the Black Gold team?" "According to Tam Lun Nan, you died at the hands of the Black Gold team leader." Mai Hexi pointed to himself and raised an eyebrow in question. "Kill me. Are you sure your eye is not blind? I just returned after holding his funeral." Despite sounding strong on the outside, deep down I think differently. I admit the situation is a bit dangerous. Kang Chun was caught off guard by this sudden turn. He mumbled to himself. Thinking back, the gatekeeper at Hechtafi Mun being here means there is nothing to worry about. Right. It should be fine. In a state of extreme confusion, Kang Chun unconsciously looked at Young X and saw him signaling with his hands. Both understood each other, so they shouted in unison, "Blood Red Blade." Myung Hex frantically danced with his expertly wielded sword towards the round vehicle. His strikes cut through the air, creating powerful gusts that kicked up dust and debris. Kang Chun and Young X had to step back, raising their hands to shield themselves. Kang Chun shielded while keeping a wary eye on this overwhelming power. This gatekeeper, Mung Hex, is too strong. Donggu won't stand a chance. It seems that elsewhere, a building is collapsing and engulfed in flames. The large flames were still raging. Amidst the thick black smoke, a figure staggered inside. From a distance, it was still unclear who this figure was. In one sit, a tragic scene unfolded. With buildings crumbling, flames eager to consume everything, and the space filled with ominous black smoke. Amidst the severe devastation, Hum Mink slowly walked, lost in thought. "Dongguo, you have humiliated me, but I hold no ill will towards you. On the contrary, I am grateful to you for helping me find my own path. But I want to challenge you once more. Thanks to the power borrowed from that person, I have become even stronger. Just thinking about being defeated by the gatekeeper of Suman before I could face you is unacceptable." Suddenly, Hang's eyes widened, filled with horror. What is this? He was fixated on the lifeless body right in front of him. This was the guardian of Sadaosiman Mujong. If that is the case, Dongguo, in the battle between the Black Society and the Blood Demon, Mai FG was still holding the upper hand. He held the sword with both hands, slowly raising it high while wearing a smug grin. In the next moment, he swung the sword down with all his might, shouting, "Blood of hell." The hell he brought was a fire that spread from where he stood to his opponent. The troll vehicle startled, jumping high to escape the brutal heat of the flames. What is that? Racing through the blazing fire, the troll vehicle quickly reached Mai Exing and flashed a cheerful smile at him. His large sword gracefully pierced through the flames and aimed at his opponent, facing Maunki's blood of hell. The troll vehicle activated its lightning strike, spreading it throughout the area. The combination of the boss and the flames unintentionally caused the fire to blaze even stronger. The members of the Black Society, caught off guard by the flames, screamed in panic, "What is happening?" Kang Chun, calmer at that moment, warned. Everyone stepped back. The teammates supported each other to navigate through the chaos. Meanwhile, the Blood Demon Legion remained still, observing the situation. Myung Hucha gleefully dashed forward, expertly wielding his sword at every moment. The troll vehicle, of course, showed no signs of fear. He remained calm and composed, sporting a smile on his face. Next, Mai Hank leaned forward and charged in. His arm swung powerfully up and down. The troll vehicle nonchalantly dodged all the attacks. Finally, both were close to each other. The two swords clashed loudly against each other. Mung Hexi showed delight at facing the troll vehicle. "You dodged my move so easily. As if you predicted it. Just like the rumors say, your skill is the three-cycle eye." Hearing this, he squinted his eyes even more and smiled wider. "Then you must know you can defeat me. Right?" Myung FG emphasized. "It is just because you have not tasted my techniques yet." The next second, his eyes lit up, and he opened his mouth wide to let his voice echo as loud as possible. "Ice Soul." Each part of the body got frozen, covered in thick ice with sharp edges. He looked stunned, standing still as the ice enveloped his entire body. Myung Ekshi eagerly anticipated his opponent's demise, reveling in the painful death as he froze. But that smug smile had to be extinguished in an instant. Then his whole body trembled, his eyes shaken violently. The next second, Mai began to cough violently. The horrifying thing was that he coughed up red blood, even though no one touched him. At the same time, the ice could not completely envelop him. He calmly said, "I see you have been affected by a fatal internal injury. Quite impressive that you can still strike with such power in that battered body. But even if you were not injured, you still can defeat me with those little rocks." As he spoke, he prepared to swing his fist, which was encased in that rigid ice. Myung Hepse had inadvertently put himself in a difficult position. With internal injuries, My young hefty temporarily lacked the strength to resist, letting the punch land squarely on his face. He let out painful groans, grinding his teeth and furrowing his brows, yet still had enough strength to curse this bastard. But just as he finished his sentence, his body rebelled and he began to cough violently again. This time, the blood was a mix of red and black. He tried to withstand it, even as the blood ran from his forehead down in streams. Just a little more. If he could hold on a bit longer, he could smash his face. The troll slowly slid his sword past him, then looked back and sneered contemptuously. Do not pretend when your insides have melted away. The troll's sword pierced through the thick fabric, leaving a gash across my high's body. The pain surged, causing my FD to instinctively raise his head. The troll lowered his weapon, leisurely watching my hex writhing in agony. Luckily, the fault of the peninsula helped me once before I die. Fighting with that guide made Hefchi more exhausted than I thought, but at least he was injured inside. Seeing Mayek about to fall, the soldiers of the Blood Demon Brigade hurried to rescue the gatekeeper. The troll continued to smile, never showing urgency or fear. Daimnin spoke up. Good timing. Instantly, the soldiers poised to attack halted at that smile. Each one had not even moved to attack before collapsing. The troll deliberately provoked. What are you all doing? You should have killed me quickly and saved your master. Just like your master. Each one in the Blood Demon Brigade was also suffering from internal pain. Blood sprayed all over their faces as they fell one by one in agony. The troll maintained his expression, speaking as if he were very kind. I understand that pain. The core of destruction has been activated. Flames are beginning to appear more and more. They are freely destroying each building in the city. The formations activated stretch across the ground. A crowd is rushing to escape. The road is filled with screams of panic. Run fast. The city is collapsing. From the formation drawn on the ground, a purple beam of devastating power descends. They appear one by one in each area. The city of Dongchan is shaking. The buildings are swaying. A troll stands on a balcony, shouting loudly. Now all the forces of Sexmun, evil spirits, or the Iron Team will turn to dust. All of this is accomplished thanks to me. Sexi-chan, the next head of the Bang family. This is the moment when the core of the world destroyer explodes. Should I take a moment to enjoy this moment of destruction? The purple beams are increasingly dense. They are the cores of destruction that X-chan mentioned. Under their power, the surrounding area is quickly affected. But strangely, it is unclear who has acted or what force caused these cores to suddenly disappear. Si-chan is taken aback. Since he prepared this, he feels confused. It can't be? The troll's face shows a new expression, revealing his confusion as the destruction halts. Tam Lu Nun predicted that the city would be destroyed. The prophecy cannot be wrong. To answer the doubts tormenting the troll, a figure steps forward slowly. I guess it is because I am here now. Donggu, hands in his pockets, appears relaxed, his smile bright, but his gaze is determined and full of anticipation for what is to come. Si-chan looks at Donggu in surprise. Who are you? He stands opposite him, speaking mockingly. What is it to you? Why did not your precious Tam Lu Nun predict that I would beat you to a pulp? Si-chan nervously thinks to himself. It turns out the unease is due to Tam Lu Nun not showing him the death of team leader Kim The. Nevertheless, he tries to hide his fear and sternly asks Donggu. Who are you? He replies with another question. Who do you think I am? I am the Grim Reaper here to escort you to the afterlife. As he answers, Donggu strides forward in front of Xi-chan, preparing for a fierce battle with him. Xi-chan laughs with amusement. This fool dares to challenge me knowing the power of the three eyes. Thanks to it, I will know in advance where he attacks. There is no way I will get hit. His punch is strong, but he is pretending to punch with his right hand. Then will put all his force into his left. It is clear I have calculated the timing and direction of his punch for a counterattack. The moment Donggu's left hand is about to swing, the troll tells himself it is time for him to counterattack. But unexpectedly, instead of getting punched as predicted, he receives a painful kick to the stomach from Gu. Soon could not help but feel angry. He no longer had time to joke around like before. Clearly, he had moved as Tam Lu Nun predicted. But why was he thrown to the ground? Donggu straightened up and calmly told him. You just stay there. I need to talk to someone else. No one dared to humiliate him like that. Si-chan could not hold back his anger. He gritted his teeth and spat out. You are just a pathetic intruder from the peninsula. Si-troll gripped his sword tightly and slammed it down onto the ground with a curse. Donggu had to step back to avoid it. The eyes of X-troll shone. But he could no longer strike, while being cautious like before, while Donggu continued to evade defensively. Si-troll launched a fierce attack, shouting loudly. Seeing Si-chan's frantic and desperate state made him feel a pang of sympathy. How pitiful. Si-chan saw him calmly countering without being hit and grew even angrier. He guessed wrong and completely changed his attack pattern from what Tam Lu Nun had predicted. This bastard saw that he seemed tired and wanted to meet someone else. So Donggu quickly unleashed a powerful kick. Instantly, Sea Troll vanished in a cloud of dust mixed with the newly appearing light. As the air gradually cleared, Sea Troll was pinned to the ground. Donggu walked over nonchalantly and casually said to Myung Hex, who was struggling to get up, "I thought you could defeat this guy." He was leaning against the wall, coughing lightly. "Did I say that?" Suddenly, a glimmering sword pierced through without revealing its owner. It was Dung, who had just struck my Hefsek right in the stomach. He was already severely injured and unable to resist. The intense pain made him realize that this guy was the strongest he had ever faced. Those P family bastards will have a hard time fighting against him. Donggu then decisively withdrew the sword and placed it on his shoulder, flashing a smile. "I am sure you can feel that this is not just an ordinary hit. Right, on the outside, there is nothing. But inside, you can feel the severe internal injury." He then playfully teased my Hex. "Don't be sad about this. Soon, Uncle will join you with his subordinates." But he confidently asserted, "Not yet. Not yet. There is something I must do." Donggu continued, "You said you would use your last strength to defeat Stroll. But look at you." He defended his pride by making excuses. "Shut up. I have already landed that final blow." Donggu shot back quickly. "Then you must have hit the mark." Mighty slightly bowed his head, and the smile was no longer bitter but showed satisfaction. "You are right." As the smile faded, his eyes closed tightly. Ming Efri lowered his head, and he passed away with only one witness to this. Just then, Exi-chan regained his spirit. He grimaced fiercely. Despite Donggu pouring all his energy into this attack, he could only shatter some fake glass pieces. The troll car was venting again. Damn. 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 That guy dodged again. Why is not he moving as I predicted? Before he could even lift his head, Donggu suddenly appeared behind him. His eyes glowed with a dangerous red light. "You think you can defeat me with those weak moves?" The troll car startled and swung his sword fiercely. "Get lost." Donggu calmly blocked the sword's path with his bare hands, showing no sign of surprise. "Ah!" The troll car exclaimed in shock. "What?" Donggu's hand seemed magical. He turned the sharp blade into stone, crushing it directly and taunting its owner. Seeing the future is not impressive when you only end up like this. Soon was unwilling to accept his fate. He yelled in despair. "No way. Victory is always mine. I am the one chosen by the three circles. Not my father or brother, but me. Everything goes according to my will." The troll car's rambling annoyed Donggu, warning him, keeping quiet in a battle is not about prediction, but about counterattacking. Donggu then spoke while slightly retracting his arm, gaining momentum and punching the troll car's stomach, leaving him stunned. This time, it was the troll car's turn to feel the pain he had inflicted on so many others. That punch had caused him serious internal injuries, coughing up blood. His eyes rolled back. He was on the brink of defeat. The troll car suddenly remembered the past. The day he first received this skill. Through the three circles' eye, he saw a ray of light. Immediately, he was drawn to it, believing it was a sign of a bright future ahead. To spare the troll car from doubting himself, Donggu complimented. "You are really stronger than your brother. You could have been the older brother." In a suspended position, the troll car spoke heavily. "I promised myself," Donggu asked back. "What did you say?" The troll car hesitated and continued. "That I would not die." Before seeing that light, he had carried himself, tightly gripping Donggu's arm while he was careless, thinking victory was so close. The entire body of the troll car was now enveloped in demonic energy, a soft purple-red light spreading out, and he muttered an unfamiliar incantation. The divine grace, the original soul thunder supreme. His glowing eyes bulged, teeth clenched tight, his face twisted with rage. The troll car emitted a horrifying sound of blood cleansing. The sword in his hand was returned to normal. The sharp blade was now infused with magical power. He raised it high, wishing for one thing from Donggu. Not stopping there, the troll car continued to raise his voice, chanting more spells. At the same time, he decisively swung the sword down to the ground where Donggu stood, severing the spirit of the thunderstorm with the thunder blade. Donggu seemed unfazed upon hearing these words. He murmured to himself, "The divine grace of the thunderous blood cleanses the heavens. I witnessed it in my past life." A sudden technique used by the Ben clan to enhance their bodies by using their own blood as a medium. Seeing the troll vehicle fighting fiercely without any results, Donggu felt sympathy. "You look unwell. I would be careful if I were you in that state. Look, the troll vehicle is furious." And he raises an eyebrow, shouting to mind his own business. "I will quickly kill you and return to normal." Donggu stopped responding, hurriedly using his agility to dodge the swinging blade. But his mouth could not help but provoke. "Then I should speed up." He pulled out his blade, lunging toward the troll vehicle, not defending like before, but taking the initiative to attack. Wherever his blade swept, it left a trail of green light. The troll vehicle's blade had been knocked away by more than half. But in return, he was very skilled with incantations. Soul Origin Thunder receives the Thunder Spirit Severing Strike. Donggu stood still, watching the purple light rushing toward him without any heaviness. He used his blade to block it. The light immediately reflected back to where it had originated. The troll vehicle inadvertently caught everything it had thrown out. The heavy rebound caused a massive violet flame to erupt in the area, but then he secretly admitted the strength of the troll vehicle. It seems I underestimated this guy too much. His invisible blade could not withstand the force and flew away. But of course, he would not give up midway. His body leaped higher, telling himself, "Fine. Troll vehicle. I thought you were weak, but you are actually stronger than the rascals I met in my past life." The troll vehicle chased closely, never taking his eyes off Dungo for even a second. "You are just a lowly intruder from the peninsula." The troll vehicle's face was so angry that it showed the veins on his face. His voice rising higher. "I will smash your family and feed them to the dogs." Dungu pretended to raise his hands in surrender. "Come on. Are you going to attack someone unarmed like me?" He deliberately fell into a passive stance. But it was actually to distract the troll vehicle from the blade waiting to strike his back, just as he planned. The blade did not wait for an opportunity, but pierced straight through the troll vehicle. He groaned in pain. Dungu placed his foot on the edge of the blade and casually pressed down, a sinister smile appearing on his face as he fell. The troll vehicle fell freely, crashing into the ground explosively, dirt and rocks flying everywhere. Dungu also landed, smoothly gliding past him, leaving behind a remark. Finally, peace at last. The troll vehicle still struggled to lift its head. "If the world's destroyer is activated, you won't even give him a chance to finish his sentence." Are you curious how I did that?" He gently sat down on one leg facing the troll vehicle. "You know there is a way to destroy everything, right?" The troll vehicle retorted sharply. "That is the slope of the world's destroyer." "No way. It is really hard to figure out the slope of a one." Dungu chuckled lightly and replied, "Even if I told you, you would not believe it. In my previous life when I invaded Miram, I burned down the Peng family mansion in Habak first. Thanks to that, I have some expertise in Peng clan techniques. And the world destroyer has been reactivated. There are still countless evil spirits here. This will make them vanish in an instant. Don't worry. The people are still safe." The citizens then immediately panicked, shouting, "Another earthquake. We need to escape the city." Kung rushed to lead everyone. "Hurry up. Run fast." Akangchan also assisted her in helping everyone. The world destroyer is being restirred. Kim Thiet, Team Young X and Tessin hurriedly guided everyone. "If you do not want to die, run fast. Do not." Dungu gently reassured the troll vehicle. "Don't worry about your loyal minions. I hit right next to the core of the world destroyer. And that fight earlier was just to buy some time. I just wanted to teach a lifelong lesson to that foolish power illusionist who does not realize the plan has been fully exposed." The troll vehicle lay flat on the ground. "You vile one. How dare you ruin my plans and wipe out all the evil spirits in Sa'yofi Mun." Dungu tapped the blade against his palm, grinning with delight. "I will take that as a compliment. That vile one sounds fitting for a villain." The chosen one cried out in red blood. He mocked Dungu, spitting out the name of that hidden one from the peninsula. Dungu felt no offense. "Goodbye, young master of the continent." The blade sliced straight through to the center of the round 3 eye of the vehicle. At that moment, he recalled the light he had seen, illuminating his death. At the moment he realized this, his little life was captured in the blade of Dungu. Once again, a great fire flared up. Homung showed clear signs of unease, his eyes scanning the scene of the city. "Is this the destruction of the world?" Xian lowered his head and laughed, not expecting that guy to handle things so quickly, but this was also within my expectations. The Sooshi Mun group and that son of the P family. Really disappointing. Mi cautiously asked, "So this time, do I have a chance?" He decisively answered no. Meanwhile, Xi had touched the surface of the water in the pond right at his feet. He smiled with some hidden meaning. They will soon have a better opportunity. Days later, at the vast estate of the Peng family in Habak, Jam relayed the message to Dungu and Seji standing there. "Captain Black Steel Team, please report the situation to the family head." Jungu boldly presented. "Very honored. I think you won't be too happy with the news. But first, the second young master in the bloody battle with the captain of the Sadardi Fi Mumin team. He used the world destroyer to take down that guy even though he might die, while he was trying to delay the activation of the world destroyer for the safety of the still unevacuated citizens." As he spoke, Dungu slowly drew out the sword. "Allow me to borrow your sword for a moment, as always. Now uncle will be the one to kill the troll vehicle." The young master was assassinated by Captain Sarishi Mun, but his sacrifice was not in vain. He said this softly while putting his arm around the trembling person. "What kind of vehicle is this young master driving?" He took down Captain Sisimun, who was injured, reactivating the world's destruction to wipe out evil spirits and save everyone. Sej looked at him, feeling tense. Just like with Sasi Mun, he used that captain's sword to strike the troll vehicle's remains. More than that, he could wield that captain's sword with such skill. Dungu added, "Our stories will have to be the same." Gung. having gone through many issues, was naturally skeptical. Do you think I would blindly believe that the troll vehicle was killed by Captain Sarishi Mun, while X took revenge on him? Geijigo lightly bowed his head to report to him. The injury on the second young master was confirmed to be caused by that captain's sword. All other evidence matched the report from the Black Gold team. Dungu continued with his act. He must be heartbroken. The eldest young master is gone, and now the second young master is in trouble too. Hearing this, he tried to hide his trembling, clenched hand. Just then, Dungu lightly tapped the vehicle's hand, signaling. He stepped forward a few paces and spoke understandingly. Father, do not be too sad. The vehicle fought bravely to protect the family's honor until the very end. Guki squinted at him, then burst into laughter with a hoarse voice. That is right. He looked at C with warm eyes, placing all his trust within. You are my only child now. What vehicle? Suddenly, Guki called out sternly. The vehicle startled, straightening up and replied. Yep. Father, Guki commented seriously. It seems you have become much stronger now. Even with some help, you have done very well. His hand rested on the vehicle's shoulder, giving sincere advice. Listening to the captain of the Black Gold team, my heart feels very heavy. He looked at X with anticipation. From now on, will you stand by me and help me support the family, who always spoke his mind? Replied immediately. I can inherit. Dungu silently prayed. Saying he could leave, he used sound transmission to tell Sedge. Did you forget that I told you to become the heir? Are you really serious about making me the head of the family? Yep. You must inherit and lead this family. But you will have to follow in your brother's footsteps. Seeing his shocked expression, Gyuking was worried. What happened? Are you injured? He helplessly followed along, but his whole body was trembling. I will listen to my father's words. By evening, the snow began to fall thicker. Jungu was sitting in the room when Youngx came from behind and reported. Dungu stared at his phone and asked. Welcome back. How's everything going? Youngx immediately announced. We have finished negotiations with the Beng clan. Jum has been granted a business license for the X-Gazang area. Furthermore, the Beng clan has agreed to block any pressure from the Chinese government and find ways to exempt us from taxes. Jungu smiled with satisfaction. That is right. Even if Australia Mun is destroyed, it is just one of the 12 teams, because the Guardian of Hukok is still very strong. They will soon need our Jum strength. You stretched comfortably after a long day, and with C becoming the heir, it was time to enjoy the fruits of your labor. Youngx looked at Dungu and said, and I think you should go visit young Master Kang Chun. Dungu did not understand and asked why. Following his curiosity, he walked over and witnessed a cheesy scene. Last piece. You eat it. You eat it, darling. Kang Chun was being gently fed by Kung from the car. But I said I am full. Here. Open your mouth. Both of them finally noticed Dungo standing there. Dungo. You are here. He looked a bit awkward and told Kang Chun. I remember you saying you would not do this. The speed of change is too fast. Kang Chun chonly scratched his face, explaining that it was yesterday. He had been fumbling around for a while. The battle with Australia Mun is over. We should replenish our strength. But this place is too vast. How can we find the restaurant? Then he peeked in and exclaimed. Bingo. I found the restaurant. Next, Kang Chun got to see a stunning serving display from the Kyung car. Hurry up and bring the food out. She is about to finish it. It is too heavy. Her natural and carefree actions captivated Kang Chun. He could not take his eyes off Sung's focused face, and her small mouth devouring the food. Dunga teased. So after watching the serving, is it love at first sight? Kang Chun, as if poked in the right spot, shouted back in defense. Is that not allowed? Seeking also stood up, embracing him, saying as long as I love you, I do not care about the reasons. Dungu showed no reaction. Instead, he supported it, but I think it is good. I was worried that your brother's death would bring you down. But now you seem fine. Love-struck Kang Chun jumped at every word. Dung. Apologize quickly. Do you know that makes my darling sad? You are the only one for her. Sweetheart. Darling. Sweetheart. Darling. Sweetheart. Dung also explained a few things. I was just surprised because it happened so fast. But if you two are together, it benefits me too. The next morning at Jum, someone was sighing. So boring. Huguk leaned against the chair back and lamented. Why has not Dungu come back yet? I want to fight. In an annoyed tone. Stop whining. He will be back soon. The ping of a phone instantly perked Huguk up. It was a message from Dung. This kid thinks conquering China is a piece of cake. I have taken over the Peng family and the Mun Australia team. Jungu even sent a picture of Kang Chun and Seekum, and congratulations on the new daughter-in-law. Giekek exclaimed in amazement. What is this? Dungu appeared at the door with a large suitcase at his feet. He looked worn out from a long journey. After bringing him to the lobby of the apartment building, his two subordinates bowed and respectfully greeted him. You have had a tough trip, Master. Dong-gu waved lightly to them and said, "You all have worked hard too. Take a rest. I will call you later." They both replied in unison. Yep. Dong-gu pulled the suitcase behind him. The sound of the wheels clattering on the floor echoed as Dong stepped inside and firmly closed the door. In Dong-gu's mind, his next plans were constantly churning. The issues with the Peng family in Hebei have also been resolved. Now, all that is left is for Jung-go to set aside those thoughts and call out loudly, "I am." Before he could finish, a bright voice suddenly interrupted. The call echoed throughout the room. Bee soon rushed out from the room at lightning speed. Her little feet slid across the shiny wooden floor, her eyes sparkling with pure excitement as she looked at Dong-gu. Without hesitation, she asked where her gift from the business trip was. Seeing her like this, Dong-gu had a fleeting thought. Have I spoiled her too much? He reached for the prepared item in his bag and handed it to Soon. Here you go. The little girl beamed with joy as she received the gift and exclaimed excitedly. Just as I predicted. Just then, a graceful figure approached from behind Soon. The person spoke playfully, saying, "Oh my. You brought me a gift too." Right. Hara crossed her arms in front of her chest, striking a challenging pose. Her gaze at Dong-gu shot sparks. In that look, there was both provocation and challenge, as if she was waiting for his reaction. Jung-gu felt a bit surprised by her sudden appearance and exclaimed, "Hara-soon, you are back," calling out cheerfully, "My dear friend." The two stood facing each other for a long moment. Suyin was completely unfazed, glancing forward at the tense atmosphere between them. The hostility radiating from Hara made Dong-gu instinctively feel suspicious. He wondered to himself if he had ever met her while he was in China. A while later, his family of four sat down at the dining table for a meal. The Dong-gu household was silent. Everyone listened intently as Hara narrated everything. Dong-gu told his niece that Su's eyes widened in shock after hearing the story, and she exclaimed in surprise, "I did not expect you to be so romantic." Grandma Dong-chun was also half convinced. He looked at his son with a scrutinizing gaze. At home, he is quite rough. Mother Dong-gu also stared, saying she was very surprised too. Hara smiled softly, a smile full of meaning. She replied confidently, "You know that." Dong-gu could not stand the way she shamelessly made up stories. He glanced at Hara, trying to exchange thoughts through a look. "Isn't it time to stop bragging?" Hara kept a bright smile on her face, but inside, she quietly disagreed. "Can you just be quiet for once?" She pretended to be friendly by grabbing his arm, but Hara could still hear the sarcasm in his thoughts. Does a 2-week work trip to go diving even make any sense? Hara shot him a piercing look and boldly threatened him with her thoughts. "Let me tell you, today is the day I torment you until you cry and beg." She softened her tone and added, "Dung, have you told everyone about our first date yet?" Dong-gu rubbed his temples. He felt like his head was going to explode from her words. Across the table, someone kept whining, "Oh come on, there is more. Keep going." After dinner, the night felt like a giant black curtain. Many other apartments in the complex had turned off their lights, leaving only a few scattered units still lit. Jung-go's family apartment was one of them. After the meal, Hara quickly ran to the kitchen. She offered to help Dong-go's mother clean up. "Let me help you." His mother was surprised and asked, "How will you help?" Soon was still sitting at the table eagerly asking her to tell stories. "Tell me what happened next." Dong-gu opened the door and stepped in with a tired sigh. His dad noticed and kindly said, "You have worked hard." He walked over and sat down, replying softly, "Not like that." Dong-chun placed the white porcelain cup down on the table. The sound of the porcelain lightly tapping the wooden table made a clear noise. He asked his son, "What do you want to talk about?" Dong-gu had no intention of beating around the bush. He held up the plan in front of his father and straightforwardly asked, "Do you want to build a factory in China?" Dong-chun was so shocked by his son's abrupt question that he almost spat out his drink. He sighed at the absurdity of his son's words. He mumbled while taking the plan. "What are you talking about? Let us." Dong-chun skimmed through some information and exclaimed in surprise, "Oh my. Does this position come with cost support and tax breaks?" Dong-gu saw his reaction and quietly said, "That is good." Right. Dong-chun did not expect his son to have such a good opportunity and probed further. "Is this good? How did you get this?" Dong-gu chewed on fruit in his mouth and replied, "The Daiheng Gang cooperation project with the Peng family in Hebei is going smoothly." Dong-chun frowned and worriedly said, "If it is the Peng family in Hebei, are not they the ones buying that gas from China? Dad always worries that you will do something dangerous. This relates to the underworld." Dong-gu was completely opposite to his father's concern. He mischievously smiled and confidently reassured, "Dad, do not worry. Everything is going according to my plan." Another night passed. The next day, the morning light shone through the curved tiles, giving a solemn appearance at the gate. Dong-gu walked down the empty wooden corridor with steady footsteps. The soft footsteps on the glossy floor created a rhythmic sound. He called out, "Uncle. General. Why is it so quiet?" Suddenly, the bright voice of a little girl echoed in the space. Her clear voice called out to him, Brother Donggu. Donggu saw a small figure rushing towards him and hugging him tightly. Hujin joyfully exclaimed, "You are back, welcome." Donggu took a few seconds to recognize the girl. Then he said, "Is that you?" Hujin. Donggu bent down to look at her. His gaze was filled with affection as he complimented her. "Every time I see you, you look even prettier." Hujin winked mischievously and replied, "I try hard because of you." Donggu knelt down and asked her, "You are in 10th grade, right?" Hujin burst into laughter, her clear laughter like silver bells ringing in the air. Then she softly replied, "I am in 9th grade now." At that moment, Jung appeared with a tired expression and said, "Junggu is here. That is great." Donggu looked up and hesitantly asked, "Yep. General, but is something happening?" Jung sighed helplessly and replied, "Don't mention it anymore. The storm has just passed." Hujin looked up and whispered to Donggu, "Dad is really angry." Saying that, she followed Jung into another room, and immediately, the scene that struck his eyes was Kang Chun's battered, bony face. His nose was bleeding, and the corners of his mouth were stained with fresh blood. Donggu looked at him unconscious, lying motionless on the broken floor with splinters scattered everywhere, and quietly asked, "How did he end up like this?" Jung recounted to him. After seeing the picture he sent, Kang Chun fainted immediately. In the end, he could not even mention the name of the young lady from the band family. Hearing that, he glanced around the room carefully and suddenly noticed a large hole in the corner of the wall. Pointing at it and asking curiously, "What about that?" Jung shook his head helplessly, responding with a pensive expression, "I still do not know." Donggu chuckled softly and whispered to him, "Seems like he does not like his daughter-in-law much. Does he?" Jung sighed and rubbed his temples, lamenting, "I am the only one suffering because the house has been destroyed." Suddenly, a loud, terrifying noise echoed. Someone had punched through the wall behind them, causing debris to fly everywhere. Dust swirled up, obscuring their view. A tall, powerful figure slowly emerged before them through the dust. Cold sweat dripped down his face. He trembled in fear, whispering, "Oh no, he is like that again." The eyes of the other person gleamed like fire, just like a tiger stalking prey in the dark. A low yet haunting laugh echoed as he spoke each word slowly. "Our matchmaker, Junggu, is here." One stood beside him, trembling in fear for Donggu, but on the contrary, he remained calm, showing no signs of disturbance when facing the other person. He lifted his head, a gentle smile on his face as if nothing had happened, and said politely, "I just returned from abroad. Could you treat me kindly?" Hearing this, U's anger flared up. He swung his fist while shouting, "What do you mean? No one treats me better than I do." Terrified, turned to run away. Stammering, he did not know what to say in this dangerous situation. This person is really something. A gathered all his thunderous energy within him. He put all his strength into this punch and swung it towards Donggu at lightning speed. But Donggu simply leaned to the side to dodge it effortlessly, while Donggu continuously stepped back to avoid the relentless attacks. He still managed to stay completely calm, telling him in a nonchalant tone, "Let me tell you, I am not doing anything." Up kept throwing furious punches at him non-stop. His angry and resentful voice echoed throughout the room. Donggu had to take responsibility for Kang Chun going to China. A punch grazed his cheek lightly like a passing breeze. Donggu simply frowned slightly and confusedly said, "They look like a lovely couple. Is there something wrong with you?" Hearing this, Ak suddenly stopped his punching. He seemed to deflate from his anger, becoming wary and tired, and lowered his head to respond. "Donggu, you know, in our family." Ak slowly raised his head, tears streaming down his cheeks as his voice filled with blame and despair. "Beauty cannot be erased by jealousy. You have no idea how much I cling to my wife. If you do not marry the beauty now, you will be eliminated from natural selection forever." After hearing this, Donggu asked back in a serious tone, "She is the beloved daughter of the Peng family in Hebei. Is not that great?" Hearing this from him made Ho even more furious, his face turning red with anger. He shouted back, "Shut up. No matter how good she is, I can't accept someone with such bulging muscles." At that moment, a weak and trembling voice suddenly called out. Kang Chun struggled to sit up from the cold floor. He looked at Hei with tear-filled eyes and pleaded, "Siki is a good girl. Please let him be." Hearing this, he became furious. He stepped forward, gripping Kang Chun's head tightly and growled with a voice that sounded like he wanted to tear his son apart. "Shut up. No mean." Kang Chun helplessly called out softly, "Dad." Suddenly, a voice came from the doorway. "So everyone is here." Du Ho slowly stepped in, respectfully clasping his hands and speaking to them politely. "Hello, esteemed guests from the Golden Iron Gate." Her eyes scanned each shadowy figure, and suddenly sharpened like a blade as she spoke with a hint of challenge. Her voice deepened, filled with authority as she stared intently at Donggu. Du Ho continued slowly, "The captain of the Black Steel team." Donggu and Kang Chun turned their heads simultaneously, casting curious glances at her. Meanwhile, Akie asked her in surprise, looking puzzled, "What is going on?" Isn't Tishi my daughter-in-law? What is happening? After hearing this, Duho smiled mysteriously and slowly extended her hand forward, speaking softly yet with determination. Before exploring the martial world, I want to challenge a friendly match among you siblings. Fefeng inquired back. A competition? Duho cheerfully replied. That is right. Before this martial arts convention, we should strengthen our sparring to exchange information and improve our techniques. Not just in the 7 types of martial arts, but also regarding issues related to both Western and Chinese cultures. But judging by your reaction, it seems the Zheng gang has not received any challenge yet. Hearing this, Gideki laughed heartily, responding, no one dares to challenge us because they are all running scared. Donggu, who had been standing beside him, chimed in, that is not the case. They must be isolated. Duho, hearing this, became even more intrigued, smiling as she said, as the Grand Princess, I want to challenge the captain of the Black Steel team. While saying this, she secretly thought to herself, wanting to witness that powerful person once again. He fell silent for a moment before replying. But I never intended to participate in the martial arts convention. A loud shout echoed. Duho seemed a bit confused. She asked, why not? Do you have any objections to the competition? Donggu replied straightforwardly, not hesitating. As the classification levels were not quite right, she pondered for a moment. Does he mean that the hairs of each martial art do not correspond to each other? Dietrich quickly intervened. You know, Donggu is quite. It would be better to have a match between you and Kang Chun, but I see the condition of this kid. Donggu immediately responded. It is, I will heal him. He waved his hand, using healing magic on Kang Chun. He called out to heal. After being treated, he felt better, continuously expressing his gratitude to Donggu. Your magic is incredible. Donggu seemed satisfied. He asked, can we fight now? Kang Chun immediately replied. All right, Duho, who had been observing, felt a bit hesitant. She thought to herself. She had heard rumors that he studied magic at eunuch school before, but did not expect him to be this skilled. How greedy. Donggu said as he placed his hand on Kang Chun's shoulder. The honor of our sect depends entirely on you. If you lose, you know what to do. I will give you a hell of a training session for that convention. Then he turned to a Gekshix and said, and if you win this match, perhaps you could consider him with that girl. Right. Aish. Suddenly dragged into this. Looked a bit flustered. Don't say things like that. Kang Chun called out with enthusiasm. Dad, I am joining in. Hearing this, Huguk could only agree with a grunt. Meanwhile, Donggu looked visibly pleased, deep in thought. Great. This is a chance to see just how strong Kang Chun has become. Kang Chun and Guho stepped into the arena. Standing opposite each other, she seemed displeased and exclaimed, what the heck? Why is it you? He suddenly expressed his feelings. I once had a crush on you, and right now, you only have one question in your mind. Kang Chun was fired up, a thick aura of determination radiating from him. But for the love of Kung, I can't lose here. He got into an attacking stance, shouting loudly. So you will be the first test of our love. Kang Chun immediately unleashed his skill. A bolt of powerful energy shot towards Guho like a raging storm, intent on destruction. She quickly reacted, flying out of the way just in time. She felt a bit annoyed and silently cursed the Kung vehicle. Thinking it was such a hassle, Guho quickly counterattacked. Swinging her spear to create a shower of sparks, she gathered her strength for a frontal strike. Telling herself she could not lose in front of him, Guho launched a fierce attack, shouting, or I will be done for. Kang Chun dodged the strike. He used one hand to push off the ground. Spinning his body around, he jumped high, extending one leg while shouting. Thunder strike. She swiftly dodged to the side. The movement happening in the blink of an eye. Kang Chun attacked again, and this time she jumped, grabbing onto the spear, easily avoiding his strike. He was losing his composure now, irritated, saying, is that how you use a spear? Guho, even more amused, smiled and replied, not done yet. She quickly shifted the momentum, actively using the spear to strike straight at Kang Chun's face. She yelled while attacking. Full steel kick. Donggu watched intently from the sidelines, pondering that the princess was indeed as rumored, while Kang Chun was lacking in both practical combat and adaptability. However, Guho calmly assessed the situation, and in her heart, she thought she must have landed a hit. Kang Chun felt the blow but wondered, was it not painful at all? Huguk, who had been observing, suddenly burst out laughing. My son Kent. Finally his diamond body has been perfected. Donggu added from the side, faster than expected. His hard work has finally paid off. Kang Chun looked at his body and asked, is this the power of love? I feel like I am on fire. Guho, now even more determined, realized physical attacks were not effective against him. The spear in her hand ignited, and a fire dragon appeared, charging straight at Kang Chun. Guho shouted, 9 dragons fired. Kang Chun crossed his arms to block the attack. He struggled to say, Sarksin. He shouted loudly, using his strength to shatter the fire dragon. Watch me. Gu-ho was taken aback by what she saw. Dare to challenge the 9 dragons' fire with your body. Kang Chun shouted, raising his fist with fierce determination. Receiving the destructive power of love, she was caught off guard and could not react in time, her mind only able to think of a few words of defense. He swung his fist, hitting her directly in the stomach. He shouted while hitting, his love punch as hard as diamond. Gu-ho could not dodge the direct hit. At that moment, she could only think of one thing: I am going to faint. She could not resist any more and collapsed. Those watching outside sighed. That guy is still so pumped even after hitting. Donggu replied. It is not over. She has not unleashed her first move yet. Gu-ho's face was down on the ground. Weekly warning. Everyone, get back. Something just happened that made even Kang Chun, full of spirit, hesitate and stutter a few words. This was Donggu, who seemed quite interested. He laughed and asked, is that a sign of the 9 dragons' fire? At that moment, Gu-ho's eyes were completely white, radiating a powerful oppressive aura. She suddenly laughed in a terrifying way. Finally, having unleashed her attribute, her persona was released. Kang Chun, witnessing this scene, could not help but exclaim, what is that? He thought to himself. The color of the flames had changed, and her energy was completely different now. While he was contemplating, Gu-ho spoke, her voice deep and resonant as if from the underworld. Hey. Thanks for that. All my opponents before were amateurs. But since you helped me break free from Gu-ho, to repay you, she grinned and said loudly, I will kill you. Kang Chun froze upon hearing this, and Dong Tuthu shrank back, unsure whether to be angry or scared. He quickly jumped up and attacked first, punching Gu-ho right in the face. While hitting, he shouted, the first one to land a punch will be the winner. Thunderbolt. Golden iron. Though he hit her and drew blood from the corner of her mouth, Gu-ho did not seem to be in pain. Instead, she laughed in a puzzling way. She burst into laughter. So this is what pain feels like. It has been so long since I have felt this. It is really refreshing. Kang Chun felt even more annoyed upon seeing this. He thought, what? Is she not affected at all? Gu-ho was even more vigorous now. The power radiating from her arms was overwhelming. She taunted, continuing to advance. She charged at Kang Chun, her speed so fast that he could not react, only able to dodge. He thought to himself, damn it. She is even stronger than before. Both her personality and fighting style have changed. Her combat ability had also significantly increased. Gu-ho was getting more aggressive, beginning to gain momentum. You should be focusing on dodging, not standing there. She rushed toward him like a gust of wind, landing a strong punch to Kang Chun's chest. Heavenly shield. He could not react in time, only able to think, if it were not for the power of love, I would be in danger now. Gu-ho had not withdrawn her hand, and a plume of smoke rose from the spot, a terrifying blood-red color. Uguk, standing outside, saw that things were not right and shouted, Gam King it. Gu-ho struck Kang Chun hard while yelling, crush him. He won't be able to take it and will be pushed out. Kang Chun's fall caused a huge explosion. Smoke filled the arena, and Gu-ho laughed triumphantly, finally breaking through. The strike seemed to boost her power, and she radiated dark energy, laughing and saying, let us see if you can survive this hit. Not stopping at that blow, she summoned a fire dragon, channeling all her strength into it and roaring, 9 dragon fire. The fire dragon charged straight at Kang Chun, shattering a section of the arena, debris flying like a meteor strike. Hu and Donggu watched from afar, both wearing pensive expressions. The scene was engulfed in smoke, only vaguely revealing Gu-ho's figure, with Kang Chun nowhere in sight. As the smoke cleared, Kang Chun lay sprawled at Gu-ho's feet. She smugly asked, is that it? Donggu remained silent, not saying a word. Uguk, seeing this, could only scratch his head and speak up. What a disgrace for the family. I will be hearing about this from the old geezers forever. Gu-ho, perhaps still not satisfied, continued to stomp on Kang Chun's chest, saying, since he just woke up, let me hit him a little more. Someone approached to stop her from continuing. The person said, all right, we get it. Kang Chun is lost, so done. You can stop now too. He turned to Kang Chun and asked, are you alive? Gu-ho immediately jumped back, thinking, I did not sense him coming. So it is that guy, the master from Jungwang Mun that Gu-ho secretly likes. At this moment, Donggu was still talking to Kang Chun. Then get up. A tough training session is waiting. You are from a different attribute. Gu-ho. Right, stop dragging this out and go back. Hearing this, she became even more excited, dark energy radiating from her. She gleefully said, from this moment on, I am the real Gu-ho, a wildfire chasing everything. I will burn anything that dares to stand in my way. Donggu, impatient, did not wait for her to finish and kicked her in the face. Knocking her to the ground, he calmly asked, so you really want to go back? Even if I do this, it does not affect Gu-ho at all. She was even more thrilled. Screw you. Donggu continued to kick her in the face, repeatedly asking to provoke her. Whether I kick you like this, or like this, or like this, or maybe like this, or like this. I can't take it anymore, Gu-ho screamed. Wait. Let me stop. Damn it, Dong-gu asked again. How long are you going to keep being stubborn? He realized something. Thinking to himself about the flames around his feet. These flames. They are absorbing my attacks. And I am wondering how she broke through the metal armor. There must be a reason she kept this hidden. This girl is dangerous. A magic that cannot be controlled. If she gets caught, it won't just end with this kind of embarrassment. You stop your train of thought. Pull your foot away from her. And while turning away, you say, you are not easy to kill. Are you? You can absorb every hit with this flame. Killing you is not hard. But that means the original would also be gone. That would not be good at all. She has been hit so hard that blood is flowing from her nose. Yet she still retorts. I see you have finally realized that. We are one and the same. You can't kill me. Right. Before Gu-ho finished speaking, a sword appeared in Dong-gu's hand. You calmly say? That is just the way it is. What about that? Her face darkens slightly, mixed with a bit of panicked stammering. That can be. Dong-gu laughs and continues. Looks like you know about it. Thoughtful and serene. A sword that can sever the soul. Surrounding the sword is a glowing blue aura. An oppressive force that instills fear. Dong-gu raises the sword, calmly saying, with this, I can definitely drag you out of this body. What do you think? Gu-ho seems genuinely scared now. Quickly replying, wait a moment. Let us negotiate a bit. I will do whatever you say. Whatever you want. Just say it. I can even let you troll me. What about this body? Aren't you interested? I have not been out for a long time. I am not ready to die yet. Her words do not convince Dong-gu, who raises the sword high, ready to strike down. Sorry, but I am not really interested in negotiating at this point. She can do nothing more, only able to scream. Don't. The arena is still loud. The fight not over yet. Gu-ho dodges Dong-gu's punch, but she seems exhausted, with bruises appearing on her face. She springs back far behind. She pushes herself up with both hands on the ground and shouts. Please stop. Do I really have to beg you again? You monster. Dong-gu hears this and responds. You can still dodge. Gu-ho, feeling frustrated, thinks to herself. Damn it. How did everything turn out like this? Why am I being beaten up by this brat? He definitely planned to drag me out of Gu-ho's body yesterday. But in the end, I keep fighting with him. Dong-gu steps forward, standing in front of her, saying, calling others monsters might be a bit much. I am doing these things to help you. You know that. I feel terrible too. His words only add fuel to Gu-ho's anger. She angrily yells. Shut up. When I entered this girl's body, you told me to leave but kept hitting me. And when I tried to leave, you hit me again to call me back. It is the 5th time already. Why do not you just kill me to finish this? Dong-gu calmly replies. I am doing this because Gu-ho asked. She wants to know how to control you properly. Kind of like that. Since she asked, I had to do it. If you do not like it, just surrender to her. It is that easy. Gu-ho had calmed down by now. She whispered. That is the one thing we can't do. I want to live. Dong-gu got the answer and asked. But he already knew the response long ago. So you know what will happen. Right. Before Gu-ho could brace herself, he made his move first. He grabbed her head with one hand and slammed it down hard onto the ground. So hard that the floor cracked into pieces. It happened so quickly that she could not react in time, only feeling angrier and muttering, is this jerk even human? Such power is unparalleled in the world. Gu-ho lay sprawled on the ground, her body trembling, her face contorted as she groaned. I am so. Dong-gu glanced down and said, looks like Mu Si-do has finally made a move. She heard this and questioned back. You quickly continue. I have overlapped something called Mu in your soul. Over time, your soul will merge with Gu-ho. The more I humiliate you, the harder it will be for you to resist Mu-es. After hearing the answer, she indignantly asked. Damn it. I am a living being too. Why do I have to be the only one to sacrifice? Dong-gu replied gently. I told you so. Someone asked me to do this. If you want to live, you need Gu-ho to go along with it. Realizing there was nothing more she could do, Gu-ho helplessly thought. Damn it. I can't make him soften his heart. Shortly after, she collapsed and fainted. A part of her crimson energy dissipated into the air. She opened her eyes, mumbling a few words. It hurts. She propped herself up with one hand, rubbing her head with the other. Tired, she said. This has to be a bad idea. Seeing this, Dong-gu reached out his hand, wanting to help her stand, and replied, isn't she a lot more gentle than before? Gu-ho grabbed his hand, stood up, and asked, how can you say that after beating up a girl? He replied nonchalantly, for a warrior, there is no gender here. Plus, I helped you deal with your problem. Gu-ho chuckled lightly, but her words were filled with sarcasm. Thanks for the kind words. Dong-gu caught the meaning behind that and replied with a smile. I did not intend to be that kind. While they were talking, and Kaek and Kang Chun rushed in to fight. A GFE threw a punch that sent Kang Chun flying. Dungo Gu then noticed what was happening over there. He turned to look and calmly said, "Looks like everything is going well over there." Guho was taken aback. "Oh my." Degesi was excited. He threw out moves while laughing heartily. He loudly said, "I am really impressed. I am truly happy to punch you like this." Kang Chun could only brace himself, thinking helplessly. "When I drop this shield, I will kill that old man. When I drop this shield, I will beat him up badly. When I break this shield, I will smash him to pieces." Gon had been watching for some time without realizing it. He helplessly asked, "How long have they been fighting?" Dungu and Guho walked over to him, and he said with disdain, "Here we go again. They are destroying the whole building." Hearing that, he replied, "This is a new record. He has held the metal shield for over 10 minutes now." Dungu responded with satisfaction, "Just keep helping him practice. We still need to show Bon Moon and One Moon the good results. That way, we can gather a few more people at the Denga Men Alliance." On the surface, it seemed that way. But inside, he had many other thoughts. There is still a long road ahead. Just having the help of 2 from the Denga Men Alliance is not enough to elevate our position. I want to do something first. Suddenly, he thought of something and said, "Sir Kim, let us accept all the press interview requests from that lady we previously declined." Hearing such a request, he questioned, "What? Are you serious? How can we block the nonsense that will get us in trouble from him?" Dungu calmly replied, "I intend to use that to our advantage." He secretly plotted, "We will ensure that we always protect information through him. 2 main pieces of information will be disclosed to the public. The plan for the martial arts conference emphasizes the desire to share. Enjoy the event with the public. The rest, leave it to me." No longer on the battlefield, Dungu was now with 2 others. He cheerfully placed his hands on their shoulders and commanded, "All right. Quickly spread the news about the martial arts conference to everyone. The more, the better. Debating about advertising will be hard to handle, so just straightforwardly mention Jump." Rumors began to surface across many platforms. They all shared a common theme. Rumors about the upcoming martial arts conference. Jum's lady has broken her silence regarding the martial arts conference. The representative of the competition has directly spoken, emphasizing that a massive competition will take place. An insider close to Jun has revealed some details about the martial arts conference. The scale of the conference seems to be larger than expected. All information regarding the martial arts conference has been revealed in a massive summary. The martial arts diary had 930,000 views a week ago. Dungu watched with satisfaction. He happily thought to himself, "That should be enough to stir up some waves. All right, let us see how the other factions react." A meeting was taking place, presided over by Minun. He stood at the center, speaking loudly. "Now we will begin the meeting of the Dumb Men Alliance." He sighed and continued, "The first thing we need to discuss is that we can no longer remain calm." He angrily slammed the paper in his hand down on the table, and turning sharply to Trechigosh, "Your big mouth." Madam Jum, unfazed, laughed and replied, "I apologize for everything. I never expected it would turn out this way." Yongin, sitting right next to him, thought to himself that the slippery guy was getting better at acting every day. Minun regained his composure and said, "The information you disclosed has spread everywhere. The scale of the competition is now double what was originally planned. How do you plan to take responsibility for this?" Aku bowed his head and stood up, responding seriously, "I said I am sorry. I am currently reflecting on my actions. However, as a warrior, I must keep my word. Not only that, but he also arrogantly added more. So Jum is covering all the extra costs." Minchan, Dung Wung, and the headmaster Kang were stunned to hear him say that. The 4 of them quietly calculated. Could this be his original goal, to make more money? It is very likely, given the fame he is building and the privileges he is receiving from Hukuman and the Dark Guild. This time he knew how to relieve the pressure. We must keep Jun from getting more attention. But the scale of the conference is already huge. So if we have to pay more than planned. A Geiki's statement filled the meeting room with silence. Seeing the situation, Aksek smugly thought, "Good. Everything is going just as planned." Dungo had guessed it. Now it is time to wrap it up. Ending his train of thought, he spoke loudly. And then a strange voice appeared, softly but shattering Akog's initial plans. "We will take care of that person who just spoke." Everyone in the meeting room turned to look. It turned out to be Yam, the old man, leaning on his cane, smiled proudly and said, "Doham, we will cover this expense." Gek shouted. "You Yam," Yang Gam interrupted, saying, "I will definitely cover all costs, even if I have to sell all of Doham's assets. So please trust me." Agiek angrily thought, "Damn it. How did it come to this?" He sat down heavily in his chair, feeling uncomfortable, wondering what that old man was thinking. He was no longer in the meeting room, but sat on a bench with his arms crossed. Donggu walked over and asked, "So what about the results?" Atinuk recounted the results to him. "We lost the vote with a score of 5-2. Everyone opposed except Bon Moon and Watchan Chen Moon. Doam agreed to cover all additional costs." Hearing this, he wondered, are they pretending they can actually pay that? Geplu was still upset. He sighed and replied, "It has been confirmed that they can indeed afford that much money." Donggu laughed and said, "Isn't that great?" Gixi did not understand his point. He asked, "What do you mean?" "Is it because I drank water at that meeting?" He calmly explained, "Not all. It has only been a month since we took down Doham, with the elite team and the incidents involving the Peng family in Hiabx. Do you really think they can provide money in such a short time?" Gex speculated. "It would be great if they were playing some sort of scam," Donggu confidently replied. "It can only be dirty money. That is for sure." He turned to leave but continued, "They must have engaged in illegal activities to get such a large amount of money. Should we deal with them?" Achiak regained his spirits, stood up, and clenched his fists with enthusiasm, answering, "Obviously. We will crush them to bits." Hearing the desired response, he happily replied, "Right, I think so too." Yet inside, he thought, if there is such a large sum of money, there must be some traces left behind. "I heard someone gave it to them." He spoke up with curiosity. "But if that is the case, who would do such a thing?" Elsewhere, Yang Gam strides down a vast hallway. The old man smugly thinks, "Perfect. I have exposed that stubborn Jun's true face. Just a bit more. If only they had the power to interfere with the structure of the competition venue, we would become the strongest on the peninsula, not just the only warriors here." He recalls discussing with his secretary in the study, who asked, "Is it okay? As you said, they are demons." The old man replied, "I know. But we must act before we can no longer maintain the family gate. That is our last hope." Before he could finish his sentence, he noticed something. He quickly made a move towards the assassin upstairs, and someone shouted, "Who is there?" The assassin swiftly jumped off the railing before it shattered. The man threw a dart with a small piece of paper attached towards Yam. It flew straight at him, just barely missing his face. The old man sweated and thought, "Is that insignia from the Mouse clan among the 12 families? If we have 7 generations of warriors in Korea, then Japan has 12 clans named after the zodiac animals as representatives. This must be a member of the rat clan named Nezumi." Yem approached the assassin and asked, "Are you from the Nezumi clan?" He said nothing, only signaling the old man to keep this secret. Seeing this, Yem felt it. His brows furrowed tightly. Suddenly, the assassin vanished, and the secretary exclaimed in surprise, "He is..." He turned to the old man and said, "What was that guy?" Yang Gam did not hear this. He pulled the dart out, holding the thread in his hand. Laughing cryptically, he burst into loud laughter, making the secretary question him. "Sir." Yang Gam gleefully laughed. Seeing that the demons had come to invite him, he turned to leave, calling back, "Get ready. We are heading to Japan." Back in the present, a black car sped down the street. Someone in the car spoke up. "Yep. Hello." It was Yang Gam on the phone. He cheerfully said, "Me, the head of the clan. I am returning from the meeting." Meanwhile, in Japan, the Nezumi clan member on the other end responded, "Is that..." The person asked how the meeting went. Yang Gam immediately reported, "Thanks to your support, we have decided to cover half the expenses of the match." The person on the other end was pleased to hear this. "That is good. Please contact me as soon as the construction of the competition venue begins. I will connect you with my people." Yem replied, "Okay, I will do that." The man slammed the phone down with satisfaction, saying, "Good." He continued, "If this keeps up, you will be able to eliminate all the warriors of En Nani." "Right." The cloaked figure behind responded, "That is right," he said with delight. "How much do you have to hate someone who is willing to betray their country just to kill one person?" The cloaked figure replied, "Actually, it does not matter much to me, as I do not have a nationality." The man laughed and said, "Why are you just telling me this now? Your relationship with that dung you," the cloaked man said while pulling his hood down, "is not special at all. So it is Cian." He grinned maliciously, a chilling aura rising, simply an enemy from a past life. Hun Min was sitting in his office when suddenly someone shouted, "Chairman." His secretary opened the door, looking very serious as he said, "We are in big trouble." Upon hearing this, he asked, "What is going on?" The other party replied, "Your brothers have decided to pool their shares together to become the largest shareholders. They plan to replace you." Hun Min's face turned pale, and he shouted in panic, "What?" Then he slammed his beer mug down on the table and cursed, "Damn those bastards." Hun Min could not maintain his composure, his whole body trembling as he angrily thought, "They must have planned this from the start. Surely at the upcoming shareholders' meeting, they will tarnish his image to bring him down." He can keep relying on Donggu and Chairman If he continues to rely on them, the Ilu group will be taken over. To protect the U group, he needed to focus on thinking. Seeing someone enter, the staff at the bar greeted respectfully. Welcome. The old man approached where Hun Min was sitting. As he walked, he said to the server, "This is my first time at this bar. Can I get a drink like the one next to me?" Hun Min warned. "Hey old man. That drink is pretty strong. It could upset your stomach." The old man replied. "You seem to be quite experienced." "Ah, my son has passed away." Hearing that, Hun Min thought of his own son. Hun Gu, that foolish kid, he spoke. "Me too. My son just passed away recently." Yoon Gam seemed sympathetic and replied. "Really?" But the old man's face showed no sorrow at all. Instead, he had a strange smirk. "I think we really empathize with each other." Leaving the bar, screams echoed from a traditional house. The flower attack unleashed. A blood-red energy gathered into a mass around her hand. She shouted while striking, as Tianjang Kang Chun simultaneously swung his hand to prepare a punch. Channeling energy while yelling, "Thunderbolt Original Treasure Golden Iron." They both rushed forward to attack Donggu. He remained calm and spoke softly. Teleporting away, the combined strike from both created a massive explosion. The energy from their techniques forming a solid pillar that crashed down, causing the ground to crack open, smoke billowing thickly in the area. But Donggu remained unscathed. He quickly escaped outside, walking leisurely while saying, "You two did pretty well, aside from just punching and dodging. Now you know how to cooperate." Kang Chun suddenly appeared out of nowhere, charging straight at Donggu. He quickly countered, landing a direct hit on Kang Chun before he could react. Donggu laughed and continued, "Your attack style is really predictable." Even though Kang Chun was bleeding from his mouth, he still bravely executed a golden iron technique. He gripped Donggu's hand tightly, releasing a powerful energy and shouted, "Focus on your own business." Suddenly, he turned aside and called out. Now the flower demon that has been missing suddenly appears in mid-air. Surrounded by oppressive flames, the fire dragon appeared, charging rapidly toward Donggu and Kang Chun. Its eyes blazed with fierce energy. Donggu showed no fear. Instead, he was even more intrigued. He smirked and said, "Okay, this looks fun." He grabbed Kang Chun's shirt, causing Kang Chun to turn pale. Sensing trouble was coming, with one hand, he lifted Kang Chun straight up towards Gu Ho. They collided violently, creating a loud noise. After the impact, both fell to the ground, landing face first and screaming in pain. At this moment, Kang Chun could only think of one person. "He missed you so much, Kang," Gu Ho painfully thought. Feeling stronger, yet the gap in power still felt distant. Donggu approached where both of them lay flat on the ground. He calmly said, "I liked how you both performed today. Now you know how to use your brains." "Right," one of them, hearing this, muttered a response. Both sat, faces smeared, thinking to themselves, "Is it over? Is it over?" But reality slapped them hard. Donggu used healing magic on both of them. Gu-ho stammered, the recovery magic, in their eyes. Donggu looked like a demon. His eyes glinted red with a fierce aura as he said, "Now that you are all healed, let us fight again." Kang Chun and Gu-ho cried tears, pleading one after the other. "I swear I want to survive this round. Begging you. I do not want to fight anymore. Please spare us." Suddenly, Young X appeared from nowhere, respectfully saying, "Master, I have found what you requested." Donggu turned around and asked, "The financial resources of Doham. Then where did they come from?" Kang Chun and Gu-ho stepped aside. The two excitedly whispered to each other, "I think he is busy. It is an emergency." "Right." Young X looked at the report on the tablet. It came from a lending company, and there was nothing unusual about the paperwork. Donggu reached out to grab the tablet. "Me see." Young X handed it over to him. "Here you go." He focused on the tablet, pondering. Just a lending company. They provide money instantly. There really is not anything suspicious. He noticed something suspicious. He involuntarily made a noise. The parent company. Back to the bar from earlier. Hun Minin wondered what Mar. Japan meant. Yang Gam quickly replied, "Exactly. If they are willing to help us. Doham will have control over the entire Dineng Men alliance with the support of the Nezumi clan." Hummin seemed to understand the old man's intentions. He cautiously said, "So you are betraying your own country," Yang Gam replied. "But in return, the U group will have the right to do business with the Diang Men alliance." Hun Min helplessly raised his beer mug. "But I do not have the authority to decide at the company." Yang Gam picked up on his meaning and replied, "Don't you know what Doham is best at? That is assassination." Hun Min shivered as if cold. He repeated the word assassination in his mind. Yem stood up and continued, "I will take care of your brothers. You know I chose you, or more accurately, we are all the same. You will do everything for your own benefit, just like you did with your father." The old man pressed closer, placing a hand on Hun Min's shoulder. "Now you should make a wise choice. You will agree to this deal, right?" Hun Min, who had been silent, finally spoke up. He asked with a determined face, "What do I need to do?" A gas-powered car sped down the road in the dark of night. Inside the car, Someone spoke up. Alright everyone. In the car were Chun-jin, Chun-hai, and Hijin happily discussing. Chun-jin seemed to be drunk. He said with a flushed face. We will definitely take Ilu. Chun-hai and Hijin also chimed in. That is right. Of course. Hijin smiled widely and said. Because we are getting rid of that wicked older brother. From now on we are all in this together. Chun-hai, sitting next to him, also flushed with excitement, replied. Of course. Who would betray? The three burst into triumphant laughter, but deep down, they harbored wicked thoughts. Dream on. Use. There was someone seemingly waiting for the car to approach. She drew her sword from her side and gently ordered to activate. A slash glided through the car. She softly said, "Owen sword." Inside the car, Chun-jin suddenly realized something. He asked, Driver Choi. What did you say? The man he called Driver Choi now had his head severed from his body. The person in the car recognized him and shouted, Choi. Driver Choi. The car lost control, swerving left and then right, causing the people inside to scream in fear. Damn it. What is this? Driver Choi. Stop the car. We are going to flip over. The three people in the car were panicking, desperately screaming in fear. The car sped straight ahead, crashing into obstacles. The girl from earlier, after completing her mission, called to report. I am calling to report. Inform madam that the target has been dealt with. It turned out she was an assassin from the Doham Blood Flower group. At this moment, she was reporting to Hogix. We did our best, but the contractors for the arena decided to side with Doham. Hogix, hearing this, helplessly leaned his head back against the wall. All right, let them do that. But Donggu calmly asked, so who is the contractor? Ingon hesitantly replied, it is the U group. Hogix suddenly sat up, confused. The U group? They have not gone bankrupt yet. Didn't you say you took care of that already? Donggu replied calmly. No need to worry about that. The big brother is already in a corporate dispute with his family. He will be soon. Ingon suddenly interrupted. He said loudly, wait a minute. Except for Hummin. All the sons of the U group died in a car accident yesterday. Donggu thought. What a coincidence. Just as Doham was chosen as the contractor, those brothers were eliminated. They were not even trying to hide this relationship anymore. And moreover, they were deliberately showing off their power. He spoke up. These two are not strong enough yet. There must be someone behind guiding them. Ingon could not figure out who was behind it. He spoke. Who would do such a thing? Hogik was different. He jumped up eagerly asking, so there is something else to do? Right. Donggu continued. We need to figure this out. First, let me call someone. At the U Corporation, the secretary entered the room and said, Sir, the funeral arrangements for your children are complete. Hunan replied. All right. I will be there soon. He smiled, thinking to himself, finally the U Corporation is in my hands. Suddenly, a loud voice came from outside. Hey, you can't come in here. Hun sensed something was off. He turned to ask what was happening. The door was flung open. It was the mage of the Allen family, Karen, and the mage of the Rid family. Karen spoke first. Hello. Chairman Kang. Then Riz followed with a greeting. We are the investigators from the Len family. And Hummin was surprised to hear this. He clenched his jaw, focusing only on the words family. He hesitated and asked, Family. What do you want? Riz quickly replied. We are investigating the death of a prince from a family named Luck. Have you ever met him? He panicked even more, his face pale. Thinking. Those guys have not given up. At the Doha mansion, Yang Gam was on the phone. I understand. I will take care of that tomorrow. All right. Ending the call, he turned to give a new order to the secretary, instructing the assassin to handle this well. The secretary immediately replied respectfully. Yep. He hesitated to ask, Madam, are you sure this will be beneficial for Doham? If others in the alliance find out, Doham will be expelled. Yam confidently replied. Don't worry. I am allied with Nezumi. The secretary immediately responded. I apologize. My lord, Yam continued. After the shadow side collapsed, there was a gap in the assassin market. We must seize this opportunity for Doham. He handed a file to the secretary while saying, Here, take this file back to the old hideout. The secretary replied. Yep. My lord. Suddenly, the door was flung open. Hun Min rushed in. Breathing heavily, outside, someone called after the chairman. Yam quickly stood up, asking what was going on. What is going on? Why are you rushing in here like that? It will be exposed. Hun Min had no time to catch his breath. He said quickly. There is no time to worry about that. The Len family is coming to find me. I let them go back, but I do not know when they will return. You need to protect me from them. Yam was taken aback. He asked again. The Len clan. Why are they looking for you? Hun Min hesitated, stammering a few words. Well, actually, Yam could not hold his impatience any longer and said, Aren't you asking for my protection? If you do not tell me, I can't help you. Hun Min felt tense as he thought. Damn it. I tried to avoid this. But it is like dodging a watermelon only to step on a coconut. I know about the contract between Numi and the Doham family. He has no choice but to protect me. After a moment of thought, he finally spoke up. All right. I will tell you everything. Outside the mansion, dark clouds gathered, covering the entire sky, signaling that misfortune was about to strike. After hearing Hun Min's story, Yang Gam exclaimed in surprise. The real culprit who killed the prince is Jum's bodyguard. He added, not only that, the chairman of the Dehan Corporation is also involved. After processing the information, Yang Gam thought to himself, this news is too horrifying, too dangerous to get involved with. But if I can exploit it, it will be a great weapon for Doham. He sighed and said, since we are in the same boat, I have no choice but to protect you. Hun quickly replied, of course, it has to be that way. With a serious expression. Continued, however, the Yin clan is after you. And you came straight here. That is a mistake. Before he could finish, two figures suddenly appeared on the stairs in the room. Seeing this, Yem urgently said, they must have been eavesdropping while you were telling everything. Those two are Rit and Karen. Riz spoke up, finally seeing him and Chairman Kang. The two of them stepped down the stairs together. Riz said as he walked, there is no way Chairman Kang could be stronger than our prince. Someone must have hired an extremely powerful samurai. One person wants revenge for his son against Jiam, while on the other hand, he signed a construction contract with Doham. Everything started to become clearer as it narrowed down to Doham. How can we accept this? Yem pretended not to know anything and said, I have no idea what you are talking about. But we are just discussing the contract for building the Miram Arena. Rid walked over to them and asked sharply, so can you show us the notebook you just wrote in? Hearing this, Yang Gam thought nervously. Damn it. I knew this was a trap. I just did not expect they set it up already. It would be even more dangerous if they find out about my connection to the samurai clan in Japan and the assassination contract. He sighed and replied, and what if I refuse? Rip suddenly appeared behind him and the secretary, saying softly, then I guess I will have to use force. Yem realized he could not change the situation anymore. And he thought to himself, the contents of the notebook must not be discovered. He had no choice but to fight. Yam quickly turned around and swung his stick towards Riz, shouting, absolute life analysis. His strike was so powerful that it ignited a corner of the mansion, illuminating the dark night. He spoke up as the move ended. You all are being ridiculous. Even though you are one of the 4 pillars in America, how can you act like a thug in another country who had disappeared earlier to dodge the attack? Reappeared. He thought with amusement. I never expected things would turn out like this. It makes it even more suspicious. While executing his move, he said, I do not want to force you, but you are not giving me any other choice. Yem moved, unleashing his attribute power to control the puppet. Suddenly, threads appeared from nowhere, binding Riz's limbs, with a control rod above. He continued, you won't be able to resist. Both your body and spirit are under my control. Riz smirked in response, and suddenly the threads snapped in half. Yang Gam was so shocked that his pupils shrank to the size of a peppercorn. The control rod above broke as well, and Riz was no longer restrained. He quickly launched his attack, sending beams of light speeding toward Yang Gam. He jumped high to dodge and said, what? I used the puppet from that close. Riz ignored what he said and continued his assault. This was the price for being cunning. The beams of light shrank like darts, speeding toward Yang Gam. He ran quickly to avoid being hit. While still running, he turned to ask, how could you escape from the puppet? Red, crazily chasing from behind, replied, a magician always knows how to escape from their own traps. He continues to launch his attacks. Both turned to engage in close combat, and Yang Gam blocked his strikes. Now even more intrigued, said, you dare use mental magic on a wizard like me? You are really an idiot, Lady Doham. Yang Gam, still resisting Riz's attacks, thought, I know this guy is from home, but he is at least level 6, if not level 7. Observing from outside, Yam's secretary spoke urgently. Quick, go this way. I will take you to safety. Hun Min agreed immediately. Okay. Suddenly a strange voice rang out. Chairman, you should go with us. It turned out to be Karen. He unexpectedly appeared right in front of them. Yang Gam, still fighting, did not forget the important thing and shouted loudly. The notebook. Karen threatened. Hand over the notebook and Chairman Kang. If you cooperate, nothing will happen. The secretary tried to convince him. You can't have the notebook. Suddenly, he realized the notebook was no longer in his hand. He questioned, where's the notebook? It was currently being read by someone. That person spoke up. This is interesting. It turned out to be Deng Gu. He stood on the railing, having appeared out of nowhere. In such a short time, have you killed so many people? Hun Min exclaimed in shock. Deng Gu. The sweat-drenched secretary gasped. The notebook. When did you? He cast a spell that made his hand gradually fade into smoke. Almost half of your body is blurry. But your hand is still holding the notebook. Saying, "So disappointing. No one is paying attention to the magic trick." Right. I got worried when I could not reach Chairman Kang. So I rushed here. Karen looked up from below and said, "You are Jungwoo from Jum. Please hand over the notebook and step back. If you do not comply, I will consider this an act of war against the clan." Jungwoo had a defiant look. Provoking. "I do not want you guys to be the ones backing down." Karen was losing patience. A magic circle appeared at his feet. He calmly said, "You should surrender before I count to 3. Jungwoo was even more intrigued and interrupted Karen. 3. Suddenly an explosion occurred in front of Karen. It lit up a large area, shattering into tiny pieces flying everywhere. Riz and Yanggam, who were fighting, had to stop because of the explosion. Riz exclaimed, "What was that explosion?" Yanggam sensed something was off. He hesitated. This martial arts style, could it be? Through the thick smoke, a muscular figure stepped in. Speaking loudly, "Jungwoo, it has been a while." It turned out to be the original Ho. He entered with a fierce aura, ready to fight. Someone recognized him and shouted, like. He grinned enthusiastically, stepping in and asking, "So now we can smash everything?" Right. The explosion knocked Karen to the ground. He lay weakly on the ground, unable to move. Someone who saw shouted loudly. Karen Jungwoo saw that and laughed, saying he had told them to get out of the way. He opened the book to read further, noticing something interesting. He exclaimed, "There is a line written in Japanese here. Let us. You betrayed your country to serve the Japanese samurai. I have been suspicious of your shady actions for a while now." Hearing this, angrily muttered, "This damn guy." Jungwoo jumped down from the railing, calling out cheerfully while cracking his knuckles. "Now you see, that is why we represent justice." The energy from both radiated powerfully. Who continued, "Today, Dohum." He paused, and then Jungwoo added that it would be destroyed. Yanggam held his sword in a defensive stance, but his grimace revealed his worry. "Damn it. If we slip up, at least one of us from the house, and the Jum will be done for." Jungwoo put his hands in his pockets. Relaxed. "If wrong, then punishment is necessary." He approached Yam, chiming in with him. "Don't be so stubborn. Old man. You started this trouble." He was left speechless. Standing next to Yam, curiously asked Doom, "Why did you guys harm the clan's mage?" He opened his eyes wide, suddenly remembering, that is right. They also had a part in this. Yam pointed and shouted, "The clan does not know that he is the real culprit who killed the prince." What he said stunned him. Rick turned around, almost going mad, and yelled, "Is it true? But your attitude makes it seem like this is just a joke. Our chairman sure has a big mouth." Huguk looked down at Jungwoo and asked, "What are you really planning?" You answered him with a scornful look. "Honestly, when you were the one starting the fight, it was just self-defense." Riz could not keep his cool anymore. He angrily used magic. A bright circle of spells appeared, and his mouth was sealed. Dozens of golden magic beams shot towards Jungwoo and him, but they easily dodged. After an intense attack, Huguk just smiled with delight. "This is the first time I am facing a wizard." "How exciting," you reminded him with a smile. "Do not forget why we are here." "They are running away." He was startled, looking at the empty space in front of him. "What?" "Those cowards ran away as soon as they saw a fight," Jungwoo speculated. "They must have left the building." Huguk was still joking. "Quickly, go catch him, or I will enjoy all the fun." You just replied, "I will do my best." He left as fast as a streak of light. Riz called out, "Dung. Dung. The guardian of Jum." He frowned, mentioning Run. "You are also one of the suspects until Run sided with you after the prince's death. She also came to this country to work. So that is what happened. You two plotted to kill him." You raised your hand, and a magic circle appeared above your fingertip. "Calling my friend that way is a bit excessive." With that, Jungwoo waved his hand with magic, launching an attack at Riz. Riz's expression grew serious as he recognized the attack. This is the 7th magic wheel from the Sharp Blade family. He jumped high, using his ability to avoid the attack. "What the hell?" Riz grimaced. "Damn it. How can he use it?" A horrifying slash struck his body. Riz painfully clutched his bleeding wound. Kneeling on the ground, you stepped forward, mocking. "I tried to mimic your technique, but it does not seem very strong." "Does it?" "I have reached the 7th level of magic theory, but using magic is another story." He looked at Jungwoo with a furious gaze. "This makes it clearer. You are the culprit. You killed the prince." "Meaning you cut him off?" "Seemingly you do not understand." "He did." "Do you think I will let you live?" He was startled. "What?" He became even angrier. "This little punk." Riz raised his hand to create a magic circle in front of him. A magical vortex appeared to attack. "Do you want the entire Len family to be your enemies?" The vortex. Jungwoo calmly created a layer of mana shield. His whirlwind was like a fiery vortex engulfing everything here. You stood still. Unaffected. All the attacks were blocked by the mana shield. What did you say? I will become a powerful ally to that clan. Because I will be the one to save you and destroy Doham. The shield gradually vanished as that source of power shattered. Dungu arrogantly said. So we do not need witnesses. Still extremely furious. Don't make me laugh. I will kill you and spill all the details. I will also take care of that brat. He slammed his hand on the ground. A magic circle appeared summoning a large armored guardian that began to rise. Before the guardian could fully appear, the armor was sliced into pieces. Leaving Riz in shock, his mocking voice still echoed. Talking too much. Dungu rested his sword on his shoulder. Sneering. If I let go of the shield, it will be right as the spell finishes. He looked back with a grim face. Not wanting to linger. You pointed up, using your power. Thank you so much for being here today. Goodbye. R was overwhelmed by Junggo's terrifying power. You scoundrel Yam were running when you heard a loud explosion. Behind him was a terrifying fire erupting. Amidst the thick black smoke, Yang Gam turned around with his sword. Is it really over already? A clan leader. All the Doeman elders had appeared before him. What is going on? He calmly said. The elders arrived just in time. Yang Gam was instructing them. There is an intruder. Quickly order people to come. But a radiant energy was descending behind him. He froze, feeling a deathly presence behind him. Damn it. He cursed. He had entered a power burst state, his hair turning golden. As he threatened by punching his fists together, don't run anymore. Let us fight already. Or did I come here for nothing? Seeing him getting closer made him panic. Really infuriating. But he was not strong enough to fight back. Mun's attack was useless. As the difference was too great, can Doham's followers handle him? Yang Gam still spoke boldly. I want your corpse, but I am not fully prepared yet. Gaki showed a dissatisfied expression. What is going on? Old man. Soon was quietly appearing behind him, preparing to attack. But Adric quickly dodged her strike. Scene landed in front of the Doeman group. She raised her sword to protect him. Madam Housekeeper, please step back. They have dealt with that mage already. Sen said to Yam. We will buy time for you. But his expression gradually became strange, and a wave of eerie power suddenly invaded her body. Soon turned in shock to see Yam's hand channeling energy into her. The housekeeper, not just her but the other elders as well, fell into a similar state. What are you doing, Housekeeper Kim? The sounds of painful, panic screams echoed continuously, mixed with the earlier voices addressing him. Why are you doing this? Housekeeper. But Yang Gam coldly replied. Are you going to hold him back? Then go ahead and do it. He stood among the mindless people, with only his bright red eyes shining. Becoming my puppet. A white ribbon appeared on the forehead of one elder, wrapped around with a red circle like an electrocardiogram. He uttered meaningless sounds, not just one. But all the elders fell into a similar state, facing these unconscious people. He still laughed and mocked. I wondered who Munsu took after to be so cowardly. Turns out, he takes after his father. Yang Gam held two control rods, standing in the midst of the people who had become puppets. He frowned at Hoguk's words. Feel free to talk, because I will send you to my son soon enough. The energy in Yam's body surged forth to control the puppets attacking my puppets. As soon as the command ended, the Doeman elders charged fiercely, but he became even more excited. The electrified fist was ready for battle. That is right. All of you come at me. I will deal with you quickly. Then it will be personal between you and me. Huguk punched the elder that charged at him in the stomach. Lightning erupted from his hand with a terrifying force, like a flare lighting up the space. Those puppet elders charged again. One grabbed Huguk's neck, while another dove for his legs, leaving him a bit flustered. What? How do these guys have such strength? 3 more puppets jumped in front, preparing to attack. Numerous cuts sliced into Huguk's body, while the puppet on his neck clung tightly, making it hard for him to counterattack. The more power he infused into the control rods, humans set limits on their abilities to protect themselves. But now I was the one deciding those limits. The soulless elders only had their bright red eyes left, and Yang Gam proudly explained. Moreover, I can enhance their martial arts just like your attributes, even if it is just a low-level being. Its power should not be underestimated. Huguk grabbed the head of the person clinging to his neck and squeezed tightly. With just this, Huguk pulled that person's head up, preparing to slam him down onto the puppets in front. Don't get too cocky. The ground shattered and collapsed under his terrifying blow. The earth trembled. The other elder puppets showed signs of fear, their bodies shaking. He then shouted an order. You fools. Do not just stand there. Quickly catch him. Huguk raised his electrified golden fist and leaped forward. He shouted loudly. All right. I will blow them all away with just one strike. With a punch, the entire ground exploded and cracked. Everything here is shaking. Chaos everywhere. The puppets are moaning in pain. Thrown away, and pieces of stone are flying in the air. Yang Gam uses one puppet to shield himself, angrily cursing these stupid pigs, as the shaking subsides. Only the intact puppet remains kneeling amidst the wreckage. Every crack in his body radiates a familiar golden energy. The puppet breathes heavily but still manages a proud smirk. These guys are really strong. Looks like it is Yang Gam's turn now. The puppet in front collapses, leaving Yem confused. What do we do about this? It seems it is still not my turn, but hands from beneath the ground reach up, trying to grab the leg in front. A puppet crawls on the ground, tightly grasping the ankle. He looks down in panic. They really cling on, still alive. He yanks the control string, warning that he has not even used his strongest puppet yet. A flash of light darts across. The puppet rushes in at Yam's command. Wielding a sword ready to stab straight down at the puppet, he raises his hand to block it. Damn it. But the blade pierces through his forearm and the puppet's body. Now he realizes it is a soul sword. He laughs triumphantly as his scheme succeeds. Let us see how you get out of this situation. It is puppet. The puppet watches in pain as the sword pierces through its body. She knocks him down. The puppet, helpless, raises a hand to grab the other puppet. But he has already seized her head to counterattack. Lightning force technique. The puppet channels all its energy to strike down at the other puppet's head. A tremendous amount of power is unleashed. Lightning descends. Yem clenches his fist, shaking. He angrily thinks that the other puppet is also injured. Damn it. With such an injury, he can still use such powerful martial arts. Just a wild beast. Yet he dares to do this. He lets, allowing her to fall. The puppet growls. Now it is really over. Come here. Nam. Dungo's voice rose through the smoke, catching his attention. He did not look too good. Did he? You are still smiling and teasing. Not training lately. He recognized Dung. Captain Black Gold is here. And shouted at a Gex. Don't get distracted. But the tangled thread from Yem jumped over his head. The red thread slowly wrapped around Tricky's body. Seems like he is getting distracted. Look behind you. We have got to catch those. He cursed while pulling apart each thread with his hands. How despicable. Who do you think would fall for this? He gritted his teeth, realizing that getting older is not easy. To take down Hetch's ref, he would risk everything. Yem crossed his arms, gripping the tangled threads, then unleashed his power. The secret technique of the puppet soul. He growled. This is the strongest technique that can control the living like a puppet. Ichiro also fell into a state like the Dohaman elders. A red thread wrapping around his forehead as he screamed in pain. Trying to resist it, a surge of power wrapped around him like an X. Ahx stepped forward towards Dungo at Yang Gam's command. Face the Black Gold leader. Even as a puppet, he still tried to speak. This body does not obey me. Yet, you still smiled eagerly, rolling your wrist. No problem. It has been a while since we fought, has not it? Even though he was being controlled, Ahx still tried to tilt his head and curse at Yang Gam. You despicable one. How long do you think you can hold out? He gritted his teeth, pouring all his strength into the puppet in his hands to retort. You can't last long. But if you disappear quietly, our plan will succeed. And then he ordered. Now. Come here. Aish. As soon as he finished speaking, Gachi's body tensed up. Power gathering like thunder from his two hands aimed at Dungu. He swung his arms. The magical force so overwhelming it shattered rocks into fine dust, breaking the heavens apart. Hachia looked helpless, squinting his empty, dazed eyes, saying in a pleading tone, Dungu. The body won't move as I want. Dungo's expression was calm. On the contrary, he smirked with interest. The leader seemed to lack individual fighting strength, but if controlling a level 9 individual, you could see his attributes were comparable to level 9. Suddenly, two forces clashed, creating dazzling bursts of light right after his words. Then let us fight seriously for once. Shall we? He was thrilled as he landed opposite Etrex. Since we are already fighting, do not hold back. Just a second later, Dungo swiftly flew into the air to avoid the opponent's fierce, burning magical attack. Sneering. How ridiculous. Then he landed firmly on the roof, looking relaxed and teasing. Have you realized it now? Who is the one caught and becomes a joke in the hands of the demon lord? Suddenly, his eyes flickered, and he shouted from the rooftop, flames of furious anger surging up. Dungo. You brat. What are you talking about? His powerful voice reverberated. Thunder. This leaves Dungo somewhat speechless. Uncle. Next, he shouted fiercely, the force unrestrained, destroying the house. However, he quickly landed lightly on the ground. Darkness enveloped Dungo. He looked up and asked, Am I being controlled? He held a part of the house in his hand and said, This is not my true intention. As Dungu finished speaking, a large section of the wall was thrown down. He looked at Guess, his hand radiating magical power, quickly forming a long weapon. Wondering, is my true intention being twisted? The sword created countless slashes toward the falling wall. The sword in Dungo's hand had not fully absorbed the reflective power, but the wall had completely shattered. Seeing only dust and debris behind him, Yang Gam was extremely angry. You idiot. Do not go losing your mind. He frowned. His teeth clenched in thought. With his strength, perhaps I can withstand this. I must win before it is too late. Standing behind Enough began to threaten him. Captain Hakim, if I go all out, H will surely die. Now, let us see if I can do it. He suddenly controlled the puppet with a deep-seated rage from the bottom of his heart. You killed Dev. Only then can you feel my sorrow from losing my child. At this moment, a look of panic appeared on Echika's face. This time it is real, not just my thoughts. Magical power radiated all around him. Dungu sensed that something was off. Suddenly, a surge of power directly stunned Hokko's head. Dungu's foot landed on his head. A heavy, solid body collided with the ground. A dark aura surrounded him. Dungu looked down with disdain. I beat you every day. Yang Gam still gritted his teeth, refusing to back down. What is that? Then Hingek's face, which was pressed against the sandy ground, gradually lifted heavily. Let us. He sprang up with enormous energy, bursting forth like fire, forcing Dungu to dodge hastily. All right. My body is heating up anyway. At this moment, Yam's expression was full of madness. He poured all his effort into the puppet in his hand and shouted loudly. Heavenly Puppet Master's great martial arts. Aki's eyes seemed to emit electricity. His expression extremely delighted. Dominant magical power gathered in his fists. That is good. Diamond Soul Destruction. Dungu was not willing to back down either. His fists radiated powerful energy in retaliation. Diamond Soul Destruction. The two forces collided violently, shaking the earth and sky, turning the surrounding space into a hazy dust. That magical power was so strong that Yam instinctively covered his face, but it also made him more exhilarated. Both are battle monsters to look forward to. But right after that, Hoguk was hit. The wound made him groan. Yang Gam squinted, calculating that even though Hoguk was injured, he could not be stopped. The old man pulled the ropes binding Hoguk towards himself, retreating to protect me. But Dungu had no intention of holding back, quickly chasing after with a dangerous look, deep in the shadows. Where do you think you are going? He closed the distance in an instant to attack Hoguk. Your action truly surprised Yang Gam. Why did he stab at his own teammate? Dungu did not waste a moment, continuing to attack the so-called teammate right in front of him, declaring, someone taught me that in a fight, there is no room for feelings. He calmly struck a palm to Hoguk's face. I am the sect leader. In that moment, time seemed to stop for everyone to see Hoguk's twisted face clearly, and then he collapsed again onto the rocky ground. The scene left Yang Gam a bit incredulous. The old man could not hide the fear in his eyes. How could this be? Hoguk was easily defeated like that. How strong are you? It is your background. Dungu carried a pitying look as he exposed the old man's true face. A traitor. Abandoning his subordinates. Doing everything to avenge his son. You are just an opportunist taking advantage of everything at hand. With that, he raised his hand to begin creating a barrier. The barrier surrounded Yam, with streams of magical energy constantly trampling over his body, causing him pain. The brutal magic quickly made him plead for mercy. Wait! I will convey your power to the Nezumi house. If Jim can persuade the Nezumi house to side with you, that would not be a bad condition. However, he had no intention of negotiating and raised his hand. In my past life, I had a faction just like yours. He snapped his fingers and continued. Nothing can save you now. Dungu smiled as the person behind him exploded with a painful scream. Two young men holding tablets were chatting. Finally this guy got caught. The other one is a bit confusing. Looking at the image of Hai Min being escorted by the police along with bold red news headlines, they continued discussing. The chairman of U Corporation. I heard he was plotting something with Dohum. It must be about a month ago. Right. Hearing that, the other one remembered. Was not it the assassination of the heir of the Allen family? The Allen wizard also came to Korea and made a big fuss about it. The other person agreed. Yeah. But did not the only heir of the Allen family appear too? That is right. The news about this was all over the papers. Even the intelligence agency was present and reported that nothing happened. At that time, the evildoers were dealt with and a reconciliation with the Allen family was also initiated. Wasn't it Hogukugun Kangmun? Right. Totally like a hero. Finally, the bus arrived, and someone exclaimed, we are here. At the martial arts convention, a vast space unfolded before them, resembling an arena. At that moment, Hara leaned against Jung, glancing at her phone while marveling. Our sect leader really is a superstar. So many people. Even the president is here. He gently replied, if you want to, you can be too. She looked up at him, realizing how famous he really was. This left Dungu a bit confused. What? Hara pointed at her phone. You mean the reporters? Right. Didn't they arrange the information beforehand and intentionally publish the article right before the convention? Hearing her say that, he just smiled. I had no idea. Hara replied. Somewhat uncertain, really. She gazed at him with her sparkling, beautiful eyes. He conveyed a message to you, saying not to let him down. Hara imagined her grandfather relaxing with a cup of fragrant tea, looking comfortable. It must be because her son-in-law Jungu was busy, which made things peaceful. Just as the thought crossed her mind, Someone rushed in with news. Chairman Kang Hun-min has been arrested. So you have been appointed as the interim chairman. The statement made him spit out the sip of tea he had not swallowed yet, leaving that memory behind. Dong-gu gently closed his eyes and smirked. That was a thank you gift for agreeing to let us date. It seems he does not like it. Though, Hara was not too emotional about it. Still, thank you for taking care of him too. Hearing Hara say that, he gently patted her head to comfort her. You should be the one thanking me. Because you were the opening act, the national sister. I felt so proud. His words made her blush directly. Hara shyly glanced at him, her words stumbling a bit. Why are you saying that all of a sudden? It is not like you at all. Dong-gu wore a serious expression and instructed. After the opening ends, we will leave the stadium immediately. Upon hearing that, Hara's expression turned worried. Is something dangerous happening? He glanced at her and replied. I do not know yet. Suddenly, Hara stood up, confidently facing Dong. Your boyfriend is the strongest in the universe. So what is there to worry about? No matter what happens, you will protect me. Right. He looked up at her, but his expression was filled with melancholy and contemplation. Of course. Suddenly, someone popped their head in to announce. Madam, it is almost time for the performance. Hearing that, Hara waved goodbye to him. I will head out there now. Dong, you do well in the competition too. He immediately responded. All right. As soon as he leaves, his face sinks into a dark shadow. The corners of his mouth curl up. He did not run away as he wished and organized the tournament. Nezumi, the traitor of the martial world. Whoever dares to mess with him will be dealt with immediately. Fireworks and bright lights on stage make the atmosphere lively. Everyone cheers excitedly. Hara on stage is very professional, stirring up the surroundings. Everyone, enjoy the martial arts festival. The organizers whisper among themselves. Yep. That is Hara, who is in charge of today's energetic opening. Currently, the competitors are entering the stadium and will simultaneously begin the qualifiers. An announcement rings out. Now the competitors will gather at the arena. Kang Chun steps out and glances around. So many people. A group of others also starts to look around. Some lament. But with so many people, how can the qualifiers proceed? There is another name added. Just the participants alone. Already thousands of people. And it is hard to tell who is who anymore. One person points ahead. Over there. Hogak Dongong and John-in are striding forward, with someone recognizing Hogak, the Master Jum Kang. An announcement rings out. The 5 Masters of the Martial Arts Alliance are also among those participating. Minchan and a few others appear. Surprising everyone, old Joan crosses his arms, seeming like everyone is only looking at him. Hearing that, Hogak looks at the old man with a grin. What is wrong? Jealous. The Master Kang standing next to Minion winks as if to say it is a congratulatory firework. Everyone boasting about their strength and showing off too much is not allowed. At this point, he is at a loss for words. In contrast to him, Hogak does not seem to care about all that. He is full of strength. Looking encouraging, don't he worry. As soon as he said that, someone replied, as I told you. The Master Lei Hogak Hu Chin focuses his strength into his arm. Well then, let us. John won't he back down either. Gathering his energy, Dongong pulls out his sword as things escalate. Of course, Minion is not going to fall behind and prepares to fight. The Master Kang conceals his power in his fan. Another old master immediately releases a powerful internal force. All those sources of strength collide without restraint. They crash down into the arena, causing a violent tremor in the space. A battle between the top masters leaves the audience shielding their eyes. It is truly terrifying. Some people are blinded by dust. They have no idea what just happened. What just suddenly happened? Despite everyone around being knocked away, the scene ahead seems shrouded in fog. But the group of Hogak remains calmly calculating. Old John clasps his hands behind his back and asks, how many are left? Dongong estimates about 1 out of 1. Hogak sighed. Impressed. Suddenly he shouts, anyone who falls will be eliminated. Hearing that, those who just fell to the ground can only exchange glances. Soon after, the audience erupts in excitement. They cheer enthusiastically. Truly amazing. This is the power of the Martial Arts Alliance. Kang Chun frowns in fear at the scene that just unfolded. This is just the tip of the iceberg. He does not care much about the guy next to him who is frustrated at not being able to stand. Damn it. He continues to ponder. Being with my dad every day made me forget. But the martial arts of those at the master level give me goosebumps. Right now, Hogak is softly speaking into the mic. Checking it. He stands tall in the center, addressing everyone. Opening speech of the conference. His eyes are filled with power, his face exuding both danger and excitement. Fight and seize glory. Move forward. The atmosphere, which was previously calm, begins to stir. The cheers of the audience echoed all the way outside the arena, where someone hid their identity under a long coat. Hosting a fiery show, Kang Chun was also very excited, clenching his fists. It is amazing. I never thought I could witness the martial arts of the sect leaders up close like this. But then he wondered, Donggo, what are you doing? Hearing that, Donggu could only raise his hand and scoff. Is this the place to showcase the strength of the United Martial Arts Alliance? Is it supposed to be that dramatic? Suddenly, both of them turned their gaze toward the source of the unexpected voice, which indeed came from Gu-ho. She waved at them. Long time no see. Her unexpected appearance made one of them exclaim, Sister Gu-ho. Gu-ho looked ahead, sect leader. I am very dissatisfied with your show. Donggu, unfazed, tilted his head toward her and asked, Did you get through it? She bumped fists with Kang Chun while flashing a smile at Donggu. Of course. You could see the fierce energy radiating from her as you commented. I guess you have managed to control the black flame. Right, Kang Chun added. Your Maak-do is very stable. However, her words made Gu-ho so furious she could spit fire. What the hell? Etsy-ho, don't call me by those childish names of yours. Then she immediately returned to a serious expression and said in a stern tone, That is enough of the greetings. She pointed at the two of them. The victory will belong to Watch On Moon. I have no intention of conceding, so attack with all your might. Then Gu-ho leaned closer to Donggu and whispered, And do not you dare slack off because I have not given up yet. Hearing that, he responded with a smirk. I look forward to it. A boy suddenly interjected into their conversation, surprising both of them. Me too. She looked at him suspiciously. The young man boldly introduced himself with eyes full of determination. I am Shi Yujin from John Moomin. That is his identity. Chuman Shi Yujin with an undetermined characteristic, while Kang Chun looked at him with a serious brow. Donggu still wore a smile. I never heard that Rundung had relatives. Is he a relative? You directed the question at Un. What is so important that you came all the way here? A glint of confidence and determination flashed in his eyes. This is a declaration of war. He maintained his steady tone. Due to the continuous mistakes of John Moomin a few months ago, we have handed over the leadership of the alliance to Jum. Upon hearing this, reluctantly extended your hand with a helpless expression. Yeah. Because our members are too strong. But Yujin interrupted. I think the sect leader. His next words made Donggo's expression darken. The backbone of the Iron Squad has chosen you as their leader. Donggo's eyes narrowed dangerously, so Yujin emitted a powerful aura. Behind him seemed to be the shadow of someone, unable to leave the battlefield of his family. I am not a real defender. I am just a pawn standing in for a relative who has passed on. That is why I have to prove myself to the head of the family. Yujin's voice rang with determination. He pointed at Junggu. I will win this competition and challenge you for the honor of my family and Chij Mu. Yujin's action left him feeling helpless as he sighed and closed one eye. I have not even participated yet, and I have already received 2 challenges. While he raised a smile at the corner of his mouth, Kang Chun behind him wore a face of quiet anxiety. Finally, the announcement echoed. We will begin the first match. Only 115 contestants survived from thousands. Now there will be 16 rounds for the second elimination match. At this moment, the 2 contestants had taken the stage. The first contestant had a very competitive expression. This is male member Jack Bai Moon, and the youngest of the 3 brothers Jum Gang Chon, who was cheering enthusiastically from the stands. Jum wins. However, on the field, Kang Chun felt both excited and scared. The cheering around him made him lose his composure. It is my first time fighting with so many people. Don't cheer for me. It just makes me more anxious. His opponent was ready in a fighting stance. I do not know how strong Ju is, but you are just a big kid. The announcement rang out. The match began. Ditiak roared with power, holding a chain in his hand. I will show you what experience really means. He swung the iron chain, which moved like a furious black dragon, wrapping tightly around his prey. Kang Chun was caught off guard and found both his hands bound. Seeing him being restrained, Ditiak grew even more excited. You are caught now. Feel my strength. He began channeling power into the iron chain. Enjoy it. At this moment, Kang Chun's face had turned pale. His teeth were clenched tightly. In a place with blue skies and white clouds, the plane had landed. Someone was casually enjoying food in the cabin. The flight attendant huffing approached the Kung vehicle without any awkwardness. Ladies and gentlemen, the plane has landed. She held a food box in her hand, tilting her face in surprise. Is it here already? The Kung vehicle took the bag and cheerfully said goodbye to the other person. Thanks for the food. It was really good. The attendant bowed politely, but her face was sweaty from anxiety. How many portions did she consume? She sighed as she looked at the vast scene. The massive buildings in front of her. This is South Korea. The Kung vehicle was full of anticipation. Gripping tightly. Wait. Sweetheart. I will meet you soon. Meanwhile, in the arena, Kang Chun was still enduring the relentless attacks from Dai Tx. He was extremely aggressive. Fall down. You bear. The battle was so intense that only a haze of dust remained, exciting the audience. What is going on? Is he scared? I am betting on you. The Kang Chun deflected each attack with his hands. Squinting and yelling, he immediately unleashed his rage, striking back and sending his opponent flying with a twisted face. That hurts. Just stop. The dust gradually began to clear. Now the shattered ground was clearly visible. Broken chains scattered, and the defeated lay flat on the cold ground. The organizers were left speechless, and then they quickly announced a decisive win. The first match was won by Kang Chun. He let out a breath with a light smile. Oh no. I could not contain my strength. Elsewhere, Gyuho swiftly brought his opponent down under his blade, leaving them terrified. I surrender. I surrender. The results were announced shortly after. Gyuho from Wachamun wins. On Eugene side, he wasted no time delivering a blow to his opponent's face. His strike rendered the guy unable to move anymore. The organizers announced Eugene from Jamumun wins. Jung-go stood in the stands, observing all the matches. He fell into deep thought. There is a huge difference between the 6 masters and the other members. By the time it reached the round of 16, it was quite boring. He squinted his eyes, looking down below, continuing to think, by the way, I can't do anything against him. What should I do? The announcement echoed again. The Kang Chun will advance to the round of 16. Oh man. He must be exhausted by now. In the break room, a heavy sound echoed. Shaking everything, Donggu punched Kang Chun hard, his face showing displeasure. You idiot. How can you be scared coming here? Kang Chun could only cry while holding his aching head. He retorted. But I did not think so many people would come. Donggu looked at him seriously with concerned eyes. Somehow you made it to the qualifiers. But now it is the round of 16. You have to fight against those 6 masters' subordinates. And then Donggu suddenly grinned, his eyes dangerous with a fiery anger burning behind him. Or do you want to give up and prepare for the next match with me? The look on his face frightened Kang Chun. He hurriedly shouted, I feel better now. I will work really hard. Up in the stands, Hara was also very excited in her stealthy appearance. She waved her hands cheering. Goat. The 2 people standing beside her felt a bit strange. It felt like someone was behind them. The other one felt a bit uneasy. What is going on? It feels like someone is blocking my senses. Then Hara suddenly fell into thought, feeling sorry for Donggu. But she told Teen Nan that she needed to do something here today, so she lightly took off her glasses to reveal Teen Nan's sparkling beauty and winked. I will play around here for a bit and then leave, releasing Toon Nan. Dividing consciousness. The announcement from the organizers echoed everywhere. The round of 16 matches will begin soon. It is time for the contestants to showcase their full potential. The 2 opponents in the first match have revealed themselves. In the first round, we have contestant Kang Chun, who has shown an extraordinary gap in strength against contestant Chan Gung from the Bawang sect. You are also in the 6 great sects. The host seems very excited to discuss this. The Bawang sect is similar to the Kim Kang sect because it specializes in martial arts. Right. Someone quickly responded, that is right. So the difference in each side's abilities is expected to be even more pronounced. The 2 opponents stared at each other with confidence. Finally, the announcement everyone has been waiting for rang out. The match is allowed to begin. The archer is ready in a fighting stance, prepared to strike. Let us see which sect is the best in martial arts. However, at this moment, Kang Chun's eyes became vacant, his whole body trembling. His anxiety and nervousness in front of his opponent are seen as disdain. Chung gritted his teeth. This guy. Am I not even worthy of a response? He immediately charged forward with a powerful aura. If you do not make a move, I will attack first. The heavenly pillar Bawang fist. But Kang Chun did not know what to do. The enthusiastic chatter and cheers from the audience made it impossible for him to act. Damn it. I am too anxious to focus. Everyone, please be quiet. He thought of Donggu, who was quietly observing the match. If I fight poorly this time, Donggu will kill me. Suddenly, a voice called out, catching Kang Chun's attention, and weaved through the crowd in the stands. A familiar figure came into his view, Si Kyung. She was shouting with all her might, don't lose. She shouted again with flushed cheeks, do your best. If you win, I will. The next words reached his ears clearly. I will do anything you want. Such words directly ignited Kang Chun's strength, the magic around him crackling like thunder, his divine power radiating fiercely. At this moment, Chung was also poised to strike down on his opponent. However, before the blow could land, he was met with a devastating punch from Kang Chun. The Kang Chun did not give his opponent time to panic. Continuously striking So Gung could not retaliate. He was hit to the point of confusion, his eyes wide with disbelief. What is going on? Suddenly, is this my attribute? Kang Chun's punch was still full of power, and he smiled brightly. It is the power of love. And then he continued to unleash his strength, his body enveloped in dense magic, revealing only the Vajra. By the time the power was reined in, Kang Chun's opponent had collapsed to the ground in utter defeat. Si Kyung cheered with joy as the organizers confirmed that, with a fantastic counterattack, contestant Kang Chun had secured a place in the quarterfinals. Kang Chun proudly raised his arm amidst the cheers of the audience. All 3 brothers of the Kim Kang sect will advance to the quarterfinals. However, unlike everyone's excitement, Donggu felt a bit disappointed. Is that all there is? In a rather quiet and safe space, Junggu called a G. He was a bit surprised to see the person on the other side of the screen. It has been a long time. My friend. You went straight to the point about Kung's car. What happened? Why is she in South Korea? Hearing this, Sadai hesitated a bit. Well, we just confirmed she went missing yesterday. He trembled a little while recalling Gyu Qing's frantic look. She left a note saying she was going to meet her boyfriend, and her father was furious. Sidai anxiously asked, "Did Si Kyung cause any trouble?" In response to the question, Kyu just laughed lightly. "It is not really trouble. Anyway, I have to go now. I will call you back later." After hanging up, Donggu could only sigh. That couple is really hard to predict. Just then, a strange old man stepped up. That phone call was shorter than I thought. He looked at him with suspicion. What does he want? He lifted his gaze to introduce himself. Him. The elder of the Beiwang sect. Donggu seemed not very interested in this. He quickly replied. So what? Facing the indifference of the person in front, and began to get angry. Don't act innocent. It is about my son. Tron Gung, who just collapsed, the old father, with a gloomy face, recalled his son's struggling appearance on the hospital bed. Right now, he is in the infirmary, covered in broken bones. Does Kim Kang men really have no respect for even the slightest opponent? Hearing him say that, Donggu could only tilt his head and laugh. And here I thought it was something serious. Fine. Should we apologize for being too strong, or should I thank you for the weakness of Biv Jing Mun? The words were full of mockery, causing In Kwon to shout loudly as his anger erupted. He gathered his energy to create a proud guardian figure behind him. You bastard. What did you just say to me? The elder of that clan. You want to die? Donggu certainly would not back down. Filled with a powerful, arrogant presence. Who here is going to die? Seems there are still fools who think that having status means having power. The two powerful forces were locked in a standoff, neither willing to give in. The overwhelming strength from Jung Go surprised In. I am sure he is younger than my son. But how could he possess such immense power? It is like I am being suffocated. The light in his eyes now resembles that of a dangerous predator. It seems you still have not learned anything from the death of the late master of Lai He, Munin. His expression was left with only fear and dread. All willpower dissipated. Impossible. This kid really intends to kill me. How can he be so cruel? Suddenly, a powerful voice rang out, startling Donggu. Stop. The one who arrived is the envoy from Bia Vongmen in a serious tone. He spoke. Both of you. Stop it. While Olden was still gasping under the powerful aura, Donggu boldly replied towards the envoy. Just in case you misunderstand. I wanted to tell you this. He was the one who provoked me first. The envoy from Bia Vongmen. Hearing this, he spoke while glancing at Inko. So on behalf of Elder What, I apologize to you. Elder What, I am also very sorry that our disciple was defeated. But that was wrong, of course. He was very dissatisfied and replied to the envoy. But immediately, the envoy emitted a strong aura, his voice low. Do you want others to hear that the elder of Bi Buvang Men was defeated by a mere disciple? In the end, Inkan could only endure and submit. I understand. Envoy, watching the two leave, Donggu advised. You should take care of your disciple. The envoy frowned in response. Sorry for the inconvenience. Envoy of the Iron Team. We take our leave. Suddenly, a faint sound reached his ears. The envoy's brow furrowed further. What the? He slightly leaned to look at Dung, wondering what he just conveyed through telepathy. But now he can only see your back. While he can't see Donggo's bright smile. In the match, a man pulls out his sword. The announcement from the organizers continues to ring out. The fierce battle for a spot in the quarterfinals has resumed. The man swiftly slashes with his sword, not giving his opponent a chance to get close. He is the prince of the Jingshun Gate. Yonhun. He grits his teeth, assessing the strength of the person in front of him. He truly deserves to be called the best of Kim Kang. His sword has no effect on him at all. After a moment of thought, Yunhun channels his energy to create power in his palm. It is time to use my trump card. He then charges forward, going straight at the other man. You won't know this move. Release attribute. Suppressing strike. The announcement comes through with a rather surprising tone. Competitor Yunhun has revealed his attribute, a sudden strike. However, Yunhun's opponent, Kang Hun, easily dodges the attack and even turns to gather his internal energy to prepare to take him down. Kang Hun immediately strikes from behind, catching his opponent off guard and sending him flying. Kim Kang looks sternly down at the person he has just defeated, listening to the announcement from the organizers. A convincing victory. With a careful, calm, and composed performance, Kang Hun moves on to the quarterfinals. His goalmate Hoguk burst into joyful laughter. He pays little attention to Dung Ong's still demeanor, or the contemplative look on his face, who is deeply immersed in thought and calculations, his brow furrowed. Outside, two sturdy gatekeepers stand observing the surroundings. They unexpectedly block a mysterious cloaked figure attempting to enter the arena. You stop right there. Time's up. Check it out on TV later. The cloaked figure silently attacks the two gatekeepers before they can react. Immediately, others rush, surrounding the cloak in a circle. Someone, slightly panicked, asks, "What is going on?" The others quickly realize the issue. He wants to break in. Dong-gu suddenly appears from behind, lightly placing a hand on one of the gatekeeper's shoulders. "Stop right there. He is not your match." He looks a bit surprised, leaning to look at the captain. Finally, the cloaked figure raises their hand to remove the hood. It turns out to be Han Myung, exuding a powerful aura. Seeing the opponent's face catches Dong-gu off guard. "Is that you, Han Myung?" And then the gatekeepers immediately rush at him with angry expressions. "Where do you think you are going? You can get close to the captain. They really are not a match for him." After 2 strikes, Han Myung skillfully glides past with an impatient look. "On to block my way." Now he stands before someone very relaxed, ready for a challenge. "I want to have a proper fight with you." Finally, the opportunity has come. Dung begins to radiate an aura, slightly admiring the opponent. "You have grown a lot since before. It seems I need to train the team more strictly." The fighting spirit is showing through just as strongly. He frowned slightly. "I fought with all my might as if my life depended on it, and when that was not enough, I even sold my soul to the devil." With that, he unleashed his power, his face filled with rage. "I will let you go peacefully. That is your reward for treating me well. Release the suppression attribute." Dong-gu was not afraid of the blazing chains wrapping around his arm. He just smiled slightly. "I know this attribute like the back of my hand." But then, his eyes suddenly flickered. "What is this?" Dong-gu looked surprised at the overwhelming power swirling within the chains. The flow was different from before. Not just a trickle. How can this be? The magic surged like fire, surprising him. Soul of heavenly fire. That power created a massive explosion, turning everything around into flames. Despite the flames burning around him, Dong-gu kept his gaze fixed ahead. The fire technique was even stronger than before, almost as if he were wielding multiple flames. Then he laughed at Mia's astonished expression. "So that is how it is." He boldly escaped the grasp of the flames and chains, his face filled with excitement as he looked at his opponent. So he had been stealing attributes from many people. With the stolen attributes, he used multiple powers at once. Han Myung bit his lip, his eyes glinting with danger. His whole being seemed to sink into darkness. That look made Dong-gu quickly conclude that he had truly become a demon. Han Myung did not refute. "That is right. And I have also learned a strong mindset from that person." Dong-gu stood there looking at him, showing no intention of avoiding. He seemed quite pleased to hear that he had grown a bit stronger. Then Dong-gu raised his hand, beginning to channel his power. A formidable strength bursting from his body. "But you misstimed it. I just reached the level of a great sorcerer thanks to the sudden intruders sent by Alan." He quickly directed his move toward Han Myung. As the whirlpool ended, countless raging whirlpools appeared from nowhere. They followed him relentlessly, forcing him to evade. Han Myung continued to channel his magic power, but his expression was filled with resentment. What? Even stronger than the tremor. His eyes glinted as he suddenly appeared behind Han Myung without him noticing. "Should TU focus on maintaining the suppression attribute? Your presence surprised Han greatly." He immediately turned to counter, unleashing attributes of release, fire, and blizzards. The 2 streams of magic clashed, rushing toward Jung-gu. Seeing this, he calmly drew his weapon, ready to counter at any moment. He had to use all the attributes he had. The swift sword severed Han Myung's magic power, the overwhelming strength wrapping around him. His counter made it difficult for the other to defend. He would not give up, gritting his teeth and releasing his powers. Next, Han Myung used all his strength to manipulate metal with new magic. This technique formed a solid shield to protect him. Jung-gu smirked, not surprised at all. With so many types of powers, it seems each type's skill is not that great compared to their overwhelming strength. He unleashed his power again. A massive field of magic was created. Dong-gu controlled everything in the palm of his hand while taunting. "Come on. You should try harder. The next move should focus on breaking through the shield." Han Myung struggled to maintain the shield while activating his new magic, looking strained as he released his powers. This time, his magic formed a spatial black hole, with an arm appearing from behind to retaliate. However, Dong-gu easily dodged it, not forgetting to express his surprise. "This is quite interesting, is not?" Suddenly, energy gathered in Han Myung's arm like a flame, exploding with released power. Everything was left in a fiery blaze from the explosive impact. While he safely landed on the ground, the magic emanating from Han Myung began to dissipate. He breathed heavily and warily sighed. He is strong in both physical and magical abilities. On the other hand, this is the first time I have used so many powers at once like this. My endurance can't hold out. But just then, a familiar voice rang out, leaving him in disbelief. "You can just be like this. Can you?" Dong-gu landed lightly opposite him, his face calm and collected. "Oh no. Are you already tired? It seems you lack both skill and stamina." The sight of his overwhelming strength left Han Myung truly at a loss for what to do. He was not even injured at all. Dong-gu walked up and grabbed his neck. Han Myung could only let out a growl from his throat, staring at Dong-gu, who still had a strong aura. He could not use the powers he stole from others, as if they were entirely his own. The rightful owner of the powers is going to cry in the golden stream. Those words did not reach Hoi's ears. Suddenly, he tightened his grip on Dong Gu's arm and boldly declared, "I will recover my strength." He unleashed a new technique, crazily absorbing energy. While he struggled, Dong Gu smiled widely, swiftly slicing through his unruly arm with a quick strike that left him no time to react. Dong Gu placed the sword behind his back, his dangerous face looking down at Homi Myung, who was clutching his shoulder. In the end, he had to use it out of worry. Ha Myung gritted his teeth, his eyes filled with hatred as he glared at the wound. Cursing. "You bastard," he said with a serious expression, questioning his opponent's move. "Where is she?" Back in the arena, Hara was still happily cheering. Suddenly her eyes flickered. As if she realized something, she cautiously watched the man dressed in dark approaching her. "What is he doing? Looking for me? But I have concealed myself using my powers." CY flashed a sly smile, his presence radiating danger. "Hello, national little sister." The door suddenly burst open. In rushed with a panicked and worried expression. "We need to get out of here quickly. We also need to evacuate the audience." The suddenness left Kakai a bit confused. "What?" Minchan was similarly bewildered about what was happening. "What do you mean? Please calm down and explain it to us first." The sect leader Biwi Hong immediately threw the elder of Biev's Nang Yemen to the ground, his expression very serious. "Captain Thit signaled to me that there was a traitor. So I proceeded to investigate this elder Inquan because I suspected him." Minchan raised an eyebrow and asked further, and then, with a grim expression, Ainan explained that this person was transmitting information to the Japanese Hyomun, who had colluded with Doham. Only then did Haga's expression turn worried. The Japanese Hyomun. Minchan beside him fell silent as well. The Nozumi family seemed to be out of time. The audience member repeated, "Hurry up. We need to stop the martial arts tournament." On Dong Gu's side, suddenly Homi Mung began talking about something seemingly unrelated to his question. "You and your team are here, so the defense in the stands must be weak." His words left Dong Gu full of questions. Ha Mung looked at him with deep eyes. "My goal is to compete with you. That is all. In exchange, I have fulfilled my role here." Suddenly, he summoned magic, a black hole opening above Jung, releasing the property of space distortion. He glanced back. The sight surprised him. Over at Kang Chun, he was gazing at the sky while stretching his muscles. "Good. The quarterfinals are about to end. If I keep this up, I might win." Just then, Gyuho approached from behind with a competitive look. "Who says that? This time I have no intention of losing to Kim Kang-mun." Her appearance caught him off guard. Sugu, as they both looked ahead, the clear blue sky was now covered by a massive black hole. Kang Chu could not help but shout out loud at the sight before him. "What the heck?" Gyuho seemed to realize something. "Wait. Is there something in there?" From inside the black hole, countless strange lights appeared. Then hundreds of masked warriors, wielding swords, descended. Alongside them was a figure emanating a different aura. "Well, the festival ends here. South Korea." He raised his dark, arrogant face high. "It is time to remind you who your masters are." The fighters below were thrown into a panic by what was happening. "What?" They fell from the sky. "They have been surrounded." The masked group ruthlessly attacked, their tone mocking. "What do you mean? What is wrong? We are your masters, and you will become our slaves. Someone else dares to challenge us. Let the warriors step up." The terrifying massacre caused everyone in the stands to flee in panic, each desperately looking for a way out. Then Zumi's arrogance enraged Kang Chun, making him revert to the form of the Golden River clan. "What are these bastards doing?" He immediately assumed a fighting stance, sending those around him flying. The Diamond Soul Destruction. Yuho also unleashed an attack, causing the warriors to writhe in a sea of flames. However, they kept multiplying, and we could not defeat them all. Now they are gathering to corner the Kang Chun group. He leaned against her, carefully surveying the encirclement around him. "Damn it. We have been outmaneuvered." Yuho frowned, remaining defensive as he lamented. "They keep pouring out from that gate. There are too many." Donggu stood outside, taking in the entire scene unfolding at the black hole. He slightly turned, showing he understood. "So that is it. Are you planning something interesting?" The wound on Hang's hand felt like it was burning, causing him immense pain. Even with his face showing weakness and helplessness, he boldly declared war against Jung. "Shouldn't you be over there? Shall we continue our battle?" A powerful energy surged around Donggu, who cast a disdainful glance at Homi Myung's pitiful state. "Stop talking nonsense. Even if you did not lose your hand, I would not have anything to do with someone who can't even strengthen themselves." Those words truly struck a nerve with him. Homing was incredibly unwilling. "This bastard." He recklessly charged forward, unleashing his magic. "Don't even think about running away." Homing used his remaining hand to perform a technique. He wore an expression of fierce anger, like the flames in his hand, releasing elemental magic. Explosive fire. He unleashed that power forward, creating a massive firebomb, turning earth and stone into fine dust. a fiery inferno. However, Homie Moong's finishing blow did not shake Dong-gu at all. He squinted through the thick smoke from the magic, his face showing little interest in the other's desire to fight. You are really a hassle. The remaining power in Hang's hand was just a thin wisp of smoke and dying embers. He was stubborn, insisting that they settle this before he left. Dong-gu's expression grew serious. He must think he is strong since he has absorbed so many attributes. Dong-gu charged at Haoming, mocking him. But he was not even worthy of being my opponent. Yet, Homie Ming's expression showed a hint of anticipation. At this point, he began to gather strength from the roaring flames. Releasing attributes: fire, explosive power, and a torrent of wind. Then he directly unleashed his strength, phoenix flames. The fire transformed into a supreme spirit surrounding Dong-gu. He remained unfazed, still wearing a light smile. With that attack, Dong-gu gathered energy to create a barrier beneath his feet. A surge of power coalesced in his strong fist. Your eyes are filled with a dangerous intent. Ready to bring down your fist on the target, you strike decisively, declaring confidently that you will never defeat me. Dong-gu's aura directly overwhelms Homing's strength. His immense power transforms into a blinding light, clashing with every other force. All resources finally respond to the ground with an astonishing earthquake, leaving only shattered earth and stones. Dong-gu powerfully plants his foot down. Still surrounded by dust, he stands tall, looking down at Homing, who lies defeated on the hard stone floor. He has no strength left to resist. He looks down at the person he just defeated, pity filling his eyes. I will let you live because I was trembling when I met you, so just stay here. But at this moment, Hang cannot respond. His face is blank, devoid of any expression. Despite Homing's powerless hand lying pitifully on the ground, Dong-gu quickly walks away. Inside the arena, fierce battles are also taking place, sending smoke billowing everywhere. Yu-ho channels magical power into her sword, creating a powerful aura that not only eliminates the people around but also crushes the ground and stones. 9 dragons fire blaze. Suddenly, a warrior charging from behind is struck down. He appears with a blade, catching her off guard. Just when she thought she would be hit, a blinding burst of energy rushes in, knocking the warrior away in a surprising turn for Gu-ho. A voice rings out, and Kang Chun's eyes light up as if seeing hope. How dare these little guys kill? Seeing that the newcomer is Ujix, Kang Chun is overjoyed. Yu-ho's father also cheers. The master of the Kim Kang sect, Age, however, is filled with rage. You scoundrels! How dare you ruin the grand martial arts banquet? I will kill all of you. Amidst his fury, a strange voice suddenly calls out. Are you friends with Dong-gu? Hearing someone ask him, Gixi feels puzzled. Friends? I am too fake to be friends with him. Just as he finishes speaking, a figure in a white cloak appears out of nowhere, drawing everyone's attention. Age, displeased, points at him. You in the white cloth, who do not know your place. Do you know Dong-gu? The face of Seo-in is filled with disdain and resentment. Of course. I know him better than you do. Ichinachi's face darkens as he surges forward towards Seo-in. Jokingly, Seo smirks, quickly dodging the punch as if countering a storm. Gitzi's power descends, creating fiery sparks that shatter pieces of hard stone, destroying everything around. He grits his teeth, thinking that he avoided his attack with surprising ease. But what is this malicious energy? He looks young yet possesses incredible strength, similar to Dong-gu's. Suddenly, he kneels, pressing his hand firmly on the ground to begin constructing a barrier. On the side of the Nezumi head, he laughs excitedly. It is South Korea. Everything you have built will belong to us. Nezumi clank. It is time to execute the move. The corners of Sion's mouth curve up even higher. The man's face is filled with schemes for the ultimate soul-absorbing technique. His power transforms into gigantic tentacles. The sudden appearance of that cunning creature leaves Gu-ho stunned. Kang Chun and his father also look worried at the overwhelming tentacles surrounding them, but C seems to have no intention of sparing the Nezumi warriors. The tentacles attack them brutally. Some are terrified of his abilities. Someone recognizes something strange about this power. Wait, something's off here. Why is it spreading to us? Looking at the warrior being pulled into the air, he can only shout at the master, leaving him in great fear. Stop. Sion. Our warriors are getting caught up in this too. Sion, brimming with magical energy, hears this but shows no intention of stopping. Our warriors, haven't I told you? I do not care about things like nationality. He chuckles, his cold and cunning gaze sweeping over. All I need is a fool to bring me an army to absorb today. Goodbye, master. That wretched little bug. Thus, the master is wrapped by the tentacles and drained of his life force, leaving him in pain, slowly becoming a dry husk but still trying to shout Sion's name. Gidatra quickly instructs everyone to avoid that dark force and run as far away as possible. The Gu-ho group hurriedly flees. Damn. What just happened here? Kang Chun is almost caught up by that dark power. It will capture us, however. It seems a shield has been created that prevents the dark power from getting close to him and Gu-ho. Both are slightly surprised as they look back. At this moment, Kang Chung feels relieved and sits down on the ground. We are safe now. John and Minan and Master Kang have also arrived. Ichiyev looks towards them and complains. Why did you guys arrive so late? Both In and Dung are following behind. Master Kang seriously reassures. I have set up the barrier, so you do not need to be tense anymore. Old John In adds a few words. The spectators have been evacuated. Minan then asks, Master Lai, what is the situation? Gaeki points towards Seo and floating outside the barrier. That is the culprit. His power is absorption. A few participants and even the Nezumi clan have already been devoured by him. He now looks extremely arrogant, surrounded by powerful magical energy. Yakiyet. Don't let your guard down. He might be accumulating power by using that technique to absorb others. But Dung-eung can't keep calm, saying, I will just rush in and take his head. Hearing this, Minan quickly stops him. Wait, Master B. But he is not listening, charging directly at Sien. He creates countless afterimages to surround the opponent. It seems I have to take you down to end this. You have insulted the pride of our martial world. You must pay with your life. Sien glanced around, his eyes filled with curiosity. So there are people with that kind of power in this century too, isn't it interesting? Dung-eung did not say much to him. He squinted tightly and finally drew out the sword enveloped in dense energy. He unleashed the power from the sword towards Seo and then Kwang Kim. He easily deflected the attack with a mocking smile. This attack did not faze him at all, but suddenly, he was struck by dizziness. Blood pouring from his mouth. Turned out he had taken a sword thrust through his chest from Dung-eung. The person who was not even in front of him now appeared out of nowhere, unleashing an attribute and becoming invisible. Sien found it ridiculous. Smirking. You are talking about the honor of martial arts. Yet you are sneaking up on me. Doesn't a warrior feel ashamed doing that? You are despicable. Dung-eung remained unfazed by his words. That is just courtesy in a battle between warriors. A monster like you does not deserve that kind of respect. Suddenly, Sien covered his mouth tightly and revealed, what a waste. I have used almost all the power I absorbed from the Peng clan in Ihi Dabiks. Unable to speak with his mouth covered, he sank into thought. Surely that stab had killed him. How was that possible? Is it because he heals his wounds with his absorbed power? Just like that, he was lifted into the air by Sien effortlessly. At this point, he was incredibly pleased. Whatever. Since you are strong, I have got nothing to lose. While watching Dung-eung being defeated, he could not help but shout, Master, help. Master Kang next to him raised his hand to prepare a spell. Calm down. I will create an energy field. So everyone should attack him together. As soon as he finished speaking, a dagger immediately pierced her chest. The sound from Seo-in was filled with gloom. So you are the psychic. He widened his dangerous eyes, affirming, you are the biggest problem in this fight. Killing you first will make it easier. Old Jonin was worried about the injured newcomer, while watching another sword rush towards him. The master controlled the tentacles to tear through the shield in everyone's astonishment. If I kill the psychic, then your shield will become useless. He wrapped Jonin in vines, his eyes on the old man in surprise. Has this guy had his power absorbed by someone? The old man cursed at him. You bastard. Ignore the old man's words. He was not satisfied with the remark. Then you won't taste good at all. Shortly after, the old man was thrown away forcefully with a tone full of disdain. Go on. You won't gain anything. Just like that, in absorbed power from the vines, his eyes looking at him in praise. Congratulations. You have won. Seeing everyone in the crowd shout out the losers, the remaining nameless ones cowardly fled, and the masters had been defeated. They helplessly accepted the reality. It is, and they believed there was only one way out left. Run away. Minchona's face turned pale as he watched his comrades fall one by one, filling him with fear. All the key members of the factions were easily wiped out like this. In his line of sight now was Sien, radiating overwhelming power. It is, he will destroy the factions. The guy arrogantly toyed with the survivors. Do you think you can escape by running? Come on. Quickly become my prey. Behind him, someone was filled with rage and energy. You bastard. My friend. Sien hurriedly glanced towards the source of the sound. Ixei aimed a powerful punch at him, but the fist that should have hit Sien hung in the air, not touching a single hair on him. Sien appeared right behind him, with an incomplete body. Sneering, it is useless? His body is gradually becoming complete in this suffocating magical space. By the way, it is probably because you always stick with that guy that you are different from the others. I can't wait to absorb you. Those words did not frighten Achikai or make him falter. He was ablaze with determination. Come at me. I want to see if you lose your head before that happens. Poured all his strength into attacking Sien. The guy did not even dodge. Fine. Let us. Sien's arm lay sprawled on the cold ground. Gide continued to unleash powerful attacks on him, but his fiery punches were caught. The damaged parts of his body were gradually healing. Sien smugly held Gus's fist in his palm. Finally. I have caught you. Your strikes are decent, But you can't maintain that speed forever. Hideki painfully watched as Xian's power took over his arm. Seeing him fighting Xian, Kang Chun below was extremely worried. Dad saw he intended to get closer. Gie hurriedly ordered, "Dante, get close. Take the others and run." But Xian's next words left him speechless. "Is that your son?" He grinned wickedly while absorbing his power. "In return for showing me those cold punches, I will slowly play with your son." Xian's arm weakened more and more, making him grit his teeth and groan. "Stop." A voice suddenly rang out, accompanied by a sharp sword that decisively slashed at Xian's hand. He said to stop. Amid the dark aura of the guy, a blinding light full of power descended, causing debris to fly. A blade hovered in mid-air along with the voice of the newcomer. "That is enough." Donggu placed the sword on his shoulder, grinning as he stepped out from the dust. There has to be a limit to chaos. Upon seeing who had come, Xian's gloomy face brightened with excitement. Donggu. Even though he had just been knocked down, HHA still struggled to sit up with a fighting spirit. "Thanks to Donggu, I am still alive. Alright. Shall we fight again?" Seeing his father like that, Kang Chun was extremely worried. "Where are you going, Dad?" He looked at the arm that had absorbed HHA's power, and concluded that it was impossible with such an arm. Finally, he had no choice but to look up at Dung, who was facing Xian. He anxiously watched the solid back of the boy and advised him, "Be careful. Dung, that guy is really strong." Xian asked him, "Do you recognize me?" Donggu replied mockingly, "That annoying skill of yours is quite rare." "You know, how could I forget?" he said seriously as he began to greet, "Long time no see." Xian, however, "I did not know you had a special skill." Xian was now channeling energy in his palm. He casually explained, it is called soul absorption. I created this from the leftover energy of your friend. Sea Troll. The absorption skill activates, and it can only surpass its limit when it touches the opponent." Donggu smirked, recalling Xian's face. "Doesn't that mean he created something really crazy?" Xian. "Even dead, you are still causing me trouble." Xian's injured arm finally returned to its intact state. "Come on. Let us reenact the battle from 100,000 years ago." Dung was extremely excited, moving his hands, eager to fight. Donggu was also filled with confidence, pointing his sword forward. "The winner has already been decided. You have been defeated and buried. Nothing will change." Hearing this, Xiwei became furious. He directed his tentacles toward him, saying, "I will tear you apart." Starting with that mouth, Donggu immediately raised his sword, his eyes showing no emotion. "That is a pretty interesting skill." But he lowered the sword, making a long slash to push back the tentacles. "If you can't aim right, then it is useless." Xiuan suddenly charged from behind, his face full of ambition for victory. "So what if I use my absorption power directly on you?" His sudden appearance surprised Donggu. He quickly turned his head, his eyes glinting with caution. The guy swiftly grabbed Junggu's sword. Instantly, he reacted, both of them striking at each other. The aerial battle was extremely intense, with neither side willing to back down. Those below could only flee in panic, quickly getting out of the arena, evacuating to the nearest buildings. Kang Chun, who was helping Chiga leave, had to look back and sigh. "Oh my." His eyes suddenly caught sight of something that left him in disbelief. "What is that?" The duel between Donggu and Xiu was earth-shattering. Wherever they went, only ruins and shattered earth remained. Kang Chun could not help but exclaim, "That is not a human level." Donggu's gaze became increasingly unpredictable and dangerous. He decisively sent his sword forward into the heavily magical space. The blade pierced through the figure, causing him pain. Suddenly, his eyes widened. He quickly counterattacked, unleashing a torrent of magic with pupils red as if forged from hell. The destructive power of those pupils was immense, tearing the air apart and shattering the ground. Donggu on the other side also cast a spell, his overwhelming power rising higher. Surrounding his body, he swung his hand, sending a storm-like energy forward. The terrifying magic collided with the strength and fury of Xian. The impact created a massive explosion, causing everything to seem crushed into countless small pieces. In the dense dust, the two combatants continued their fight. Xian continued to charge towards Donggu. His face was filled with malicious energy. He used magic to create a sword firmly in his hand. Donggu also gripped his weapon tightly, wearing a cold smile. The distance between the two had closed. Their feet intertwining, both immediately swung their swords, creating dazzling opposing light. The most powerful techniques were unleashed continuously. "You strike, I defend." They battled fiercely to the point where the aftermath of their sword energy could not be retracted in time. The brutal fight seemed endless. The blades of Junggo and Xiu destroy everything around them. Each slash is like a whirlwind, tearing through space and shaking the heavens. Suddenly, strange runes appeared on Junggo's sword, brimming with magical energy. Xiu was so surprised that his eyes widened. The runes seemed to turn into chains, wrapping around his body, leaving him utterly bewildered. The magic erupted, tearing apart the space before them, leaving only blinding light in the presence of Donggu. He placed his hand on his chest, wearing a mocking expression. "That is magic. You are so outdated." There are many things in this era that surpass our understanding. Sino, his arm, filled with dark energy, suddenly reached out from the mist. For a moment, his eyes glanced over in surprise. Although Sioen had not fully regenerated his body, he charged forward with dense magical energy, his broad hand easily grasping Dong-go's face. Finally, I have got you. Sioen's expression was horrifying, with half his face still shrouded in dark energy. But it could not hide his triumphant demeanor. The power you have is mine. I will absorb you. His hand, infused with immense magical power, caused Dong-go great pain. But just a moment later, to Sioen's astonishment, he immediately struck back at him. He raised his hand, unleashing power that gradually made the man's body disappear, forcefully teleporting him away. Sioen fell hard onto the solid ground. After delivering the blow, Dong-go looked down at his hand. He recalled when the guy had controlled his face and thought, so fast, if I had not used my absorbing power, I would have been completely swallowed. His eyes widened as he heard the other person's voice echo. It is very hard to compare it to you. Sioen stepped towards him with a body full of strength and declared, your absorption skill and mine are not on the same level, because you have only just learned it, but did not learn how to master it. Compared to others, yours only lasts a bit longer. He carried an ever-growing source of spiritual power, grinning with delight, just as expected. Your martial arts are exceptional, he praised passionately. Even though he had only absorbed a little, the power was overflowing. Sioen provoked Dong-go, who was currently maintaining a cautious expression. Make me even more perfect. Both of them began a new round of combat. Continuous attacks were launched, each strike aimed directly at the opponent. Sioen held a weapon in his hand, smiling, but was secretly calculating his energy. He was indeed using the annihilation technique of the Pang clan, but the structure was completely different, making it very difficult to identify and stop him. Dong-go gritted his teeth, pondering where his core power was hidden within this stadium. He needed to destroy it. While he was distracted, his spiritual power suddenly approached, accompanied by the mocking tone of the guy. Do you still have time to think aimlessly? He decisively attacked, the force creating a long black streak that shot across the stands. Dong-go nimbly dodged the blow and knelt down to the ground. But then suddenly, a tentacle lunged up from behind along with an excited voice from Sioen. That is right. If it were you, you would dodge that way. His sword swung up, and a massive light streak slashed across, causing the tentacle's head to drop to the ground. Yet Dong-go's eyes were full of disbelief. He stared at his shattered sword, the invisible blade now broken. He gritted his teeth, glancing at Sioen behind him, thinking, could it even be absorbed? It is too dangerous to fight that with a sword. Then Dong-go raised his hand high, allowing the magical power to wrap around his wrist. So I just need to use magic. Sioen smirked, his eyes filled with determination. I won't let you play those annoying tricks anymore. Saying that, he unleashed his power, and countless tentacles shot forward like lightning. Dong-go struggled to dodge the attacks. At that moment, he was furious, almost sticking out his tongue. While Dong-go's watchful eyes looked far away, the shadow from the tentacles enveloped his body. Just a moment later, when he looked up, the tentacle had grown fiercely, extending and preparing to strike. It slammed down onto the ground, shattering it, rocks flying high, and dust swirling thickly. He quickly spun around to fly up, escaping from the chaos below. Unexpectedly, from above, the tentacles suddenly lunged to attack Dong-go. You grit your teeth as your limbs are controlled by tentacles, feeling an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. He is both casting spells and laughing loudly. No way out now. It is Sioen. However, the joy does not last long. A beam of light from the sky severs his arm. He looks up in fury. What the hell? Right before him, not only are the tentacles tightening their grip, but there is also a massive formation in the sky with a circle of sharp magical weapons. Do smirks, continuing to channel his spiritual energy. Is not this a bit too much for a trick? Sioen's expression changes instantly, and he hastily extends his hand forward. Quick! We need to absorb him now. The tentacles cover Dong-go's face but leave his calm eyes exposed. It is too late. Just snap your fingers. The sharp magical weapons plunge downward at his command, shining brightly and swirling fiercely. Once again, the scene shatters. The sky and ground tremble, the spiritual energy from the magical weapons gradually dissipating, leaving deep craters and a thin veil of smoke that has not cleared. Dong-go descends proudly, looking at his hand still radiating magical power. Panting, the mana consumed was too great, and he has used up the strength he could absorb. However, in front of him now is a shimmering barrier hidden behind the dust. He has found it. The core of his energy is buried beneath the stadium floor. Dong-go steps closer to the barrier core, wondering about President Kang and the gatekeeper Doham. This is why they wanted to build this stadium. Anyway, if I destroy this, Sioen will be done for. Just like stumbling upon something unexpected. His eyes widen in shock. Hara is unconscious, suspended within the energy core. This sight astonishes him greatly. Hara, how could this be? A dark voice echoes. You are hesitating because of a woman. The body of Sioen now completely transforms. He thrusts a sword through Dungo's body. Blood spilling from his mouth. Dungo winces in pain. This crazy Hara. Sioen mocks with his grotesque face. You are still the same. He recalls Dungo's imposing leader figure when standing before subordinates stronger than anyone. But for teammates and subordinates, you act indifferent. In truth, you care for them deeply. I am different. If they are useless, I will discard them and use them to the end. Just like Homi Hong and the Peng clan. The entire Nezumi family as well. The tentacles brimming with overwhelming power from Sioen assert that he cannot be an evil person. A ruthless villain is the one who wins this battle. He truly transforms into a demon now. His terrifying magic radiating like searing flames. Meanwhile, Dungu painfully grips the sword torturing his body. Finally, Dungu pulls the magic-infused blade out of his body. Then, he squints slightly, his hand fiercely crushing Sioen's sword. Dungu stomps down to gain momentum to soar up. At this moment, he is like a wild beast breaking free, launching an attack so powerful it knocks Sioen's massive body to the ground. Not stopping there, Dungu quickly unleashed his magical power like a beam of light rushing towards the opponent, causing everything to shatter. After striking, he placed his hand on his chest, breathing heavily. There is not much mana left, just enough for one decent spell. I will use it carefully. He glanced up slightly. In front of him was only a shattered wall and a thick cloud of dark dust. He glanced back again. Behind him was nothing but a giant energy core. Then, parting his lips slightly, he closed his eyes, beginning to emit a blue energy to heal his wounds and recover. However, Sioen appeared unscathed. Healing. I can sense it. Sioen, you have no strength left to play anymore. Just give up and let me absorb your life force. Inside the energy core, Hara slowly opened her eyes, panicking as she looked around. What is happening? Why am I stuck in here? Outside, right above her, two streams of magical energy were clashing. Dungu was using his sword to fend off each of Sioen's attacks. He was grinning smugly. You are quite clever for not destroying the energy source immediately. Because you would die along with that woman if you did. Dungu said nothing, his eyes staring intensely at the man with tension and anger. Sioen continued to attack frantically, looking extremely pleased. What are you planning to do to kill me while the energy is still there? Dungu calculated carefully, looking serious. I will be in danger if I get hit again. I need to avoid it first. But things were not that easy. Sioen asked teasingly. Do you really want to avoid it? Making him feel the danger as he glanced towards the energy core. A powerful strike landed, causing a severe explosion. Hara screamed as she witnessed the devastating scene before her. Filled with delight, stretched out, exclaiming how rare the scene was. Sioen and Dungo were now standing before the energy core, his face injured, and his sword broken in half. Sioen was thoroughly enjoying this spectacle. I can't believe you are gasping for breath and bleeding in front of me. In his weak expression, the man scoffed. Thanks for protecting my energy. Hara's voice rang out again as she witnessed Dungu getting hurt for her. I am sorry for not listening to you, she cried, her face full of guilt. For a moment, the shadow of Yong Hai appeared behind her. I am truly sorry. She softly called out Dunga's name. The illusion then spoke. Jian. Dungu smiled softly, looking back. Don't worry. I won't let that happen again. Sioen continued arrogantly. Her crying face resembled that woman from 1,000 years ago. Yong Hai. Perhaps this is the fate of the women beside you. While he was off guard, a mocking tone rang out. Are you really just a rustic fool stuck in the past? Dungu unexpectedly attacked from behind, catching him off guard. I can't believe you did not recognize this simple clone spell. He looked at Dungu in front of him, vanishing as he gave him the middle finger in contempt. Clone. Xian turned to look at him, continuing to throw punches in shock. Unlike the clones created by martial artists, the body and soul were nearly real. It was a magical skill. But since when? Could it be from the very beginning? He seriously assessed the traces of absorption still present. After the healing, it was fake. Dungo's eyes were filled with danger. A powerful stream of spiritual energy surged from his fist straight toward Xian, shattering the false soul. He tilted his head to avoid the blow, the force tearing through the air, shattering rocks. He gritted his teeth, ready to unleash a technique with his cunning red eyes. What surprised Xiao and even more was that the ground beneath his feet shattered, due to the impact of the martial arts just now. The ground was where Dungo swung his sword to attack him, with a cold expression. He was tearing apart his real body while speaking. I know very well that I am not a good person. Then two sharp diagonal sword strikes hit him. But did not you say that the villain would win? His face was filled with determination, visible among the hundreds of bright sword strikes. Then I will become your nemesis. Sioen could only endure the fierce onslaught. He glared furiously at the villain, a ruthless and merciless fiend. The wicked gleam in his eyes widened in helplessness. Damn it. His power is too weak. I can't absorb enough martial energy to recover. Dungu calmly raised his sword high, Return to where you belong. He decisively struck amidst the swirling afterimages of Sioen's blade. The air seemed to freeze, leaving only heavy stones marked by the sword cuts and an immobilized Sioen. In the next moment, those stones shattered. And Hara, within the core of energy, looked ahead with tense anticipation. Junga's figure was hazy in the thick clouds of dust from the explosion. As they dissipated, he stood proudly on the pile of rubble. Much to Hara's delight, Dungu had won. She seemed to shake off her worries, breaking into a relieved smile. Thank goodness. But the next moment her eyes widened in alarm. What is happening? The divine eye was telling her something. This is, she shouted in haste. Dungu. You can let your guard down. At that moment, Sioen unleashed his dark magic as he lunged towards him. Dungu gritted his teeth in irritation, watching the scumbag stretch out his grotesque hand defiantly. You can defeat me. As long as I maintain the energy I absorb, I am invincible. If you can kill that woman, you will die first. Suddenly, a man appeared, shattering that core of energy, releasing its properties. Isolating it, Sioen was immediately stripped of his demonic shell. He frantically lunged at Jung. The newcomer was carrying Hara and urging, finish him now. He shouted to Dongyu. He gripped his sword tightly, deftly sliding past Sioen, delivering a powerful strike with a solemn expression. Struck. The villain could only scream in pain. Right in. The sword strike tore through the sky, splitting the earth and causing Sioen's body to disintegrate. The battle ended. The one who had just set Hara down asked Donggu, are you okay? Now that he could see the person clearly, he frowned. Gritting his teeth, he looked at Aksuho, slightly curling his lip as he stood there. Gang B. He politely spoke up. It has been a while. JK. In the past, Donggu and Suho had fought each other. He looked at him with a troubled expression. But what is your problem? I have not even bothered you. What is wrong with conquering the martial world? Suho faced him seriously. What if someone conquers the martial world and ruins your life? What do you think about that? Hearing that, he was somewhat speechless, tilting his head, and he laughed heartily. Suho's expression turned serious again. That is why I fight. I know that one day you will understand me. Say in. And that we will meet again somewhere. In reality, the two have reunited, but in the aftermath of a devastating battle. Beside them, Hara's eyes widen in shock. I can read the memories of both of them. She clearly sees the different lives that Jung-go has lived in his past life, after his current one. I can see Jung-go's previously blocked memories because he is growing weaker. Then she glanced at Suho and this person. Donggu raises his sword, ready to fight. He smirks, seeming to think that 6 times still is not enough. Then I will keep taking you down. Gang B. He has no intention of attacking. Calmly looking at him. In this life, my name is Su. Just like yours is Jung. Hara suddenly rushes forward, blocking Su's path. Dung. Wait. The divine eye has told me. This person is just helping us. There is no hatred at all. He does not refute and lightly closes his eyelids. Just like what your lover just said. I am not here to fight. I am here to ask you for a favor. Suho looks at him resolutely. Surprising Hera. Will you fight alongside me? A year later. The stadium is bustling with matches as if nothing ever happened. The organizers announce. 1 year after the chaos, we can finally hold the martial arts tournament. The fighters' surging energy almost makes the arena explode. In the gray smoke, images of the two fighters, Yujin and Kang Chun, appear on the screen. The sound rings out again. Who will be the winner? Just as Woon is defeated, lying on the ground, the answer is already set. Contestant Chun. At this moment, Kang Chun erupts with strength to receive the victory announcement. The last one standing is contestant Kang Chun. The audience erupts in cheers. Wildly enthusiastic. At this moment, Donggu and Hara stand in the stands. Looking down, he smiles in satisfaction. For a whole year, I have reformed the association with all my abilities. We confiscated all the assets of the Nezumi clan. Other clans are busy cutting ties to avoid trouble. So there are no objections. The chaos caused by Sessin has calmed down due to the appearance of some cave. Game-su. This name is working within the special association. On Kang Chun's side, after the Cell-in incident, he realized how powerless he was. So he actively trained and improved himself until he reached level 8. Guho watched the match with regret. What a lazy guy. I want to finish the fight with him. Yunhun beside him said nothing, wearing a solemn expression. Guho then glanced at Aljex, who was happily enjoying food, and thought, nothing has changed. He has already become the head of the Brave Association. The wound he suffered from absorbing energy is severe, but he has recovered by spending a lot of money on food instead of medical expenses, and those food expenses are charged to the Bang Bang Seek clan, sacrificing themselves to buy everything to win the uncle's favor. Over by Dunk. He looks at Hara with a puzzled expression. But Hara, I have read your past life with my divine sight. Aren't you scared of me? Her words surprised her a bit. Are you still worried about that? You have a cute side, do not you? She winked, her cheeks flushing as she teased. Sometimes I think you are not human. Since you were a tyrant in your past life, I thought you were quite wicked. What is wrong? Don't you like girls like me? Dong-gu chuckled at that. No thanks to you. Suddenly, Suho appeared, catching their attention. It has been a year. You know, my friend. He straightened his back and looked at you, and yet you called me over. You must have thought that through already. Right, I am talking about my proposal. Your eyes were lost in thought. Dung recalled the day that battle ended. Back then, you looked incredibly excited. So we are not the only ones being reincarnated. Suho thought of someone powerful and replied, that is right. It seems that someone strong enough to reach a certain level won't be completely ended in just one life. In past life, I have fought to stop many villains. And you know, it always ends with you. Hearing this, Junggu smiled. He thought about the times he faced in this life. My memories returned very late. I have only been training in martial arts and attributes for less than 3 years. I could not even win last time. When fighting Cell-in, if the cycle of the strong continues, I need a partner to act and work with me. At that moment, Suho sincerely placed his hand on his chest. So I pleaded with you. Will you stand by me? But Dong-gu pointed his sword at him, showing no intent to help. Are you crazy? I am one of the villains you mentioned. Stop messing around. Just make your move. Impatient words continued to spill from him. Me standing here in front of you is already crazy enough. Suho was not backing down. If it were not for your lover, I might have died at your hands again. Above the pit, a group of people had gathered. Leader Dung. Are you alright? Dung. Kang Chun and some bodyguards rushed over. Are you okay? Sir. Kang Chun looked worriedly at your wounds. I can't believe you are hurt this badly. Are you okay? Gik yelled angrily at Suho. Did you cause this? Seeing this scene, he could only smile. It seems you have found something more valuable than conquering the martial world. Lucky for you. I do not have to chase you to death anymore. Both seemed to be returning to their past battle. Suho continued to persuade. Come on. You understand what I am saying. Right. Even if you are hunched. His next words made your expression slightly darken. Think about it. Choose to live a life where 2 lives have been robbed. Stepping out of the memory, he arrogantly smirked. I am not helping you. With a chilling aura, he radiated a dangerous power. His hand tightening slightly. I just want to see those fools fall into despair. I want to change how I handle things. Dong-gu clenched his fist, his eyes filled with determination. I will be a villain to the villains. Suho only curved his lips at that. Good. I am counting on you. Dung. A calm, blue sky day with skyscrapers. Suddenly, an explosion like fire engulfed everything in destruction. In the terrifying blaze, walls crumbled, and a man staggered out amidst the screams of the crowd. Run. He flashed a sinister smile. Finally his memories had returned. He stood proudly amidst the wreckage. Exhilarated. This truly is a wonderful life. Burn. Let it burn. He continued to contemplate. This time, however, before he could finish his words, a foot landed squarely on his face. Dong-gu kicked him into the berries. Is that him? Suho confirmed from behind. That is right. He is explaining the identity of that guy to you. In his past life, he was exiled after studying the family's teachings. Then, out of rage, he burned down his family and all the surrounding nations. Hearing that, you could not help but exclaim, what a notorious background. Even though he was flattened in the debris, the one who got kicked still bore a look of hatred towards him. What? It is you again, Gang B. But Suho did not respond. The one who replied to him was Dong-gu. I do not know what generation you come from, but how dare a third-rate villain like you act so high and mighty? Hearing those contemptuous words only fueled his anger. You are too noisy. I just want to try something I could not do in my past life. Is there a problem with that? Dong-gu looked a bit taken aback. I never thought I would be the target of such words. Suho jumped down from the rubble to comfort him. You will get used to it. On the other side, energy erupted, his expression showing no signs of surrender. Fine. If you insist on stopping me, I will burn you all, Suho urged from behind. Dong-gu. But with his power surging, he would not listen. You are too loud. I do not intend to obey your orders. Instantly, he sprang off the ground. From the air, Dong-gu charged at that guy with his sword. Now finish those futile things in your next life. The blade swung, his face filled with confidence mixed with danger. The destined villain of yours has arrived.